The male lead, Ye Hao, is an academic genius, but in a world that's far from ordinary. Specifically, in the year 2036, the sky suddenly became chaotic, transforming Earth into a game filled with both dangers and opportunities. Later, this new era was called the Earth Era, and it was the era in which the male lead was born. Here, besides the constant threat of appearing demonic beasts, humans also possess strength and levels that can be raised, and then evolve into various professions with different skill abilities. After the initial evolutions of humanity, the demonic beasts were eventually suppressed by the 5 major alliances, thus forming the New World Order. Therefore, in this dangerous era, everyone in his family desperately levels up for their own sake, except for Ye Hao. That day, he had a nightmare. In the dream, Ye Hao saw his parents and younger sister celebrating his 18th birthday. Before blowing out the candles, he wished that their family would always be together and happy like this. But just a second later, demonic beasts rushed in and took the lives of all 3 of Ye Hao's loved ones. "No, please, no," he screamed in despair in his dream, and also woke up in reality. It turned out it was just a nightmare from dozing off in class. Ye Hao hadn't recovered from the panic. When the teacher was teaching history about the Earth Era, he seemed extremely angry, pointing at Ye Hao's face and shouting, "Student Ye Hao, is my history lesson making you sleepy, or do you already know too much? Then why don't you come up here and help me explain to everyone what the Earth Era is?" Ye Hao scratched his head awkwardly, explaining that he had studied late into the night last night, so he inadvertently dozed off today. Then he cleared his throat, preparing to explain what the so-called Earth Era was, with the content that everyone had just been lectured on by the teacher. But before he could finish a sentence, he was interrupted by the teacher. "All right, you don't need to say anymore. Go stand at the back of the class to wake up." Ye Hao had no way to resist, so he had to dejectedly go to the back of the class, while the history teacher was very pleased, feeling fortunate that he remembered in time. This Ye Hao is an academic genius. If he punished him by having him come up to lecture and help, then he would be the one embarrassed instead. That day, Ye Hao was punished to stand until class was dismissed. As soon as the bell rang, he dragged his tired legs down to the schoolyard. But after taking a few steps, he heard someone fiercely call his name. "Ye Hao, stop right there!" Ye Hao turned his head and discovered it was the bully, Luo Feng, and his 2 underlings. He's currently at level 3, while Luo Feng is level 5. Not to mention that his body is 2 or 3 times bigger, he could completely crush him like stepping on an ant. "What do you want now?" Ye Hao replied wearily. "Ye Hao, do you like playing dumb? It's about time to pay this month's protection fee, isn't it?" Luo Feng said while cracking his knuckles. His 2 underlings laughed obsequiously behind him. Ye Hao was extremely annoyed. 2 years ago, this Luo Feng was also bullied by upperclassmen who demanded a protection fee. He was the one who stood up to protect him, but now he's using the same trick to bully him. Luo Feng, upon hearing Mo Fan's words, immediately lunged forward and punched him straight in the stomach, without saying a word. "I was blind, thinking I made friends with a genius who became a level 3 martial artist as soon as he entered the school. Unexpectedly, it's been 2 years since I entered the school, and I've risen from level 1 to level 5. While you're still at level 3, you're really trash." Ye Hao was beaten black and blue by Luo Feng, but because the strength between the 2 sides was too different, he couldn't resist. Luo Feng kept beating and mocking Ye Hao as a useless person who couldn't level up. And this only stopped when a girl suddenly rushed over and kicked this bastard straight in the face. "Stop it, what are you doing to my brother?" Luo Feng was big and strong, but he was kicked into the wall by a girl. The newcomer was Ye Yunfei, Ye Hao's younger sister. Although only 16 years old, she was already a level 7 martial artist. With impressive power, it was even rumored that Ye Yunfei, despite being level 7, could single-handedly defeat a level 10 demon beast. Therefore, neither Luo Feng nor his 2 lackeys dared to mess with this Rakshasa. The 3 of them tucked their tails and ran away, but still didn't forget to growl and curse Ye Hao as a useless piece of trash who only knew how to hide behind women, threatening that if they met again, they would beat him to a pulp. After chasing away that gang of thugs, Ye Yunfei quickly sat down to check her brother's injuries, then comforted him. "Don't listen to their nonsense. Even though you're only at level 3 now, you'll definitely become the most powerful martial artist in the world." Clearly, Ye Hao was the one who had been bullied, but Ye Yunfei looked even more flustered and aggrieved than he did. So Ye Hao reached out, and while patting her head, reassured her, "Don't worry, your brother won't easily accept such a fate." Seeing this resilient smile of her brother, Ye Yunfei could finally relax. The two siblings returned home together. The gang of Luo Feng was right. Ye Hao was indeed a waste who couldn't level up, starting at level 3 and still at level 3. In the beginning, because he couldn't accept reality, he searched for a lot of information. But strangely, there had never been a case of someone being unable to level up like him. But even so, Ye Hao still refused to give in to fate. He couldn't become the only piece of trash on Earth in this era. That day, when they got back home, the whole family celebrated Ye Hao's 18th birthday. Holding the cake in his hand, he couldn't be happy, because it seemed like this scene was too similar to his dream this morning. Ye Hao wasn't a superstitious person, but he was very afraid that dream would become a reality, so he made an excuse to drag his family out. Because in that dream, the monster attacked right at his house. "Mom? Dad? It's been so long since we had old Lin's fish hot pot on Lindu Road. I suddenly craved it so much today." His mother had already prepared a table full of food for her son, so she didn't seem to want to go, but since today was Ye Hao's birthday anyway, his father indulged his son. So the family of 4 went to the fish hot pot restaurant and had a hearty meal, and nothing happened throughout the meal. But before Ye Hao could even breathe a sigh of relief, just as they were leaving the restaurant, a beam of purple light shone from behind Ye Yunfei. Instinctively, his father hugged his wife and children, using his broad back to shield them. That light was evidence that a spatial rift was about to appear, and those nearby immediately scattered and ran, while calling each other to notify the defense forces. They were clearly in a safe zone. Yet the rift and monsters appeared. This was really strange. From the rift, a spider-like demon beast quickly emerged. Then it rushed towards Ye Hao's family, as if fate was playing a cruel trick. Importantly, this demon beast was called the Ghost-Eye Demon Beast, a level 15 monster that neither Ye Hao nor even Ye Yunfei could deal with. Ye Hao's father, although only a level 10 martial artist, bravely rushed forward. After all, he couldn't just stand by and watch the Ghost-Eye Demon Beast harm his family. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to temporarily hold it back so his wife and children had a chance to escape. However, the strength of a level 10 martial artist compared to a level 15 demon beast was truly too different. Ye Hao's father was quickly hit by the spider's venom. Then he took a few more hits and quickly lost consciousness. Seeing this, Ye Hao's mother also rushed forward, but because she was weaker, she was hit even faster than her husband. The Ghost-Eye Demon Beast didn't even bother with her, because it wanted to tear apart Ye Hao's father and savor the taste of a level 10 martial artist. But when the spider was about to strike, she was struck again by 2 of Ye Yunfei's arrows. Provoked by her, the demon-eyed beast quickly changed its target. Even though Ye Yunfei was weaker, she still bravely faced the monster and shouted at Ye Hao to quickly take their parents and escape. But at this moment, Ye Hao was so scared that he was frozen stiff, his legs unable to move. The nightmare he just had really did come true. He didn't know what to do now. Even if he rushed forward, a level 3 martial artist like him facing a level 15 demon beast would be like an ant trying to stop a chariot. Ye Yunfei was quickly struck by the demon-eyed beast's venom. She fell to the ground, the pain causing her to scream incessantly. From eating Ye Hao's father, the spider became more interested in this young girl's body. Ye Yunfei was seriously injured, her whole body unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as the spider's legs stabbed down, preparing to pierce through her body. However, that sharp spider leg didn't pierce her after all, because in the end, Ye Hao still chose to rush forward, using his bare hands to block the demon-eyed beast's attack. Ye Yunfei was extremely shocked. Ye Hao shouted loudly, telling her to run before he couldn't hold on any longer. Because he was just a level 3 martial artist, the difference in strength was too great, so he was quickly killed by the spider. Ye Hao's body was pierced by the spider's legs, like a skewer of roasted meat. Ye Yunfei watched this horrific scene, with tears streaming down her face. But Ye Hao still used the last of his strength to warn her, "Don't worry about me, go." Ye Yunfei didn't dare to linger any longer, because she didn't want her brother's sacrifice to be in vain. As for Ye Hao, he could clearly feel the pain as the monster tried to tear him apart, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the ache in his heart. Ye Hao thought to himself, "If I were strong enough, these things wouldn't have happened. Why can't I level up? Why am I so weak?" Ye Hao's health points were rapidly decreasing, currently only at 1%, but he was unwilling to die like this, and it seemed that heaven had really heard Ye Hao's plea. At the moment he fainted, several beeping sounds rang out non-stop. Next, a series of system windows appeared in front of him. The accumulated subject experience has reached the standard. The king's account system has been activated, but at this time, Ye Hao had fallen into a coma, unable to hear or see anything. Because he no longer had the ability to act on his own, the system randomly selected a king's account named Yi Qi Yan Di to grant him power. Ye Yunfei was unaware of her brother's miraculous opportunity, and was still running away desperately. But the demon-eyed beast appeared again arrogantly, blocking her escape route. Ye Yunfei was utterly desperate, thinking that her brother's sacrifice had only bought her this much time. In that case, she couldn't escape after all. Thinking of this, Ye Yunfei decided to risk everything to avenge Ye Hao. But just as she recklessly charged towards the monster, she heard his familiar voice, "Get out of the way." Instinctively, Ye Yunfei dodged to the side. Immediately after, a dazzling beam of light shot from behind her, and at the center of that light was her older brother, Ye Hao, whom Ye Yunfei thought had perished. Ye Hao's entire body was enveloped in raging flames. The demon-eyed beast had just taken a direct hit from him, but quickly regained its momentum. Even being challenged by a mere level 3 martial artist only made it angrier. Ye Hao was not afraid at all. In his hand appeared a weapon called the Ye Ying Giant Sword, its blade made of fire, extremely dazzling. Next, Ye Hao rushed towards the demon-eyed beast at his fastest speed, and unleashed a skillful slash. In the flickering flames, the monster's piercing scream rang out. "No, you're clearly just a level 3 martial artist. How can you have such powerful strength?" Although this attack did indeed injure the spider, Ye Hao's situation wasn't much better. He felt like his body was cracking. This mysterious, overbearing power seemed to exceed his body's tolerance. Seeing Ye Hao cough up large pools of blood, the monster quickly regained its confidence. Trisk, Trisk. Only 3 seconds of combat power, huh? Weak humans. Daring to forcefully unleash your power with the body of a level 3 martial artist. You were going to explode and die even without me lifting a finger. The opponent wasn't wrong. Originally, Ye Hao's blood had already run dry. Then, in the spot where the HP bar used to be, a golden energy bar appeared and was decreasing over time. If Ye Hao didn't defeat the demon-eyed beast before it ran out, he would truly die. But after learning that his body was about to explode, the monster lost interest in fighting him. "It took Great Heavenly Beast so long to help me open the teleportation gate to the safe zone. I need to seize the time to devour some high-level martial artists. Trash like you can just wait here to be sold for salt." Of course, there was no way Ye Hao would just let it leave like that. He used the skill Explosive Flame Hell again, creating a fiery barrier to block the monster. The demon-eyed beast turned its head, facing Ye Hao's angry gaze. It couldn't help but get goosebumps. How could that oppressive gaze appear on a level 3 martial artist? Just then, Ye Hao heard rapid footsteps approaching from behind. Reporting, "The reinforcement squad has arrived, discovered injured civilians, beginning assistance, target identified as a level 15 monster, demon-eyed beast." It turned out that the martial artist rescue team had arrived. But this was really not good at all. Ye Hao hurriedly warned them not to go over there, because they were no match for the monster. But they wouldn't listen to a level 3 martial artist like him. They even mocked Ye Hao as a kid who bought a Superman costume and actually fantasized that he had become stronger. "Get out of my way, don't get in the way here." They pushed Ye Hao aside and quickly formed a formation to surround the demon-eyed beast. Although these people were of a lower level, they were actually confident that they had the advantage of ganging up. Moreover, Ye Hao had been fighting this monster for a while, so its health was now only at 30%. But they were really too naive. They didn't even get a chance to attack before being ensnared by spider silk erupting from the ground. The weapons in their hands were rendered useless. The plan to overwhelm with numbers officially fell apart. From there, an entire squad of martial artists who came to reinforce, just like that, one by one, were devoured whole by the demon-eyed beast. After making mincemeat of that group of martial artists, it leveled up 3 times, and is now a level 18 demonic beast. Next, the spider lunged toward Ye Hao, intending to finish him off as well. In this exchange, the demonic beast's power had become completely different. Demonic beasts are, unlike humans, it's incredibly difficult for them to level up, but just leveling up once can bring about earth-shattering changes. Therefore, it decided to toy with Ye Hao in the palm of its hand, waiting until he was on his last breath before devouring him. Because this demonic beast's power had increased significantly, Ye Hao faced even greater difficulties. Meanwhile, his mysterious power was also nearing its expiration. Seeing him falter, the spider's smile grew even more satisfied. Haha, weren't you so fierce just a moment ago? Why don't you have the strength to fight back now? Trash is always trash, got it. Ye Hao was sent flying again by the demon-eyed beast, once again on the verge of losing consciousness. At this moment, the system, sensing Ye Hao's strength and health had fallen below 10%, automatically activated the ultimate skill, Scarlet Flamestorm. Ye Hao struggled to his feet. For 3 years, he had been ridiculed and mocked by countless people because he couldn't level up, but today, he wanted to show all those people just how powerful the trash in their mouths could be. Scarlet Flamestorm was unleashed. Because it was an ultimate skill, its power was immense. The spider was enveloped in a colossal tornado of fire. Its agonizing scream seemed to tear through the sky. The demon-eyed beast couldn't extinguish the raging flames on its own. It also realized that this wasn't ordinary fire, but also contained the Dafo aura of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Despite putting up a fierce resistance, the spider ultimately perished at Ye Hao's hands. Until the very end, it kept begging for help from some celestial beastlord, but no existence could save its life at this point. The system announced that Ye Hao had defeated the demon-eyed beast, receiving 20,000 experience points and several other rewards. Ye Hao's strength was now completely depleted. After exiting the Scarlet Flame Emperor state, he immediately collapsed. Ye Hao used the last of his consciousness and strength to crawl across the ground, because he couldn't let the equipment and items he risked his life for fall into someone else's hands. And so, in this battle, before passing out, Ye Hao successfully looted 15,000 gold coins, an 18th grade rare quality demon core, a ring of fortune, 5 poisonous spider silks, and a corpse of a devil-eyed magic beast. Because Ye Hao was too severely injured, the king account system proactively converted 10,000 experience points to heal him, leaving 10,000 unused experience points. The healing process was very fast. Ye Hao's health was restored to 100%, but he was still in a coma. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up in a panic and found himself in the system space. Since the global transformation, stepping into Earth's OL era, each player has their own system space, used to observe and allocate their attributes, and to collect equipment and items. Ye Hao was used to his tiny system space, but now he was shocked to find himself in a system space as vast as an endless galaxy. Then, Ye Hao saw the massive body of Yi Qiandi. The system even noted that this person's level had reached the maximum. Ye Hao was smart, and immediately guessed that this was the mysterious power he had just used. Next, the voice of the king account system sounded again. This time, because he was no longer in a coma, Ye Hao heard it clearly. Welcome, host, to the king account system. Within the system are countless king-level accounts from many games. The host can use their own experience to unlock each of these king accounts. Because the host's experience has accumulated to level 10, the random account Yi Qiandi has been automatically activated. In an instant, Ye Hao seemed to understand many things. Level 10? So it seems his 3 years of effort weren't wasted. It's just that he was forcibly absorbed by this system, which is why he's been stuck at level 3. And what's with this max level Yi Qiandi account? If he possessed that power, wouldn't he be soaring to the sky in one step? Although Yi Qiandi is initially at max level, the host must still use their own experience points to level up the connection with this king account. The higher the connection level, the more power of the king account can be unleashed. Therefore, it is recommended that the host quickly earn more experience points to increase the connection level. Ye Hao was a little disappointed. As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. However, using the abilities of Qi Yan Yi Di to earn more experience shouldn't be too difficult. But that's still not enough. This world contains countless known and unknown dungeons. Martial strength is the foundation, but it can't solve everything. Ye Hao felt that he still had to quickly figure out how to use the king account system in the most optimal way. He clicked on the Yi Qiandi account to learn more. According to the system's introduction, this is a max-level powerhouse from another world, who once led his clan, used the power of Qinyan to unify the world, became the supreme ruler, and was posthumously honored as Yi Qiandi. The initial level of this powerhouse has reached the maximum, and the level of connection with Ye Hao is currently 10. The attributes of this account are Flame and Shadow, that is, fire and darkness. The weapon associated with Yi Qiandi is the Flame Shadow Greatsword. Ye Hao had already used it just now. The basic fire attribute skills include Blazing Inferno at level 10, Netherflame True Fire at level 10, and Blazing Fire Dragon Bullet also at level 10. The Fire Attribute Ultimate Skill 1 is Crimson Flamestorm at level 10, and 2 is Deep Crimson Star, which is still locked. In addition, there are Shadow Attribute skills, but none of them have been unlocked. Ye Hao stared at those attribute skills. That's right. After Earth entered the OL era, the mutual generation and restraint between attributes became very important. He seemed to have identified his first goal, which was to quickly level up, unlock as many accounts as possible, create a king army with all attributes, so that in terms of attributes, he could restrain all opponents. At this moment, the system informed Ye Hao that he still had 10,000 experience points, can choose to increase the connection level of the king account, or unlock other auxiliary skills. Ye Hao chose the first option, because he felt that the most urgent thing right now was to increase his survivability and unlock new king accounts. As for skills, he would think about them later. These 10,000 experience points could be exchanged for 2 more levels. Currently, the connection level between him and Yichi Yandi is already 12. Ye Hao even felt that his whole body was filled with a fresh source of energy, as if his own attributes had just increased as well. So, Ye Hao couldn't wait to open his attribute panel to check it out. But the result disappointed him once again, because he was still a level 3 good-for-nothing, exactly as before. It seemed that this king's account system didn't allow him to change his actual level, and forced Ye Hao to live a life of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger from now on. Why do we need so much money? Suddenly, an anxious voice struck Ye Hao's ears. He recognized that the voice belonged to Ye Yunfei, and it was then that Ye Hao woke up to reality. He was lying in the hospital, while his younger sister's voice came from outside the door. What shocked Ye Hao was his completely healed body. Not only did it restore his health points to 100%, but the system also healed all of his injuries. 10,000 experience points spent on this. Although a bit of a drain, the effect was indeed not bad. Outside, the noisy voices of people arguing continued. This time, Ye Hao even heard his mother's voice. "Doctor, are you mistaken? Why is the treatment fee so high? Even if we used high-end wound medicine, it shouldn't be this much, right?" Cough, cough. Ye Yunfei coughed violently a few times. Just listening to it made him feel very uncomfortable. Fei, don't get excited. Your wounds haven't healed yet. This time. It was Ye Hao's mother's voice. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief that his family was okay. But listening to the voices outside, it seemed like they were in some trouble. He got out of bed to see what was going on. It turned out that Ye Yunfei was arguing with the doctor because their treatment fee cost as much as 500,000 yuan. The doctor explained that all 4 members of the Ye family had contracted an adverse effect called the Elite Demonic Beast's Deadly Poison. It was necessary to use special medicine for a long time to fully recover. Of course, patients could choose to recover on their own. Although the result was a long-term state of weakness, it wouldn't be life-threatening. But that only applied to the 2 women. The 2 men in the family were not so lucky. If they didn't use the medicine, Ye Hao's father could only live for another month at most, and he couldn't survive more than a week. The doctor's words struck Ye Yunfei's heart. She cried, and started coughing violently due to agitation. Her mother quickly supported her daughter, reassuring her not to worry about the money. At worst, they could sell the house. Ye Hao had heard the whole story and stepped forward to say, "There's no need to sell the house, it's our root. Mom and Dad worked hard for half their lives to buy the house, so we can't sell it no matter what. I will find a way to earn enough treatment money quickly." The doctor was very surprised to see Ye Hao standing heroically in the hallway. Clearly, when he was brought here, he was a patient who had suffered a fatal injury and was predicted not to survive more than a week without medicine. Ye Yunfei was very worried when she saw her brother running barefoot down from the bed, but every time she spoke she started coughing, and her injuries worsened a bit. When Ye Hao came a little closer, the doctor realized in shock that the deadly poison adverse effect on him had disappeared. Ye Hao was the most severely injured and poisoned in the family. He shouldn't have been able to recover on his own, but now he was completely safe and sound, and he was recovering very quickly. Ye Hao didn't want to explain. After all, the reason didn't matter. What mattered was that he didn't need treatment anymore. After that, Ye Hao asked the doctor about the treatment costs for his parents and younger sister and received a figure of 300,000 yuan. Although this was indeed a large sum of money, Ye Hao confidently affirmed that he could earn it and asked the doctor to give him an hour to prepare the money. Although the doctor felt that earning 300,000 yuan in an hour was impossible, he still agreed to extend the time a little to see what happened. Ye Hao quickly left the hospital and began to research his inventory. Although he had a habit of saving money, even if he added up his savings and the money he received after killing the evil-eyed demonic beast, it wouldn't be enough for 300,000 yuan. Then the fastest way was to sell equipment items. The most expensive thing in Ye Hao's inventory was the rare level 18 magic crystal that dropped from the spider. The magic crystal, dropped from a demonic beast, was the basic material for creating magic equipment. The higher the level, the more valuable it was, but if he took it to a formal auction, although he could get a reasonable price, it would take time. And Ye Hao only had 1 hour. In addition, the auction limited levels. A level 3 martial artist like him was not qualified. Ye Hao thought for a long time. In the end, he couldn't find any other way than to go to the underground black market. It was an area with no visible levels in safe zone number 9. Everyone there could trade freely, which is why it was called the black market. Although the value of items in the black market was secretly manipulated by major powerful groups, making it a very chaotic and dangerous place, it was the fastest way to make money. If it were the Ye Hao of the past, he definitely wouldn't have had the guts to come here alone. But things are different now. However, the moment he stepped into the black market, 2 burly men blocked his way. Seeing Ye Hao, small and thin like a child, completely covered from head to toe, they immediately and aggressively tried to drive him away. "I'm not here to play around. I'm here to sell something," Ye Hao said, raising his voice. "Isn't the point of your black market that anyone can freely trade? If I dare to come here, I definitely have good stuff. Please move aside, because I'm in a hurry." "TCH, what good stuff could a little brat like you possibly have?" one of them said. "Get lost? I don't have time to play with you." Ye Hao even thought he was about to get beaten up, but at this moment, the door behind them opened. An old, short man, respectfully addressed as Elder Lai by the group, came out. "This brother is right. We open our doors for business for profit. As long as there's good stuff, anyone can trade. I wonder what good stuff this brother has. Could you take it out and broaden this old man's horizons?" Ye Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He'd finally met someone who could talk normally. He immediately took out his level 18 magic crystal. Elder Lai's eyes widened as soon as he saw it. Then, he ordered his subordinates to invite Ye Hao inside to discuss things properly. The wooden door behind the 2 guards opened. Inside was a luxurious underground trading hall, a far cry from the noisy, dilapidated night market Ye Hao had imagined. There were many people trading here. He was so curious that he looked left and right. Suddenly, a drunk grabbed him. "Oh! A level 3 brat dares to come to a place like this. It's milk drinking time. Why don't you hurry home to find your mommy? Ha ha, did you come here to sell stuff to earn money for milk? Can you show me what good stuff you have?" But they had only uttered a couple of mocking sentences before Elder Lai's subordinate rudely and forcefully cut in. "Get out! This is Elder Lai's guest. Are you tired of living, bothering him?" After speaking, this person led Ye Hao deeper into the trading hall. The drunkards smacked their lips as they watched the 2 of them. Someone is relying on being a representative of the Huangzheng Corporation to cause trouble here. This Elder Lai isn't a good person either. This kid is probably going to suffer today. Keep it down. Are you really tired of living? Ye Hao was still unaware of anything at this time. He entered the VIP room, but it was no different than stepping into a tiger's den. Elder Li was waiting, surrounded by dozens of tall, dark, and burly bodyguards. He had been in business for many years, so he spoke very directly. As soon as Ye Hao sat down, Elder Li got straight to the point. "The magic crystal in your hand is indeed good stuff. But after all, it's only level 18, so the price—" He was interrupted by Ye Hao. "You're already trying to lowball me right from the start. You said we were doing business, so we should be straightforward. Can you stop playing tricks and talk more sincerely? Although I'm only a level 3 martial artist, I'm not a 3-year-old. I can tell whether something is valuable or not myself. Just give me a number. I'm in a hurry." Ye Hao's face was full of confidence, and his voice was firm and decisive. Elder Lai suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, interesting. This little brother may not be high level, but his aura is no worse than anyone else's. Then I'll be frank, if it were a normal magic crystal, it would only be worth 1 or 2. But this rare magic crystal of yours, I'll offer 100,000. This time, it was Ye Hao's turn to laugh. "If you're not cunning, you're not a businessman. It seems that the old man really thinks I'm a 3-year-old. It's a waste that I thought of him as a polite and reasonable person earlier. Even if the black market price is lower than the official auction house, This magic crystal of mine should be worth at least $200,000. If the other party only offers $100,000, then I'm willing to find someone else to offer a higher price." Saying this, Ye Hao stood up abruptly, but when he reached the door, he was stopped by Elder Lia's 2 bodyguards. "It seems you've misunderstood, little brother. Now that you're here, whether you sell it or not is no longer up to you. Not to mention, no one has ever dared to refuse to sell something that our Huangjing Corporation has set its sights on." Ye Hao couldn't see Elder Lia's level. "Looks like this cunning old fox is planning to steal if he can't buy it. This is the black market. They can do whatever they want. If you use the one-footed Crimson Emperor's God tier account, you could probably get away, but causing a ruckus wouldn't do you any good, because you definitely have to leave empty-handed. And your top priority right now is earning money to pay for your family's medical treatment." Elder Lai pulled out a stack of cash and slammed it onto the table, saying that 10,000 was already a fortune for a kid like Ye Hao, and he shouldn't be greedy. Seeing that he wouldn't budge, Ye Hao knew he'd have to settle this with force, because he couldn't afford to sell the core at a loss of tens of thousands. But before Ye Hao could even make a move, the VIP room door suddenly swung open, and a mocking voice echoed from behind the 2 guards at the door. "For the dignified Huangjing Corporation to be bullying a level 3 kid, it's truly embarrassing." Then a huge, tall figure appeared, swatting aside the 2 burly guards like they were noodles. But this person was just a bodyguard for a petite and beautiful young lady behind him. Hearing that there were good things here, this young lady came to join the fun. This is Mo Kieser, a level 20 martial artist, and also the young miss of the Hanmo Corporation. The moment Elder Lai saw her, he subconsciously clenched his fists, as if suppressing his anger. "So it's Miss Mo, what brings you to this shady place, and stealing this old man's business?" Mo Kier didn't like the word stealing. The rule of fair trade, whoever offers the higher price gets it, has been around in this black market for a long time. Elder Lai is clearly trying to have his cake and eat it too. Then she turned to Ye Hao, directly offering 300,000 T for the magic core in his hand. This number shocked Elder Lai so much that he jumped to his feet. This kid only asked for 200,000, and she's offering 300,000? What's her intention? "Oh, I'm just being capricious because I have money. I'm not like your Huangjing Corporation, wanting to steal even a level 3 kid's stuff. If spending an extra 10,000 loses all face for your Huangjing Corporation, then this deal is well worth it." Mo Kara infuriated Elder Lai. Knowing he couldn't compete, he stood up and left with his guards. Ye Hao had been observing everything. He'd heard that there were 2 major opposing forces in Safe Zone 9, the Huangjing Corporation and the Hanmo Corporation. Seeing it with his own eyes today, it seems it's more than just a rumor. And since Mo Kedger is so rich, why not take advantage of the situation? So Ye Hao seized the opportunity to do some more marketing. "Thank you, beautiful lady. I have a few other items. I wonder if you're interested." "Not interested," Mo Kika replied immediately. Then she declared, in a cold tone that was completely different from before, "You don't need to thank me. I'm just using this opportunity to humiliate the Huangjing Corporation. Your business has nothing to do with me. You just happen to appear in my sight." With that, Mo Kier ordered her subordinates to pay Ye Hao, and they could do whatever they wanted with the magic core, even throw it away. She didn't care. Ye Hao watched the beautiful figure leave, then clicked his tongue in admiration. What an arrogant young lady! But she saved him from Elder Lai and helped him solve his financial problems. No matter what, Ye Hao would remember this favor. With the money, he immediately returned to the hospital. At this time, because there was no medicine, his father's condition was not very stable. The doctor was still patiently waiting for Ye Hao to return, but the department head only cared about money, and money couldn't wait. Hearing that these poor ghosts still hadn't paid their hospital bills, why are they still here? He kicked open the ward door, questioning rudely. They've already paid the emergency fees, but the hospital bill is indeed a bit too high, the doctor explained, only to have the department head grab his collar and curse. What the hell are you doing? We run a hospital, not a charity. These worthless lives haven't even paid for their medicine yet, so why don't they get lost? The doctor tried to beg the bald fatty for more time for himself and the Ye family, because their eldest son said he was out earning money to pay it back. As a result, he was slapped hard by the department head. In this old man's eyes, Ye Hao was just a high school student, just a level 3 martial artist. Where could he borrow 300,000 from? Then he walked to the bedside, coldly looking at Ye Hao's father, who was still on oxygen. This nutrient solution is rare. You couldn't even sell your parents for that price. and you still want treatment. With that, he reached out to remove Ye Hao's father's oxygen mask. Ye Yunfei desperately grabbed his hand, begging him to give her family more time, because she believed that Ye Hao would soon have enough money to return. But this inhuman guy wasn't in the mood to listen at all. Raise money. This is the only hospital in this safe zone, not a place that commoners like you can afford. If you don't have money, go home and wait to die. After saying that, he rudely pushed Ye Yunfei's hand away, almost making her fall flat on her face. At the same time, Ye Hao kicked open the door to the ward. Seeing this, the head of department was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and rushed forward to grab his collar. "Damn it! Who do you think you are, daring to break down the ward door? Pay me for it now." Ye Hao retorted with a gaze like a messenger from hell. "So, you used this hand to harm my family." Ye Hao wasn't just threatening. He used the power of the First Flame Emperor to burn the opponent's left hand. The head of department couldn't put out the fire and panicked, rushing out. Seeing this, the other doctor was very worried and quickly asked, "Ye Hao, what did you do to him? Why did his hand suddenly catch fire? Although he had the right to chase us away, he hurt my family, and I can't tolerate that. Consider this a small punishment. Rest assured, I'll give you an extra 10,000 yuan as medical expenses." Then, he praised the doctor in front of him for his good ethics. "If everyone were like you, patients would be blessed." Hearing what Ye Hao said, the doctor felt a little more at ease. In fact, he also felt that the head of department deserved it. He always relied on being the dean's nephew to be rude, and only cared about his own interests. Many colleagues had long been annoyed with him. Meeting Ye Hao today was karma. He should be more restrained in the future. After that, Ye Hao gave the doctor a card containing 310,000 yuan. The doctor took it, guaranteeing that he would treat his family in the best conditions. Ye Hao also thanked him for believing in him and giving him time to raise the money. He considered himself to owe the doctor a great favor this time. "No need to thank me. This is what a true doctor should do," he replied, but secretly sized Ye Hao up. Besides being able to remove negative effects, he could also raise $300,000 in such a short time. He determined that Ye Hao had some secrets and was definitely no ordinary person. When the doctor left, there were only 4 people from the Ye family in the ward. Ye Yunfei finally couldn't help but burst into tears, trembling all over, constantly apologizing to Ye Hao for not protecting their parents well when he wasn't there. Ye Hao, of course, didn't blame his sister. She was also injured and weak. It was normal for her to be bullied by that fat head of department. There was also another thing that made Ye Yunfei feel very wronged. Because of the negative effects, she couldn't participate in the dungeon competition organized by the academy tomorrow. Ye Yunfei had originally registered and vowed that she would win and use the prize money to improve her family's life. But now, she couldn't. And it also caused Ye Hao to borrow money. Ye Hao temporarily didn't explain about not borrowing money, but instead asked about the competition his sister mentioned. "Is the dungeon competition the one that the school organizes every year? Is the prize money very high?" Ye Yunfei nodded and said, "It's rumored that this year the prize money has increased to 500,000, so I deliberately prepared for a year, but I got poisoned right before the competition." When Ye Hao heard the prize money of 500,000 yuan, his eyes lit up. He told Ye Yunfei, "Rest assured and focus on your treatment. Leave the money matters to me. I've got this 500,000 in the bag." The next morning, the Academy's annual dungeon competition was held. During the opening ceremony, the principal officially announced that the prize money was 500,000, and there would even be extra rewards based on the degree of completion of the dungeon. As for why the prize money was so high this year, he explained that they had received sponsorship from the Hanmo Corporation this year. Thus, to the excitement of thousands of students, Mo Keller and her 2 bodyguards appeared in dazzling splendor. Afterward, the principal announced one more thing, that the winner of this competition could directly join the Hanmo Corporation's Mo Gong combat team, the top-ranked team on the dungeon leaderboard. Getting into that team meant getting one step closer to the peak of life, which was much more valuable than the prize money. Contrary to the out-of-control excitement of his classmates, Ye Hao was very calm. He had long heard that there was fierce competition between the combat teams of various corporations. It seemed that the young miss was in a hurry to come to the academy to recruit talent. Anyway, this had nothing to do with him, as Ye Hao's only goal was the prize money. After introducing the sponsor to death, the principal finally got to the main point, announcing this year's exam topic, which was to successfully conquer the Dark Shadow Deep Dungeon, a dungeon with levels from 5 to 10. This was a high-level dungeon in the academy, and no one had ever successfully cleared it. The lowest level monsters inside were level 5, and the final boss was a level 10 elite demonic beast. Meanwhile, the average level of students in the school is only level 5. That's no different from walking straight into your own grave. They even revealed the final boss of the dungeon. It's a level 10 Shadow Trescent, practically an elite level monster. Seeing this, many students have already lost heart. They knew the academy couldn't possibly give them good stuff for free. Only Ye Hao was extremely happy. Level 10 Shadow Treant. While the link level between him and the first Scarlet Flame Emperor is already 12, which is just right for him. Because this dungeon is indeed very difficult, the academy has decided to allow team formation with a maximum of 5 people. After this information was announced, the students quickly regained their spirits. If they can form a team, then teaming up with a big shot would be awesome. However, the competition also has a PvP format, which means that you have to compete with other teams for monsters and always be on guard against sneak attacks. Ye Hao felt that the academy seemed to be training students, practical combat, and survival skills. Headmaster, if a team wins, how will it be calculated? A student raised his hand to ask. Haha, I'm sure many of you have the same question. The headmaster seemed to be waiting for this question. The competition is for individual accumulation, but the accumulated power of the Shadow Treant will be divided among the team. The higher the accumulation of the Shadow Treant, the more likely the victory will go to the team that takes its power. In addition, in order for the students to feel the real atmosphere of the battlefield, the Academy has also introduced a more brutal rule. In the PvP area, if you defeat another team, you can transfer the accumulated points of that team to your own. This mechanism is no different from encouraging mutual slaughter. The students' moods were being toyed with by the headmaster like a roller coaster. Many of them want to drop out of the competition, and the competition has now officially begun. The students began to look for their own teams. Usually they will find all kinds of professions to divide the tasks of attack, defense, healing, and so on. But no matter what team it is, they definitely don't want to accept a level 3 trash like Ye Hao. Being ridiculed by these blind fools, Ye Hao was not angry at all. After all, he didn't plan to form a team with anyone from the beginning. Acting alone is the most convenient, and in the end he doesn't have to share the rewards with anyone. So Ye Hao went to the teacher in charge of registration to sign up. This teacher turned around, saw that he was all alone, and immediately asked, "Hey, where are your teammates?" "It's just me. Please help me sign up," Ye Hao replied with a perverse tone. The other party still wanted to advise him to reconsider, because a level 3 martial artist entering the dungeon with monsters whose lowest level is already 5 is too dangerous. Before Ye Hao could answer the teacher, he heard Luo Feng's provocative voice from behind him. "A waste who can't level up is just wasting air by living. Just ignore him and let him go sell salt." "Is that you again?" Ye Hao turned around and said with extreme disgust, but Luo Feng didn't want to miss any opportunity to humiliate him. In front of many people, he loudly said that, "As long as Ye Hao crawls on the ground and barks twice, I will lead him into the dungeon." His 2 lackeys behind him also enthusiastically echoed, laughing so hard that they couldn't breathe. "Oh really? Then how does a dog bark?" Ye Hao asked back. Luo Feng was in high spirits, but he actually demonstrated for him. After barking 3 times, woof woof woof, he and his 2 lackeys froze on the spot. Realizing that he had just been tricked by Ye Hao, Luo Feng's anger flared up again. This guy is indeed a simple-minded fool, so his way of solving things is always with his fists. Only this time, before he could punch Ye Hao, Luo Feng was stopped by the teacher in charge of registration. "If you want to fight, go fight in the dungeon. You don't get any points for fighting here." Luo Feng couldn't do anything, but his anger was still there. He threatened Ye Hao, "After entering the dungeon, I'll be waiting for you to offer up your head." Luo Feng's group went ahead, and Ye Hao urged the teacher to quickly help him register. Although she was worried about him going alone, she didn't have the right to stop him anyway. "Your courage is commendable, but ultimately, the results will still be judged based on your strength. I can only wish you good luck." As she spoke, she handed him the registration form. Ye Hao took it, politely thanked her, and then stepped through the teleport gate, entering the dungeon. As soon as he started his first dungeon ever, the king's account system sent an encouragement reward of 2,000 experience points. At this moment, Mo Kafer also caught a glimpse of Ye Hao, taking her about 3 seconds to recognize him as the kid she had just met at the black market yesterday. This kid is interesting, only level 3, and he dares to venture into the black market, even daring to solo dungeons from level 5 to 10. "Let me see, besides being bold, what skills do you actually have?" Mo Kier muttered. With the mindset of wanting to watch a good show, she remembered the name Ye Hao. Meanwhile, he had officially entered the dungeon on the other side of the teleport gate. The starting location of each person's dungeon is random to prevent teams from appearing at the same spot and slaughtering each other right from the start. This is too convenient for Ye Hao's actions. First, he needs to clear out the surrounding small monsters as quickly as possible, and then figure things out. No sooner said than done. Ye Hao began to hunt monsters seriously, but this, although not difficult, took more time than he thought. The area of this dungeon is too large, and monsters are scattered everywhere. It seems that if he wants to win, he still needs to find high-level demonic beasts. Just then, he saw several small spiders crawling in the same direction. Sensing an opportunity, Ye Hao chased after them. After chasing for a while, he went deep into the forest, and it was here that he discovered a giant red spider web on which a girl was trapped. Her name is Ruan Dian, a level 5 healer. This Ruan Dian is really unlucky. She was caught by the spider demonic beast as soon as she started. Well, because healers usually don't have combat abilities, they are very easy to fail. After waking up, she started screaming for help, and then Ye Hao caught Ruan Dian's eyes. "If you want to live, shut up," he said as he nimbly jumped onto the tree above Ruan Dian. "If you keep screaming like that, even if the monsters come, I won't risk my life to save you." It was a little dark, but Ruan Dian still recognized Ye Hao as Ye Yunfei's brother, the player who couldn't level up. "I thought someone was here to save me, but if it's Ye Hao, then I'm hopeless. Why is it you? Why did you enter the dungeon? You're only level 3, don't you want to live anymore? Or just ignore me and run away, otherwise when the demonic beast comes back, you'll lose your life with me." Ye Hao shrugged. Who told Ruan Dian to be Ye Yunfei's best friend? If she knew that I saw her best friend in danger and didn't save her, she would definitely tear me apart. So what Ye Hao needs is for Ruan Dian to shut her mouth and wait obediently. But this girl doesn't know Ye Hao's true abilities, so she keeps advising him to run away. Because how can a level 3 person cut through the level 8 elite spider silk? Really? It's just a level 8 elite demonic beast, Ye Hao replied indifferently, a flame appearing in his hand at this moment. All the spider silk was quickly burned to ashes by Ye Hao in the blink of an eye. Ruan Dian was saved, but still dared not believe it, because the person who saved her was the trash who couldn't advance his level, stuck at level 3 for 1,000 years. After saving the person, Ye Hao told her to quickly leave this place and find her team. Lingering here alone was not safe at all. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt some kind of liquid drop onto his shoulder. Ye Hao looked up and saw that the red spider demonic beast had appeared. This is bad. It seems that burning the spider silk just now startled it, and the fluid it secreted was poisonous. Instinctively, Ye Hao quickly embraced Ruan Dian, intending to jump down from the branch, but they fell right into a deadly snare made of another spider web. Ye Hao didn't know when the monster had set this trap. Perhaps this was the hunting instinct of the elite monster in this dungeon, and because he was carrying a girl who was incapable of combat, he had fallen into an extremely disadvantageous situation. Subsequently, the red net suddenly tightened, binding the two of them together. Apart from the feeling of her chest being tightly squeezed, Ruan Dian could see the red spider slowly advancing. She felt that she was truly done for. Even if she didn't suffocate to death, she would be eaten by that spider. "Don't struggle, otherwise the silk will tighten even more," Ye Hao yelled. His luck was truly miserable. It seemed he had a debt to pay with the spider species lately. Even though he had the king's account system backing him up, he still had too little practical combat experience, which was enough to land himself in a fatal situation. It seemed that if he escaped this time, he would have to train diligently later. For now, the immediate priority was figuring out how to get out of this mess. Ruan Dian's incessant crying beside him made Ye Hao even more annoyed. Surprisingly, the red spider did not eat the two of them immediately, but slowly walked away. Ruan Dian thought they were simply not to its taste. But Ye Hao knew this was not a good sign, because he knew that according to the habits of this demonic beast, after a successful hunt, it would lay its eggs inside the victim's body, using that body as a nursery for its next generation. It left just now probably because it wasn't full yet. Wait until it's full, and it will come back. Just watch. "No, please, I don't want to lay eggs for it." Ruan Dian started struggling again, causing the spider silk to tighten further. Even though Ye Hao yelled, it was no use. Teenage girls really are hard to deal with. Being tightly bound in this posture with a teenage girl whose twin peaks were so prominent made Ye Hao feel both embarrassed and awkward. Ruan Dian completely ignored his words, crying and constantly squirming. Ye Hao felt utterly vexed. If this continued, his small life would be left behind in the dungeon, but now the two of them were tightly bound together, and if he forcibly used the power of the 1-foot blazing emperor's skill, he would injure her. Thus, there was only one way left. Ye Hao lowered his head and bit a strand of the spider silk. Ruan Diandian, thinking he was about to do something evil to her, flinched violently. "What are you doing? At a time like this, are you still trying to be a pervert? Stop imagining things. I'm telling you for the last time, if you want to live, don't struggle, and stop making those weird noises. Bite with me. If we wait any longer, the silk will harden, and there won't be any chance to get out," Ye Hao impatiently replied. Luckily, this spider silk was non-toxic, and because it had just been spat out, it hadn't hardened yet. They could barely bite through it with their mouths, although it was a bit slow, mainly because his teammate was too useless, only capable of sounds and harboring strange thoughts. In her mind, Ruan Diandian finally started to help him bite the spider silk, but she was so useless that she couldn't even bite accurately, biting him several times instead. After a struggle, the two finally escaped. Ruan Diandian slumped on the ground and started crying again. "We're finally saved. Wah! Now is not the time to lower your guard. Get up and run now," Ye Hao irritably said. He really couldn't understand how this person could be a good friend of his own devilish sister, Ye Yunfei. Even so, Ruan Diandian had no intention of getting up, saying that her legs had no strength left. Even more unfortunately, the red spider mistress had returned at this moment. Ye Hao immediately pushed Ruan Diandian aside, telling her to quickly find her team, leaving this place to him. Yet the girl refused to leave, instead desperately clutching his clothes. "Hey, if you're gonna act tough, at least pick the right moment. You're only level 3. Facing a level 8 elite monster, you don't stand a chance. Run with me." "Run," Ye Hao chuckled coldly. "I'm not in this dungeon to be prey running around. My purpose is to hunt, so I'm going to collect the debt from earlier." Another few seconds of hesitation, and the Red Widow appeared right in front of them. Ruan Diandian still refused to leave. Ye Hao didn't have the mood to care whether she stayed or left at this point. He just warned her loudly not to get in his way. Ye Hao's eyes radiated a powerful pressure that made Ruan Diandian tremble. She stammered that she was a level 5 healer, so she would stay to protect Ye Hao if he got injured. His gaze swept over her quickly, but it made Ruan Diandian tremble, unable to understand how someone at level 3 could possess such terrifying pressure. Ruan Diandian even guessed that Ye Hao had some way of hiding his strength, but she quickly dismissed it because it felt unscientific. Ye Hao advanced towards the Red Widow alone. Whether it's a black spider or a red spider, it's still a spider. Then he would use this spider to vent the anger from his family member being injured by a spider and still lying in the hospital. Then Ye Hao took out the Yi Ying sword. Seeing a level 3 human daring to provoke it, the monster angrily hissed a few times. Seeing that it couldn't even speak human language like the evil eye magic beast, Ye Hao looked down on it even more. It seemed to be much weaker than that spider, and indeed, the Red Widow was much weaker than the evil eye magic beast, because it was then cleaved in two by his Yan Ying greatsword in just one move. Looking at the large body of the spider being split in half, Ruan Diandian could only gape in shock. This attack power doesn't look like a useless person who can't level up at all, able to one-shot an elite level 8 monster. It seems she guessed correctly that Ye Hao was hiding his true abilities. Ye Hao successfully killed the Red Widow, receiving 1,000 points in the competition, 100 times more than the red monsters he painstakingly farmed earlier. The system also immediately sent him a reward of 5,000 experience points, and Ruan Diandian actually got 500 points for free, even though she clearly didn't help at all, and even got in Ye Hao's way. Realizing that she just laid back and profited from Ye Hao, Ruan Diandian immediately started the embrace the thigh of the expert plan. So she left Guochuan to find her team to one side and insisted on following him. "Expert, tell me, how are you hiding your level? How can someone as talented as you reaching level 3 right away just stop at one level? You must have your own plans, right? Can you tell me?" Ruan Diandian even shamelessly clung to him. Truly a point slave, Ye Hao was starting to regret saving her. Fortunately, in addition to the 1,000 dungeon bonus points, the king system also gave him an extra 5,000 experience points, so Ye Hao was very happy and didn't bother with Ruan Diandian. But he absolutely couldn't let anyone know the secret about the system. "The points can be counted for you, but you don't get any of the loot. I'll take it all." "Any objections?" Ye Hao asked. Of course, Ruandiandian had no objections, she just needed to stick with him to earn points. Then Ye Hao accidentally discovered something. The system called it the Red Widow's Poison Fang, a single-use combat item. Ye Hao secretly felt lucky. Although the Red Widow didn't drop any equipment, this kind of combat item had a high demand in the black market, and he could sell it for a good price. But the luck didn't stop there, because suddenly, the Red Widow's Poison Fang was randomly upgraded, becoming the Red Widow's Deadly Poison Fang, with added effects of bleeding, poisoning, weakening, and the number of uses also increased to 3 times. Ye Hao couldn't help but be surprised. Could items dropped from magical beasts actually be upgraded immediately? This seems a bit unnatural. And then he remembered the ring that had fallen out of the fiend-eyed demonic beast earlier. Ye Hao immediately opened his inventory to check. He hadn't had time to examine it closely before, but now he realized it was a lucky ring that gave him a chance to randomly upgrade items dropped. It truly was miraculous. With this ring, he'd be like a tiger with wings. When gearing up, Ye Hao was overjoyed, and he'd be even more so if Ruandiandian wasn't glued to him like she was now. "Hey, I suggest you have a little self-respect. Don't cling to people at every turn. I'm not a womanizer." Ye Hao brushed her off, but Ruandiandian stubbornly clung on. "No one said you were a womanizer. I'm just scared. I feel safer near the Great God." "Great God, everyone says you're trash, but that's just a disguise, right? What kind of item did you use to hide your level? I'm so curious, what's your real level?" The more Ruandiandian talked, the more Ye Hao disliked her. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and decisively brushed her off, then warned her not to ask so many questions. He had his own plans for going alone. If Ruandiandian insisted on following, she had to keep quiet and keep it a secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to take action, even if she was his younger sister's friend. Ruandiandian was frightened once again by Ye Hao's pressure, and immediately clamped her mouth shut to show her sincerity. The two took a few more steps when they heard a sarcastic voice from behind. "Oh my, isn't that Ruandiandian? You're still alive? You weren't eaten by the red succubus? You've got a big life." This group was Ruandiandian's old team, led by Liang. It was their plan to let her fall into the hands of the red succubus in order to kick her off the team. What right does an idiot who only knows how to chase after magic have to be on our team? If it weren't for the fact that we're classmates, I wouldn't have bothered bringing you to the dungeon at all. Li Yong had 3,000 points. No wonder he was so arrogant. Ruandiandian was furious. This despicable guy clearly used her as bait for the red succubus, then didn't have the guts to fight it and ran away. Now that he was safe, he came back to laugh at her. What a worthless man. Liang still wanted to mock Ruandiandian a few more times, but suddenly his underlings discovered that the red succubus was dead. Moreover, its corpse was still burning with a flame that wouldn't go out. Liang was so shocked his jaw dropped. "The red succubus is dead. I finally managed to gather enough people to come back and settle the score with it." "Ruandiandian, don't tell me you did this, so what if I did?" Ruandiandian seized the opportunity to get cocky. Then she wanted to cling to Ye Hao's arm again, but he coldly brushed her off. "The great god and I teamed up to kill that red succubus. See if you're convinced now. You despicable people were never the great god's match." Ye Hao was suddenly dragged into these people's personal grudges, and felt that Ruandiandian was even more annoying. Liang and his gang immediately recognized him as the famous trash in school who couldn't level up, so they started mocking both of them. "Ruandiandian, is this the great god you were talking about? Did magic burn your brain out? Haha, a team of a magic-obsessed idiot and a trash who can't level up, what a perfect match." Haha, mocked by them. Ruandiandian's face flushed red with anger. "You can insult me, but you can't insult the great god. Otherwise. She kept saying otherwise for half a day without finishing a complete sentence. Li Yong looked at the red succubus being burned and said, "Forget it, it's just 1,000 points, we can earn it somewhere else." But he insisted that Ruandiandian was lucky to kill the red succubus, and refused to believe that it was done by the trash Ye Hao. Therefore, immediately afterwards, a notification popped up in front of Diandian. He raised his hands and smiled. "Looks like you're still a little useful. How about it, do you want to come back to the team?" The screen showed the words, "Li Yong invites you to join the team. Do you agree, yes or no?" She immediately roared in anger. "Do you think I still believe you?" The members of Li Yong's team immediately mocked loudly. "This is giving you a chance to win without doing anything. Don't be ungrateful. Being able to be our meat shield is your greatest contribution. Moreover, if you follow this kid, you won't even know how you die later." Diandian couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Enough! You're not allowed to insult the great god." Suddenly, a roar echoed from the forest. She cried and clung to Ye Hao, yelling, What's that scary sound? Li Yong's team turned to look in that direction and shouted with a smile. Is that the roar of the magic tyrant dragon? It's a rare elite monster worth 5,000 points? I didn't expect it to appear so close to us. Let's go! This one is worth more points than the red succubus, Ye Hao said in a deep voice, advising. Wait, you want to take on the magic tyrant dragon with just you guys? That's just suicide. Li Yong's face darkened, and he glared at him, cursing. What the hell did you say? He wasn't afraid at all, and replied with a bright smile. I said, with your current strength, going over there is just picking its teeth. I advise you to know your limits. Don't go looking for death. He was furious and wanted to rush over there, shouting, Then I'll kill you first! The team members next to him immediately hugged Li Yong and stopped him. Brother Li, don't bother with this trash. If the monster gets stolen later, we'll lose out. Before leaving, he still turned around and threatened. Remember this, Ye Hao, this isn't over. Diandian looked at them leaving and cursed. It's hard to persuade someone who deserves to die, great god. You want me to tell them not to come crying and begging the great god to save them when the time comes? She turned around, her eyes sparkling, and asked tentatively, Great god, shall we go around and clear some small monsters? It'll be easier with me here. Ye Hao's voice sounded in the negative. Clear small monsters. No, no. He put his hands in his pockets and walked forward, saying, The map is too big, and the small monsters are too scattered. You won't clear much. If you want to win, just clearing small monsters isn't enough. Diandian quickly followed and asked, Is that so? Then what are you planning to do? Ye Hao looked back, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, Of course I'm chasing after them, to reap the rewards like a fisherman. Inside the mountain peak, roars continued to echo incessantly. The flame tyrant dragon's eyes were bloodshot as it opened its jaws to bite at its prey. It raised its head, looking around, and roared. Li Yong's team, hiding nearby, started to discuss. Brother Li, it looks like the flame tyrant dragon just fought another giant beast, and it lost 15% of its health. Looks like we got lucky. One team member, trembling all over, hesitantly said, And it lost 15% of its health. Looks like we got lucky, Brother Li. Should we maybe? Li Yong gritted his teeth, starting to calculate. We have 4 level 5 players. Can't we take down an elite level 8? It's the only rare elite in this dungeon. It's carrying tons of treasures. You're telling me to give up like this? He raised his fist and shouted, DMN it, don't be scared. Am I scared? What are you guys afraid of? Kill it. Even if we don't get the final boss, we'll still be in the top 10. Li Yong began to indulge in fantasies. Then he'd go settle the score with that kid Ye Hao, and have that little girl Ruan Tiantian voluntarily jump into his arms. Tiantian would sit in his lap, acting cute. Brother Li, you're so brave. Li Yong immediately roared, Worthless trash! I'll let you know that not everyone can show off in front of me. Ye Hao will kneel down and kowtow, admitting his mistake. Big brother, I was wrong. Thinking of this, he laughed loudly, deciding. It's decided then. Li Yong took the lead, rushing forward and shouting, Let's go, get your spirits up. Today I'm gonna win like crazy. Li Yong's team followed closely, shouting, Brother Li is awesome. Suddenly one of them stopped, exclaiming, Something's not right, Brother Li. He looked at the flame tyrant dragon, pointing out, I remember in the guide, this flame tyrant dragon was clearly dark green. Why has it turned black and red now? Li Yong exclaimed in shock. What did you say? That guy, looking at the color on its body, said it was black and red. It looks like it's in a berserk state. Could it be that it was enraged by the previous demonic beast? Hearing this, he cursed, DMN it, why didn't you say so sooner? He immediately roared, Berserk! Then fight my A, hurry up! And Li Yong turned and ran, shouting, Run! The flame tyrant dragon also raised its tail high. Li Yong's team was sent flying by its tail, clutching their heads and screaming for help. The team members, seeing this, were filled with panic, clutching their heads and yelling. Immediately after, the flame tyrant dragon opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a sea of flames that incinerated him. Li Yong trembled all over, stuttering. Instant kill. His heart was filled with fear. Is this the berserk state of a rare elite? Too scary! He turned and quickly fled, thinking as he watched the flame tyrant dragon relentlessly chasing after him. How did this happen? The flame tyrant dragon's aggro is all focused on me. But I still have faith in my speed. After all, I'm an agility type. It's so that I can run if I can't win, but the monster's aggro in the dungeon won't disappear on its own. Li Yong gritted his teeth and decided that he had to lure it to where there were people, to shift the aggro away from himself. The closest people to me are Ye Hao. Well, you'll just have to receive this great gift from me. Ye Hao, Lin Yong, looked at the silhouettes of him and Tiantian in front of him, thinking to himself, I've found them. I'm about to run out of breath. But you guys are leisurely strolling around like nothing's happening. She pointed at him, scolding loudly. Li Yong, you actually came back. What did I say? Li Yong smiled brightly, exclaiming, Don't be so heartless. This time, I didn't come back empty-handed. Tiantian, hearing this, asked suspiciously, What exactly are you trying to say? He rushed towards the two of them, shouting, I'm saying I brought you two a very special gift. Ye Hao smiled slightly, raising his fist in refusal. No need to be so polite. Your points are the best gift. In his heart, he was secretly calculating. His speed is very fast. Is he planning a frontal attack? What about his teammates? It seems like there's something fishy going on here. Ling Yang brushed past behind him. Tiantian laughed and said the matter of the points can be discussed later. Then he pushed her straight forward, saying, Go see what kind of gift I brought for you two. Tiantian fell to the ground, letting out a pained cry. That hurts. She sat up, exclaiming in shock, Lin Yong, what are you trying to do? Why suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a dark shadow had appeared next to Tiantian. She stared blankly at the Flame Tyrant Dragon, its mouth wide open and snapping towards her, stammering. Flame Tyrant Dragon. Tiantian closed her eyes, raising her hand to release magic, shouting with all her might, Don't come over here! Seeing this, Ye Hao angrily scolded, Idiot! Don't actively attack. Its aggro isn't on you. The moment her energy hit its nose, its energy only decreased by 1. Dian stood up, crying, quickly running towards him to admit her mistake. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Great God, save me. Seeing her like that, Li Yang laughed loudly. Someone who's never cleared a dungeon before. Your performance truly doesn't disappoint. Tang I Ning, how does it feel? Ye Hao teaming up with such an idiot. Speechless excitement, right? Weren't you bragging about how good you are at fighting? Then, I brought you both a big gift. You should gratefully accept it. His figure quickly disappeared. My ultimate move is coming. Next, I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry. After you guys are torn apart by the demonic rampage dragon, I'll definitely be kind enough to pick up your corpses. Li Yang vanished into stealth. Only his arrogant laughter echoed. Immediately after, Ye Hao raised his hand and attacked in one direction, asking, Did I let you go? He cried out in surprise. He grabbed Li Yang's neck and said, Although this Tang I Ning is simple-minded, she's still useful to me. You, compared to her, aren't worth a penny. His figure gradually reappeared, yelling in disbelief. What's going on? I was completely stealthed. How could you still see me? Ye Hao's mocking voice sounded. Looks like the level of your ultimate move isn't that high, huh? You only hid yourself, not completely disappeared. He tightened his grip on his neck and shouted, So don't be surprised. In my eyes, you're just a heat source. Li Yong grabbed his hand and yelled, What? You're saying you can sense me through temperature? Is that possible? He repeatedly yelled loudly. Ye Hao, damn it, let me go now. That demonic rampage dragon is already berserking. If this continues, we're all going to die. Ye Hao closed his eyes and smiled, asking, Really? Then, he stomped hard on the ground with his foot, causing it to crack into pieces. Li Yong's eyes widened as he yelled, Such great power! Blazing hell! Tang I Ning quickly enveloped the demonic rampage dragon. Tang I Ning jumped up and shouted loudly. His eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open as he yelled, Mommy, aren't you a useless person who can't level up? How can you have this kind of power? Li Yong knelt on the ground, begging, I only need the synergy points. I don't need the equipment or items. What? Ye Hao said sarcastically after hearing this. Team up. Turns out your skin is thicker than I expected. But he saw Tang I Ning hugging herself, and asked her if she agreed or not. He lowered his head and begged, Sister Tang, for the sake of us being classmates, I brought you into the dungeon. She looked up at Ye Hao, thinking to herself, Great God, he is so domineering. It makes my heart beat so fast. Li Yong reached out and grabbed Tang I Ning's leg, asking tentatively, Beautiful lady, do you agree? He repeatedly kowtowed for mercy. Even if you don't team up with me, just forgive me. Please help me beg Ye Hao. She turned her head to look at Li Yong and shouted loudly, Let go! A vile person like you cannot be forgiven. He kept confessing, In the past, I treated you like a punching bag. I was wrong. Give me a chance. Immediately after, the demonic rampage dragon inside the ring of fire opened its mouth wide and let out a roar. Seeing this, Tang I Ning shouted anxiously, This is bad. Great God, the demonic rampage dragon has escaped the trap. What do we do? Seeing this, Ye Hao thought to himself, It can actually use a roar to break through the firewall, and berserk truly can't be underestimated. Li Yong wore a sinister smile, reached out, and grabbed the saber behind his back, thinking, "It's now." Then he raised the saber and rushed towards him. "This poisoned dagger is my one-hit kill move. You good-for-nothing Ye Hao. Go to hell." As Li Yong stabbed down, a sword immediately appeared and blocked it. He cried out in surprise. "Since when was it on this guy's back?" Ye Hao spoke. "You still dare to sneak attack at this time? I originally intended to spare you for the sake of you painstakingly helping me lure the monsters." Then he turned his head and stabbed the sword hard into Li Yong's stomach, saying, "It seems like it's not necessary now." He smiled softly and said, "I'll accept all the gifts you gave." An announcement sounded. Ye Hao received an additional 5,000 personal and team points from Li Yong. The system voice sounded. Starting the PvP protection mechanism, the system has determined that Li Yong has failed in the dungeon, preparing to be removed from the dungeon. Li Yong held his stomach and cursed loudly. "Ye Hao, you bastard, I won't forgive you. This isn't over." Right then, the system notification chimed. "Congratulations to player Ye Hao for obtaining the stealth skill book. My poisonous tooth dagger PvP mechanism is activated, with a chance to drop items and equipment from the opponent. Can be traded." He touched his chin, sighing inwardly. Li Yong truly lives up to his reputation as a rich second-generation heir. Already has superior quality equipment at level 5. The screen displayed a reminder. Stealth skill book. Using this skill book grants the stealth skill, lasting for 30 seconds, with a 1-hour cooldown, can be upgraded. My poisonous tooth dagger consumable weapon has a chance to inflict a critical strike on humanoid creatures. Remaining uses: 1. He wondered in confusion, but 2 items dropped at once. This situation has never happened before. Just then, Tian's voice rang out. "Be careful, big bro god." She saw the demonic rage dragon charging towards Ye Hao, shouting a reminder. "The demonic rage dragon is charging at you." He turned his head and glanced behind him, thinking, "This thing is pretty fast, isn't it?" Then, Ye Hao raised his sword and slashed fiercely at it, shouting, "Demonic Rage Dragon, a special product of the Dark Shadow Forest, is the only fire attribute elite, characterized by its proneness to berserk, and once it enters berserk mode, all attributes are multiplied, making it extremely difficult to deal with." The demonic rage dragon slammed into him, sending him flying. Ye Hao calculated in his mind. There's a passage in the textbook about berserk mode. If you encounter a berserked beast in the wild or in a dungeon, if you can't run, you have to adjust your posture and lie still on the ground, so you can at least die with some dignity. He swung his sword, unleashing dazzling orange-gold rays of light, right? But now, Ye Hao looked at the fire dragon phantoms surrounding him, pondering. "These are no longer a problem for me. The only trouble is," he looked at the demonic rage dragon being constantly attacked, thinking, "If the demonic rage dragon is in a berserk state, even if you defeat it, it won't drop any equipment or items, meaning players have to defeat it while also being careful not to use too much force and enrage it. This mechanism is really hard to trigger." Ye Hao squatted down, looked towards it, and said, "But luckily I'm smart enough to have left a backup plan. Even if the demonic rage dragon has berserked, I still have a way to deal with it beautifully." He dashed forward, thinking. And the core of this method is, Ye Hao transformed into a golden streak of light and attacked, saying, "Ruan Tiantian." He appeared in front of Tiantian, and said concisely, "Listen to my command. Quickly prepare a comforting spell for the demonic rage dragon." She confirmed. Comforting. Ye Hao glanced at the demonic rage dragon, carefully observing it. He raised a shield to block the flames it spat out, and confirmed, "That's right, it's your healer's special skill magic that can remove the berserk state. Prepare quickly." Tian pointed to herself, replying uncertainly, "Although the comforting spell can indeed remove the berserk state, but our levels are different. I'm not sure it will succeed, and it can only be used once in a short period of time." Ye Hao jumped towards its head, shouting, "I didn't say now, just listen to my commands." He raised his foot high, then kicked down hard, shouting, "To increase the success rate, I'll reduce its health to below 20%. Her voice rang out in response. "Yes." Tian stared at him, praising inwardly. "This strength is unbelievable. Big bro god can suppress a berserked beast just with his normal body. This combat power can even compare to members of the big corporation's teams." Ye Hao gracefully dodged the demonic rage dragon's tail attack, starting to calculate in his mind. "With my current strength, it's very easy to defeat a level 8 berserked elite." But he raised his hand to block the tail it swung, thinking, I have to pull back my strength when attacking to avoid accidentally killing it and getting nothing. This kind of fighting is really maddening. Ye Hao touched the demonic rage dragon's tail, laughing and shouting, "But who told you to be a rare elite, with treasures all over your body?" He grabbed its tail and started pulling hard, shouting, "Here we go." Ye Hao used his strength to grab the demonic rage dragon's tail and throw it away, saying, "Let me see what surprises you can bring me." Its head was slammed hard against the ground by him. Ye Hao let go, looked towards Tian Tian, and urged, "Quick! Now's the time!" She clenched her fist in response. Okay, Dian raised her pink scepter, beginning to chant the combination of beauty and wisdom. She waved her hand, creating a heart shape, saying, "Embodiment of love and magic." Dian winked and blew a kiss, saying, "In the name of love, I'll heal you." Ye Hao froze on the spot, speechless, saying, "Do you have to overdo it like that?" As soon as the pink heart landed on the demonic tyrant dragon, it immediately let out a strange cry. He exclaimed in shock, "What's with this weird sound? Is it comforting or abusing it?" Ye Hao stared at Dian, confirming, "Are you sure you didn't use the wrong skill?" She gave an awkward smile, scratching her head, and replied, "I don't think I used the wrong one." Dian watched the demonic tyrant dragon shrink, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "How cute! Is this perhaps the true form of the demonic tyrant dragon?" he muttered angrily. "Only ghosts know. You've completely messed up the rhythm." Dian looked at the tiny demonic tyrant dragon in front of her, exclaiming, "My comforting magic actually had this kind of effect." Ye Hao, hearing this, replied, "Alright, let me give it the final blow, then we'll get the points and equipment and leave." She lunged forward, hugging it tightly, shouting, "Wait a moment." Dian looked up at him, pleading, "Great God, can you not kill it? Look how adorable it is. Plus, it's a rare elite. We can keep it as a pet." Ye Hao's voice rang out. "Keeping it as a pet doesn't sound like a bad idea. Then you're responsible for my losses." His face full of ferocity, he raised his hand threateningly. "I'll kill you first, take your points, and then tame this elite as a pet. Kill two birds with one stone. Sounds good. What do you think?" Dian hugged the demonic tyrant dragon tightly, stammering, "This." Then she immediately held it up high, agreeing, "I've reconsidered. I still think the points and equipment are better." The demonic tyrant dragon tilted its head towards Ye Hao and cried out. He gathered energy, forming a sword, raising it high, and saying, "Looking at me with such innocent eyes is useless. You probably understand the law of the jungle in this world better than I do." Ye Hao's face was full of coldness as he said, "Humans and demon beasts are the same. If you don't want to become prey, there's only one path: to constantly become stronger." On the other side, Dian's face was full of sadness, constantly shedding tears. Immediately afterwards, a system notification rang out. Player Ye Hao has killed the elite demonic tyrant dragon, gaining 5,000 points. Player Ruan Dian assisted in the kill, gaining 2,500 points. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the player screen, exclaiming, "Oh my god, 2,500 points! I didn't expect Longlong's points to be so high." "Thank you, Longlong." Ye Hao, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh. Girls really are fickle creatures. The system screen appeared in front of him. Killed the rare elite demonic tyrant dragon, obtained 50,000 fluorine monoboride. Distributable FB is 750,000. Distribute now. Ye Hao exclaimed in shock. 50,000 fluorine monoboride. That's even higher than the level 18 devil-eyed demon hand. It seems the instance does indeed increase FB. He closed his eyes, silently reciting in his heart into the system space of the account. Ye Hao looked at the surrounding system space, saying, "Let me see what else FB can be distributed to besides upgrading the link level." The system immediately spoke, checking the player's FB, predicting a large amount to optimize the use of FB. A set of armor appeared, its voice ringing out, suggesting that the player can increase the link level of Scarlet Flame Emperor to level 20, thereby unlocking other accounts. You can also choose to unlock other support skills of Scarlet Flame Emperor, strengthening the overall comprehensiveness of the account. Ye Hao, hearing this, thought to himself, "Level 20 to unlock an account? Scarlet Flame Emperor is already so strong. What surprises will the next account bring me?" He crossed his arms, wondering, "But now I can't blindly unlock accounts. Greed is not good. I must use FB to upgrade the Scarlet Flame Emperor account. because no matter how strong the attack power is, I will encounter opponents that cannot be defeated. And I must have the support of special skills. Combining with tactics will create more variations. After careful consideration, Ye Hao immediately gave the order. Open the special skills panel. The system screen constantly displayed. Scarlet Flame Emperor Link level 12 can unlock the following special skills. Camouflage. Mimics the aura of a creature one level higher than oneself for 2 minutes. Cooldown time 1 hour. Unlock requires 50,000 FB. Frenzied Speed. Releases flames, increasing speed by 50% for 1 minute. Cooldown time 6 hours. Unlock requires 30,000 fluorine monoboride. True Sight Eyes. Releases True Sight Eyes to scout all creatures within a certain range. Cooldown time 1 hour. Unlock requires 70,000 fluorine monoboride. He looked at the skills, exclaiming, "Oh my god, special skills are so expensive." Ye Hao had a bright smile on his face, saying, "But True Sight Eyes are a bit overpowered, aren't they? That's equivalent to exposing the map within a certain range. Although it can only scan creatures, it's enough. It can just be used to find the final boss hiding in the dark shadow forest." 70,000 is 70,000. He reached out towards the illusory eyes, deciding, "Unlock True Sight Eyes." The system immediately reported, 70,000 FB has been consumed. Unlock the True Sight Eyes skill. Ye Hao clenched his fist, shouting, "Because the final boss Dark Shadow Tree Demon is extremely well hidden, it hasn't been discovered yet. I was even thinking of giving up. Now that I have this monster scanner, I'm not afraid of not finding it. The first kill of Dark Shadow Tree Demon is definitely mine." Diane's voice rang out, calling, "Great God, look!" He turned his head, asking, "Look at what?" She pointed to one side, exclaiming, "This! Take a closer look." Ye Hao looked at the light emanating from the ground and angrily shouted, "Mom! Ruan Dian! Who gave you permission to open the equipment? Did you wash your hands?" Diane giggled sheepishly, replying, "I couldn't resist, so I did. But that's not important. What's important is this egg." He asked in surprise. "Egg? Could this be the legendary egg, with an extremely low drop rate?" Immediately afterward, the system screen displayed an introduction. Unidentified egg. This is a normal egg with strange patterns on the outside. You can try using FAB to hatch it, or use it to make fried rice with eggs. The corner of Ye Hao's mouth twitched, and he said, "Fried rice with eggs? What is that?" He stared intently at Dian, speculating. But come to think of it, she can open up this extremely rare item. Could this Ruan Dian be an extremely lucky person? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the egg, exclaiming with a smile, "Great! This rare elite egg can be nurtured into a battle pet or mount, with extremely high destructive and combat capabilities." In Dian's mind, the image of Ye Hao riding a dragon appeared, and she added, "Just thinking about the great god riding the majestic and domineering Ma Bao Long mount makes my heart race." Hearing this, he smiled and replied, "Sounds pretty good." The system's sound rang out. Ye Hao has obtained an unidentified egg. Dian walked closer to Ye Hao and thanked him in a low voice. "That's great, great god. I can finally be of some use. I'm always getting in your way. I'm really sorry. Thank you for not abandoning me." He turned and walked ahead, saying, "But having said that, I won't fall for it. This egg won't be given to you." Hearing this, she blushed and tried to explain, "No, everything I said was from the bottom of my heart. Great God, don't misunderstand." Diane ran quickly to catch up with Ye Hao. "I don't need your egg, great God, wait for me." Outside the instance, Ki-er sat on the sofa, looking at the monitoring screen, and said, "I guessed correctly, this kid really has some skills." Ma Bao Long wasn't his opponent, even after going berserk. He doesn't seem like someone who's only at level 3 on the surface. She turned her head to look behind her and ordered, "Invite Principal Yan to come see me." A voice rang out in response, "Yes, miss." Ki-er reached out and turned off the monitoring screen, contemplating. The instance monitoring system that Lin Lu and the others just made is useful, but it can only monitor low-level instances. Once it can monitor mid-level and high-level instances, improving our corporation's team ranking will be a great help. The school principal walked in, bending over to inquire, "Miss, what did you call me here for?" She propped her chin up with one hand and asked, "Principal Yan, what's Ye Hao's point ranking in the instance?" He was taken aback and asked back, "That student who can't level up." Kel asked in surprise, "Can't level up? Please explain." The school principal raised his hand to cover his mouth and recounted, "It's like this. When Ye Hao first entered the school, he was already level 3. At that time, he was called the Academy's genius, but 3 years have passed, and his level still hasn't increased. I don't know what the problem is. She propped her chin up, thinking in doubt. Level 3. He's disguised himself well. What's his purpose, after all? Ye Hao, I'm getting more and more curious about you. Immediately afterward, he looked at the rankings, exclaiming in shock. What? Ye Hao's ranking is 3rd? He did it. Kella clasped her hands together, glanced over there, and exclaimed, Principal Yan, it's time to announce the point rankings in the instance and publicly reveal everyone's positions. Hearing this, the school principal widened his eyes and exclaimed, What? Mumis? You intend to increase the difficulty of the instance, but the mechanics of this instance are already cruel enough. If you publicly reveal all the positions, the students will definitely start fighting each other, especially this Ye Hao, who will probably be besieged. She replied without concern. The real world is even crueler than this level 10 instance. What the Hanmu Corporation wants to choose is the most outstanding talent, and this Ye Hao isn't as simple as you think. He hugged his chest with both hands, pondering secretly. I didn't expect Musmis to think so highly of Ye Hao. Could it be that he really has something special about him? It seems like I need to pay more attention to this Ye Hao. Inside the dark shadow deep forest within the instance, the entire place was shrouded in darkness. Team leader of Team Chen Feng, with 2,000 points, lay on the ground, hugging his arm, and shouted, I didn't expect you to join hands to kill other players. That's too despicable. Team leader of Team Luo Feng looked down, holding his weapon high, and replied, Despicable. This instance doesn't have any rules against teaming up. He angrily shouted, Luo Feng, you! He laughed arrogantly, saying, I'm using the rules reasonably. If you don't want to team up with me, then he forcefully stomped on Chen Feng, shouting, Then get out of the instance and go complain to the principal. The system sound rang out. Luo Feng defeated Team Chen Feng, gaining 2,000 points. Team leader of Team Zhang Yi smiled brightly, praising, As expected of Feng Yi, under your leadership our 2 teams are truly invincible. Getting points is so easy. Luo Feng frowned and gnashed his teeth, shouting, I will become a member of the corporation's team in the future. If I can't even do this, how will I survive later? Boring. Defeating these trash doesn't bring much joy if it weren't for the points. Immediately afterward, the system scoreboard appeared in front of the group, and the 4 of them exclaimed in unison. The scoreboard that the system displayed was, one person excitedly shouted, The Academy is publicly revealing the instance's point rankings and player positions. What's going on? Feng Ji, Luo Feng, hearing this, laughed in response. Isn't it very clear? The Academy thinks our competition isn't fierce enough and is encouraging us. This is just what I wanted. Now I can legitimately steal other people's points. He looked at the name Ye Hao, ranked 3rd, and angrily shouted, What, that good-for-nothing Ye Hao is still alive? And he even got 3rd place. Luo Feng stroked his chin, smiling thoughtfully. How did you manage that, Luck? If luck alone can get you 3rd place, that's quite commendable. But luckily it's over. All your points are mine. He raised his weapon and declared with a laugh, Follow me. Let's go clean up the battlefield and conveniently torment that loser Ye Hao. The map appeared in Luo Feng's mind, saying, Conveniently torment that loser Ye Hao. The rest of the group responded in unison, Yes. On the other side, a figure was panting non-stop, but still stubbornly running forward. Squad leader Shu Tian. Shu Tian's squad's points are 6,500. Looking back, he thought to himself, What's going on? How did it turn into this? He leaned to dodge the incoming flames, thinking, That guy is a devil. Shu Tian quickly scrambled to his feet, looking back, thinking, My squad clearly went to encircle him, but in the end, he alone. Why is this happening? How can a level 3 trash have so much power? Shu Tian looked at the flames surrounding him and sighed inwardly. I'm done for. My escape route is blocked. Ye Hao's voice rang out. Running! He walked over with Tian, a flicker of flame in his hand, and asked, I don't eat people, and besides, didn't you want my points? Ye Hao put one hand in his pocket and shouted, I'll be here waiting for you to kill me. Go ahead, don't be shy, Shu Tian shouted, agitated. Are you kidding me? My teammates have all been taken down by you? You think I'd fall for that? Shu Tian, his face twisted with anger, raised his fist to strike, cursing, Damn it, I'm gonna die anyway, I'll fight you. Seeing this, Ye Hao mocked. You guys clearly made the first move. Why are you acting like I'm the villain? Ye Hao raised his hand to block Shu Tian's incoming fist, saying, It's all right. He smiled back. As long as I get the points, it doesn't matter whether I'm an emissary of evil or an avatar of justice. He angrily shouted. You! Ye Hao raised his hand and used Yanzhen Flame to incinerate Zhu Tian. Remember to bring more people next time. The system's sound rang out. Ye Hao eliminated Zhu Tian, obtaining 6,500 points from Zhu Tian's squad, and received a basic recovery potion. It continued to announce the activation of the PvP protection mechanism, forcibly removing Zhu Tian. Tian ran over, her eyes sparkling, and praised. As expected of the Great Master, you reversed the situation against all 4 enemy groups. You're too amazing. It's a pity that these 4 groups didn't have anything valuable besides points. Hearing this, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. But the Academy made the score rankings and player locations public, which is very much in line with that young Mrs. style of doing things. She originally intended for everyone to fight more intensely, but in the end she let me enjoy it effortlessly. Truly Nis assist. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations to Ye Hao's squad. Current score 22,500 points. Ranked first. She jumped to hug Ye Hao and cheered. Great Master, we're number 1. That's awesome. Hearing this, he shouted. Alright, I get it. Now is not the time to be happy. Don't let your guard down. In Tiantian's mind, the scene of the school principal awarding her a prize appeared. Let's congratulate the genius healer Ruan Tiantian for achieving first place in this instance competition. This is her medal and award. The corner of Ye Hao's mouth twitched, and he muttered to himself, Enough already, A-rank. You want to be a goddess with your abilities. I bet a lot of people already hate you. He looked at the map in front of him, wondering. It seems like there are only 3 squads left in the whole instance. Is the final moment approaching? Tian looked around, searching. But why are Luo Feng and Zhang Ye always following us without making a move? Ye Hao crossed his arms and replied, I know Luo Feng's personality too. Well, he's reckless on the outside, but extremely cautious on the inside. Ye Hao put his hands in his pockets and added with a sneer, He's hiding far away, observing, because my performance is beyond his expectations, so he doesn't dare to be careless and rush in. Once he's done calculating and is completely sure, he'll jump out and eliminate me, then steal all the points. Hearing this, she stomped her feet angrily and cursed. How despicable! I've heard Yun Fei say that Luo Feng has been targeting him everywhere. What's the reason for that? Great Master! Hearing this, Ye Hao angrily shouted. He's just hung up on the fact that he used to be my subordinate. Don't pay attention to him. What we need to do now is focus and find the final boss of the instance. She glanced back, worriedly saying, But I heard that the final boss, the Dark Shadow Trefant, has merged with the forest. No one has ever found it. The Academy is using the Dark Shadow Forest for the competition. I'm afraid they intended for us to use PvP to determine the winner from the start. Hearing this, Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise, I'm a bit surprised that you can come to this conclusion. Tian put her hands on her hips and declared, Please don't underestimate my IQ because of my looks, okay? He ran his hand through his hair and nodded. You're right. This instance competition is indeed testing our PvP abilities. But I don't intend to give up on the Dark Shadow Trefant boss. After all, there's a ton of equipment and FBs to be obtained. Therefore, Ye Hao raised his hand and shouted, Activate True Eyes. True Eyes. He felt himself being able to see everywhere, and thought in surprise. Can it resonate with vision? The entire Dark Shadow Forest is so clear. No wonder it cost me 80,000 FB to exchange for this special skill. With his eye of truth wide open, Ye Hao's voice echoed, Found you, final boss, Dark Shadow Tree Demon. Ye Hao gazed at the streams of golden light enveloping the area, thinking to himself, The Eye of Truth's special skill truly doesn't disappoint. It effortlessly located the hidden final boss. Whether in real life or in a dungeon, a powerful attack combined with a unique skill is the way to go. This is exactly what I need. He glanced at the extending flame, saying, Does the flame lead to the boss? Ye Hao crossed his arms, chuckling. Didn't expect a navigation function. Such thoughtful service. Deserves a 5-star review. Suddenly struck by an idea, he dashed forward, urging, Let's go, Ruan Tiantian. I found the final boss. Let's hurry. Don't let others steal it, Tiantian. Hearing this, excitedly exclaimed, Final boss? Awesome. Great God. She quickly followed. But great God, can you be a little more discreet? Shouting so loud someone might overhear, Luo Feng, hidden in the bushes, incredulously exclaimed, This kid Ye Hao actually found the final boss himself. Are you kidding me? Zhang, Ye beside him hesitantly replied, "But what if he's setting a trap for us?" He frowned, his face full of anger, shouting, "Is this Ye Hao mocking me? He's usually so weak and gets bullied by me. How could he suddenly transform into a different person?" Zheng Ye, hearing this, said, "But Feng Ge, you saw it too. He practically wiped out the 4 squads earlier without them having a chance to retaliate. What should we do? Keep following?" "Feng Ge," Luo Feng gritted his teeth, shouting, "Is that even a question? I have to join the battle? Their points must be ours no matter what trick he's planning." "I'll make him understand," he arrogantly declared, quickly following. "I'm not like those trash. Follow me," the two agreed. "Understood." "Yes." Luo Feng tightened his grip on his weapon, shouting, "I'll chop him and the boss down." Suddenly, the youth looked at the map in front of him, exclaiming, "Not good, Feng Ge." Ye Hao's location disappeared. Luo Feng, looking at the system screen, angrily cursed, "Damn it, what's going on? How can someone just vanish? When did he learn this skill? Is he trying to play us?" A team member's voice inquired. "Feng Ge, what do we do now?" He frowned, forcefully shouting, "Isn't there still a Ruan Tiantian level 153 in his team? Surround her for me? I don't believe he'll just stand by and watch, like a cowardly turtle. You want to play, huh? I'll play with you." Ye Hao. On the other side, in the forest, Tiantian looked around. "Great God, stop joking, where are you? This isn't the time to be invisible." She crossed her arms, worriedly thinking, "Great God only left a message asking her to be baiting, then disappeared. What does this mean?" She looked around, pondering, "Does he want me to be bait to lure out Luo Feng's group? But they're not that stupid, they won't be easily tricked, right?" But she didn't know that Luo Feng had already appeared beside her. He looked down from above, questioning, "Where's Ye Hao?" Tiantian excitedly thought. "They took the bait." She frowned, anxiously shouting, "What are you doing? Suddenly appearing like that is so scary." Luo Feng frowned, impatiently shouting, "Don't play dumb with me, tell me, where did that useless Ye Hao run off to?" Tiantian's eyes welled up with tears, her whole body trembling as she pleaded, "I don't know either. He suddenly disappeared from the map, and I can't see him." You guys probably noticed that on the map too, right? He raised his weapon, pointing it directly at her, shouting, "Still playing dumb with me? Do you believe I'll chop you down right now?" Tiantian fearfully shouted, "I really don't know." In her heart, she continuously called out, "Please, come out, great God, I've tried my best, I can't hold on any longer." Immediately after, the ground beneath Luo Feng's group began to shake violently. They looked at the enormous dark shadow appearing beneath their feet, shouting, "What are you looking at?" An earthquake. Luo Feng turned his head to see the dark shadow tree demon using its claws to pin down his team members, suspiciously exclaiming, "What's going on?" He raised his head to look at it, uncertainly shouting, "This is the final boss of the Dark Shadow Tree Demon Dungeon, the level 10 Dark Shadow Tree Demon." Luo Feng's remaining 2 teammates fearfully screamed, "No way! How are we so unlucky? We ran into a boss that no one has found yet. We thought we could rely on PvP points and just wait until the end to win for sure. How are we supposed to fight like this?" He immediately raised his shield, charging forward, commanding, "What are you panicking about? The Dark Shadow Tree Demon is just a level 10 elite. There are 10 of us. Quickly form a formation, I'll hold its aggro." They heard this and replied in unison, "Yes." Luo Feng frowned, gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, "This is the purpose of luring us here, Ye Hao. Fine, I'll accept the gift you've given me. I'll chop you down to show my gratitude after I become the first to clear Dark Shadow Forest." He raised the axe in his hand, forcefully chopping down, deciding, "Temporarily use the standard boss fighting method, target its elemental weaknesses." Immediately after, the Dark Shadow Tree Demon roared, raising its hands high. Luo Feng, seeing this, instructed, "All fire-type magic users, go all out for me." The 2 of them replied in unison, "Understood." Luo Feng raised his shield, blocking the Dark Shadow Tree Demon's claw attack, loudly reminding, "Healer, pay attention to my health, don't stop." Immediately a voice replied, "Yes. Fireball technique." Streams of fireballs shot from behind him. Streams of fireballs simultaneously struck the Dark Shadow Tree Demon. A commanding voice rang out, "Go crazy! With me here, what are you afraid of?" Another voice echoed in response, "Yes, DN, DN." Standing nearby, sighed inwardly. Such a seamless combination, she thought in astonishment. How is this like a newly formed team at all? It seems Luo Feng's arrogance isn't just talk, he actually has the skills. Streams of fireballs continuously struck the Dark Shadow Tree Ant, its energy steadily decreasing. Seeing this, Dian cried out anxiously. "Where are you? If the Great One doesn't come out, this dark shadow Trisant might be defeated by Luo Feng's group." A team member raised a hand, gathering magic, and excitedly shouted, "Interesting. At this rate, we might actually be able to defeat this dark shadow Trimont." Luo Feng, behind them, laughed and said, "Be bolder. Don't say might." He raised the axe in his hand and chopped at the dark shadow Triant, shouting, "It's a certainty. With our numerical advantage, plus my command, Luo Feng, a level 10 boss is nothing." Luo Feng looked at the 0 damage and exclaimed in shock, "What? It's turned to stone again, and it's immune to all damage." Clearly. He looked up at the dark shadow Trenet, its eyes flashing red, his whole body petrified. He loudly warned, "Everyone, be careful. The boss is entering Phase 2. Luo Feng's group, seeing the dark shadow Trescent emitting streams of green light, anxiously asked, "What's the situation? What's happening?" "Don't ask me, I have no idea." They cried out in panic. "No one has ever experienced Phase 2 of the dark shadow Triant before. How are we supposed to fight now?" Feng Ge, a team member, seeing roots rising from the ground, exclaimed in shock, "This tree is moving." Luo Feng's group, seeing the Trescent surrounding them, said in astonishment, "Oh my god, is the dark shadow Trescent splitting its power to activate these little Trescents? Then our numerical advantage. These little Trescents are at least level 7. He turned his head, looking at the Trescents around them, and loudly reassured, "Run my ass. Hold the formation for me. Once it's enraged, lure it to me. Don't scatter." Seeing those people running away in panic, Luo Feng cursed angrily, "You bastards!" Right beside them, Dian was hung upside down by a Trescent using its branches, crying out in terror, "What do you want to do? Let me down, you pervert. If I wasn't unable to free my hands." She was tightly bound, screaming in fear, "Great One, save me!" Ye Hao quickly chased after Dian from nearby. He kicked the Trescent hard, and the branches holding her also released. Dian, her face full of fear, hugged herself and screamed excitedly as she fell from above. Immediately afterward, Ye Hao's hands appeared and caught her. He stepped on the Triant, smiling and praising Dian. "Your mission is complete." "Well done," she cried out in a panic. "Great One," Ye Hao's voice rang out, instructing, "Just remember to watch the show from further away next time." Dian's eyes welled up with tears, and she happily said, "Really? Did I really help the Great One?" Hearing this, he affirmed, "Of course." She hugged Ye Hao tightly, crying out in excitement, "That's great. Although I was very scared, I finally served a purpose." Hearing this, he comforted her. "It's okay now. Sorry for using you as bait. Don't worry, I'll compensate you when it's over." Nearby, Luo Feng swung his axe at the surrounding Trescents, angrily shouting, "This isn't the time for flirting. It really is you, useless trash playing tricks, Ye Hao. Are you planning to lure them to the boss and then reap the benefits? You're so despicable." Hearing this, Ye Hao laughed and asked in return, "Despicable? Reap the benefits? No, I'm just watching the show. Dealing with this kind of boss doesn't require your help at all, but your performance has surprised me. Your leadership skills and composure are surprisingly mature." He gritted his teeth and shouted, "I don't have time to listen to your flattery now. If you know my abilities, then let's team up." Luo Feng raised his shield, blocking an attack from a Trescent, and shouted, "Even if you two are useless, you can still be used as meat shields. Quickly lure the monsters over here for me." Ye Hao smiled slightly and called out, "Just praised you a few times, don't get so cocky." Luo Feng, Zhang Ye ran over, angrily cursing, "Get out of my way, trash! Don't block my path or I'll kill you." Ye Hao waved his hand, sending him back to the afterlife, and honestly said, "Team up. Do you think I need that?" Immediately afterward, the system sound rang out. Defeated Zhang Ye, obtained 8,500 points from Zhang Ye. Luo Feng clenched his fists, roaring in fury, "Damn you, Ye Hao! How can you kill your own people when things are so dangerous?" Ye Hao smiled brightly, raising his hand and saying, "My own people? No, in my eyes, you're just points running around everywhere. Easy to get," he angrily shouted. "You!" Luo Feng raised the axe in his hand and rushed forward, daring to show off in front of me. "I'm gonna kill you." The other guy hugged his chest, sneering, "Can't hold back already." Ye Hao raised his hand and hit him hard on the head, instructing, "Remember, enthusiasm is good, but without the strength, you'll be the first to die on the battlefield." Luo Feng was knocked down, angrily cursing, "Bastard!" He put his hand on his face, propped himself up on his knees, and shouted, "Who the hell needs your teaching? Don't act like you know everything, Ye Hao. No matter how good you are at PvP, you can't solo the boss. Even if you steal all our points, it's useless. If you die at the boss's hands, you won't get any points. Ye Hao hugged his chest, smiling arrogantly. Is that so? Then I'll keep you alive so you can die last, so you can witness everything with your own eyes. Then Ye Hao raised his hand and gathered streams of energy, creating a flower illusion in the sky. He confidently and arrogantly declared, "How I'll take all the points, how I'll retreat unscathed." Hearing this, Luo Feng exclaimed in shock, "What do you want to do?" Streams of fire fell from the illusion in the sky, and the Treskians were quickly destroyed. The remaining players exclaimed in shock, "Why are we getting hit too?" They were hit and screamed in pain. "You bastard, Ye Hao!" The Trekians, being pierced, also cried out in pain incessantly. A teammate was hit, hugging Luo Feng's leg tightly, begging, "Feng Ge, save me!" He immediately shouted, "Let go of me, let go!" Immediately afterward, the dark shadow treant opened its mouth wide, continuously absorbing the streams of green energy from the other treants. A voice sounded, questioning, "Has the dark shadow treant withdrawn all the divided power?" Diane looked from its eyes, the stones constantly cracking, crying out, "The petrified body is cracking. This means the dark shadow treant is exploding," constantly emitting a pale green light from inside its body. She looked at its haunting image and asked doubtfully, "This new form is much smaller than before, isn't it?" Streams of information about it constantly appeared. Dark shadow treant, shadow state, darkness attribute, wood. Diane excitedly exclaimed, "Could this be the final form of the dark shadow treant?" Diane clasped her hands together, worriedly exclaiming, "Is this the final state of the dark shadow treant? Although it's become smaller, it seems stronger than before. Great God, be careful!" Ye Hao was also startled to see the dark shadow trumpet in its shadow state in front of him. In the blink of an eye, its figure appeared behind him. Ye Hao turned his head to glance behind him, thinking, "Too fast. Has the speed increased so much?" He raised his sword, deflecting its attack, denying, "This isn't the speed of a level 10 boss." Ye Hao held his sword and immediately jumped high, constantly calculating in his mind. Moreover, the body is smaller, the speed has increased, but the power hasn't decreased at all. If ordinary players don't have a special way to fight monsters, it's really difficult to take it down. From the dark shadow treant's body, streams of green light constantly emanated, soaring straight upwards. They continuously stretched out, rushing towards Ye Hao. Luo Feng nearby smiled triumphantly. "You're done for, Ye Hao. Want to solo the boss? This boss is planning to lure you to jump up, then continuously unleash moves to kill you. When you fall to the ground, you'll be a pile of mush." High above, streams of red sword energy slashed out, constantly intertwined. He looked at the branches being burned by the flames, and smiled, saying, "The prediction is not wrong, but so what? No matter how lush the foliage is, it's just a level 10 boss. A real finishing move doesn't need to be so complicated, just aim for the weakness." And Ying Shu Yao raised its head, screaming incessantly in pain. Ye Hao descended to the ground, gently walked past it, and said, "A little more fire, and it's done." And Ying Shu Yao cried out in confusion, turning its head to see streams of sword energy striking. Flames erupted, its entire body engulfed in a sea of fire, screaming in agony. The system announcement rang out. "Congratulations to player team Ye Hao for defeating the dungeon boss An Ying Shu Yao, earning a reward of 10,000 points, plus an additional 10,000 points for the first kill. Congratulations to player Ye Hao for achieving the kindling achievement." He looked at the teleportation gate that opened in front of him, and the notification also appeared, "You have cleared the Anying Deep Forest dungeon. 3 survivors remaining. The teleportation gate is now open. Please leave the dungeon quickly." Luo Feng knelt to the ground, exclaiming in disbelief, "You can one-shot the boss? I can be sure you are Ye Hao?" Hearing this, he turned his head and coldly replied, "As long as you're strong enough, anything is possible." Ye Hao frowned at Luo Feng, declaring, "All right, the show's over. Next, it's your turn." Hearing this, Luo Feng immediately kowtowed, admitting his mistake. "Hao, Ge, I'm sorry. Please, great sir, don't hold it against me. I won't dare to disrespect you again. I'll be your little brother like the old days, okay?" Ye Hao crossed his arms, looking down and questioning, "You still have the face to say these words? Want to be my little brother? Too bad you're no longer qualified." Luo Feng angrily shouted, "Damn it, don't push your luck." Before he could finish, Ye Hao chopped off the arm holding his axe. Seeing this, Dian indignantly rebuked, "Even at this stage, you still want a sneak attack, Luo Feng. These despicable tactics won't work on a pro." Luo Feng's face darkened, and he smirked slightly, asking, "Really?" Immediately after, a cloud of black smoke rose from him, engulfing the area. She looked at the card that was cut in half, exclaiming, "This is a puppet card." Luo Feng appeared at the doorway, arrogantly shouting, "Bye-bye, Ye Hao. No matter how strong you are, your combat experience is too little." Seeing this, Dian shouted, "He's trying to escape." He stepped into the doorway, laughing loudly. "You won't get my points." Ye Hao turned his head and slashed out with his sword, rushing straight towards Luo Feng, saying, "In the face of absolute power, experience doesn't matter." His figure gradually disappeared, screaming madly, "Ye Hao, you!" The system announcement rang out. Ye Hao defeated Luo Feng, obtaining all the points of the Luo Feng team. Just as Luo Feng's body fell, a sound rang out. Picked up item, puppet card. After activation, the user will create a puppet clone that can be freely controlled. The main body enters a state of stealth, lasting 30 seconds, with 2 uses remaining. Number of survivors in the dungeon, 2. Ye Hao, 62,000 points. Ruan Dian, 21,000 points. Hearing this, Dian smiled, jumping up and down, shouting, "I accumulated 21,000 points in this dungeon. With an exchange rate of 1 to 10, I can get 210,000 now." Ye Hao looked ahead, stating, "I said it before, the team will disband after the dungeon. Therefore, the 500,000 dungeon reward is all mine. Do you have any objections?" Hearing this, she replied, "Why would I have any objections?" Dian grabbed his arm, smiling and adding, "I'm already very satisfied with what I got, thank you God for helping me win." Seeing this, Ye Hao thought to himself, "This girl knows how to be content. Although she's a newbie, her intentions seem decent." Immediately after, the system announcement rang out. Defeated boss An Ying Shu Yao. Obtained 50,000 fluorine monoboride, 20,000 bonus. Obtained items, 20 Thu Yun Han dry branches, 10 Thu Yun Han bark. Level 10 Magic Crystal X2. Obtain Natural Heart Gem, after use, can increase the effectiveness of healing weapons by 30%, and has a chance to summon a sapling for healing. He picked up the gem, pondering, a gem that increases healing effectiveness? That's equivalent to a rare item, huh? But it's useless to me. Reading the description and looking at the quality, it's worth a lot of money, but there are too many things that would raise suspicion, making it difficult for me to act later. Then, Ye Hao threw it to Dian, saying, "Here, it's yours." She reached out and caught it, startled, asking, "What? Giving me such an expensive item?" Dian held the gem in both hands, smiling gratefully. "I didn't do anything. Giving me something so valuable. Could it be that God, you feel something for me?" His cold voice rang out. Stop with your unrealistic fantasies." Ye Hao closed his eyes, opening the system screen, saying, "This is just a reward for you acting as bait just now. I already agreed to it with you. Alright, I want to disband the team." She bowed her head in agreement. "Okay." Suddenly, the ground starts to crack open. The system continuously issues reminders. Warning. The instance space is abnormal. All individuals within the instance, please evacuate immediately. The portal will close in 20, 19. Dian fearfully covers her head, screaming incessantly. What's going on? Ye Hao looks at the ground collapsing and shouts, "The instance is acting up. This situation can only mean something serious has happened outside." Ye Hao runs towards the portal, urging, "Hurry, get into the portal and leave the instance. If you get trapped in this space, you'll never get out." Dian immediately covers her head and replies, "Okay, the system starts counting down, 16. Her foot slips. Dian falls hard on the ground, crying out in pain. His voice rings out, inquiring, "Are you all right?" She cries, clutching her leg, groaning. "It hurts. I think I've sprained my ankle," Ye Hao exclaims in shock. "You've got to be kidding me." At this crucial moment, the countdown continues. 13, Dian cries, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I messed up again. I'm such a noob, I shouldn't have come to such a difficult instance." "Just go, senior, leave me be, I can't hold you back." Seeing this, Ye Hao reaches out and puts his arm around her waist, saying, "It's true what they say, in this era, doing things beyond your capabilities is basically courting death." He picks Dian up, Though she's very cumbersome, she exclaims in surprise. Senior. Ye Hao's face is serious as he says, but you're still a teammate. I can't bring myself to abandon a teammate and run away alone. The system announces 10. He takes a long stride, shouting, therefore. Then Ye Hao forcefully throws Dian towards the portal, yelling, go! The countdown reappears. 9. She shouts in shock. Senior, what are you doing? Dian's figure falls into the gate, constantly shouting, why are you so stupid? You're sacrificing yourself for me. I don't want to survive alone. The system calls out. 5. Counting down to 3, she cries, reaching out towards Ye Hao, yelling, you said you wouldn't abandon your teammates, Ye Hao. Immediately after, the system displays a reminder. The instance portal has closed. He takes out a scroll, saying, why does it have to be like a farewell for life? You might as well go be an actress. The system sound rings out. You are using a return scroll. Ye Hao scratches his head, wondering doubtfully. Sacrificing myself for her? How could that be? She's overthinking it. An explanation rings out. Throwing her into the portal was because a newbie like her forgot to bring a return scroll. A return scroll can be used to return from an instance to a pre-selected location outside reality at any time. It cannot be used when locked or in a PvP state. The system displays a reminder. Activation complete. Teleportation commencing. Ye Hao turns into a beam of green light and departs. Inside the academy, in the students' resting area, the system announces, teleportation to the selected location complete. He is also teleported to the place. Ye Hao looks at the destroyed entrance in front of him, exclaiming in shock, what's going on? Why is the instance exit destroyed like this? Where are all the teachers and students? Could it be an earthquake? No, the portal wouldn't be so fragile. It must be for another reason. Immediately after, he looks over and sees Dian sitting nearby, crying. She sobs incessantly. Ye Hao, why are you so stupid? He walks over, leaning against the wall with one hand, asking, hey, who's the stupid one here? Besides, is this the time to be thinking about this stuff? Dian turns around in shock, shouting excitedly, Ye Hao. She looks at him, sobbing incessantly. That's great, you're alive. The portal closed. I thought you were trapped in the instance. Ye Hao smiles gently, patting Dian's head to comfort her. Stop crying, I'm fine now. Even if the portal closed, I still had the return scroll. She hugs him tightly, exclaiming, don't trick me again next time, promise me. Ye Hao is taken aback, thinking to himself, hey, what is she thinking about all day? Isn't using a return scroll common knowledge? Immediately after, Dian suddenly turns away, embarrassedly. I'm sorry, I was being rude. He thinks in surprise. What's going on? Dian is unrestrained in the instance, but shy outside. Just then, a mercenary squad walks over, cursing. Damn it, why are there still 2 students? They look at the 2 of them, exclaiming in surprise. What kind of work is this? Didn't we say we locked all the students in the gymnasium? Quickly catch them. The boss will be furious if he finds out. Dian immediately hid behind him, shouting, the symbols on their bodies, could they be the Black Tiger mercenary group, Ye Hao? Hearing this, inquired. The same mercenary group that committed murder in the safe zone 5 years ago and was expelled. He frowned slightly in denial. That's not right. Why would this mercenary group, which prioritizes profit above all else, infiltrate the safe zone, let alone come to a school? What's the motive? The school offers them no benefits. Ye Hao immediately thought of her. Kai Frere, one of the mercenaries, leered and said, damn, a level 3 student with such a hot girlfriend, it's an outrage. Hearing this, Dian's eyes welled up with tears as she hid behind him. Ye Hao casually put one hand in his pocket, assuring her, don't worry, I'm here, so you're safe. The mercenary squad, hearing this, angrily cursed, damn, a level 3 trash dares to act tough. They simultaneously raised their swords and charged forward, shouting, break this kid's legs. I want him to watch us play with his girlfriend. We've never played with a student before. I'm going to break all 3 of his legs. Ye Hao also quickly charged forward, saying, all right, come on. He gathered that sword, effortlessly annihilating this mercenary squad. A notification sound rang out. Reward for defeating 2,000 FB, one of the mercenaries exclaimed in disbelief. No way. You're clearly only level 3. How could you insta-kill level 15s like us? Ye Hao propped the sword on his shoulder, looking down from above, and said, I'm tired of hearing that. If I remember correctly, people like you who were expelled and sneak into the safe zone, whether dead or alive, there's a reward for capturing you. You guys didn't come all this way just to give me a reward, did you? He fell to the ground, begging, "Don't kill me." That mercenary threw all his valuables on the ground, earnestly pleading, "I can give you anything, money, information, spare my life." The system popped up a reminder. Scarlet Flame Emperor triggers the passive skill. Pre-scorched. Maximum damage per second is 12. He was stabbed in the shoulder by Ye Hao's sword, painfully answering, "Mokam Care, we came to kill Mokam Care." He smiled slightly, saying, "This kind of obvious answer isn't worth anything." A panicked voice rang out. "It's the Huangzheng Corporation." He excitedly recounted, "It was the Huangzheng Corporation that hired us to kill Mo Kayer. They not only let us into the safe zone, but also lent the squad leader a rare item to control her 2 close bodyguards." Hearing this, Ye Hao touched his chin and thought, "I've long heard that the Huangzheng Corporation and the Han Mo Corporation are fighting to the death over the ownership of the hunting ground dungeon, but daring to target Mo Kayer this time shows that the Huangzheng Corporation's internal affairs are—" He withdrew his sword and said with a smile, "This information is somewhat valuable." The mercenary immediately bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you for sparing my life." He poured out a bottle of mana potion, thinking to himself, "Hurry, must heal." Ye Hao looked up at the outside of the school grounds, wondering, is the entire school sealed off by a barrier? Looks like there's no chance to go out and report to the Han Mo Corporation to exchange for some reward money. The mercenary startled and shouted, "Why? Why am I still losing health? This is a scam." He was consumed by flames, painfully yelling, "You tricked me." Ye Hao didn't turn his head back, replying, "Tricked. From beginning to end, I never said I would spare you. Where did the trick come from?" The system sound rang out. "Reward for killing 1000 fluorine monoboride. 500 gold coins have been obtained. Level 10 Magic Core X1. Low-grade Gemstone X1. Adult Magazine X1. Ye Hao exclaimed with a bewildered expression. "What is this? Why are these strange props dropping?" Then he turned around to remind her. "It seems like it's sealed off. You can't get out. Find a safe place to hide. Be careful not to get caught, Diane." Diane immediately replied, "Yes, but what are you going to do?" This time, the school ran into a black market mercenary group. He glanced back and instructed, "Now, only I have the chance to save everyone, even if it's dangerous. I have to go. I emphasize again, you must find a place to hide. Don't make any more mistakes. Making mistakes in reality will cost you your life." She smiled slightly in agreement. "Yes, I know. I will definitely find a place to hide." Happily thinking to herself, "Is Ye Hao concerned about me? That's so great. Although I'm very unskilled, he doesn't look down on me at all." Diane watched his departing figure, reminding him, "Ye Hao, you have to be careful too. Pay attention to safety." He still didn't turn around, replying, "Don't worry." Ye Hao frowned slightly, declaring, "I've figured out a way," he secretly thought to himself. "The most important goal is to protect Mo Kafir's life. My sugar mommy can't die here, or who will I ask for the reward money?" Elsewhere, a squad of mercenaries approached, cursing loudly. "Damn it, haven't all the students been captured by us? Why do we still have to waste our effort patrolling?" The two sighed, gossiping. "Isn't it because the captain is worried that there are still students who haven't left the dungeon? Who told our squad to be ordered by the captain to guard the dungeon entrance?" Afraid of what? We've already broken the dungeon entrance. Even if there are still students who haven't come out, they're already dead inside the dungeon. There's no way anyone could be left. Ye Hao hid behind the wall. A small fry said quietly, "What's the use of telling me? All right, it's time for the shift change. Let's go back to the team and talk." He frowned, looking over there, pondering. The patrolling grunts are all at level 15. Adding in their numerical advantage, normal teachers who are only at levels 10 to 20 really can't fight back. Ye Hao looked at the system screen in front of him, thinking, the cooldown time for the Eye of Truth is still 20 minutes. Miss Mew must hold on, before I figure out the troop distribution of the entire school. He turned his head, looking at the backs of the two people, deciding, let's just follow these two. The captain they're talking about might have more information. Inside the hall, a soldier shouted, "Boss! The students captured from the dungeon entrance are all here." The mercenary squad leader praised, "Very good, don't move, and you can live if you are obedient." A voice sounded out asking, "What exactly do you want to do?" Teacher Lai, tied to a chair, shouted loudly, "Quickly release me! And my students too." The level 25 mercenary squad leader licked his lips, saying, Damn, who tied her up like this? What a talent! Hearing this, she angrily cursed. You dare cause trouble at the academy in the safe zone. He reached out and grabbed Teacher Lai's face, exclaiming, This isn't something you need to think about. You should be thinking about how to serve me so I'm happy, in exchange for the qualification to live. Teacher Lai tilted her head to avoid him, shouting, Let go! The squad leader laughed, saying, So feisty. He stuck out his tongue and laughed, exclaiming, Look, girls in the safe zone are really different. Eating well and sleeping well every day. Besides their temper, even their development is so good. I like it. A grunt squad member walked closer, laughing and saying, This girl is my type. If the captain is satisfied, but after you eat the meat, don't forget to give some leftovers to us brothers. The squad leader smiled, praising, This kid is interesting. Next it'll be your turn. That person immediately thanked him. Thank you, Captain. His laughter echoed. In this place, Luo Feng turned his head, looking at the group of students behind him, inwardly cursing. A bunch of cowards. If we risked our lives to resist these guys, at least we could let the teacher run out to send a distress signal. The squad leader walked over, using his hand to grab both sides of Teacher Li's clothes. He forcefully tore them open, laughing loudly. No time to delay. Let's get it done right away. Teacher Li's face flushed red. Her whole body trembled. Sobbing, Luo Feng stood up, forcefully punching towards the squad leader, shouting loudly, Let her go, you scum! He frowned, thinking to himself, Teacher Lai is my goddess, how can I stand by and watch her be? He forcefully punched Luo Feng in the stomach, laughing, saying, Interesting. A worried voice called out Luo Feng's name. The squad leader touched his chin, looking at him falling to the ground, laughing, saying, A level 5 brat dares to stand up as a hero to save the beauty. I get it now. You must have designs on this girl, right? But it's understandable. Who wouldn't have designs on such good goods? I really like your kind of foolhardy guys who don't even need their lives. He threw a knife on the ground, exclaiming, You have the potential to be a bad guy. Pick up the knife. The squad leader lifted Luo Feng up, pointing towards the group of students, saying, The essence of this era is like this. Don't let the peace in the safe zone cloud your eyes. These useless kids don't have the qualifications to survive. Kill them, and you can continue to live. At the same time, you can join our Black Tiger mercenary group. They were terrified, pleading, What? No, Feng Ji, don't kill us. Then he used the knife to cut off the rope, binding his hands. Luo Feng's face was dark, saying, Luo Feng, I really am a bad guy. The students below were terrified, exclaiming, What? No, Feng Ji, don't kill us. His voice sounded out, not only like the senior in the school, but also enjoying the joy of killing in the PvP dungeon, Teacher Li cried, calling out to Luo Feng. He tightly gripped the blade in his hand, shouting loudly, But I can distinguish reality from inside the dungeon. Luo Feng jumped up, rushing towards the squad leader, shouting loudly, What dog mercenary group? I don't want it, go die, scum! He raised his hand, grabbing his hand, cursing, I thought you had some brains. The squad leader used his other hand to raise the knife, yelling, I didn't expect you to still disappoint me. You want to be a hero, huh? Luo Feng looked at the blade coming towards him, hearing his voice exclaiming, This is the end? He widened his eyes, thinking to himself, Damn it, I finally did something good in this life, but it's gonna end like this. Luo Feng closed his eyes, cursing this damn world. The squad leader spat out fresh blood, screaming in pain. Ye Hao's voice sounded out, Looks like you're not as scum as I thought, Luo Feng, and the mercenaries were shocked, asking, Captain, what's wrong? Luo Feng gritted his teeth and cried out. This sound was after he saw the squad leader fall in front of him, exclaiming, How did this happen so suddenly? Venomous fangs had sunk into his back, and the system notification popped up. Red Widow's lethal venomous fangs deal significant damage to the target, plus the effects of poisoning, bleeding, and weakening. Remaining uses, 2. Ye Hao slowly appeared, smiling in praise. Although you usually do a lot of bad things, you're still somewhat of a man when facing danger. A notification sound rang out. Stealth skill grants the ability to remain hidden for 30 seconds after use. Cooldown, 1 hour. Can be detected by high-level creatures. Ye Hao looked at the group of people, smiling and saying, Looks like tailing those 2 mercenaries was the right move. Is everyone alright? He thought to himself. Thanks to the Crimson Flame Emperor, both stealth and offensive items can unleash extraordinary power. What's the limit, though? Gotta find a chance to test it. The mercenary squad rushed toward Luo Feng, shouting, How did this brat suddenly appear and ambush the leader? The leader is level 25. He must have used some dirty trick item. Kill him! Luo Ti hugged his chest, reminding, Duck if you want to live, Luo Feng. Startled, repeated, Duck, Luo Feng ducked, asking in confusion. Down. A beam of golden light slashed from behind. Ye Hao swung his sword, unleashing a golden light that struck the mercenary squad. A notification sound rang out. Congratulations, player, for receiving 5,000 FB reward. The squad leader, lying on the ground, looked at the flames falling in front of him. His eyes widened, and he stammered, You bastard! An incredulous voice shouted, Ye Hao, you killed someone. Hearing this, Luo Feng angrily yelled, Are you all gonna shut up? Where was everyone just now? Now you dare to open your mouths? If it weren't for Ye Hao, we'd all be dead here. This scum deserves to die. Another voice chimed in. Feng Ji is right. Ye Hao is awesome. Thank you. Ye Hao put his hands in his pockets, looking down from above, asking, Seeing your performance when facing true life and death, it's changed my view of you. You have the qualifications to be my underling. Do you still want to join me? Luo Feng immediately raised his hand and shouted, Yes! Please let me join. Ye Hao, no. Hao Ji no. Ri Tian Ca. He kowtowed, exclaiming, I don't want to be a small fish eaten by big fish anymore. I want to become stronger. I'll do anything for that goal. He kicked the dagger on the ground high into the air. Ye Hao caught the flying dagger, saying, Not bad ideal. Only those who have truly experienced life and death can understand the nature of this era. Ye Hao held the blade out, saying, Take it. Consider their fee my gift to you. You know what to do, right? Luo Feng hurriedly replied. Yes. The squad leader raised his head and cursed. Damn it! How dare you puny students attack the Black Tiger Brigade? I advise you to be smart and release me, or not only you but your whole families will die. He held the knife high, replying calmly. Of course, I know the things your brigade has done. That's why I'm even less hesitant. He panicked, stopping. Hey, wait, stop! Luo Feng sighed emotionally. He never expected that he, Luo Feng, would have a day to punish evil on behalf of heaven. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the squad leader's voice echoed, Ah! He looked at the beam of light and the message that appeared, excitedly shouting, This is... Luo Feng was surrounded by streams of golden light. He immediately lowered his head, excitedly shouting, What? I leveled up 5 times in a row? This is too surprising. Thank you, Hao Ji, for helping me. From now on, Luo Feng's life belongs to you. Ye Hao raised his hand and smiled, saying, All right, no need to overdo it. The remaining students immediately clasped their hands, begging in unison, Hao Ji, please let us join too. We'll definitely work hard and only listen to you. Yes, please take us with you, Hao Ji. He glanced at them, coldly asking, Are you worthy? Luo Feng walked over, flashing a smile at Teacher Li, and shouted, Boss is right. You cowardly bunch don't even have the qualifications to carry shoes. It's already good enough that we saved you. Shut up. Their voices echoed. Yes? She scratched her head, smiling and saying, Thank you, Luo Feng. In my eyes, you've always been a bad student. I never expected that in a critical moment, you would step up for me. Thank you. He blushed, embarrassedly replying, No need to thank me. The benefit of being a bad student is that you don't need to be considerate of anyone, be bold, and see you being bullied by bad guys. I couldn't stand it. Ye Hao used the knife to untie the others, shouting, All right, quickly come and help me untie the others. We can't stay here for long, Luo Feng said. Yes. Teacher Lai turned to look at him, asking, Ye Hao, what should we do next? There are still many students locked up, and the school is sealed off. There's no way to run outside and ask for help. Hearing this, Ye Hao replied, Don't worry, teacher. I'll think of a way. The system notification appeared. True Eye skills cooldown has ended. Can be used at any time. He looked at the screen, thinking, Just in time, system. Use True Eye on the school. An eye appeared in the sky above the school, and a notification sound rang out. The system is using True Eye on the school. The Eye of Truth is activated. Simulation of the school and creature distribution is complete. Player, please pay attention to checking. Ye Hao frowned, looking at the detailed map in front of him, calculating. According to this map, most of the teachers in the school are locked up in the gymnasium. Although the level of the guards isn't high, there are many of them. The storage room, on the other hand, has no guards. Teacher Lai and the students can hide there, but this Black Tiger Legion isn't just for show. There are 2 experts above level 4 Barity. He frowned, looking at the 2 red dots, pondering. The level 45 in the lounge must be the Legion commander. So, the level 20 must be Mo Kiher. Where are her bodyguards? Why aren't they displayed on the map? Another level 40 is guarding the school gate, probably like a deputy commander, right? Ye Hao raised his hand and told everyone. On my way here, I saw that the school's storage room is empty, Luofeng. You lead Teacher Li and everyone to hide there, Luofeng retorted. But I want to follow you, boss, and help you wipe out those soldiers. Ye Hao threw the Red Widow's poison fang over, replying, Right now you'd just be a burden to me. Besides, you have something more important to do, and that is to protect Teacher Lai and everyone. This is for you. Luofeng grabbed it, exclaiming, Is this the combat item that boss used to kill the level 25 mercenary just now? Giving me something this high grade is such a waste. Ye Hao walked towards the door, saying, Take it. With your current strength, if you run into someone from the Legion, you're dead. Remember, you must avoid fighting. If you really can't avoid it, subdue the enemy first, and use the stab wound in the back to its full effect. It can still be used twice, remember to calculate the timing carefully. Luofeng laughed and patted his chest, guaranteeing, Don't worry boss, stabbing in the back is my specialty, Ye Hao's voice rang out. Then that's good, don't disappoint me. Elsewhere, Ye Hao sat behind a wall, thinking, Although the top priority is to save Miss Mo, that Legion commander is level 45, the level difference between me and him is too great. Even with Crimson Emperor's assistance, facing a 33 level difference, I'm not confident I can win. He poked his head out from behind the wall, thinking, The biggest problem now is not being able to fight above my level. Ye Hao looked at the tank outside, considering, With my level 12 link, I can deal with enemies below level 25. So what about that level 40 guard at the gate? A 28 level difference isn't simple either. To be safe, I should quickly increase my link level. He stood up and shouted into the system space. The system sound rang out. Player has accumulated 50,000 fluorine monoboride. You can choose to upgrade the link level of your account or unlock a special skill. Ye Hao looked at the armor in front of him, exclaiming, Increase the link level. Immediately afterwards, the notification appeared. Level +9. Current link level is 21. His whole body was engulfed in flames, excitedly shouting, The feeling of being filled with power is back again. Finally, my own level has also increased by 1 level. Meaning that with the system, the ratio of link level to own level is 10:9. The system display reminded, Link account has reached level 20, successfully activated the Crimson Emperor's talent. With 1 talent point remaining, 10 players have not yet chosen a talent direction. Ye Hao looked at the screen in front of him, asking, Talent? Looking at this display, it wants me to choose DPS or tank. He reached out and stroked his chin, calculating. Although the link level has increased, there's still a difference of about 20 levels. Choosing a defensive talent is the most reasonable, right? After all, survival is the most important. Immediately afterwards, the system sound rang out. Defensive talent has been selected. Defense specialization has reached 1 star. Seeing this, Ye Hao decided, I'll see later what a 1-star defense can do well. It began to announce that the active skill accompanying the defensive talent had been unlocked. The screen displayed an introduction to the close combat active skill burst of the defensive talent, using fire to burn the target, reducing the opponent's defensive ability. Lasts for 1 minute, recovery time is 1 hour. He stared at it, surprisingly thinking, I didn't expect to have a new skill. A burst. Ye Hao smiled slightly, thinking, Seems like a pretty interesting skill. I suddenly have a bold idea. At the tank, the group of mercenaries gathered together to discuss. This safe zone is great, isn't it? Always peaceful and safe, completely different from the apocalyptic scene outside the safe zone. Otherwise, even if we're as strong as the Black Tiger Legion, we wouldn't dare to completely go far away from the safe zone to explore the unknown places of the continent. The sound of a mercenary rang out, recounting, I heard that the continent is the old ruins of Earth before the era. Everywhere is full of powerful and wild demon beasts. Until now, no one has dared to explore it. That's right, even the combat teams of the big corporations have to be extremely careful exploring outside, fiercely fighting for newly discovered dungeons, he added in a low voice. I heard that the Huangzheng and Han Mo corporations are also fighting for the ownership of a dungeon, so this time's mission... The mercenary next to him was startled, loudly stopping him. Shh! Don't say any more. The commander doesn't allow us to discuss this randomly. Just as he finished speaking, before he could say anything more, streams of light flashed across, slashing towards the two of them. They were engulfed in flames, painfully screaming. The system's sound rang out. Congratulations to the player for receiving a reward of 2,000 fluorine monoboride. Ye Hao passed through them, secretly deciding, this area has 6 level 15s, 3 level 20s, and 1 level 40. Quickly kill the lower level ones first, leave the level 40 for last. The remaining mercenaries saw him and quickly raised their weapons to attack, constantly yelling, something's wrong, there's an enemy. Whose fault is it for not keeping a close watch on the students? Letting this kid run out here. Stop talking nonsense. Kill him. Ye Hao raised his sword to block the attacks of the crowd, thinking, around here there are several armored and modified tanks. If I'm not wrong, this legion doesn't have a fixed base. All their valuable assets are carried with them, maybe even kept in those tanks. Suddenly he was startled, suspiciously looking at 3 strange devices that were thrown nearby. Immediately after, a violent explosion occurred. Ye Hao was engulfed by the rising flames. Seeing this, a loud laugh echoed. Bai Hun, holding his gun and with a cigarette in his mouth, said dismissively, just an ant. No need to panic. Just blow him up. The mercenaries shouted, Vice Captain is mighty. They approached the flames, arrogantly shouting, with the Vice Captain making a move, that brat is probably blown to bits. Of course, just a nobody, daring to cause trouble here. The flames gradually dissipated, and Ye Hao stood still, smiling as he asked, is that so? Trying to burn me? He swung his sword, sweeping away the approaching mercenaries, and shouted, this little fire is nothing. They were hit, exclaiming in disbelief. How is this possible? Bai Hun, from above, said startled. This kid. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to believe it. Impossible. My 6 high-explosive grenades couldn't kill a level 4 brat. Ye Hao looked at the 4 shields surrounding him, smiling as he said, 6 are far from enough. Bring out all the firepower you're hiding down there. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being a king's special defense talent. Even at 1 star, the defense is so high. If it reached 5 stars, clearing high-level instances alone wouldn't be a dream. Bai Hun raised his gun, preparing to fire, laughing loudly. This brat is truly arrogant. No matter your background, daring to oppose the Black Howl Legion means only death. I'll let you taste the unending firepower of the Hell Roar. Ye Hao raised his sword, quickly dodging all the incoming bullets, and approached him. Did I say the bullets were endless? Now that's a good weapon. This pressure is what a level 4 deity should have. With that, he smiled slightly and rushed forward, shouting, then my cross-level challenge will be even more meaningful. Bai Hun watched Ye Hao constantly dodging, saying with contempt, challenging above your level with just your level 4? Are you kidding me? Is your brain broken? I admit you're tougher than I thought, but so what? Seeing him slash, he raised his gun to block, yelling, relying on your weak attack power, you think you can kill me? You're underestimating my level 40 too much. Ye Hao frowned, thinking to himself, as expected, the level difference makes it so my physical attacks can't do much damage. Next, Big Gun raised his gun, slamming it hard into him, shouting, I don't understand. I grinded to level 40 in a safe zone. How can I be looked down upon by a level 4 brat like you? Ye Hao jumped high, slashing downwards, shouting, if you know leveling up isn't easy. Bai Hun was startled, secretly shouting that something was wrong. Crap. I'm too late to use my item. This brat set me up. He looked at his hand, wondering. Besides having a strange corn cob in his hand, my health hasn't decreased at all. Here, Bai Hun grabbed his gun, firing relentlessly at Ye Hao, shouting, you motherfucker played me. This is real combat, not a game. Go die, I'm not in the mood to play with you anymore. He raised his shield to block, thinking to himself, the firepower is stronger than before. Can my health still last for a minute? The system screen showed a reminder. Warning. Player's health detected below 10%. Activating the ultimate killing skill of the Blood Seal defense talent. Duration 20 seconds. Hearing this, Ye Hao thought, Blood Seal? Just in time. The next 20 seconds will decide victory or defeat. Bai Hun gripped the gun in his hand, cursing, damn it! A level 1 brat dares to challenge me. Either he's crazy or an idiot. Suddenly the gun flashed and stopped. His eyes widened, exclaiming in disbelief, what the hell is wrong with my Hell Roar? Immediately after, Bai Hun was shocked to see all his clothes and weapons disintegrate and fall to the ground. What happened to my equipment? Ye Hao looked down from above, saying, looks like I guessed right. Your equipment durability isn't too high, so you definitely wouldn't be willing to spend money on repairs until the very last moment. A emerald green light flashed on his body. I admit I was a bit reckless, but I finally guessed right. The system appeared, used a basic recovery potion, HP restored by 30%. Big Hun looked up and shouted, "What?" He jumped up, grabbing a grenade in his hand, angrily roaring, "Fuck your mother! So what if all my equipment is broken and I've lost all my stats? Don't underestimate the items I've accumulated over the years, I'll crush you to death." Ye Hao calmly raised his sword, pointing it at him, saying, "If you could kill me with items, I would have died long ago. Nothing has changed. On the contrary, it's you," he calmly declared. "You're even easier to kill than before." Big Gun panicked, kneeling on the ground, frantically shouting, "Wait, I get it now. I won't resist anymore. Please don't kill me. I'm just a hired hand." It was all the Legion commander's orders. Ye Hao let out a surprised cry. "Then I'll give you a chance." He looked towards the level 40 containers, saying, "Open all the containers on the truck." Big Hun could only agree repeatedly. "Okay," he raised both hands and blurted out, "I'll tell you the password. The password is HHNB66. Ye Hao looked down from above and replied, "Did I ask you for the password? I told you to open the strongbox." Big Hun gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yes, right away." In his heart, he clicked his tongue, thinking, "I didn't expect to fail to trick him. Is this kid just a student? How can he be so cunning?" He reached out and placed his hand on the keyboard, quickly entering the password. Big Hun glanced backward, secretly calculating, "I have to pretend to submit to buy time. The captain will definitely send someone over. By then, I'll definitely make him wish he were dead." "You little brat," Big Hun's voice rang out. "The strongbox is open." The strongbox opened, revealing golden light inside. He immediately turned his head, probing. "Can you spare me now?" Ye Hao smiled brightly, refusing decisively. "No way! What are you dreaming of, you idiot?" Big Hun, engulfed in flames, yelled out, his foot stomped on the ground as he continuously rushed forward. Big Hun kept screaming, "Save me, Captain, save me!" Just as he fell, the system notification rang out. "Congratulations, player! You have received a reward of 30,000 FB. A line of text appeared on the screen. "You have received gold coins X2000. Hell Roar Weapon X1. Special item level 40 dungeon key, unused, X1. Seeing this, Ye Hao couldn't help but mutter, "Only 2,000 yuan. This deputy captain is in a miserable state. No wonder he doesn't have money to buy equipment." He looked at the key in his hand, thinking to himself, "But this dungeon key is an unexpected gain. It seems this deputy captain was hiding some personal stash." The screen displayed the level 40 dungeon key introduction. Recommended level 40 to 45. Location C87 outside the safe zone. Format unknown. Introduction unknown. Ye Hao looked at the strongbox in front of him, continuously emitting golden light, and excitedly shouted, "Forget about the dungeon key for now. The strongbox treasure is what matters." "My first time opening a strongbox in this life is a bit exciting, but if this is really the Black Tiger Legion's treasure vault, isn't it a little small?" A notification sound rang out. "Congratulations on achieving the first strongbox opening. Achievement. The player's strongbox opening journey begins here." He looked at the strongbox in front of him and cheered. "Opening a strongbox can even get an achievement. That's a real surprise. Never mind, let's see what's inside." Next, lines of prompts continuously appeared. Subgrade gunpowder, X150. Powerful explosives, X230. HP recovery potion, X150. MP recovery potion, X150. Ancient magic crystal X10. Demon slaying ammunition X500. Medusa's tears X1. Ye Hao held the magic crystal in his hand and muttered, "I didn't expect there to be an epic grade item, but it doesn't say what it does. What is this for, exactly? And this," he stared at it, exclaiming excitedly, "Ancient magic crystal. I remember this is a rare magic crystal that can be absorbed and converted into FB. This kind of FB isn't worth much to level 40 players, but for me it's a huge gift." A golden light flashed from the stone, and the system displayed a message. Successfully converted 10 ancient magic crystals. Player has obtained a total of 100,000 fluorine monoboride. Ye Hao was startled and exclaimed, 100,000. The reminder sound continued to ring. Currently, the player has accumulated 130,000 fluorine monoboride. It is recommended that the player unlock other accounts. In order to obtain greater power, he stood still, looking at the armor in front of him, and said, "This amount of FB has come just in time, but I won't unlock other accounts for now. At the very least, I need to turn this Crimson Flame Emperor account into an all-around offense and defense account before considering anything else. Ye Hao's face turned calm as he commanded, "System, open the Crimson Flame Emperor talent panel." The screen displayed the talent panel with a note. Your current talent is 1-star defense. You can spend 100,000 FB to increase 10 link levels to obtain a free 1-star talent point to distribute. Hearing this, he exclaimed in disbelief. What? It costs 100,000 FB just to get a 1-star talent point? That's too expensive. He stared at the Crimson Flame Emperor, asking, "So, how much FB does it cost to unlock another account?" It replied. The amount of FB required to unlock a new account with an initial link level of 20 is 100,000. Ye Hao reached out and stroked his chin, calculating, "It seems I can't keep this 100,000 fluorine monoboride. Considering everything, it's still better to unlock a new account." He was still a bit apprehensive, hoping he could get lucky and choose a stronger account. Then, he raised his hand and instructed the system to unlock a new king account. It immediately responded, "Accepted." Ye Hao reached out towards the black hole in front of him, which was constantly emitting light. A notification sound rang out, "Unlocking new king account. Please wait." The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and a line of text appeared. Successfully unlocked new king account. Mad scientist account. Mo Si, a mad scientist from another world. With his talents and inventions, he ultimately led to the destruction of his own world. All the secrets of the world are hidden in his mind. Ye Hao scratched his head, pursing his lips slightly, and said, "Guess I'm pretty lucky, huh? Turns out it's not a combat-type king account." He reached out and touched the system screen, saying, "Mad scientist, huh? But in a way, he's also a man standing on top of the world. Let me see what awesome skills you've got." Ye Hao looked at the titles on it and exclaimed, "These titles are Master of Engineering." The system chimed in with an introduction. Crazy Mossy doesn't have fixed skills, and its skills will change according to the selected title. The currently unlocked title is Master of Engineering. The subject can also upgrade the link 10 levels to unlock other titles. Hearing this, he chuckled inside. That's a bit interesting. Based on the title, it should be more inclined towards support, with a wide coverage and high playability. Next, Ye Hao smiled and commanded, "System, switch the account to Crazy Mosi." The system's voice sounded. The main account has been switched to Crazy Mosi. The current account title is Master of Engineering. Its ability is Duisi. With short, stubby legs, quickly flew over. "Laton, let me explain to the master." It smiled brightly and exclaimed, "It's been many years. Finally activated again." Ye Hao suspiciously inquired. "You are," Duisi excitedly said. Reporting. New master. I was created by the original master, Monsi, the AI artificial intelligence Duisi. You can directly call me Duisi. I can help you conquer this world. He closed his eyes and immediately waved his hand in refusal. "Stop, I won't do such Chunabu world-conquering stuff." Duisi evilly smiled and pointed out, "Master, you're not crazy enough. The secret of this powerful account is madness. It's softly guided. Whether it's action or imagination, the more crazy you are, the stronger you will be." Seeing Ye Hao's eyes turn red, pointing at himself, frantically denying, "No, I don't dare," he closed his eyes, blinked, and requested, "Then let's talk business. The operating mechanism and abilities of this account. Explain it clearly to me in 70 words. Duisi heard this. His eyes welled up with tears, and agreed. Yes, the core system of the account is decomposition plus synthesis, created with the current function of Master of Engineering. Objects related to engineering can be separated, and then merged to create powerful new objects. Ye Hao touched his chin, slightly curling his lips, and said, "Interesting. This account is more interesting than I thought. No wonder the crazier the stronger. This ability is useless to ideas. It's really unplayable." It heard this, smiled, and came over to explain. "But Master, there are currently restrictions on objects that can be freely decomposed and merged," he suspiciously asked. "What restrictions?" It frowned slightly, with a serious face, and said, "With your current link level, you cannot decompose objects larger than twice your level. Moreover, we must collect as many technical drawings as possible to create the desired props and weapons quickly and accurately." Ye Hao crossed his arms and replied, "Understood. So the last question is, what is the switching mechanism between accounts? Are there any specific limitations?" Duisi worriedly exclaimed. "This, I only. The system's voice sounded, "Are you done talking? I thought you little A. I knew everything." System accounts can be switched seamlessly, whether in a combat state or non-combat state, the system continued to add. However, it is recommended that the master determine the best way to switch accounts in order to avoid causing irreversible danger. He raised his head and looked at the two accounts in front of him, exclaiming, "Understood." Therefore, Ye Hao then turned and left, saying, "I should also get going to do business. Can't keep the women waiting for too long," Dubisi sadly asked. "Master, what about me?" He still didn't turn his head back and replied, "Carry it along." Inside a large office without a nameplate, Killer crossed her arms and sat on the sofa, saying to Ye Hao, "You've got some nerve." She crossed her arms, slightly frowning, and questioned, "Breaking into the safe zone without permission is one thing, and you even dared to kill me. Who is the person who hired you to kill me, do you know?" Ye Hao sat on the swivel chair, with his back to Kiefer, and replied, "Miss Mo, you should know that our Ye Hao gang wouldn't dare to kill you." He turned to look at her and added, "But if someone backs me up," Kiefer frowned and stated, "It could be the Huangjing Corporation." Ye Hao's voice rang out in praise. "Not bad, it is the Huangjing Corporation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given me the Medusa's eye-level prop." He got closer to her and added, "Our Ye Hao gang can't deal with your two experts." Kier closed her eyes, not paying attention to the fact that the Huangjing Corporation had reached this point. In order to take the copy of the ownership of the C-23 area from the Han Mo Corporation, they even came up with this stupid method. She frowned, turned her head to look back, and shouted, "Thinking that killing me will break the Han Mo Corporation. How naive." Ye Hao sat down next to her, putting his arm around Keeler's shoulder and laughing loudly. "I won't interfere with the grudges between your corporations. Mercenaries only have one goal, and that's money, Miss Mo. You're smart, so I'll be frank." He grinned. "Huangjing Corporation gave me 50 million to kill you. If you can offer 100 million, I can set you free." Kier let out a cold, emotional laugh. "So my life is worth 100 million. Ye Hao laughed and added, "If Miss Mo can offer more, I'd naturally be happy to accept." She smiled, reached out, and lifted his chin, declaring, "Dream on, I wouldn't give a single cent to dishonest people like you." Ye Hao immediately stood up and shouted, "Miss Mo, you're a smart woman. Why are you saying things to provoke me? Do you want money or not? I'll give you another chance to rephrase your words. Think carefully." Keller laughed at this and refused. "No need." She looked at him, arrogantly declaring, "Han Mo Corporation will never be led by the nose, and even less will it allow others to destroy its prestige. Even my life is not worth mentioning. Being schemed against by you today is my mistake, wanting to kill me, but killing me to destroy Han Mo Corporation is nothing short of a joke." Ye Hao reached out and grabbed the twin swords behind his back, asking, "Really? You don't want a chance to live? So I don't need to say anything meaningless." He raised his sword and placed it across Kiefer's neck, saying, "Go to hell. Your head is also worth money." Immediately afterward, Ye Hao looked in shock at the purple energy screen that appeared, blocking his sword, and shouted, "This is an energy shield." Why suddenly, Ye Hao's voice rang out, "Consider this energy shield my thanks to you." "About the last time at the black market?" she inquisitively asked. He leaned against the door, raising a finger and suggesting, "But tit for tat, this time you have to pay extra. If I can save your life, I don't need more than 10 million. Keller turned her head to look over, and asked suspiciously, "You're Ye Hao, what are you doing here?" Ye Hao immediately raised both swords, jumped down with force, and shouted, "Just a level 4 brat dares to interfere with my good deeds. Go to hell." He looked at the shield that appeared in front of Ye Hao, shouting in disbelief, "What? How can your defense be so high? I used all my strength to chop, and only did 20% damage." He raised his head to look at Ye Hao, thinking to himself, "Hey, shouldn't I be the one surprised? Just now, facing level 40 also lasted a long time, and now just a few slashes can kill me. The resistance ratio is too low. If it were someone else, they would have lost their life if they weren't careful." Keller worriedly shouted, "Ye Hao, even if you have some ability, you have to see the situation clearly. This has nothing to do with you. There's no need to be a hero and come to die." She turned her head to look at the team of mercenaries who were constantly shooting, urging repeatedly, "Get out. What about the energy shield? Under their attack, it won't last long." Ye Hao heard this, glanced over, and said with a smile, "This isn't interfering in other people's business, Miss Mo. If you die, who do I find to get the points and rewards that I worked so hard to earn? So don't worry, I won't let you die." Kerr finally agreed. All right. Thinking in her heart, this person is indeed such a money grubber, which is right. Otherwise, how would he dare to break into the black market alone? Ye Hao looked at the purple energy shield that had recovered as before, shouting in disbelief. What? The energy shield has recovered to 100%. How is that possible? He raised his sword and rushed over, questioning. Your strength is not right. How do you have such a rare item? Ye Hao's voice sank, speculating. It seems like you're not really level 4. Where are you from? Why are you hiding your strength? Ye Hao charged forward with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, saying, Your level is so high, but you're also quite cautious. No wonder you can be the team leader. Compared to your other brainless subordinates, your mind is indeed a little better. In his heart, he couldn't help but say, no wonder he's a madman. I used a master technician to combine 3 energy shields into one, receiving triple the armor value. This effect is really intimidating. He heard this and shouted in shock. Could it be that the explosion outside just now was your doing? What did you do? Ye Hao raised his head to look at the grenades being thrown, shouting in shock. These are high-explosive grenades. He raised his hand and pressed a button on his bracelet, snorting coldly. I still think too highly of you, brat. Ye Hao created a transparent blue shield, disdainfully adding, I was still a little worried that you would create some unexpected trouble for me, but now it seems that if you are counting on these high-explosive grenades, then you might as well obediently lie on the ground and wait to die. Immediately afterward, a series of loud explosions occurred behind. Ye Hao's men were all entangled in red spiderwebs, struggling in shock. Spiderwebs, these spiderwebs are devouring my HP. I can't escape. I've never heard of such a prop before. What on earth is this, Captain? Save me. Ye Hao put one hand in his pocket, tossing a grenade up and down, replying, This isn't an ordinary high-explosive grenade. It's a sticky binding grenade that I created. How about it? Sticky enough, tight enough. The introduction text appeared. Using the nether-eyed demon beast's spiderweb combined with a high-explosive grenade to create a sticky binding can control the target's actions for 10 minutes, dealing continuous damage. Ye Hao gritted his teeth, forcefully breaking the spiderweb, and shouted, Still the same sentence. Don't think you can defeat me by relying on these childish toys. Lightning crackled around him as he roared. Real battles aren't child's play, kid. Ye Hao gripped his sword tightly, calmly retorting. Let experienced adults teach you what real fighting is. He raised the lightning-infused sword, declaring, What is true combat? Ye Hao, seeing this, calculated silently. A low-grade material weapon can't handle a high-level martial artist, so I can only... Ye Hao's feet slightly lifted, gaining momentum to charge forward. He swung the fierce green sword down at Ye Hao's shield, yelling, Die! Open your eyes wide! Silently, he sensed that his energy, speed, and power had been completely enhanced. If this keeps up, the shield will break. If he gets 2 more hits in, I'm dead. I won't even have a chance to drink a recovery potion. Ye Hao, refusing to yield, swung his sword back, thinking, Can't panic, I have to stick to the plan to defeat him. Ye Hao quickly retreated, scoffing. Too slow, I've already drawn my blade, and you want to strike back? Show me your real skills. Otherwise, he swung, shattering Ye Hao's shield with force. My lightning blast armor will still let me kill you, the system voice chimed. Subject's health below 10%. Nirvana Bloodlock defense talent activated. Ye Hao raised his hand, gathering a fire dragon, thinking, Bloodlock activated. This is the moment of truth. Exploding flame fire dragon bullet, Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. Magic! He raised his sword, but the fire dragon shouted, Nonsense. Your low-level magic won't affect a level 45 like me, Ki-er nearby yelled. Enough, Ye Hao, run. If you keep this up, you'll really die. Ye Hao stabbed his sword firmly into the ground, saying, Run! We've already fought this far. There's no escaping. Furthermore, Ye Hao declared with a calm face, I haven't lost yet. The real show starts now. Ye Hao, surrounded by a sea of fire, questioned repeatedly, looking at him, boiling blood. Is that it? Is that your ultimate move? It only stings a little. Are you trying to make me laugh, kid? He broke through the encirclement, shouting, The comedy is over. I don't have the patience to waste on you. One final strike to leave you in pieces. Ye Hao's voice echoed back. Really? Immediately after, Big Gun's weapon rose, relentlessly firing at Ye Hao. He gasped in shock, yelling, This is... Ye Hao stared at the weapon, firing continuously, screaming, Hell, Big Gun! No, it's clearly been modified. Could it be? He created a barrier to block the barrage, questioning, You killed my Big Gun. Impossible. Ye Hao calmly replied from the side. No need to be so shocked about the obvious. But it's not called Screaming Hell anymore, it's called Longhead Howl. The system introduction appeared. Level 40 Longhead Howl can use tower defense fire support, automatic tracking, special effect, infinite ammunition, lasting 1 minute, cooldown 3 hours. He touched his chin and added with a smile, "Weren't you scoffing at my low attack damage? How about a weaponized tower, recreated from a corpse?" To give you a delightful surprise, Ye Hao looked at the crumbling barrier in front of him, pondering in his heart. The energy shield barely held. In a normal PK, the screaming hell big gun could have suppressed me. He quickly jumped back, dodging the incoming bullets, starting to calculate fast firing rate, high power, and the key is the infinite ammo special effect. Plus, after being rebuilt by that brat, it has automatic firing capability. Ye Hao ignored the incoming bullets, deciding to charge forward. "Dodge my ass, let's see how tough you are. I'll spend more than half my health to get rid of this nuisance, then deal with that brat. Just one strike will finish him." He swung his sword forward, angrily cursing. "This trick of yours did surprise me. But aside from the weapon's agility, turning it into a fixed target is just idiotic. You've wasted a high-grade weapon." Ye Hao swung his sword at the weapon, shouting, "It doesn't matter anymore. Once you're dead, it will be mine. Be good and die." Ye Hao's indifferent voice echoed, "It doesn't matter. The weapon is there to attract you, to attack it, because the real show is right here." Immediately after, Ye Hao, holding a dagger, appeared behind him, continuing, "The real show is right here." Ye Hao exclaimed in shock. "What?" He turned his head back, roaring, "Damn it, you had a backup plan." Fresh blood erupted rapidly, accompanied by a piercing scream. An item instantly appeared. Enhanced Poison Dagger has a high chance of causing a special effect on humanoid creatures within a certain level. The lower the target's HP, the higher the activation chance. With one special effect activation remaining, Ye Hao knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, cursing, "You bastard! Daring to sneak attack me from behind." Keter, inside the aura, widened her eyes in astonishment. Even if he attacked Bo Qing, he shouldn't be able to inflict such massive damage. After all, the level difference is too great. No, that dagger must have a special effect. He looked at the ground, where a white light flashed, and exclaimed, "This is my guardian seal that has been activated. This shows that your dagger has a one-hit kill effect." A system notification rang out. Guardian Seal level 50 has the passive ability to be immune to the special effect of one attack. Restores 30% health. Number of uses? None. Seeing this, Ye Hao angrily roared, "Damn it, I bought that Guardian Seal for an astronomical price." He gritted his teeth, roaring in anger. "It's wasted by you, you little brat. Damn it." Ye Hao swung his sword down forcefully, only to see Ye Hao raise his shield to block it. "And you blame me? Wasn't my special effect wasted on you too?" His energy shield's cooldown appeared so quickly he groaned inwardly. "This isn't good, he's still too strong." The system displayed a reminder. "Please note that the Nirvana Ultimate Bloodlock will end in 5 seconds. He cursed loudly. "Damn it, I initially thought that using the Huangjing Corporation's power would easily complete this transaction, never expecting that you bastard, would ruin it halfway. What a loss." Ye Hao swung his sword, sending Ye Hao flying back, and shouted, "After killing you and Mo Kenner, I'll definitely make them pay extra." Just as Ye Hao fell, a reminder sounded. "Nirvana Ultimate Bloodlock has ended. Please restore HP as soon as possible to avoid damage." He raised a syringe high, saying, "I admit I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so tenacious like a cockroach. I have to think of a foolproof way to prevent any unexpected rebirth." Ye Hao smirked, plunging the syringe into his neck, and said with a grin, "Hand it all over to me. Die, all of you." Next, he raised his head and let out a roar, his entire body enveloped in a blue light. The system voice rang out. "Lightning Beast Blood Potion has been used. Activating the Lightning Beast's Thunderstorm Armor Electrification. This will greatly increase various abilities and attributes for a short period. Duration, 5 minutes. Seeing this, Ye Hao was shocked, thinking, "Is this the combat state of a high-level martial artist?" He knelt on one knee on the ground, contemplating. Not only can tactics change, but the abilities and props that the opponent possesses are also unpredictable. A person who lacks attention will be forced into despair. Everything is lost. Kellier narrowed her eyes slightly, regretting. This Ye Hao actually has so many rare props, he must have spent a lot of time farming dungeons usually. It's a pity he's a talent. Ye Hao walked out of the shadows, saying, "I cleared 56 dungeons in the valley to obtain this high-level prop. I never thought I would use it to fight you." He looked down from above, saying, What other tricks do you have? Take them all out so we can finish this match quickly." Ye Hao stood up, raising both hands, and declared, "There's nothing left. No more special moves. My previous move was already used up, and you defended against it all, didn't you?" Ye Hao angrily grabbed his sword and charged forward, cursing loudly. "Damn it, are you saying I'm useless? I'll go? Nima, you wasted my precious prop." Then he raised his two swords and shouted, "I will hack you to death." He raised his head and looked up, saying, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I didn't force you to use it." "Furthermore," Ye Hao asked calmly, "are you sure you can kill me?" Following that, a golden light flashed in the space. Ye Hao watched as Kellier's two guards blocked his attack. In disbelief, he shouted, "How is this possible? How did you prematurely undo the petrification from the Medusa's eye? The time isn't up yet." She smiled slightly in response. "This is also a stroke of luck for you. When you were explaining the petrification method, I happened to be listening outside the door." The scene of Care asking flashed in his mind. "Could it be the Huangjing Corporation?" Ye Hao calmly replied. "Not bad, it's the Huangjing Corporation. Otherwise, where would they get the high-level Medusa's Eye artifact?" Hearing this, Ye Hao thought to himself, "Medusa's Eye, huh? Then I'll use this on him." He frantically and constantly denied, "It can't be. If you want to remove the petrified state, you can only use Medusa's tears. But you opened my treasure chest." Hearing this, she replied, "Of course. It's just that I didn't expect the Black Tiger Legion, a well-known force, to be so meager in wealth." Ye Hao furiously roared, "Damn it, that's all we painstakingly earned." Ye Hao stood still, watching Kan Ni's two bodyguards attack his stomach, and reminded him, "Don't worry about your belongings right now." Ye Hao opened his mouth wide, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, crying out in pain. He calmly watched the two of them attack him, saying, "Even if I didn't take it, you would still lose your life." He was struck, constantly flying backward, breaking through the wall and flying outside. Ye Hao raised his head, looking at the two of them thoughtfully. "Is this the power of two level 60s? I feel a slight chill down my spine." A voice called out, "Ye Hao, if you had a method from the start." Kan Ni looked at the purple light in his hand and questioned, "Why didn't you undo the petrification of my guards from the beginning and had to fight to the end, driving others crazy and putting yourself in danger?" He turned his head to look at her, replying, "Although I thought so, I am now confident of victory." Ye Hao smiled, raising his fist in response. "Why not go all out against a high-level enemy? For me, this is priceless practical combat experience that money can't buy." Kan Ni, upon hearing this, blankly said, "I have seen countless people, but I have never met someone like you before." Ye Hao raised one finger, suggesting, "Now your experience can be refreshed again. No need to thank me. Also, they said 10 million points is the minimum. I have to add 500,000 for my copy. After all, I am the top ranker in the competition." She crossed her arms over her chest, promising, "Don't worry, I won't lack such a small amount of money." In her heart, she laughed and thought, "So he's just an ordinary person. The difference is that he wants money more than his life, which suits my taste very well." The two bodyguards grabbed the fainted Ye Hao, asking, "Young miss, what should we do with this person?" Kan Ni, upon hearing this, replied, "This person is of no value to me." She crossed her arms over her chest, requesting, "Ye Hao, give him the final blow. His items and experience are yours." Ye Hao, upon hearing this, thanked her. "Thank you, young miss, for your accomplishment." He summoned the Qing sword, adding, "Then I won't be polite." Ye Hao raised his head, frantically cursing. "Don't be too happy too soon. The demon beasts outside the safe zone have secretly gathered their strength." A ray of bright golden light emitted from the sword, piercing down fiercely. The system sound rang out, "Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of extermination experience multiplied by 100,000, 8 million coins, 1 thunderstorm armor, 1 Dingguang Shuangya weapon, and 5 high-grade recovery potions." Ye Hao looked out the window, inquiring, "Demon beasts gathering, the safe zone falling. What does he mean by that?" Kan Ni, upon hearing this, explained, "This is just a conspiracy theory that has been circulating in the dark in the safe zone for a long time. Don't worry about it." She extended her hand towards him, inquiring, "Ye Hao, would you like to join the Mall Corporation combat team? With your abilities and having saved my life, you are qualified to participate in joining the Mall Corporation combat team." Ye Hao reached out to adjust his collar, inquiring, "If Miss Mo doesn't mind, could you talk about some of the benefits? so that I can decide whether to participate or not. Kan Ni crossed her arms over her chest, asking back, "Benefits? Does this still need to be elaborated on? Are you questioning me, wanting to know if the Hanmo Corporation can bring you benefits?" Ye Hao, upon hearing this, waved his hands in denial. "I wouldn't dare. It's just that I am more cautious in my actions, thinking a lot before making a decision." Immediately, the two bodyguards appeared, placing their hands on Ye Hao's shoulders, threatening, "Young miss is inviting you. That's your honor." When Ye Hao asked, "Pay attention to who you are," her voice rang out, stopping them. "All right." She raised her hand, adding, "Ye Hao saved my life after all. He doesn't have these rules. First, go see if there is anything wrong with the other students. Don't leave any other mercenaries behind." The two of them replied in unison. "Yes, miss." Ye Hao smiled brightly, raising his hand to stop them. "Two big brothers, can you leave the remaining mercenaries with their whole bodies? They can still be exchanged for money." Kan Ni sat cross-legged on the sofa, smiling and praising. "You really like money. Very good, very good." He sat down opposite her, saying, "That's a good way. I thought you would despise me for being greedy for money, right?" Kan Ni chuckled softly, asking back, "In this cruel era, as long as you are strong enough, beauty, money, and power are all within reach. This is natural selection. Why should I despise it?" She reached out to touch her face, saying, "Moreover, people with desires all have one thing in common, an excellent personality." Ye Hao, upon hearing this, doubtfully repeated, "Personality? Something in common?" Kan Ni leaned closer, reaching out to caress his face, smiling and saying, "That is that you can all be driven by desire, and I provide all your wishes and needs." Ye Hao blankly looked at her, thinking to himself, "This woman is more dangerous than I thought." Ye Hao tilted his head to avoid her, muttering to himself, "I can't let her lead me by the nose. It's very disadvantageous for me." Kan Ni looked at him, saying, "Although your strength is far from enough to stand at the top of the pyramid," she leaned back, reclining on the sofa, adding, "But Ye Hao has shown the qualities and potential of a strong person. I recognize you as a qualified reserve talent." Ye Hao calmly inquired, "If you want me to join the Moa Corporation combat team, what specific benefits are there?" Kan Ni looked at the robot emitting that light, replying, "Now I will tell you immediately." She looked at the projected screen, recounting, "After the shift in position, although it brought destruction to the old world, it also brought a future to the new world. This future contains countless large and small instances. In this era, every resource of the corporation will have its own combat team, and will also go all out to train and support them. The only goal is to compete for the fire locked away in the instance." Ye Hao frowned, muttering to himself, "Competing for resources, competing for the future. Why can't they just speak plainly?" Kakir's voice chimed in, explaining, "We are the Mogong combat team. With our own strength and the powerful financial support of the Hanmo Corporation, we consistently lead the competition." She calmly added, "Join us, and you'll not only receive the most advanced dungeon resources currently available, but also have the highest priority access. More importantly," Kakir's tone shifted slightly, alluringly saying, "You can also receive an unimaginable salary and share the dungeon revenue that everyone anticipates. The Hanmo Corporation allocates a dedicated 50% share of dungeon resources, guaranteeing a minimum dungeon first clear income of over 1 million RMB. Ye Hao, hearing this, excitedly interjected, "Wait a minute, is this for real?" Her face turned serious as she exclaimed, "I haven't finished yet, don't interrupt." Kaler softly introduced, "This city has a total of 9 safe zones, mainly located outside the urban area, ranked from low to high, denoted by monster invasion rates and security levels. Outside the safe zones are unexplored dangerous areas. The city is primarily controlled directly by affiliated companies of the wealthy and powerful, who reside in the top 3 central zones, 1 to 3, enjoying even greater rights and security than Central Zone 3. Zones 4 to 6 are reserved for all kinds of technical talents, enterprise employees and support fighters. Ordinary people and those unable to fight remain in the bottom 3 central zones, 7 to 9, seemingly living comfortably but are actually neglected and abandoned." She, thinking of that cruel scene, continued, "Once a lower safe zone is attacked by monsters, there is only one outcome: slaughter." Kaiher, with her hands clasped over her chest, said, "This time, I originally came to visit 9 students in the safe zone, to scout for reserve talents for the combat team. This academy is the first stop. which is enough to demonstrate the management of the 3 lower zones. She gazed intently at him, recounting that this 9th safe zone had previously experienced a monster invasion incident. He had also heard about it. Joining the Mugong combat team means escaping this dangerous place because combat team members can bring all their family members and enjoy residency rights in the top 3 zones. Immediately following that, Ye Hao's expression darkened. His eyes widened. Seeing this, Kylie reached out and stroked her chin, thinking to herself, he really is someone who cares for his family. Did he become more serious when family was mentioned? Thinking of this, she began to elaborate. After perfectly resolving the problems of combat team members, we also provide the highest level of support for personal equipment and medical assistance for members of the combat team. Kayer, looking at the image of weapons appearing before her, said, the Hanmu Corporation will create exclusive weapons and equipment based on the levels and attributes of combat team members to maximize their powerful strength. In addition, her voice rang out, counting carefully. Our top-tier medical rescue team is always on standby, always ready to provide combat team members with the fastest and most advanced medical support to ensure the survival rate of combat team members. Cowhair stood up, propping herself up with her hands, saying, perhaps you still have some doubts. I've exaggerated the Hanmo Corporation and the Mogong combat team so much, so why couldn't they even handle this small threat this time? She reached out and tucked her hair behind her ear, thoughtfully continuing, there are 2 reasons. First, I didn't expect anyone to dare to take action so directly. This is my mistake. Kader stood still and shouted, for the Hanmo Corporation, the lives of combat team members are more precious than mine. The priority for rescuing me is actually much lower than that of combat team members. In the combat team, everything depends on strength. Faced with such good things, what do you plan to do? On the outside, Ye Hao's face remained unchanged, but inside he was screaming madly, damn it, the Hanmo Corporation is too rich and powerful. With this amount of information, I can only say 666. Look at my boiling enthusiasm. This Mo Casimir is so fair and just, completely hitting my weak spot. His expression darkened, and he began to calculate. Not just for my own benefit, but even for my sister and parents. I have to agree, I can only say I'm good at judging people, but now that I'm completely awake, I've lost my ability to think and judge. I can't easily agree to that. In this state, let's hold her off first. Ye Hao smiled slightly and reached out to offer, this choice is too important for me and my family. Can you give me some time to think? The Hanmo Corporation's young Miss Kasher didn't care at all. Holding a black card, she threw it to Ye Hao, saying, I'll give you 3 days. You can contact me through this card. Ye Hao raised the card, smiling brightly and reminding, no problem. It's just that 10 million I spent to save you earlier. She turned her head to look at him, inquiring, there are 20 million in this card. Is that enough? Ye Hao quickly stuffed the card into his pocket, replying, enough, then I won't be polite. Just then, both he and Kaishir were startled when they heard a loud voice shouting, young miss, please calm your anger, I'm late. The school principal slid in from outside, kneeling down and kowtowing to admit his mistake. The academy couldn't protect the young miss well, causing you to be frightened. Punish me if you must. The students and teachers are all innocent. His head was covered in sweat, and he didn't dare to lift his head. It's over. The mercenaries infiltrated the academy again. If anything happens to Mokahir, wouldn't Moyaidong burn this academy down? Kafir squatted down, helping him up with a smile to reassure him. Principal, please stand up. On the contrary, I have implicated the academy and so many students and teachers. Because of this matter, I should be the one apologizing. Don't worry. No matter how many casualties and property damage this attack causes, our Hanmo Corporation will fully compensate you. The school principal immediately kowtowed forcefully and shouted loudly, young miss, your great kindness and generosity, all the teachers and students will never forget. She stood up with her hands on her cold, stood up and replied, all right, get out of here, don't block my way. Ye Hao smiled slightly and praised. Although her temper isn't small, she's clearly not docile, and she's generous with her actions. Truly worthy of being the young miss of the Hanmo Corporation, I know she's even better. Kasser walked towards the door, turning her head and raising her hand to remind. The acting ends here. I will leave this 9th safe zone in 3 days. Before that, give me a satisfactory answer. He smiled and raised his hand in reply. No problem. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. In his heart, he pondered. The rich benefits are a bit unreal. I must stay calm and think carefully. I can't be blinded by the immediate benefits. Ye Hao turned his head when he heard a voice calling out, "Student Ye Hao." The school principal grabbed his hand tightly, excitedly shouting, "I still can't believe it, you actually saved young Miss Mo, and also saved our entire academy." Ye Hao, hearing this, chimed in, "That's right, Principal. How could I allow bad guys in our academy to do whatever they want?" He winked and patted his chest, exclaiming loudly, "Teachers' common teachings are always in my heart. Don't lose a strong heart just because of your weak strength. As long as you're strong inside, miracles will always happen." "I never know, what lying is." The school principal, upon hearing this, clenched his fist and shouted, "Worthy of being the Academy's former prodigy, it seems that although your level hasn't increased in the past 3 years, you haven't stopped striving, Ye Hao. This time you've made a great contribution to the Academy. The school will definitely give you a special reward." Then he turned to look at the secretary next to him and instructed, "Secretary Wang, quickly gather the school's teachers and students. I want to explain this sudden attack. More importantly, I want to especially praise Ye Hao's courage." Secretary Wang immediately agreed, "Yes." Ye Hao, upon hearing this, politely declined. "Another day, Principal." Everyone is still in shock. And more importantly, they need reassurance and rest. In addition, he reached out to scratch his hair and said with a smile, "There's no need for any special reward, as long as the bonus points on the transcript and the first place prize money are exchanged on time." The school principal raised his fist in denial. "No way," he said with a determined expression, resolutely shouting. "You have more than 60,000 sub-board points, plus an extra 500,000 bonus, totaling just over 1 million. This meager amount of money can't compare to your contribution. The special rewards can't be less." Ye Hao breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Okay, you scared me, Principal. Can you please not breathe so heavily when you talk?" He bowed his head and said goodbye with a smile. "Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll go home first." The school principal patted his shoulder in agreement. "Good. The academy will be closed for 3 days starting tomorrow, so take this opportunity to rest well," Ye Hao replied upon hearing this. "Goodbye, Principal." He stood with his hands clasped, watching Ye Hao's figure leave, thinking, "Truly, a hero emerges in his youth. He is usually the most ordinary person, yet he can do such an amazing and heroic deed." Then the school principal turned his head and ordered, "Secretary Wang, inform the finance department to prepare 2 million and that thing." "In 3 days, during the conference, I will personally reward Ye Hao," the secretary respectfully replied from behind. "Yes?" Ye Hao walked away, perking up his ears to eavesdrop, wondering, what is that thing? He looked at the sunset outside the field, thinking, "It's not that legendary item, is it?" Inside the hospital, a voice inquired. "You've arrived?" Ye Hao anxiously asked. "Yunfei, is Dad all right?" His father immediately sat up, coughing as he replied, "Xiao Hao, I'm fine." Yan Hao's mother immediately stopped him from the side. "Don't get up so quickly, lie down, you still need to rest." Yunfei also chimed in, "That's right, Dad. Although the poison state has been suppressed, it hasn't been completely eliminated. It needs time to recover slowly." He secretly calculated upon hearing this. Slowly recover. That means Dad has to endure the pain for a long time. Is there no other quick cure? She placed her hand on Ye Hao's shoulder and asked, "Brother, how was the dungeon competition today? Your ranking wasn't bad, right?" He smiled in response upon hearing this. "Of course, I'm your brother." The doctor walked in from outside, smiling as he said, "Everyone's here." "That's right, let me introduce you." He pointed to the person next to him and introduced, "This is Director Zhang of our hospital. He just returned to the hospital today. After hearing about what happened last time, he wanted to meet you right away." Zhang Yuan, tilting his head, offered a friendly smile. "I heard that you had a conflict with Department Head Fan last time. I want to apologize to everyone here. After all, doctors prioritize humanity, and his actions were somewhat against the principles of medicine." Ye Hao smiled in response upon hearing this. "Thank you, Director Zhang, for coming here personally to apologize." "It's all right. I should also apologize. I was a little impulsive. I will compensate for Department Head Fan's medical expenses." In his heart, he praised, although he's a superior with high authority, he can personally come here to apologize, which is considered very conscientious. He immediately turned to leave, replying, "Well, there are very few young people like you nowadays who dare to act and take responsibility. You all rest well. I'm leaving." Ye Hao saw this and raised his hand to stop him. "Wait a moment, Director Zhang," he chased after him to inquire. "Regarding my dad's current condition, is there any way in your hospital to cure him immediately?" Zhang Yuan was taken aback and asked. "A cure right away," he calmly explained. "I previously inquired about your dad's condition. To cure him immediately, you need to use a special, high-grade detoxification medicine. Although our hospital has this type of detoxification medicine, it's very expensive because it's a limited medicine." Ye Hao's father, upon hearing this, quickly stopped him. "Xiao Hao, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while longer, and I'll be fine. There's no need to waste money." His voice rang out in response. "It's good that the hospital has it. The price doesn't matter." Ye Hao raised the black card, declaring with imposing manner, "Charge it all." Zhang Yuan looked at the card in his hand, stammering, "This is the supreme black card of the young mistress." His eyes widened as he questioned, "Why do you have this?" Ye Hao panicked a bit, scratching his head as he asked, "This was given to me by Mo Kekir of the Han Mo Corporation." "What's wrong? Can't it be used?" Zhang Yuan's voice rang out. Of course. He was full of smiles, flattering as he replied, "Are you kidding me? How could the young mistress's supreme black card not be used? This card can be used extravagantly on any of the Han Mo Corporation's properties." Then Zhang Yuan turned his head and pointed at the doctor behind him, ordering, "He Ren, quickly go to the warehouse and get 3 high-grade detoxification pills for me, and then move this distinguished patient to our most expensive VIP suite," he replied quickly. "Yes." Ye Hao's family of 3 exclaimed in unison, "Director, what are you?" Zhang Yuan smiled brightly, clenching his fist and saying, "Because our hospital is also a branch of the Han Mo Corporation, seeing this supreme black card is like seeing the young mistress. Sorry everyone, I was too negligent earlier. These 3 high-grade detoxification pills will be given to everyone as a gift." Ye Hao looked at the black card in his hand, his eyes widening as he thought, "Damn it, I didn't expect this card to be so. OP, Mo Kelamur is even more generous than I thought." Ye Yunfei, blushing, pointed at the card and asked tentatively, "Bro, how did you get the black card of the Han Mo Group's young lady? Did something happen?" He placed the black card on his lips, smiling. "It's a long story. When there's a chance, I'll tell you all about it." A doctor rushed over, shouting repeatedly, "Director, something's wrong." He burst into the ward to report, "The advanced antidote in the storage. Not only the advanced antidote, but all kinds of rare medicinal materials are gone." Yan Shu and Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Ye Hao's face darkened, and he stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Everything was finally about to turn around. How could this happen? The medicines were stolen. It's likely an inside job. Wait, the culprit wouldn't—" Yan Shu gritted his teeth, angrily shouting, "Then have you found out who took those advanced medicines?" The doctor lowered his head, replying, "Director, I just checked the cameras. It was Department Head Fan who took them." Yan Shu's face was gloomy as he cursed. "That Fan Jian, I will never forgive him. He couldn't help but regret in his heart, I shouldn't have brought him here back then. He's a disgrace to the hospital. But now, the most important thing is to solve the problem at hand." Then, Yan Shu bowed his head towards the fora of Ye Hao to apologize. "I'm sorry everyone, we were too careless. I'm really sorry, but please rest assured, I will carry out a special treatment method. Although it can't be cured immediately, it can speed up the recovery," Ye Hao thought to himself. "Looks like my guess was right. It really was that guy." Ye Hao asked with a bright smile, "It's nothing, Director. Do you know of any place besides the hospital where we can buy advanced antidotes?" Yan Shu clasped his hands behind his back, answering, "Advanced antidotes are a special kind of item. They have always been priceless. You can go to an auction to try your luck." He smiled slightly, suggesting, "You are friends with the young lady. You can directly find her. The young lady definitely has it because the advanced medicines in our hospital are all supplied by the Han Mo Group." Ye Hao touched his chin, pondering, quickly declining. Forget it, let me find another way." Ye Hao murmured to himself, "I shouldn't rely on her too much. If something happens, it will be very difficult to solve the problem." He looked directly at Yan Shao, saying, "Forget it, let me find another way." Yan Shao bowed his head, repeatedly echoing, "Yes, I couldn't help. I'm really ashamed." Yan Shu turned his head to look at the doctor behind him, instructing, "He Ren, wait a moment and move this patient to the VIP ward. Give them the best equipment and nursing staff." The doctor bowed his head, replying, "Yes, Director." Ye Hao's voice rang out, By the way, one more thing. He pointed at the doctor, praising. Thanks to Dr. He, our family was able to receive timely treatment this time. I think doctors like him should be valued. He Ren was startled, exclaiming, Ye Hao. Yu Yanshu heard this and walked over, patting He Ren on the shoulder, praising him. That's right, Dr. He's professionalism and character are all in my eyes. Coincidentally, the position of department head in our hospital is vacant, He Ren. You will take over. The doctor exclaimed excitedly. Yes, thank you, Director, for the promotion. Next, he turned around, raised his hand, and shouted, Thank you. Ye Hao turned around to leave, raising his hand, saying, No need, you deserve it. The door closed, and Ye Hao's voice rang out. All right, hurry up and go arrange a place for my dad. The doctor immediately agreed. Okay. Ye Hao looked at his father lying on the bed, instructing, Dad, rest well in the hospital. Leave the antidote to me. His father smiled softly, saying, Zhao Hao, don't force it if you can't buy it. I'm worried you'll suffer. Ye Hao frowned slightly, asking, Suffer what? Ye Hua's mother next to him also smiled in agreement. That's right, Xiao Hao. Although our family isn't rich, we never do things for money that are— Ye Yunfei's eyes sparkled, raising his fist, excitedly shouting, Things like being kept by a sugar mommy. You're so amazing. Tell me, how did you conquer that high above sugar mommy, Mo Kesser, in such a short day? Ye Hao's face darkened, and he opened his mouth wide, yelling, Can you guys please stop thinking nonsense? What kind of person is your son, don't you know? The three of them smiled back at him, asking, Really? Ye Yunfei covered her mouth, giggling, thinking. Looking at how he can't explain himself clearly, there must be something shady going on. She smiled brightly, raising her hand to declare, I've decided. I want to find the advanced antidote with you, Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. It's fine for me to go alone. It's a good thing you're better now. You should stay in the hospital and rest. Ye Yunfei clasped her hands in front of her chest, begging, Please, say yes, I'm about to rust away staying in the hospital. Plus, I also want to hear about the events in your high-profile competitive instance dungeon, Ye Hao sighed, reluctantly agreeing. All right, but you must listen to me and not run around. She looked towards the bed, saying, I know, geez. It's not like I'm a 3-year-old, Ye Hao's father chimed in with a smile. In my heart, as long as you're not married, you're still just a 3-year-old, Ye Yunfei protested. Dad, Ye Hao, and his mother both laughed. Walking down the street, she exclaimed, So you're not only the top in the competitive instance dungeon, but also saved Mo Kesser? I told you, my brother is the most amazing. Hearing this, Ye Hao sighed. But is 20 million too little? After all, Mo Kesser's life is priceless. Hearing this, Ye Yunfei covered her mouth, repeatedly agreeing. Right, but why are we coming to this dangerous black market? Wouldn't it be safer to go to an auction than here? Hearing this, Ye Hao frowned, replying, Although the black market isn't safe, it's the most complete. With me here, you won't be in danger. She looked straight ahead, replying, Okay. Ye Hao touched his chin, smiling softly, thinking, That's right, although this is my second time coming here, this time is completely different from before. Besides increasing my strength, more importantly, we have money. A voice rang out, shouting, Come to live! Immediately after, 3 thugs emerged from the shadows, smiling, saying, If you want to pass, you have to leave a toll. That's right, hurry up and pay the fee, you can't run, kid. Ye Yunfei was startled, thinking, Robbers. She immediately blocked in front of Ye Hao, shouting, You go first, I'll stay and deal with them, a voice exclaimed in surprise. Quite spicy, I like it. The man named turned around and scoffed. Look at you, you level 4 trash. A grown man needing a woman to protect him. Are you some kind of gigolo? The man named C next to him chimed in with a laugh. Maybe I should consider it. Then I wouldn't have to use all my strength. Ye Hao closed his eyes, grabbed Ye Yunfei's hand, pulled her back, and said, Here, you need to change this habit of rushing to the front whenever something happens. You're still quite weak, I've said it before. From now on, leave all the hacking and slashing to me, he declared with a serious face. I won't let you suffer any harm again. The man named Aka walked over, put his hand on Ye Hao's shoulder, and sneered, Stop pretending. Consider yourself lucky. Today my brothers and I are just robbing money, not bodies. You want to go to the black market? Then hand over the money or valuables you have, or don't even think about getting out of here alive. Ye Hao calmly retorted. You're the ones who should consider yourselves lucky. Ye Hao looked up and coldly said, I don't want to kill anyone in front of my family. If you want to live, you better get out of my way. They immediately shouted. What? Man A angrily raised his fist and charged forward. "You little brat, you're about to die and you're still being stubborn? I'll blow your head off with one punch, see how you take that?" Immediately afterward, a beam of white light struck him hard on the head. A voice reminded, "You're just a level 4 noob. Don't go provoking a level 10 jerk so easily." Seeing Mana fall, the other two men shouted in excitement, "Boss! Which bastard has the guts to ambush our boss?" A figure darted through from the side, saying, "Ambush? Don't make it sound so bad." Ye Hao was startled, thinking, "What the heck?" An Cheng quickly rushed through the thugs, yelling, "You scum need to be ambushed." Seeing this, Ye Yunfei cried out in alarm, "Who is it?" He turned his back to them and asked, "Me?" An Cheng turned his head and chuckled, "I'm just a nobody passing by, lending a helping hand when I see injustice." Ye Hao asked with a smile, "Nobody? The way you cleared the field just now, and now you're saying you're just a passerby? A bit too humble? Who are you, my friend?" Ye Yunfei was excited, covering her mouth and thinking, "So cool." An Cheng carried the broadsword on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry about the details. Whether you're handsome or not isn't important. For men, the key is to show off." Ye Hao thought blankly, "Show off? So that's why you're stealing my experience points." Her eyes sparkled as she mused, "This person is really handsome, but why does he look so familiar?" Then Ye Yunfei grabbed her face and scolded inwardly, "Idiot, now is not the time to be infatuated. Yin Zhao is full of dangers right now, no time to think nonsense, get a grip." Yin Zhao looked over, wondering in confusion, "Ye Yunfei, what kind of tricks is this girl up to?" He looked at him and instructed, "The black market isn't a playground. You dare to rush in at this level? Why don't you go to Lishan instead?" Hearing this, Ye Hao continued, "Of course no one is stupid enough to risk their lives for fun," An Cheng exclaimed. "That being the case," he winked, reached out his hand, and suggested with a smile, "You two come with me. I happen to have business in the black market too. I know this place very well. With me here, you two will be absolutely safe." Hearing this, Ye Yunfei immediately pulled his hand nervously, saying, "Brother, I have something to tell you." Ye Hao asked in confusion, "What is it?" She leaned in and whispered, "It must be a scam. Otherwise, why would he be so ingratiating? Even if he's helping us, it doesn't prove he's a good person, especially since we're carrying." Ye Hao calmly replied, "I know. Your brother isn't an idiot." An Cheng chuckled, raising both hands to explain, "Being cautious is a good thing, but I really have no other intentions. You're both students of the academy. As a former student of the academy, it's normal for me to want to help the younger students." Ye Yunfei turned around in surprise and shouted, "Former student!" She smiled, raised one finger, and continued, "I remember now. Are you the legendary figure of the academy? Senior An Cheng? No wonder you look a little familiar." Hearing this from behind, Ye Hao stroked his chin and thought, "Senior An Cheng, that name sounds familiar." He smiled brightly and admitted, "That's right, I am An Cheng. I just didn't expect that even after graduating for several years, the academy still circulates my legend." Hearing this, he suddenly realized, "I remember now." An Cheng was praised by the academy as the #1 genius of all time, and was designated by a professional combat team just 1 year after entering the academy. Ye Hao stroked his chin and fell into contemplation. When he graduated, he had reached level 20. If he wasn't worried that he would shock the heavens based solely on his strength, he really would. But in the end, this person may be more famous in the girls' group, perhaps because of his handsome appearance. An Cheng turned his head and looked back, urging with a smile, "This time, you two should be at ease, right? Let's go quickly. With me here, you two will be very safe." He immediately raised his hand to thank him. "Then thank you for your care, Senior An Cheng." Ye Yunfei looked over worriedly and asked, "Brother, even if he is our senior, are you really going to trust him?" Ye Hao calmly replied, "It's okay, let's follow him first. We'll see how things go." He looked ahead, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and muttered to himself, "In this era, you can't completely trust anyone except your family. He's only level 30. If he really wants to proactively take the experience points, I have no reason to refuse." Thinking of this, Ye Hao immediately asked, "Senior An, I heard that when you entered the school you were designated by a professional team. Which combat team are you contributing to now?" An Cheng replied with a bright smile, "The Huangjing Emperor Huang combat team, the Emperor Huang combat team." Hearing this, Ye Yunfei cried out in excitement, "Is that the Emperor Huang combat team that's only second to the Mogong combat team? Senior, you're so amazing." He scratched his head, embarrassed, and said, Actually, it's not that great. With my current level and abilities, I'm only in the Emperor's team as a reserve member, not an official team member. Ye Hao watched his back, thinking, the people of Huangjing Group are really destined. System. Transfer the account to Feng Quang Mo Si. The system sound rang. The main account has been transferred to Feng Quang Mo Si. Dui Si immediately appeared and asked, Master? You summoned Du Si. What are your orders? He glanced at it and asked, Du Si, where can I get items? The kind that can investigate a target. It frowned and pointed out, specifically, what aspects do you want to investigate? Is it to check the physical condition or to see through? Ye Hao was startled and exclaimed, see through. He thought of seeing through clothes. Nosebleeds gushed out, thinking, is there such an indecent item? Dui Si, hearing this, immediately praised. Of course, nothing is impossible for you, only what you haven't thought of. But this see-through item cannot be created with your current level. Ye Hao reached out to cover his back, shouting, what are you talking about? He covered his mouth and said, is there an item that can tell if someone is lying through their breathing and heartbeat? It heard this and replied, so that's what you meant. This simple matter, I can easily do. Dui Si frowned slightly and exclaimed, however, judging whether someone is lying through heartbeat and breathing can be masked through training. I, on the other hand, judge by scanning the target's and organism's electromagnetic field fluctuations, which is absolutely accurate. A voice rang out. Let's not delay. Let's do some experiments first. Ye Hao covered his mouth and whispered, Yunfei, who do you think is more handsome, me or Senior An Cheng? She asked in surprise. Why are you suddenly asking me such silly questions? He said seriously. Just answer me. Yunfei frowned slightly and replied seriously, is that even a question? In my heart you are the most handsome? Without a doubt. Dui Si frowned and pointed out. She's lying. Hearing this, he cursed inwardly. Girls are never loyal. Ye Hao put his hands in his pockets and called out, Senior, I wonder if you've heard about what happened at the academy recently. It seems to be related to Huangjing Group. An Cheng's advancing feet stopped. He turned his head and replied, I've never heard of it. What's wrong? Did something happen between the academy and Huangjing Group? Dui Si rolled its eyes to look at the report. Although this guy is suspicious, he's not lying. Ye Hao saw this and smiled, thinking, he's not lying, which shows that he poses no threat to us at the moment. Outwardly, he quickly denied, no, it's just that some classmates are talking about the group's Emperor's team. An Cheng scratched his head and asked, is that so? How come I don't know? Isn't this recruitment being done by our reserve team? He smiled brightly and asked, so you really don't know? Just then, a voice called out, isn't this An Cheng, old buddy? The two gatekeepers greeted with a smile. Long time no. See, how have you been lately? Hello, big brothers. I've been busy training with the team recently. I was specially granted a day off today, so I finally have some free time to come here. One person laughed and pointed inside, saying, is that so? Then you have to work harder. The competition for official team positions is fierce. Go in, An Cheng echoed. Yes, the elimination rate is relatively high, and I'm tired to death every day. The other person smiled brightly and comforted. But with your talent, you should be able to get in eventually. He raised his hand high and laughed to thank them. Thank you for your well wishes, big brothers. I will definitely try my best to become an official member as soon as possible, not to disappoint you. Suddenly, the two people shouted, stop! The two gatekeepers looked at Ye Hao. It's you again. Seeing this, An Cheng worriedly mediated. Wait a minute, big brothers. These two are my friends. Give me some face. Those two excitedly raised cigarettes and invited, Hao Ge is here. Come have a smoke. Hao Ge, this is the new, top-grade magic eye product. Seeing this, he stood there dumbfounded, thinking, what's going on? This kid is even more popular than me. Ye Hao, with a calm face, raised his hand to refuse. I'm a student and don't smoke. Besides, you guys trying to please me for no reason makes me a little confused. The two gatekeepers laughed and continued. Look at what you're saying. Your story is being spread like wildfire in the black market. And you even refused Morcare's invitation to join the Mogong team. It really is you. Hearing this, he laughed and said, I've long forgotten those troublesome things. Okay, I'm in a hurry. Please let me in, Yunfei next to him asked suspiciously. Mogong team? Ye Hao laughed inwardly and sighed. News travels so fast. truly worthy of being the black market. The two of them simultaneously raised their hands and pointed inside, saying, "Yes, Hao Ge, you are truly magnanimous. Please come in. The road here is a bit slippery. Remember to walk carefully." Ye Hao walked past An Cheng and called out, "Senior, let's go." "Okay, good." Yunfei quickly followed and called out, "Wait for me." "What's this about Mo Keemer inviting you to join the Mogong team?" he replied softly. "That's a long story." He put his hands in his pockets and thought to himself suspiciously, "This isn't a joke, is it? Mo Kenser, high and mighty, actually invited a newbie with only level 4 to join the Mogong team. In that case, the relationship might be a bit delicate. It seems this newbie is worth paying attention to." Inside the black market hall, Yunfei looked at the bustling crowd and muttered, "This is the legendary black market. The atmosphere is completely different from what I imagined. It's as lively as a bar." She looked around, exclaiming, "I thought the people here would be villainous and the place would be dangerous." An Cheng gestured around, introducing, "Although it's a black market, it has its own rules. Everyone who enters must abide by them. But what you see now is just the surface." Ye Hao walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, probing. "According to Senior's words, does the black market have a darker side?" He put a finger to his lips, winking as he instructed. "Shh, don't talk about topics that are above your pay grade here. Just spend as much as you like." His voice rang out. "Got it." Ye Hao waved goodbye. "Then thank you, Senior, for bringing my brother and me here. Don't let us delay your business. Go and do your thing." An Cheng laughed in response, raising a hand. "No need to thank me. I do indeed have something I need to take care of," he exclaimed in surprise. "That's right. On the system screen, a message appeared. An Cheng wants to add you as a friend. Accept. Yes, no." An Cheng's voice rang out, continuing, "Since we're fated to meet like this, and are even in the same academy, why not become friends? If you guys have any problems, you can contact me." Ye Hao tapped the screen, smiling. "Then thank you for your concern, Senior An Cheng," the system notification announced. "Friend added successfully. You are now friends and can start chatting." He waved goodbye. "No need to be polite. Once you're done with your business, it's best to leave quickly. This place isn't safe for you two." Ye Hao nodded, smiling, inwardly musing. "It seems I've successfully attracted the attention of this Senior An Cheng." Ye Hao smirked, calculating. "My intuition tells me that even if he didn't lie outright, he's still very suspicious, and I need to be careful," Yunfei immediately called out. "Brother," she looked around, marveling. "This place is so big, but where do we go to buy medicine?" Ye Hao replied. "I don't know either." He thought back to the last time. "Last time I came here, I was directly led to a private room and didn't even have a chance to trade directly, it seems. I need to ask someone." Suddenly, Ye Hao froze, sensing a gaze, and turned to look, thinking to himself, "This feeling, I'm being watched." He looked at Si Yu, who was sitting nearby drinking, and thought she was staring at him. She raised her glass, smiling inquisitively. "Handsome young man, are you staring at me? Do you want to invite me for a drink?" Yunfei closed her eyes and raised her hand to stop him. "Sorry, my brother refuses to talk to strangers. He's still young." Ye Hao was startled, thinking of himself. Xing Yu laughed, leaning on her hand, teasing, "You guys are so interesting, little sister. I was just joking with your brother. Why are you so tense?" She leaned slightly over the bar, asking, "Are you Mr. Hao?" Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. "How do you know my name?" Si Yu put a hand on her hip, smiling slightly as she introduced herself. "No need to be surprised. Your story has been widely circulated in our Han Mo Corporation. My name is Si Yu, and I'm the representative of the Han Mo Corporation here." Ye Hao called out to Du Yi. It immediately flashed and responded, "Received, Master." Although she's not lying, her entire body radiates a pink aura, leaning towards purple. Du Yi said with a beaming smile. "She really wants to seduce you." Ye Hao raised his hand, exclaiming in shock. "Okay, no need to say unnecessary things. Lead the way." Siki Yu ran over and hugged Ye Hao's arm, pressing against her chest, shouting. She leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Let me take you to the Han Mo Corporation's private room. Then you can do whatever you want." Ye Hao angrily retorted, "Hey, we're just here to buy." Xing Yu smiled, urging, "Let's quickly take care of business." The surrounding people, seeing this, angrily cursed, "Damn it, what's this kid's background? To be able to be escorted by the beauty Xing Yu, I usually don't even dare to go up and talk to her. This kid actually—" Yunfei, seeing this, clenched her fists, exclaiming, "This stinky vixen! I must protect my brother well, and not let him be seduced by this immoral woman. Afterward, Xin Yu led Ye Hao and Yunfei into a room, introducing, "This is the Hanmo Corporation's private room." She looked around the room, adding, "Here, you can enjoy the highest VIP treatment, any service you want." Yunfei couldn't help but roar, "Hey, can we talk business? Stop clinging to my brother and let go." Ye Hao looked up at the cube hanging in the middle of the room, asking, "Is this the trading terminal for the black market?" "It's indeed very convenient," Siyu replied. "Trading terminals are available throughout the black market and are the main method of trading, but most trading permissions are at the general level." She put a hand on her hip, saying, "And this trading terminal of the Hanmo Corporation has the highest level of trading authority, meaning, as long as you have money, you can buy top-tier, rare, mysterious goods that aren't available on the market through it." Ye Hao touched the screen of the cube, saying, "I'm not interested in top-tier goods, and I don't have the money to buy them either. The purpose of my coming here is..." On the screen, a reminder for the seller appeared. Fan GE, the most handsome in history, advanced antidote, 3 bottles in stock, price 600,000 per bottle. Ye Hao was surprised, thinking, "Found it, it's indeed being sold, but at this person's price." In Ye Hao's mind, he thought of that person, pondering, "It must be Director Fan who didn't run away. However, I feel like this matter is a bit suspicious from beginning to end. In theory, the director of a hospital is a high-paying position. Why would he resort to stealing medicine to sell for money? What exactly happened?" Yunfei looked at the screen, exclaiming, "Brother, this medicine is too expensive. 1 bottle costs an astronomical price," Si Yun echoed. "It's true that this kind of antidote is rare, but 100,000 per bottle is already too high. His selling for 600,000 must be..." Ye Hao calmly smiled, replying, "But he's the only one selling this medicine on the entire trading floor, so the high price is reasonable. I definitely want to buy this medicine, but I need to change the method." He turned to inquire, "Miss Siyu, what do I need to do to make a transaction?" She gently replied, "Face-to-face transactions or direct transactions on the terminal are both fine, but ultimately, the seller has to agree." Ye Hao's voice rang out, recounting, "Then please help me explain it clearly." Sikyu knelt down towards the system screen and said, "All right, hold on a moment, Chief. Help me contact the person who just sold the high-grade antidote. I want to trade with them face-to-face." The system screen chimed, "I will contact them immediately. Please wait a moment." After a while it responded softly. Unfortunately, the seller declined to conduct a transaction. Ye Hao looked at the system and softly called out, "Please contact the seller again. As long as they agree to an in-person transaction, I am willing to increase the price by 1 million. It immediately agreed upon hearing this. "Okay, please wait." Yunfei frowned upon hearing this and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, this medicine is already sky-high at 600,000. Why are you increasing it by 1 million? He smiled brightly upon hearing this and comforted, "Calm down, Fei-Fei. Your brother isn't stupid. I'm deliberately raising the price to lure them in." Ye Hao turned his head to look over and added, "As long as they agree to meet in person for the transaction, I can guarantee we'll get these 3 vials of medicine without spending a penny," she exclaimed in shock. "Really?" A notification sounded. "The seller has agreed to an in-person transaction and is rushing over. Please wait." Immediately after, an excited voice cried out, "I really need to pee. Let me go to the toilet first." Inside the room, an impatient voice urged, "Hurry up! This isn't a marketplace." The door to the room was pushed open a crack from the outside. The hospital director was pushed into the room by 2 bodyguards, struggling and cursing incessantly. "You bastards! I'm a guest! How dare you push me like that?" Ye Hao's face was dark as he clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "You've finally arrived!" His excited voice echoed. The director, covered in cold sweat, thought in disbelief, "How could this kid get into Hanmo's VIP room? Calm down. I can't let this kid find out about anything." Yunfei pointed at him and shouted, "Brother, this old man looks familiar. He seems to be the director." He immediately shouted to stop her. "Nonsense! Who are you people? How did you get in here? Don't talk nonsense. Who is buying the medicine? Come out now, I don't have time." Ye Hao smiled slightly upon hearing this and concluded, "Indeed, you are the culprit. The wound on your hand hasn't healed yet, and you're already selling medicine." The director was startled and cried out in alarm, "Crap! This kid knew beforehand. How is that possible? Damn it, I have to find a way to run. This kid is too dangerous." He turned and ran towards the door, shouting, "Hey, don't you know who I am? This kid must be lying. How could he have 3 million? This deal is off. Let me go." His voice rang out. "Don't be anxious, director." Ye Hao raised the black card and said with a smile, "I have 3 million. Do we have a deal or not?" Xinyu exclaimed in shock from the side. "This is... How do you have that card? That's the young lady's card." She put her hand to her chin, closed her eyes, and said, "As far as I know, no matter how much money is on the card, that noble black card, is worth 50 million. The director was startled and shouted in astonishment, "50 million?" He glanced at him in disbelief, thinking to himself, "How could this kid have that? And he's even involved with Mokir. Is he being kept by her?" Ye Hao smiled brightly, winked, and exclaimed, "It seems I've mistaken you for someone else, haven't I? I thought you were the one injured by Director Fan. I felt guilty, so I raised the price of this deal. But since you've said that, then never mind, I guess we should." The director's voice interrupted. "Wait." He reached out and grabbed his hair, raising his other hand and shouting, "The past is the past, there's no need to bring it up, and your words have moved me." The director's eyes shone brightly as he flung off his wig and glasses, shouting, "So, everything we just said and discussed, I agree, so let's make the deal right now." Yunfei, hearing this, stared wide-eyed and pointed over there, exclaiming, "So it was you, you old man." Ye Hao smiled, patted her shoulder, and stopped her. "All right, but before that, I want to inspect the goods. Is that okay?" The director smiled, held out a small box, and agreed with a smile. "Ah, yes, of course." He opened the box, revealing 3 test tubes inside, and said, "Look, these are high-grade antidotes. They can cure any poison. I went to a lot of trouble to get them. Selling them to you for 1 million each is already very cheap." Ye Hao looked at the box of medicine and asked with a smile, "Such precious medicine, how did the director get it? Oh, and there's something written on the bottle, and it also says, Moshu Hospital." The director immediately closed the box, hugged it to his chest, and shouted, You must be mistaken." In his heart, he couldn't help but mutter, "That's impossible. I already dealt with this batch of medicine. How could there still be writing on it? Does this kid know something?" He put his hand to his chin and asked with a smile, "I remember now. I heard that the hospital had 3 top-quality vials of medicine stolen. Could it be that Director Fan took them?" He stuttered in surprise and retorted, "Of course not. How could I have taken them? Are you framing me?" The director turned to run, shouting vigilantly, I'm not trading anymore. This deal ends here," he cursed in his heart. "Damn it, this kid knows everything. Run." The 2 bodyguards standing guard at the door stopped him, shouting, "Stop!" He raised his head and shouted, "Do you want to violate the rules of selling here? Get out of my way." Xinyu's face was dark as she ordered seriously, "This is the property of the Han Mo Corporation. It has nothing to do with the black market. As for you, we will investigate and give you a proper explanation." "Where are you going?" The director, being dragged away, struggled and roared, "Let me go! This isn't over! You're framing me! I'll make sure you compensate me." She frowned slightly, muttering to herself, "Compensation. If this guy isn't the culprit," Ye Hao's voice cut in. "Don't worry." He smiled brightly, arms crossed, declaring, "If you're truly innocent, I'll compensate you handsomely." The director's voice boomed, "You said it." The director shoved the box into the bodyguard's hands, urging, "Don't you dare run. Check it quickly. Investigate so you can clear my name." The corner of his mouth twitched, smugly thinking, "If you want to play, I'll play along. I've been prepared for this. You won't find anything, even if you investigate." Xinyu picked up the vial, examining it. This medicine doesn't seem to be from the Han Mo Corporation, but if it really is from our corporation..." Ye Hao stared wide-eyed, a blue light flashing in her eyes. Her eyes seemed to have been enhanced and upgraded. Xinyu turned her back to the director and commanded, "Take him away!" He startled and yelled, "What the hell?" The director looked up, yelling frantically, "Release me! What are you doing? Do you know what you're doing? Release me! What evidence do you have to arrest me?" She raised her foot and stomped hard on his face, retorting, "Evidence?" Xinyu looked down from above, patiently explaining, "You think you can fool me by making a few changes? You think our corporation is just a name? Let me tell you some things you don't know about when the medicine was created." She held up the vial, admiring it. "There are many different ingredients in the medicine, and secret substances are used to prevent counterfeiting, and there must be a special way to recognize them. For example, my eyes," the director gasped, immediately begging for mercy. "I was wrong, please forgive me, I'll return them, please let me go." Xingyu's gaze sharpened, coldly replying, "Only realizing your mistake now. Blame yourself for being unlucky to run into me. daring to embezzle and steal from the company. Those who want to eat without working only deserve. Ye Hao's eyes widened, thinking, but it's easy for a large company to bypass security in the safe zone, so he seems to be. Then he immediately shouted, "Are you really going to kill him?" Xingyu smiled slightly, lifting her foot high in the air, replying, "Kill, I don't want to dirty my hands." The director, his face stomped on by high heels, painfully echoed, "That's right, I'm just trash, a piece of shit not worth dirtying your hands, as long as you lift your foot and forgive me." He gritted his teeth, startled as he saw Xingyu lift her foot, saying, "Thank you." She turned around and quickly ordered, "Someone, throw him into the danger zone for the beast to eat." The director looked up in disbelief, shouting, "What?" He was pinned down by 2 bodyguards, begging incessantly, "I know I was wrong, kill me quickly, even in death. I don't want to be eaten by demon beasts." The director was dragged away with force, loudly laughing. "Let go, let me go, you idiots. You think you can live long? It won't be long. This entire area will be besieged by beasts. You'll all die. Only the Salvation Army can save humanity." His eyes widened, tears streaming down his face, shouting, "Salvation Army, long live!" Hearing this, Ye Hao touched his chin, pondering. Salvation Army, a cult. This seems to be secret information. Since the world entered the Oi era, there have been countless cults, but I've never heard of this name before. His face darkened as he thought, this definitely isn't a coincidence. Something's about to happen. I need to prepare quickly. Yunfei touched her chin, inquiring, "Oh, but Director Fan is also from the Hanmo company, right? Isn't he afraid of the consequences of stealing? Could it be that what he said is true? That beasts are about to attack, so he stole to sell for money to run away?" Hearing these words, Ye Hao turned to look over, muttering, "That makes sense. Good thinking, my sister. If what she said is true, then the safe zone is." Ziyu reached out and placed her hand on her shoulder, comforting. "Don't worry. These words have been around for a long time, so don't worry too much." Yunfei startled and exclaimed, "What?" Her voice recounted. "In the 50 years since the construction of Safe Zone Number 9, this place has experienced countless battles with beasts, yet this place still wins without encountering any danger. First, although it's not a place with a high level of security, it doesn't mean that this place doesn't have the power to fight back. Second, the location of the safe zone was chosen in a place with lower beast density and strength levels, so there's no need to worry," Ye Hao exclaimed in admiration. "So that's how it is." He looked at Xingyu, throwing the vial of medicine to him, asking suspiciously, "Giving the medicine to me so easily," she calmly explained. "According to regulations, lost company property belongs to whoever finds it." Moreover, Xingyu walked over, pointed her finger at Ye Hao's chest, inquiring, "How are you going to thank me? I helped you save 3 million. Ye Hao startled and asked, "What do you want? If it's within my ability." She smiled slightly, her heart beating fast. "Are you so worried? If you don't have much experience, don't worry, I'll teach you everything." Yunfei's eyes flashed with anger, angrily pulling Ye Hao behind her, loudly refusing. "No thanks." She frowned and shouted in anger, "My brother is still young, he can't take this kind of excitement." Ziyu raised her hands in surrender, smiling to comfort him. "Little sister, don't worry, it's just drinking." Ye Yunfei frowned and asked back, "Really?" She turned her head to look behind and instructed, "Quickly, bring me a 21-year-old fire essence." The bodyguard behind bowed his head and replied, "Understood." Ye Hao smiled and probed, "Okay, you helped me save 3 million, so I'll treat you. But if possible, I'd like to hear more about the problem just now. Can you explain it more clearly?" Ziyu handed him a glass of wine, smiling seductively. "Why waste time on such unpleasant things? If you want, I'll give you my address. We can chat all night." Yunfei got angry and forcefully pulled Ye Hao out, shouting, "Sorry, but we have to go back. We have the medicine. We need to bring it back. For Dad, don't let everyone worry." He startled and yelled, "Wait, there's still something." Ye Hao turned his head to look at her, smiling and saying, "Apart from the medicine money, I was planning to buy you equipment, but now we've saved the medicine money too. So, we currently have more than 3 million in funds," Yunfei exclaimed. "What?" Her eyes widened, repeating in disbelief. 3 million, did I hear that wrong? He smiled softly and said, "Calm down. I'm always thinking of you. The first priority now is to upgrade your equipment. If anything happens in the future, you can protect our parents for me. Only then will I be able to fight with peace of mind." Yunfei looked towards the rectangular box and exclaimed, "Of course! What should I buy now? So many choices. Ye Hao silently cursed inwardly. This girl, really. Just then, a bodyguard walked in carrying a red box and called out, "It's time." Xinyu calmly replied, "Okay." She walked over and asked with a smile, "There will be a secret auction later. Would you like to participate?" Ye Hao asked in confusion. "There's more, I've never heard of it." Xinyu reached out and opened the red box, introducing, "This is a monthly event here, but to participate, you need 20 million in cash to ensure you can afford it. The minimum transaction level in the black market is Diamond VIP or higher. The things sold there are all valuable items obtained from conquests in dungeons." Ye Hao reached out and stroked his chin, pondering. "Sounds interesting, but am I qualified to participate?" She replied softly, "Don't worry. As a representative of the Hanmo Corporation, I can bring you in because each corporation has 2 entry slots." Ye Hao turned his head and glanced behind him, instructing, "Then stay here, don't wander around." Yunfei still didn't turn her head back and replied, "I know, what's wrong? This weapon has such high attack power, but it's being sold at such a high price." Seeing this, he laughed and sighed. "Indeed, women are most serious when they're shopping." Xinyu raised her hand and said, "All right, let's go." Ye Hao looked at the gate in front of him, exclaiming in surprise, "A teleportation gate." He turned to ask, "Could it be that this auction is in another place?" She raised a finger and replied, "Of course. It's an important place. How could it be held here?" Xinyu's voice rang out. "The venue is in an absolutely safe place, with a total of 9 entrances." Ye Hao was astonished. "Hojo, there are 9 entrances. This is the first time I've heard of it," she calmly recounted. "Although they don't have as much power as the Hanmo Corporation, they are still in the top 10. Not only in these 9 safe zones, but other zones also have black markets." Yu linked his arm and urged with a smile, "Okay, let's go quickly." Ye Hao calmly spoke. "Okay?" He secretly calculated. "I still have money, but it seems unnecessary now. I need to prepare quickly. I still have 17 million to spend. I'm not sure if it's enough or not." Ye Hao smiled softly, looking ahead, thinking to himself, "I don't know how it will be, but it seems like that place is worth looking forward to." Inside the space, a door opened to a prepared spot. Yu came out, smiling softly and saying, "We're here." Ye Hao appeared beside her, looking at the cloak on her body, and asked, "What's with this cloak?" She stepped forward, calmly explaining, "In this place, identity is a secret, so using this cloak will help us conceal our identities." Hearing this, he replied, "I see, that seems reasonable. Everyone is wary of each other." Ye Hao raised his head to look up, unable to resist sighing. "This auction area is extremely large. It takes a lot of money and effort to build this place. It really is, it's truly a mysterious place." Xinyu sat down and looked over, urging, "All right, sit down quickly. It's about to start." His voice rang out in response. A red light flashed above the nearby stage. The host appeared, smiling and greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet everyone. Welcome to the auction market. I am the host. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Ye Hao widened his eyes, sighing. What kind of bizarre style is that? He turned to look at Xinyu beside him, asking, "System, can you assist me in this auction?" It agreed, with a face full of joy. "Got it," Ducky Sai's cheerful voice chimed in. "Based on the items, I will provide an accurate rating from 1 to 5 stars, based on their attributes. To help Master avoid wasteful spending, I will assist you in purchasing the most suitable items." Hearing this, Ye Hao smiled and praised. "Well done, that's a useful skill. Do you have any other skills?" It widened its eyes and replied, "Not at the moment. If Master wants more skills, please upgrade the account's link level as high as possible." He rested his chin on his hand and said, "All right, I'll find a way to upgrade it later." Ducisi looked up at the stage and exclaimed, "Master, something's up." It looked towards the stage and pointed out, "The person on the stage, standing on the right-hand side, is emitting an aura. It's An Cheng, the person you met before." Ye Hao was startled and looked down at Lati. "What? Senior An Cheng? Why is he there?" He stared at him thoughtfully. "As a reserve member and with his financial resources, he shouldn't be able to be here. It seems this guy has quite a few secrets." The host waved his hand and asked with a smile, "Is everyone ready? In this auction, there will be 10 extremely valuable items. Which lucky person will obtain them? Without further ado." He waved his hand towards the stone and announced, Let's start with the first item. The surrounding crowd excitedly shouted, "Level 70, Ancient Magic Crystal! What? A high-level item! And it's level 70. The host smiled slightly and called out, "This is an item obtained by a group of mercenaries in an extremely difficult instance. This item can also help the user level up, so the starting price is 1 million, with each bid increasing by no less than 500,000. Level 70 Ancient Magic Crystal. Don't miss this opportunity to level up." The crowd immediately began raising their hands to bid 5 million. I bid 2 million. CU smiled slightly and asked, "This is a good item. Are you considering buying it? I know you're trying to hide your true level, but it's probably not level 70 yet, so this is very suitable." Ye Hao's voice responded, "Indeed, nothing escapes your eyes." Duki Si immediately spoke up to remind, "The value of this item is 2 stars. Because this thing is nothing to master, there's no need to buy it." He calmly seconded, "I think so too." Immediately after, a person in front raised their hand and shouted a price, 3 million. The host, seeing this, shouted loudly, 3 million, is there anyone who will bid higher? 3 million once, 3 million twice, 3 million 3 times. Confetti exploded and fell as his voice rang out, "Congratulations! The level 70 Ancient Magic Crystal belongs to you!" Seeing this, Ye Hao touched his chin and thought, 3 million for a starting item? Is this really worth it? Or is something manipulating everything here? The host's voice rang in his ear. So let's move on to the next item. As soon as the words fell, a bottle of hemostatic medicine immediately appeared, along with its details. Hemostatic medicine. When used, your blood will not be deducted for 30 seconds, the host excitedly said. We all know this is an extremely rare medicine. He made full use of his top-notch persuasive skills and said, combined with its superb quality, it will help your blood not be deducted for up to 30 seconds. The starting price is 2 million, with each bid increasing by no less than 500,000. Let the bidding begin. Dui Si, hearing these sky-high praises, put on a judging face. This item is at most 1 star. Master has unlocked the Grandmaster Alchemist account. Once you level up, aren't these things trivial? Hearing it say that, Ye Hao's eyes immediately sparkled with anticipation. So it's that powerful. Then I don't have to worry about running out of medicine and can earn more money. So awesome. At the same time, the host's voice rang out, congratulations to VIP customer 11 for successfully bidding for 5 million. We will move on to the next item. Immediately after, an orange cloak appeared on the stage. He continued to introduce, this is a rare item that allows the user to fly in the sky. It is the Sky Cloak. Details about it, Sky Cloak. After use, the user can fly in the air for 5 minutes, with a height of no more than 20 meters. The cooldown time is 24 hours. Seeing the atmosphere become somewhat lively, the host immediately announced the price. He shouted, starting price 3 million, with each bid increasing by no less than 1 million. Hearing this, Dusi couldn't help but frown. Really, the world already has airplanes. Why would anyone need this? Are they trying to be Superman? 1 star. But Ye Hao acted as if he saw something unique and declared, I want this. Dusi immediately advised, Master, don't buy it. This is really not worth it. He thought for a few seconds and replied, you're right. I shouldn't spend wastefully. At this moment, the host's voice rang out again. VIP number 30. Bid 6 million. Is there anyone who will bid higher? Ye Hao looked in surprise at the girl raising her hand next to him and confirmed, oh, a decision has been made very quickly. The host happily announced, congratulations, VIP number 30 has obtained this item. It seems this customer really likes this item. Immediately after, the cloak was allocated. CU then turned to Ye Hao and continued, let me tell you, you can't predict what will happen in life. Being too rational is not a good thing. Seeing Ye Hao silent and not responding, she picked up the gift box containing the cloak and said, I'll give this to you. Hearing this, Dui Si quickly reminded, be careful. This person has a dark purple aura. She's plotting something against you. Hearing this, Ye Hao politely pushed the gift away and said, thank you for your concern, Miss CU, but I can't accept it. You've already helped me a lot today. I don't want to owe you too much. At this point, his eyes became more serious. If possible, you should keep it. I will buy it for 8 million later when I have money. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Ye Hao, Xin Yu reluctantly replied, okay then. She forced a smile to cover up her embarrassment. I didn't expect to earn an extra 2 million. But in her heart, Xin Yu secretly thought, he's really not simple. I was planning to give it to him to make him owe me a favor, which would make him join the Mulgong squad. Truly not simple. The host's voice cut through their conversation. The next item is one of the most valuable things, and it will surely be an indispensable personal item for many people. It is the epic level item, the Iron Heart. Hearing this, Ye Hao couldn't contain himself, his face full of anticipation as he thought. An epic item. Quickly, a blueprint appeared before him. Information about it also displayed rapidly. Gang Tai Zi Xin, Forging Blueprint, Steel Heart, Attribute. Use the item's ability to create a permanent warrior who obeys your every command, can transform and upgrade. Initial level 10, initial gender neutral. The host, skilled at gauging the audience's mood, noticed everyone's excitement and said, "The Gang Tai Zi Xin Forging Blueprint has a starting price of 2 million. Hearing this, murmurs of doubt immediately arose. 2 million? Am I hearing things? A rare Grandmaster Engineering Blueprint is already 8 million. Someone hesitated and replied to the previous statement. Maybe it's because the required usage level is too high, they're afraid it won't sell? Another retorted, no way, it's extremely difficult to become a diamond-level engineering grandmaster. Only top-tier conglomerates are willing to spend resources and money to acquire one. Small companies have a hard time using it, that person decisively added. And there aren't more than 10 people in the world who've become engineering grandmasters. Hearing this, Ye Hao pondered slightly. He thought to himself, not more than 10 people. I didn't expect engineering grandmasters to be so rare. Du Jixi quickly grasped its master's thoughts and put on a scholarly appearance. That's only natural. You need not only financial resources, but also talent far exceeding ordinary people. Even the previous owner, despite obtaining this account, found it very difficult to achieve the title of engineering grandmaster. Hearing this, a few glimmers of determination appeared in Ye Hao's heart, and he replied, so difficult, huh? Then I'll have to study it carefully with my abilities. Si Yu then coldly said, I don't think anyone will buy this, Ye Hao asked in surprise. Why is it so cheap? As if waiting for him to ask this, she replied without hesitation. Although this blueprint can be upgraded and has immense potential, it's very difficult to use. Moreover, even if you are an engineering grandmaster, crafting this blueprint will consume an enormous amount of intelligence and willpower, so it's difficult for anyone to buy this blueprint. Hearing this, Ye Hao's ambition didn't diminish in the slightest, his eyes still full of anticipation as he muttered to himself, what's there to be afraid of? More importantly, if no one buys it, it'll be even easier for me to get it, and I have the system to help me. After waiting for a while without any response from the guests, the host reluctantly spoke up. 2 million? And no one's buying. All right then, if no one's buying. Just as he said this, he suddenly froze, not daring to believe his eyes as he shouted, Wait! The host looked toward Ye Hao, who was raising his hand, and said, VIP. Customer number 30 bids 2 million. I thought no one was going to buy it. The surrounding people, hearing this, also turned their gazes toward him and began to gossip. Someone actually bought it. Quite a few sneered. Does he think he's an engineering grandmaster? Idiot? Xing Yu helplessly asked Ye Hao. Hey, what are you buying this for? Only an engineering grandmaster can use this. Even if you want to buy it to resell it, you won't be able to. But Ye Hao cryptically replied, Don't worry, I have my reasons for buying it. However, in his heart, Ye Hao was secretly gloating. Excellent! How could these people know its true value? His eyes full of cunning, he muttered to himself. But for me, this item is definitely 5 stars. Soon, the host's voice rang out again. Congratulations to VIP customer number 30 for purchasing the item at the starting price of 2 million. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a notification that 2 million had been deducted. You have obtained the Gang Tai Zi Xin. Ye Hao contentedly held the auctioned item in his hand, thinking, This came just in time. In addition to increasing my firepower, it can also help me protect my parents and younger sister. At this moment, the fan box emitted a soft glow, along with a system notification. Lucky Halo special effect has been activated. The Gang Tai Zi Xin forging blueprint will be randomly upgraded. Hearing this, Ye Hao was so happy he almost cried. He exclaimed, Awesome! Double the joy! A detailed notification also appeared. It read, Gang Tai Zi Xin attribute. Use the blueprint to permanently create a humanoid warrior who is always loyal to its master. Can be modified and upgraded. Usage requirement, Engineering Grandmaster, level 10 to level 20, gender neutral, can be adjusted freely. After reading it, he exclaimed even more excitedly, Instant upgrade from level 10 to level 20. Then dealing with monsters at the level of the nether spider and the evil eye won't be a problem. Hearing Ye Hao say this, Ye cunningly reminded, Master, haven't you forgotten something? Level isn't the most important thing. Seeing him silent and not understanding the problem, Ye emphasized, its gender can be changed along with its words. An image of a sexy female warrior appeared and said, Master, what would you like me to do for you? At this point, Ye's face became even more cunning. You know what needs to be done, right? Ye Hao really wanted to punch it, just do it, quickly. A few bumps appeared on Ye's head, while he returned to his energetic self and said, This trip is truly beyond my expectations. I wonder if the remaining 6 items have anything more special. The other items appeared one after another, the first being the Jialong Zan Shen. Regarding the information of the Jialong Zan Shen, this item has shield attributes. With the effect of defending and reducing 30% of the damage received by the user, the starting price is 7 million. Next is the Long Ya Shu Ren. Its information board reads, Long Ye Bloodthirsty Man. Attribute, Roar. When dealing damage to enemies, the enemy's damage is converted into 20% of the user's HP, transaction price, 10 million. A moment later, the host's excited voice rang out once again. The 7th item will be revealed right now. As soon as these words fell, a mighty magical beast appeared. Its entire body exuded an aura of fierce battle. Without hesitation, the host introduced, This is a magic beast summoning crystal, super rare grade, starting price, 10 million. Each bid must increase by at least 1 million. Its detailed information also appeared. Magic Beast Summoning. After using, magic power is consumed to activate the magical creatures within the crystal, allowing them to fight until their magic power is exhausted. Many people around began to bid competitively. I bid 11 million. Another person refused to be outdone. I bid 15 million. Ye Hao was still staring blankly at the creature before him, finally saying, This is the first time I've ever heard of this item. Sikyu explained. After defeating a boss, there's a low chance of the boss dropping a magic crystal. This magic beast summoning crystal is considered rare, so it's understandable that you wouldn't know about it. Then, she turned and gently lifted Ye Hao's chin, saying, See? This means that there are countless things in this world that you don't know and can't touch at your current level. But if you're interested in these secrets, you only need to join the Mogong squad. Ye Hao replied somewhat indifferently. Is that so? He said. But in his heart he easily saw through Xiayu's intentions. To persuade me to join, she's really going through a lot of trouble. Perhaps in her eyes, I'm just a frog in a well. Thinking of this, Ye Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. But little does she know that I'm not trapped. I can escape this well with my own strength and see that vast blue sky. The host's voice rang out. Finally, the item goes for 50 million. Congratulations to the buyer. Xingyu seized the opportunity to tease Ye Hao. Even if you wanted to, you wouldn't have enough money to buy these items, would you? He glanced at her and said, Shut up, don't piss me off. On the other side, while summoning the next item, the host said, Next, I'll probably have to make way for it, because this item is extremely large. After saying this, he immediately jumped out of his original position. A strong force immediately crashed onto the stage, along with the host's proud voice. Introducing! He gestured towards the massive object standing before everyone and announced loudly, 2,000mm Divine Artillery Cannon, Electronic Siege War Machine. The detailed information for this item quickly appeared, stating, The Electronic Siege War Machine uses magical electronic energy to fire an electronic wave with extremely destructive power. Gasps of amazement echoed around. I didn't expect this auction to even have a siege weapon. This will definitely end up in the hands of a large corporation. Others nodded in agreement. Probably. A siege dungeon is a battle involving 50 to 100 people, so a top-tier corporation is the most suitable. Ye Hao thought to himself with interest. Siege dungeons. I've really had my eyes open to so much interesting information today. This is only the 8th item, and it's already like this. What surprises will the remaining items have in store? I'm really looking forward to it. Immediately after, the siege war machine demonstrated its capabilities to everyone. It easily blasted rocks and earth into rubble. The host, emboldened, continued to praise. Level 40 siege war machine. This war machine can destroy everything. Although it's for levels 40 to 60, its output is incredibly consistent. This is a great choice for exploration and siege teams. He stood in front of the war machine and boldly announced, "Its starting price is 20 million. Each bid must increase by at least 2 million. Now, show me your hands." Immediately, everyone plunged into a frenzy of bidding. Someone said 22 million. Another immediately bid 28 million, and yet another, not wanting to be outdone, bid 30 million. Ye Hao looked at the massive item before him and said with regret, "Too big and only useful for siege dungeons and wasteland exploration? I really don't need this, and siege dungeons sound really impressive." He asked CU, "Are siege dungeons one of the team-based instances?" CU replied, "In addition, there are also tower defense, ambush, biochemical warfare, and only top-tier teams can participate in the attack and occupation." Soon after, the host excitedly announced, "Congratulations to the VIP customer for acquiring it at a price of 88 million. Next, before the host could finish speaking, a glittering key appeared. He introduced, this is the 9th item, a level 100 high-level dungeon key, starting price 30 million. Its detailed information also appeared quickly. Level 100 high-level dungeon key, a mysterious key leading to legendary mythical dungeons. Everyone around seemed to see something unreal, doubting their eyes and wondering. A level 100 high-level dungeon key. Since I came here, I've never seen a high-level dungeon key like this. Someone spoke up loudly. Based on the resources that this dungeon provides, it should be worth at least 5 million. Ye Hao couldn't help but wonder, is it really worth up to 5 million? And why do so few people want to buy it? Sikyu quickly explained, because dungeon keys all have usage levels, when you use it, it will start counting down. If its usage level reaches 0, you won't be able to enter anymore. Using it multiple times will reduce the number of uses, therefore almost only top-tier teams buy them because they can complete the dungeon quickly. As soon as these words were spoken, Ye Hao was startled and thought, what? There's such a thing? Then, he thought of his level 40 dungeon key, and quickly commanded, "System, analyze the level 40 dungeon key." Very quickly, a system notification appeared. Level 40 dungeon key successfully analyzed. Item attributes have been changed. Please check again. The attribute information was displayed. It stated, level 40 dungeon key, recommended use when you are level 40 to 50, coordinates, area C87 outside the safe zone, type, unknown, introduction, unknown, durability, 80%. After reading it once, Ye Hao became even more certain of his judgment. As expected, durability has been added. The key already has signs of rusting. A key is required to enter the dungeon. But most importantly, where exactly is area C87? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. 1.5 million. The surroundings immediately buzzed with excitement. 1.5 million. That's insane, the host asked. The VIP customer has bid 1.5 million. Is there anyone who will bid higher? When no one responded, he quickly announced the deal was closed. Over here, Ye Hao was secretly evaluating. 1.5 million for a dungeon key? Truly, money can move mountains. Below, the host started to act mysterious again. Please, everyone, don't leave your seats. Next, please don't take your eyes off the stage. Then he pointed at the object being brought out and introduced it. This is the final item, also the most valuable item. As soon as the lid was opened, a vial of medicine quickly appeared before everyone's eyes. The reputable host said, legendary item, Rage Revival Potion, starting price 1 million. Its attributes quickly appeared. Rage Revival Potion, a legendary item containing a mysterious power that can revive a person. It could be said that the audience immediately exploded, and voices of doubt also rang out continuously. Revive a person? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? How could such a potion exist? Someone resolutely spoke up. Even if I have to sell my house, I must get this potion. Zigyu on this side was also extremely excited, and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I didn't expect this item to exist. I don't have enough money to buy it. Damn it, Ye Hao turned to ask Dui Si, System, can I create this revival potion? It immediately replied, no, revival potions are forbidden items. They will disrupt the rules of this world. Along with an image of a raging monster, the host added, as everyone knows, when the world entered the Oi era, all revival skills were taboo. Even the highest level pastors cannot fully understand or control them. First of all, if someone uses this potion, they will be revived, but it has a huge side effect, which is turning the user into a monster and going on a frenzied killing spree. Someone quickly reacted and spoke up. Turning into a monster is the same as being dead. The host continued to explain. Please listen carefully. This rage state only lasts for 1 month. After 1 month, they will return to normal. Many people agreed upon hearing this, so that's how it is. Then it's worth having. I bid 5 million. Ye Hao thought to himself, indeed, life is important. After all, having money that you can't use is as good as throwing it away. But what exactly is this rage? This is the first time I've heard of it. In his mind, he couldn't help but imagine countless different types of races, and then pondered, are there other races besides demon beasts in this world? All information about it is almost a complete mystery. At this time, someone shouted, 3 million. The host received the information and asked, this VIP customer bids 3 million. Is there anyone bidding higher? Ye Hao, upon hearing this, suspiciously muttered, 3 million? How can this senior have so much money? That's very suspicious. Is there something fishy going on here? Thinking this, he decided, at least I should stay away from him to prevent any accidents, and handle it well as soon as that senior gets the item. The host's voice also rang out. Congratulations to the VIP customer for obtaining the item for 3 million. Immediately afterwards, his entire body was illuminated, and he didn't forget to politely bow and say, thus, today's auction has come to an end. See you all next time. Following the light, the host gradually disappeared, leaving only one sentence. Have a good day, everyone, Ye Hao calculated to himself. This place is really great. Next time I come, I have to earn more money. Not long after, he and Xingyu returned home. As soon as he entered, Ye Hao spoke up and asked, Yunfei, have you finished buying the equipment? Don't keep mom and dad waiting too long. Yunfei, upon hearing this, replied with some embarrassment. Why are you back so early? Wait for me to finish choosing. He couldn't help but feel a little speechless with this younger sister. Then Ye Hao turned to Xingyu and said, thank you. Indeed, this trip has helped me gain a lot. But she said, don't thank me so quickly. What you saw today is only the tip of the iceberg. Joining the Mo Gong squad will allow you to learn even more, Ye Hao replied unhurriedly. Thank you, I will think about it. Saying that, he turned to urge Yunfei again. Hurry up, I'll give you another half an hour. I'm gonna buy some things. You have to be done when I get back. Got it, she quickly replied. Understood. Not long after, Ye Hao stood in front of his 2 imposing king's avatar accounts and pondered. Exploring this world is really extremely difficult, and more importantly, I have to protect my family. Thinking this, he made a decision. I can't entrust that important task to outsiders, not even a large corporation. It's best to rely on my own strength. Therefore, Ye Hao looked at the blueprint appearing before him and said, Master, this engineering study is really logical, he confidently added. The necessary items are also extremely easy to obtain, costing only 4 million to buy on the black market like that. Saying this, Ye Hao unconsciously clenched his fist and resolutely declared, it's time to start crafting. 3 days later, in the academy's auditorium, the principal's voice echoed throughout the space. After 3 days, the students should have calmed down a bit. As we all know, 3 days ago, our school suffered a terrorist attack, targeting the young miss of the Han Mo Corporation, Mo Karen. He forcefully declared. This was a high-level terrorist attack that was carefully planned. The academy's security level is not sufficient to defend against it. At this point, the principal's expression was extremely determined. Everyone knows that if something really happened to the young Miss Mo Karen within the academy, our academy would be finished. As the principal, I felt very hopeless at that time. But at this critical moment, the principal revealed vaguely, the appearance of one person not only saved the young Miss Mo Karen, but also pulled our entire academy back from the brink of despair. Hearing this, a student standing in the front row spoke up and asked, one person? The opponent was a level 15 trash mob, and the leader was close to level 50. How did that person do it? Someone thought for a moment and quickly replied, it must be a member of the Mo Gong squad. Only someone of that caliber could do something like that. Suddenly, someone spoke up and denied. Why did I hear that it was done by a student? Hearing this, everyone around him burst into doubt. A student? Are you kidding me? Our students were all huddled on the ground trembling. Who dared to stand up and resist? Seeing everyone below arguing fiercely, the principal spoke up to explain. Over the past few days, you must have heard some rumors, right? We were indeed saved by a classmate, so... At this point, the spotlight shone solely on Ye Hao, accompanied by the principal's voice filled with pride. "Let's give the savior of our academy the warmest applause, student Ye Hao. Please come up on stage to receive your award." The atmosphere around quickly exploded, with most people disagreeing with this outcome. Someone shouted, "What? It's really Ye Hao? The Ye Hao who can't level up? What a joke! If it's really him, I'll do a headstand." Someone cheerfully echoed the previous scornful words. "Me too, but I don't know how to do a headstand." Quite a few people also felt indignant and yelled, "Principal, the identity of the savior is supposed to be a secret, so why use Ye Hao to fool us?" Among them, one particularly confident person mocked, "To conceal the true savior, the principal has pushed all the credit to Ye Hao. If you really need a substitute, why not choose me? I'm better than that trash in every aspect." Before the words finished, another powerful voice suppressed him. "Hey, you little punk, say that again." Immediately after, the collar of the person who was mocking was easily lifted by someone. Luo Feng angrily shouted in his face, "How can Old Master Tian's aura be doubted by trash like you? While Old Master was fighting powerful enemies, you were still wetting your pants." Faced with his attitude, the person who mocked was so scared he couldn't speak, only stuttering, "You!" At this time, everyone's eyes once again turned to Ye Hao. Everyone began to doubt, could it really be Ye Hao who did it? Although the principal said so, it's hard to believe. Some people were willing to smooth things over, saying it doesn't matter who saved the academy, it's just that the name deserves the reward, so let him take a few bows on stage. DM, seeing everyone's reaction, thought with heartache, "It was Ye Hao who saved everyone, why don't they believe he's so strong and handsome?" Zhu. He, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at him, pondering. In the end, she secretly remembered in her heart, "Ye Hao, huh?" At this moment, the principal's voice rang out, interrupting the arguments and thoughts of the students below. He shouted, "Silence! Don't you even believe my words?" Ye Hao had already gone up on stage, he calmly advised. "No need to mind them, principal." Then he looked at him with understanding in his eyes and said, "After all, people only believe what they see with their own eyes. It's a normal reaction to things they don't understand. Whether they believe it or not doesn't matter. Please don't delay the awards ceremony for this trivial matter." Hearing this, the principal didn't continue to dwell on it. He faced the students below and announced, "In front of all the teachers and students, I'll give you 101 points. A point or two more is to encourage you to keep trying." As soon as these words were spoken, some people below began to believe it. At this point, it couldn't possibly be fake. Some admiring students shouted loudly, "Yes, we believe that Ye Hao is the savior." But it was only verbal praise. "I really want to learn from the principal, but to be empowered." The principal continued excitedly, "The reward with words. Although our 9th Academy doesn't have as much money as the other districts, but for those who make outstanding contributions to the Academy." Saying this, he quickly pulled off the red cloth next to him and declared, "I certainly won't be stingy." Immediately, a towering stack of cash rewards appeared. Sounds of admiration followed. "Damn, so much cash. Is it all a reward for Ye Hao?" Some classmates also didn't believe their eyes and asked doubtfully, "Principal, are you really doing this?" Not stopping there, he continued to reach into his pocket and added, "This 2 million in cash is just a small part. The real reward is coming." He then took out an old map and introduced, "Former World Relics Distribution Map. On top of that map there is also a Kim-only direction, is manufactured very special." Some classmates couldn't control their emotions and shouted, "What? There's even such a big reward!" Ye Hao was no less surprised. He thought to himself awkwardly, "Hey principal, this is the Academy's treasure. You normally don't even let anyone glance at it. Are you really giving it to me?" But he ignored the surrounding chatter, only gently snapped his fingers, successfully regaining the attention of the students below. After that, the principal began to speak. "Although the students already know about it, today I will explain it more clearly." He recalled and recounted, "This precious map originated from the greatest alumni in the history of our 9th Academy, the legendary hunter, Mu Wei." According to the principal's words, "The image of Mu Wei appeared," he continued, "symbolizes our spirit of courage to explore the unknown." Recalling the scene of discovering the relics of the old world, the principal couldn't help but feel emotional. Hunter relics, everyone must have heard of them. They are a group of powerful people who are not afraid of death, especially exploring wild dungeons and relics of the old world, then sell the coordinates to large groups at high prices. And Mu Wei is one of the greatest explorers of the oil era on Earth. Thinking of Mu Wei and the distribution map, The principal immediately switched to a state of pride and said, "His purpose is to restore order to the world." Based on his own efforts, he drew a distribution map of relics and wild dungeons within a radius of 2,000 kilometers centered around the safe area. Ye Hao couldn't help but think in his heart after hearing this, "I've heard about this, but in the end, because it was too risky, he went deep into an area that no one had ever explored before. But the authenticity of the map could not be verified, so it was considered a great legend by everyone." The principal recalled the scene that day. Mu was ridiculed and sadly recounted. In the face of the world's ridicule and scolding, Mu only smiled. "But as an old classmate, and also someone who studied with him, I always believe in his courage and spirit of exploration." The image of him standing proudly in front of the sunlight also appeared because of this. Being firmly spoken by the principal, I will never forget the day he handed the drawing into my hands and disappeared into the wilderness outside the safe area. Therefore, speaking of this, the principal then stuffed the old world relic distribution map into Ye Hao's hand, and then declared aggressively, "Regardless of whether the content of this picture is true or false, the person who receives it is Ye Hao. You may only see it as a reward, but I see it as an inheritance." He became more and more determined as he spoke. "In you, I feel courage. That's why I will pass this true treasure on to you. I hope you can live up to everyone's expectations and become someone even greater than Mu." He quickly grabbed the map and replied with utmost reliability, "Principal, don't worry, I won't let you down." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently, and debris started falling from the ceiling. Everyone panicked and screamed, "What's going on?" An earthquake. At this moment, a golden hole appeared in the ceiling, distorting the space around it. Someone noticed and pointed upwards, saying, "Hey, look at the ceiling." Everyone was shocked. A spatial rift. In this critical moment, the principal hurriedly shouted, "What are you standing there for, all students? Evacuate immediately. Head to the underground shelter right now. Hurry, professors above level 15. Stay behind, form ranks, and prepare to attack the enemy." Ye Hao, worried, questioned himself. Why is this happening? Could it really be what those two said would happen? Why now, in such a crowded place like the school campus? Damn it! The hole in the ceiling grew larger and larger, now turning a bizarre purple color. The principal's voice rang out again. "Attention! Demonic beasts are appearing. Professors, stabilize the ranks and try to buy time for the students to evacuate." Professors fought and replied, "Yes." But before the students could run, a massive figure appeared, before everyone's astonished eyes. It spoke disdainfully. "Buy time to evacuate. With me here, where do you think you're gonna run?" This giant boar beast easily sent a group of people flying as soon as it appeared. It roared ferociously. A classmate asked in shock, "A level 15 demonic beast, why is it so strong?" Hearing this, the giant boar beast replied even more contemptuously, "Level 15! We demonic beasts fight and kill in the wilderness to evolve. Those who survive to this day are all elite. This great one's level 15 is beyond comparison for you trash." With that, it charged ferociously towards that classmate. He immediately warned in fear, "Don't come here. My father is a very powerful martial artist. If you dare touch a hair on my head, he will never forgive you, never." But the giant boar beast was not afraid. It became even more interested, reaching towards the classmate, saying with smug satisfaction, "Really? Then you can satisfy my hunger first. You have a flavor that I really like." The classmate screamed in panic, "Dad, save me!" But at this moment, a light suddenly flashed, drawing the giant boar beast's attention. Before it could react, a fatal blow landed successfully, bisecting it. The giant boar beast's health bar also dropped to 0%. The classmate didn't know what had just happened and was still crying quietly with his head in his hands. Very quickly, the ferocious beast cried out in pain and fell. The expected attack didn't come. The classmate looked back, saw the scene, and burst into tears. "Dad, is that you?" Ye Hao stepped out of the smoke and asked his father. Then he coldly declared, "I don't have a son like you. If you want to live, get to the underground shelter now." The classmate was stunned, not daring to believe his eyes, and stammered, "Ye Hao?" So this classmate was the one who had confidently boasted that he could easily beat Ye Hao earlier. At this moment he was crying and clinging to his leg, begging, "Ye Hao, thank you for saving me. I shouldn't have doubted you before. Please protect me." But Ye Hao only became even colder. He said sternly, "Didn't you understand what I said? Get out." As soon as he finished speaking, the classmate hastily replied, "Yes," and scurried away. In his heart, he was crying silently, thinking, that look definitely wasn't a joke, he's definitely going to kill me in the next second. Ye Hao looked at the devastated scene around him and thought, if this demonic beast invasion is to seize the 9th safe zone, he frowned and concluded, then the scale must be larger than this. The initial level of the demonic beasts is 15, like the Ghost Eye Demon Beast last time. This shows that the limit the spatial rift can withstand is level 15. The question is, what is the highest limit that can be reached? At this moment, Tian Tian and Luo Feng suddenly appeared. Luo Feng said energetically, Boss, I'm here to help you, Tian Tian added. Ye Hao, I'm here to help you too. Ye Hao was stunned by their appearance, hesitating for a long time before managing to say 2 words, you guys. But quickly, Ye Hao dismissed this confusion. He pointed to the huge hole in the ceiling and said, the spatial rift has appeared again, it seems they won't stop. If I'm not mistaken, this wave of demonic beasts will still be level 15, but with your current level. Hearing this, the two exclaimed in unison, what? Still level 15? Luo Feng understood the problem, turned around, and said, understood, boss. Let's go, Ruan Tiantian. We'll only be a hindrance to the boss right now. All we can do is help the professors evacuate the students to the underground shelter. Hearing this, Tiantian had no choice but to agree and say, okay. Suddenly, from within the spatial rift, a sharp claw was gradually revealing itself. Immediately after, a crimson-feathered chicken with a full health bar appeared. It said fiercely, die, and pounced towards the 3 of them. Ye Hao, without hesitation, continued to say to the 2, I didn't tell you to leave. Then Ye Hao got into a fighting stance and charged forward, not forgetting to say to them, follow me. Now is the perfect opportunity for you to level up. It can't be wasted. I'll slash until they only have a little health left. Ye Hao bravely charged forward, shouting, you guys will deliver the fatal blow and get the experience points. Tung Dan Dan, you're up first. Tung Dan Dan. Hearing this, quickly drew her weapon in response. Luo Feng hurriedly followed behind them, yelling, Ritian, you are so majestic and imposing. Damn it, let them know humans aren't so easy to bully. The scarlet-feathered cockatrice, seeing their momentum, scornfully said, court death. But before it could finish its sentence, Ye Hao cleaved it in 2 with a single sword strike. Tang Dan Dan seized the opportunity of its dying breaths and unleashed her basic lightning strike. The scarlet-feathered cockatrice's health bar was completely depleted, just like that. Without a moment's rest, Ye Hao, upon landing, said, follow me, don't stop. Straight from the auditorium into the campus, we'll take turns killing the magical beasts we encounter. The other 2 responded, understood. The 3 of them quickly moved out. The scene outside was extremely chaotic. There were many small rifts, and because of that, ferocious beasts were everywhere, screaming madly, die, all of you! A group of people, being scorched by flames, cried out in panic, save me! Someone more composed reminded them, don't run around aimlessly. Follow the professors to the shelters. Hurry! Ye Hao, seeing the apocalyptic scene before him, couldn't help but curse, damn it, the situation is worse than I thought. It seems the entire 9th security zone has been attacked. The conspiracy theories have become a reality. But before he could go far, a devil-horned minotaur appeared, blocking his path. It confidently declared, trying to escape, dream on. It said condescendingly, becoming my experience points is the best choice. I'll let you die without pain. As it spoke, it charged forward, intending to gore him to death. Ye Hao impatiently raised his sword and slashed. Shut up! I don't have time to talk to trash like you. In his heart, he thought. Even though I told Yunfei this morning to stay home with her parents and Nana, that she didn't need to come to school. Then, Ye Hao, while jumping, continued to think, I'm still a little worried. These thoughts didn't affect his killing efficiency. Ye Hao quickly slashed with his sword, splitting the magical beast in 2, and shouted, Luo Feng, finish it off! He hurriedly responded, got it, boss! After finishing the strike, he immediately commanded, System, contact Yunfei. The system immediately responded, connecting, please wait. Luo Feng swung his axe horizontally at the devil-horned minotaur, not forgetting to berate it. Die, you piece of beef. More like braised beef. Who wants your experience points anyway? Ye Hao had landed by this point, he thought. Even if I'm worried, I can't abandon the professors and students. I have to contact Yunfei first to see how things are on her end, then I can figure out the next step. But in response to his waiting, he received bad news from the system. The other party is busy or the signal is jammed, unable to connect to Ye Yunfei. Upon receiving this information, Ye Hao immediately worried and thought, "Damn it! Why can't I contact Yunfei? Is she in danger?" At that moment, a shout suddenly rang out, attracting his attention. In the direction of the sound, a wild demon wolf, still at 80% health, stood before Teacher Chen and arrogantly said, "Weak humans, even at the same level 15, you're no match for me? Do you know how many of my kind I had to kill to reach level 15? Worthless humans?" Teacher Chen, a level 15, with only 20% health left, swallowed the pain and replied, "Don't lump us humans together with you beasts who kill each other." He used all the strength he had left to stand in front of the students and gritted his teeth at it. "If you want to touch my students, you'll have to get past my corpse first." The students, both touched and worried, called out, "Teacher Chen!" As if provoked, the wild demon wolf raised its claws, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. It even feigned generosity, saying, "I'll grant your wish," and slowly savor the taste of human blood and flesh. Teacher Chen tried to shout, "You guys, run!" But immediately after, a flash of swordlight appeared. The wild demon wolf's raised arm hadn't even had a chance to fall before it was severed. It angrily roared, "Who is it?" Before it could appear for long, it was finished off by Ye Hao's sword piercing its throat. It cried out in surprise and pain. He mocked in a playful tone, "No crying now. Wild demon wolf level 15, so that's why you only have 1% health left." Teacher Chen, who was being healed by Tung Dandan, blankly asked, "Are you?" Before he could finish, the students beside him spoke up. "Classmate Ye Hao." He didn't answer but only instructed, "Teacher Chen, please quickly take the other students away from here. I'll cover your retreat." The group, hearing this, excitedly exclaimed, "It really is Ye Hao. Truly our academy's savior. Thank you, Ye Hao." Teacher Chen also said at this moment, "While those magical beasts haven't respawned, we need to quickly run to the underground shelter." Ye Hao's heart was burning with anxiety, but he reassured himself. Worrying about his parents at home was useless now. He could only trust that Nana could protect them safely. Now, he had to use all his strength to eliminate the magical beasts at the academy, then quickly return home. Not long after, in a deserted corner of the campus, a rift suddenly appeared. A one-eyed giant demon quickly poked its head out from it. It looked around and happily said, "This is the School of Humans." It seems the idea of using the surviving nomads to offer to the captain was the right one. "I've long heard that schools have many low-level humans. It's been hard to get assigned to this area." Then, the one-eyed giant demon quickly stepped out, extremely eager. "I have to eat my fill." As soon as it finished speaking, a sword strike arrived, instantly causing it to become a state of, "Leg stay, body goes." At this moment, Ye Hao's voice also rang out. "It's your turn, Luo Feng." The one-eyed giant demon unwillingly shouted, "This is impossible. A tiny, weak human dares to kill me." Right then, Luo Feng, already bracing to strike, retorted to the monster's earlier plea. "Kill you? What's wrong with that? This old man is a pro at it." Seeing this, the one-eyed giant demon used its upper body to crawl forward, desperately begging, "Spare me! I haven't even killed a single human yet. I'll go back through the space rift right now, please." But Luo Feng wouldn't hear a word of it. As he decisively slashed down, he said, "You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is your house? Just die, trash." The demonic beast cried out in agony as it breathed its last. Thanks to that, Luo Feng leveled up. He laughed gleefully, finally reaching level 15. Following the boss to kill monsters is the fastest way to level up indeed. At this moment, Tian Tian had arrived unnoticed. She excitedly chimed in, that's right, even I should be reaching level 12 soon. It's all thanks to Ye Hao taking us grinding levels." Hearing this, Luo Feng reminded her, "Hey, Ruan Tiantian, you're not allowed to call boss by his full name." Ye Hao interrupted their bickering, raising his vigilance. "Don't worry about such minor things, and even more so, don't get too caught up in the joy after leveling up." Then, he seriously analyzed the situation. Including the one just now, we've killed 20 demonic beasts, and they were all level 15. This is definitely not normal. The demonic beast invasions level definitely won't stop at level 15. As soon as he finished speaking, a level 16 bloodied spiked bone sword tiger appeared behind them. A glint flashed in Ye Hao's eyes. He thought to himself, The level of the demonic beasts has indeed increased, which means there are two possibilities. Before they could even prepare, the spiked bone sword tiger had already closed in on them. Seeing its movement, they exclaimed, "Too fast!" Hearing this, it said arrogantly, "That's obvious. You humans can never keep up with my speed." As it spoke, it pounced towards Tiantian. Ye Hao reacted immediately, shouting, "Be careful, Ruan Tiantian! It's targeting you!" But she could only passively say, "What?" But very quickly, she regained the initiative. Just as its claws were about to reach Tiantian, she cast Magic Shield. She said powerfully, "Don't underestimate me. I'm no longer a newbie waiting to be slaughtered." Ye Hao praised from the side. "Not bad reaction speed, Ruan Tiantian. You finally learned how to protect yourself." Then he added, "I'll attack first, and you deliver the final blow," Tiantian replied. "Okay, that's the plan, one before and one after." The demonic beast was quickly pierced through the body by a vortex of power. It cried out in agony. After taking it down, Ye Hao thought, the demonic beast invasion has levels ranging from low to high, and Nana is level 20, so my parents and Yunfei should be able to hold on for a short while. As he sheathed his sword, he thought with peace of mind. At the same time, it's enough time for me to help all the teachers and students escape into the shelter. Ye Hao imagined the image of a huge, fierce monster in a fierce battle, and asked himself, but what is the upper limit for fighting monsters? Level 50? Level 60? He pondered. Through the battle with the Black Tiger Legion last time, I can cope with a level difference of up to 20 levels. But what if the level difference is too great this time? How am I supposed to deal with it? Ye Hao swung his sword and continued to ponder. Don't think about these things for now. Focus on the task at hand. The demonic beast invasion has been going on for half an hour already. The majority of teachers and students have probably escaped into the shelter, but we can't rule out the possibility of students being separated. Thinking this, Ye Hao's heroic spirit exploded. He made up his mind and promised himself, I can't abandon anyone who is still alive. After aligning his thoughts, Ye Hao commanded, System, use the Eye of Truth skill. The system quickly responded. Using the Eye of Truth skill, scanning of living beings within the academy is complete. Please check, host. A giant circle appeared in the sky, with the image of an eye in the center. Looking at the images of the campus and the distribution of white and red dots, Ye Hao thought to himself, as expected, some students and teachers have been left behind. Then he turned to the other two and said, now we'll split into two groups. I'll go to the furthest part of the academy, the storage room, to rescue people. After a pause, Ye Hao added, Luo Feng and Ruan Tiantian will go together. There are 3 students hiding in the cafeteria over there. After rescuing them, head straight to the underground shelter. Luo Feng immediately reacted. Boss, I don't want to go with her. I want to go alone. Tiantian also made a face and said, What do you mean? I don't want to go with you either. Ye Hao, with a you two are still complaining, look, asked back. What did you two say? My ears aren't good. Say it again. The two stammered, Nothing. We'll go immediately. He didn't forget to add, although your levels have been raised, always be careful, don't take risks, and only by cooperating closely can you unleash your strongest strength, Luo Feng replied with conviction. Boss, just leave it to me. I'm very confident in my command skills. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Ye Hao shouted, Action! And rushed in the designated direction. Tiantian called out, Ye Hao, remember to be careful, don't worry about us, Luo Feng said calmly after hearing her words. Demonic beasts of this level are not a threat to the boss. Then he urged with a sacrificial expression, Let's go, Ruan Tiantian. I never thought there would be a day when this great one would have to cooperate with you, Tiantian retorted without losing out. Same here, your blood is in my hands. I'm no longer the newbie I used to be. At this point, Luo Feng said thoughtfully, I've also changed. We've all been changed by the boss without realizing it, he declared with absolute admiration. And I believe that the boss can still lead us to a better future. On the other side, Ye Hao, while running to the place where people were left behind, thought, I still don't know the limit of the demonic beasts. I can't fight a battle without being prepared. Thinking this, he commanded, Enter the system space. Very quickly, a light golden space appeared surrounding Ye Hao. He asked, System, how many experience points do I have right now? The system immediately replied, According to calculations, the host's current accumulated experience value is, it calculated for a moment and said, 210,000. The host can unlock a new king account, or the host can choose to upgrade the linked level to unlock new talents. Hearing this answer, Ye Hao said with great satisfaction, "It's even better than I expected. Is it because of the Black Tiger mercenary group before? And also because I single-handedly killed the monster just now?" At this moment, Mo Si and Scarlet Flame Emperor were following his footsteps. Ye Hao thought for a moment and said, "But with the current situation, there's no time to slowly research a new profession." Then he looked at the Scarlet Flame Emperor beside him and ordered, "System, use all the experience points to upgrade Scarlet Flame Emperor's level." The system quickly responded, "Order received." Currently using 20,000 experience points to increase one level. Then it continued, "Congratulations, host. The linked level of the Scarlet Flame Emperor account is +10. The next linked level is 31. Immediately, Ye Hao felt a surge of power flowing throughout his body. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So strong! It feels like this power is flooding my entire body. Amazing! Is this the effect of increasing 10 levels at once?" Ye Hao looked at his control panel, which displayed level 5, and commented, "My own level has increased by another level. But this kind of external control panel isn't important, as there are many people in this world who can change the level of the external control panel." At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Host has 1 star of talent points to allocate. Please select a talent to upgrade." Hearing this, he was a little surprised, wondering, "Talent?" Then he thought, although the current defense talent is at level 20, it can still withstand attacks from level 40, but it's still injured by the attack power. So this time, Ye Hao flashed a confident smile and ordered, "Upgrade the attack talent." The system replied, "Order received, attack talent upgraded." Immediately afterward, images of skills surrounding the Scarlet Flame form appeared. The system also announced, "Supplementary special skills of the attack talent have been unlocked. Scarlet Flame form, after having energy, transforming into Scarlet Flame form first attack is a critical strike, and the duration is 180 seconds. Hearing this, Ye Hao remembered his appearance when he first transformed. In his heart, he asked the system curiously, "Scarlet Flame form, isn't this the first transformation form when I first had the king level account system?" The system also confirmed, "That's right. But at that time, the host's linked level was too low, and the host's own attributes couldn't withstand the Scarlet Flame form, so the system automatically locked this skill." He looked at the Scarlet Flame Emperor beside him and asked happily, "Now that my level has increased, this skill has been unlocked. That's great, system. Switch the attack talent." Immediately, Ye Hao's movement speed increased several times. He ran and said, "I want to get there as quickly as possible." On this side, in a music room, teacher Gu, level 16, but with only 65% health, and a group of students were hiding inside. They had carefully used desks and chairs to block the door. Teacher Gu reassured, "Hiding here will be fine. Those damn monsters, even compared to my level." Saying this, he coughed several times before he could continue. "Everyone, don't worry. Just stand behind me." A pink-haired girl hugged Teacher Lai and cried, "I'm so scared." She comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Teacher Gu is here. He will protect us." Hearing this, he agreed, "That's right. With me here, everyone will be safe." But before he could finish speaking, a monster broke through the pile of desks and chairs blocking the door and rolled in. The pink-haired girl cried even louder. The other students were also terrified. Teacher Gu dodged the flying desks and chairs and cursed, "Damn it, so unlucky, I was just talking about monsters." But upon closer inspection, before everyone was a suffering horseface level 18 with depleted health. Its body was covered in large and small wounds. Teacher Gu noticed this and exclaimed in surprise, "That's not right. This monster is already dead. It was beaten to death. Who did this? So brutal. This is a level 18 monster." From within the flames, Ye Hao walked out confidently, thinking contentedly in his heart, "After switching the attack talent, it really is different. Even close combat is very strong." Amazing! Teacher Li saw him and was surprised. Her voice was full of emotion. "Classmate Ye Hao, is that really you? You've saved us again?" "Thank you." Ye Hao scratched his head and said shyly, "You don't need to be so polite. I've cleared out the monsters outside, so everyone should go to the shelter." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. "Really? Does that mean we're safe?" he added. "It's just that everyone should stop by the office building on the way. There are still some classmates there." Before he could finish speaking, Teacher Gu rushed over and shouted in Ye Hao's face, If you're so good, why don't you go yourself? You want us to go to our deaths? Moreover, how dare a student like you order us teachers around? Teacher Li couldn't help but angrily scold. How can Teacher Gu say such a thing? It's a teacher's duty to protect their students. How can you stand by and watch them die? Besides, everyone knows Ye Hao's abilities. We should follow his instructions. Hearing her words, Teacher Gu was stunned for a long time before he could utter a word. His expression darkened, and he thought resentfully in his heart. I originally planned to be a hero to save the beauty, wanting to win this girl's heart, but in the end, that brat Ye Hao stole the show. I regret it so much. Now you even want me to go along to my death? No way! I won't entrust my life to such a greenhorn. Thinking this, Teacher Gu left, grumbling. Alright, if you want to go to your deaths, go ahead. I'm not playing. I came to the academy to be a teacher just for the food and clothing. Otherwise, who would want to be with these kids? Even less so would I go to my death with you people. As he left, he intentionally bumped into Ye Hao's arm. But with just this bump, Teacher Gu's arm bone snapped, and his health dropped to 20%. His expression immediately turned ashen, and then he wondered in a daze, looking at his arm. What's going on? Teacher Li on this side didn't know what Teacher Gu had just experienced. She spoke gently to comfort Ye Hao. Classmate Ye Hao, don't mind him. Leave the students in the office building to me. I will never abandon them, he happily replied. Okay, Teacher Li. That way, I can rest assured and rescue the other students. There might not be any more monsters appearing around here in a short time, but everyone should try to be as quick as possible. Hearing this, she couldn't help but admire him and replied, I understand, classmate Ye Hao. The other female students also looked at him with infatuated eyes full of hearts. Cheers followed. So what Ruan Tiantian said was all true. Ye Hao is both strong and handsome. Not long after, in the storage room, the majestic door was closing. He stood before this large door and thought, this is the legendary storage room of the school. It is said that all the treasures in the secret realm collected by the previous generations of the school are specially used for special figures. Ordinary students cannot enter. Ye Hao lowered his gaze, grabbed the door handles in the center, and began to ponder. Moreover, a special seal has been set up on the door. It cannot be opened by force. Only by combining the two keys of the principal and the secretary can it be opened. Therefore, he unconsciously placed his hand on a handle and pushed it, wondering, who exactly is the person I see inside with my eye of truth? Who would come here in such a dangerous situation? Surprisingly, the door actually opened. Ye Hao was stunned, thinking, the door isn't locked after all. Would the headmaster make such a mistake? Impossible. He immediately moved inside, his steps becoming more hurried. Before Ye Hao now were countless treasures of different colors, carefully stored. He thought to himself, this is indeed a treasure trove that dazzles the eyes. I must keep a tight rein on my hands. Suddenly, a small sound came, and Ye Hao quickly pinpointed its location. He said to himself, over there, on this side, Zhu. He was focused on examining a mysterious box. Suddenly, a few coughs came from behind, startling her. Ye Hao stood blocking the door, and he said softly, I didn't expect this classmate to be so leisurely. Everyone else is frantically running for their lives, but you still have time to come here to find treasures. Have you found a treasure to your liking? Zhu He, not at all afraid of being discovered, activated her energy and warned, so what if I'm treasure hunting? It's none of your business. Leave quickly if you want to live. Ye Hao wasn't someone to be trifled with, he replied without flinching, as expected of the famous Ice Queen, Zhu He. Everyone says you're not interested in anything, but I don't think so. It's just that this storage room isn't a place that ordinary students should come to. At this time, Shui, he had created a protective barrier for herself, surrounded by several swords and ice shards ready to rush towards Ye Hao. She angrily asked, are you following me? Ye Hao raised his hand to signal her not to act rashly and explained, following you is a misunderstanding. I just noticed you were alone here, so I came to rescue you. Seems like that's not necessary now. Su, he didn't believe him. She suspiciously probed, you discovered my very secretive whereabouts. How did you find me? As soon as she finished speaking, Su, he attacked, but the swords were suppressed by a force and couldn't move the moment they were about to touch Ye Hao. He coldly replied, of course I have my own ways. Then Ye Hao looked at Shui He and continued, everyone has secrets. Why be so curious? It's not my fault if my discovery of your secret makes you feel embarrassed. After speaking, he turned to leave, only leaving behind a sentence, Then I won't bother you anymore, carry on. I remind you that the level of the demonic beasts outside is getting higher and higher. Don't let your tail slip, Shu. He shouted unwillingly, stop, but right at this moment, large cracks suddenly appeared on the wall. Immediately after, a level 30 bloodied, frenzied giant ape appeared. It easily tore the massive wall into hundreds of pieces. Ye Hao dodged the flying debris while thinking, a newly born demonic beast has already reached level 30. Damn it, it's faster than I predicted. The frenzied giant ape looked at Shu Hei and said, I smell the scent of a human woman. Unexpectedly, it's a supreme one. It's been so long since I've tasted the flavor of a human woman, I must enjoy it to the fullest today. Hearing this, she couldn't help but get angry, firing a series of swords at it, not forgetting to curse, filthy-mouthed creature, die. But the frenzied giant ape easily neutralized this attack, its face full of meaning, saying, why is Miss so anxious? But isn't your attack massaging? It said with regret, it's a pity that this old man's time is limited. Otherwise, I really want to play with you longer. Then, it reached out to grab Shu Hei, but she quickly created a protective barrier and jumped up. Its hand caught nothing, only able to angrily slam down on the ground. The frenzied giant ape didn't stop there. It reached out again with even more enjoyment, not forgetting to utter vulgar words. Don't run! Very quickly, the frenzied giant ape caught Zhu. He in the protective barrier, it said sinisterly. You think that just because you're in a shell, I won't eat the meat inside. Without waiting for Shu Hei to answer, it answered, surprise is my specialty. With that, it shattered her protective barrier. Zhu Hei, level 6, now only had 35% health left. The frenzied giant ape started its mouth and judged, although delicious, you're too skinny. Then it opened its disgusting mouth toward Shu Hei and said, only suitable as an appetizer. Its tongue shot out, as if to devour her. At this moment, Ye Hao's voice rang out again. You can't beat this ape. Your predecessors all cherish women, but it wants to kill you. Immediately after, a streak of swordlight appeared, cutting off the demonic beast's arm that was grabbing Shu Wei. He quickly caught Shu Hei as she fell. She looked at him in surprise and asked, Ye Hao, why are you still here? Was that last strike you? Ye Hao softly replied. Standard operation, no need to panic. Facing strong enemies, running away isn't my style. Moreover, I came here to save people, not to be beaten. Shu, he said shyly, but it's level 30. Ye Hao raised a finger to stop her mouth and said, save your strength, don't worry about me. He added with an incredibly reliable look, this guy isn't scary. Leave him to me, hurry and go. On the other side, the violent giant star was painfully trying to stop the blood flowing from its mouth. It growled angrily, my tongue! Just a level 5 monster, how can a waste have such power? How is that possible, Shu Wei? He, hearing this, curiously turned to ask Ye Hao, could it be that you've been hiding your level? He raised his hand to signal silence, then replied, it doesn't matter. Didn't I say everyone has secrets? You go? Just leave me be. The demonic beast on the other side seemed to have reached its limit. It rushed madly towards Ye Hao, cursing incessantly, go your head, I'm suffering here, and you're standing there flirting with each other, go die. Waiting for it to get close, he quickly unleashed an attack, focused on its abdomen. Ye Hao also retorted sarcastically. He said, as a demonic beast, you can actually say the phrase, flirting with each other. Do you have some understanding of human society from a mutated IQ? Or did someone teach you? Ye Hao said while withdrawing his energy. Could it be that heavenly beast adult taught you? The violent giant star only had time to ask in surprise, what? Before collapsing and dying. The system sound quickly rang out. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3,000 FB points. Obtained level 30 magical equipment. Hearing this, he thought absent-mindedly. Only 5,000 FB points? It's less than I imagined. It seems that if I want to increase the link level, I can only get rich experience points by killing monsters above my level. 2. He also fell into contemplation. She couldn't help but wonder. To be able to kill a level 30 demonic beast in 2 moves, just how much strength is he hiding? After a while, Ye Hao warned, you should still go down below to take refuge quickly. The level of demonic beasts is constantly increasing. Who knows what level it will be next time? It's too dangerous outside, Shu Wei. He then replied, no need, I have a way to escape. But speaking of this, she was enveloped by snowstorms. and her body gradually disappeared. He said regretfully, "What a pity. I couldn't pay attention to you sooner, otherwise these 3 years might have been very different." Just as everything gradually faded, she said affectionately, "Will we meet again?" Ye Hao couldn't help but wonder, what's a pity? What's regrettable? Ye Hao scratched his head, puzzled. What does she mean? I can't understand. Then he quickly decided, forget it, just leave her alone for now. There's something more important to solve. That was Ye Hao looked around at the scenery and said, how should I deal with this pile of equipment? It's unbearable to just leave them scattered like this. At this point, his face became cunning, pretending to be a good boy and making a decision. Why don't I keep them for the headmaster to prevent them from being lost and return them later? Seeing that his idea was too great, Ye Hao concluded, let's do it like this, the system quickly announced. Picked up the Mirror of Truth, 1 unit. 2 Fallen Hands, 1 unit. Faceless Demon Seed, 1 unit. Ding Chang Robe, 1 unit. 7-star 8 Trigram Table, 1 unit. Royal Symbol, 1 unit. After a while he cheered happily, completed. At this time, he looked at the location of everyone on the map and said with satisfaction, now all the students and teachers are in the underground shelter, so I should go back too. Suddenly the system sounded a warning. A high-level elite demonic beast is rapidly approaching the underground shelter. Ye Hao was shocked and stunned. It's a level 45 elite demonic beast. Could it be the boss has appeared? The place called the Safe Zone is an underground shelter. Its safety level is 4 daddy, and the condition for entry is that you don't have special rights. At this moment, the headmaster was reassuring everyone. Everyone, don't worry, listen to me. Then he declared aggressively, this shelter is very strong, enough to withstand attacks from level 40 elite demonic beasts. We just need to hold on until reinforcements arrive. But the students were still very uneasy, and someone said, but headmaster, why is the safety level of this shelter only 40? The person next to him agreed. Exactly, it can't be higher in case monsters above level 40 attack. The headmaster's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he began to explain, of course there is a reason. The demonic beasts that attacked our 9th safe zone in the past were only level 30, and then combined with the Academy's economic strength, the construction level of the shelter was finally raised to level 40. The headmaster firmly added, even with a safety level of 40, it still cost all the Academy's money and 40 magic crystals to successfully build it at that time. The person who had spoken earlier was also convinced by these words. He said, so that's how it is. Level 40 is safe enough. The person next to him continued. Finally, we can breathe a sigh of relief. Dian sat in a corner, anxiously asking, why hasn't Ye Hao come here yet? Will something unexpected happen? Luo Feng quickly interrupted her bad words. Shut up. How could something happen to the boss? You should worry about whether those demonic beasts will be blown away by the boss. Dayan replied sadly, I know Ye Hao is very strong, but I still can't help but worry about him. Suddenly, a series of collision sounds came from outside the shelter door. Everyone asked blankly, what's that sound? Someone said in a panic, what's that sound? Is there a demonic beast chasing after us? Some people reminded firmly, what are you panicking about? As long as it's not a level 40 demonic beast, there's nothing to be afraid of. But Luo Feng eagerly ran towards the door, running as he said, could it be the boss is here? Open the door quickly. The headmaster asked in surprise, Luo Feng, what do you want to do? Teacher Li was also startled and quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, classmate Luo Feng. But very quickly, the scene before him shocked him. The sturdy bunker door was easily pierced by a sharp claw of a demonic beast. Luo Feng began to panic. He fearfully wondered, what the hell is this? Immediately after, the door was torn apart. The destructive power so great that it threw the students standing nearby off their feet. One person panicked, running away while shouting, the door is broken, how is it possible? Luo Feng still couldn't accept this terrifying truth. He stammered, repeating, the safe zone has been breached. A level 45, Qi Yuanji Ding, with full health slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. It disdainfully said, I thought only we, the Zerg, liked digging caves. Didn't think you humans liked it too. Luo Feng was so frightened by it that he trembled and couldn't move. Qi Yuanji Ding looked at them with great interest. Hiding here. You saved me a lot of effort going around to catch people everywhere. Catching you all at once is the best. I hate trouble. Luo Feng secretly complained. Why is there a level 45 demonic beast? Wasn't it said that there wouldn't be any beasts above level 3? Unable to hold back, he cursed. Damn it! In this kind of underground space no one can escape. What should I do? The massive demonic beast then noticed Luo Feng. Seeing him still standing there, it curiously asked, "Facing my pressure, yet you don't flinch. Do you want to die that much?" The people behind had long scattered and fled. They ran and shouted for help. Some desperately said, "Who will save me?" A level 45 demonic beast has attacked. We're definitely dead. Luo Feng stood still, thinking to himself, "Old bro, it seems I'm increasingly influenced by you. Even when facing a strong enemy, I still have the courage to step forward, even if it means dying for this courage." Very quickly, Luo Feng drew out his axe, adopting a stance ready to fight, and said, "But who cares? The mission you entrusted to me, I will definitely carry it out to the end." As he finished speaking, he jumped up and directly attacked the Qi Yuanji Ding, not forgetting to make up his mind to save lives. As long as I can save one person, I will do my best to save them. Seeing Luo Feng rushing towards it, the demonic beast complained. So annoying. With just a light wave of its hand, he was sent flying. It looked at Luo Feng with disgust and ordered, "Get lost! Don't delay my meal. I hate being disturbed by humans like you the most." Luo Feng, level 15, currently only has 8% health. Teacher Li hurriedly rushed up to support him. Student Luo Feng, Qi Yuanji Ding, arrogantly said while channeling its energy, "I don't even like eating living people like this, so troublesome. Wait until your internal organs are rotten. Steamed is more delicious." As it finished speaking, a source of dark power enveloped many people in the shelter. The 7 orifices of those people slowly bled. They screamed in pain. "My head feels like it's about to split open. I can't take it anymore. Someone please kill me, I beg you." At this moment, the principal suddenly rushed towards the demonic beast. In his heart he was thinking, "Farewell, students." Everyone then spoke up to stop him. "Principal, don't." Just as its claw touched the principal, a golden swordlight appeared, snatching the person away from its hand. The demonic beast couldn't help but angrily shouted, "Who is it? Why are you causing me trouble?" Ye Hao placed the unconscious principal down amidst everyone's worried gazes. He sadly said, "I'm sorry, principal, I'm late." Teacher Li hesitantly spoke. Student Ye Hao." Some classmates also worriedly ran over. "Ye Hao, you finally arrived. Quick!" The principal, Ye Hao, angrily gritted his teeth. "Leave the rest to me. I will definitely kill this Yen beast." Arriving here, he was in Crimson Blaze 1 form. Flames of hatred soared as he declared, "Chop you into 10,000 pieces." The system rang out, announcing the special attack talent skill. Crimson Blaze 1 form has been activated. 3-minute countdown begins. Qi Yuanji Ding saw Ye Hao's state and said with some contempt, "You are strong, but I'm too lazy to fight with you. Everyone come here. It would be too wasteful not to get some extra benefits." So, it asked with a sinister look, "Can you guys handle this? If they're old classmates? Can you bring yourselves to do it?" As soon as the words fell, the classmates whose 7 orifices were bleeding stood up, like puppets moving towards Ye Hao, their mouths constantly muttering, "I still don't want to die. I'm still a man." Their eyes were pitch black as they walked and revealed their secrets. "Such as I have to break. Such as I like you." Even classmate Yi Fan came. "My karaoke password is," also no shortage. Just as they approached, Ye Hao slammed a hand on the ground, creating a shockwave that stopped them. In his heart he was thinking, "Before confirming the state of my classmates, I can't attack rashly." At this moment, the system notification also rang out. The cooldown of True Sight has ended. The Crimson Blaze form skill has been enhanced. It can observe all states of the target. It is recommended to open it immediately. Ye Hao quickly seized the opportunity. He secretly commanded, "It's time to activate True Sight." His eyes quickly flashed with a bright light. Then special symbols appeared. Looking towards the boy rushing towards him, Ye Hao easily saw all his information. Name, Yilei, level, 5, state, deceased, height, 170 centimeters, wealth, 100, weakness, lower body, likes, beautiful women, secret, karaoke, study materials, experience value, 250. Then his eyes fell on the girl next to him. Her information panel read, Name, Han Maimei, level, 10, state, deceased, height, 159 centimeters, wealth, 150, weakness, hair, likes, singing, secret, didn't review before the exam, read books all day, experience value, 240. After reading he sighed. This is enhanced true sight. The amount of information is huge. After confirming their deaths, Ye Hao immediately used a skill to incinerate them completely. They cried out once before quickly vanishing. He consoled them silently. "Rest in peace. I will avenge you all no matter what." Seeing this, Ji Yuanjiding said in surprise, "You truly are ruthless. You attack your own kind without batting an eye. If I can't kill you, then I'll kill your comrades." As it said that, the remaining puppet people immediately turned and charged towards the ordinary classmates. They immediately turned around, running and screaming, "Don't come here!" But the puppets quickly caught up, pouncing on and tearing apart the survivors. In Ye Hao's eyes, the states of being alive and dead flashed rapidly side by side. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it. The surviving and deceased classmates are mixed together? There's no way to tell them apart. Seeing him hesitate, the demonic beast laughed loudly and mocked. "Didn't you want to save people? Then save them all. Let's see if you can save everyone." Luo Feng, having just finished off a puppet person, shouted, "Leave this side to us, boss. You focus on dealing with that bug." Dian Dian also attacked with all her might. She agreed. "That's right, we can barely handle the elementary fire." Immediately after, a shield-shaped space appeared, enveloping everyone. Someone said in surprise, "Is this the True Sight lens special effect?" But it only had the function of space isolation. Now it's transformed into a shield-shaped space. Ye Hao didn't reply, he just instructed, "Be careful. Among this group of transformed students there are still survivors. Don't hurt them. Attack according to my markings. Don't accidentally injure the others." The two of them replied in unison. "Got it," Ye Hao thought to himself. Although the fusion and modification of the True Sight lens and the shield grenade wasn't bad, but only defending is too passive. I have to deal with that guy before the transformation time runs out. At this moment, Ye Hao only had half of his transformation time left. On the other side, Ji Yuanjiding was trying to sneak away, thinking as it flew, "While that guy isn't paying attention, I better run fast. Not like I'm afraid of him, I just don't want the trouble of fighting him." At this moment, a voice rang out, interrupting its thoughts. "Lock and load." Very quickly, it was enveloped in a golden beam. The demonic beast cursed inwardly. What the hell? Before it could even figure out what was happening, it was attacked by a barrage of firepower. A continuous stream of critical hit notifications rang out. It painfully wondered, when were these turrets set up? And the firepower is so strong. At this moment, it suddenly realized something was wrong on its back. Turning its head, Ji Yuanjiding saw that Ye Hao had been on its back since who knows when. He grabbed its wings and said, "You think you can escape that easily? Dream on." It screamed in panic, "Let go of me." Ye Hao did let go, and conveniently helped it detach its wings from its body, he said. "These obstructive wings should have been chopped off a long time ago." The demonic beast could only scream in pain. Ye Hao easily saw its attribute information, which read, Race, Ji Yuanjiding, Race level 48 Elite, Weakness, Wings, Armor Break, Flame, Experience Value, 200,000. Skills, Berserk Transformation, all attributes increase after mutation. Triple Annihilation / deals high damage, and the third / is a critical hit. Stomach acid causes death. Each attack will inflict a poisonous burst state, reducing health per second. It begged in pain, "I was wrong, spare my life. I'll never dare to do it again." Its Berserk Transformation mutation progress was already at 1/4, but Ye Hao still decisively gave it a headbutt. The attack made Ji Yuanjiding's entire body stagger, he said with disdain. "Only a ghost would believe you." Ji Yuanjiding was level 45, so its health bar dropped to 35%. At this moment, the system notified, interrupted, the target's Berserk Transformation skill. Hearing this, the demonic beast cursed inwardly. "This kid interrupted my mutation. Impossible, this must be just a random coincidence." Thinking this, Ji Yuanjiding shouted, "Don't provoke me. At worst I'll fight you to the death." Ye Hao dodged its attack and replied, "Okay, come on then." Its Berserk Transformation mutation progress was already at more than 1/3. He said aggressively, "Let me see who's the fish and who's the net." Finishing his words, he used the Raging Inferno Dragon Bullet, sending thousands of fireballs towards the demonic beast. The system again notified, interrupted the target's Berserk Transformation skill. The demonic beast took the full force of his dragon bullet. It bitterly thought, "Damn it. This is definitely not a coincidence. This kid is deliberately interrupting my mutation skill." It began to doubt, but it was impossible. How could he know what I'm thinking? This type of bullet is only suitable for large-scale massacres. Only mutation and critical strikes are suitable for one-on-one combat. But Ji Yuanjiding didn't have time to calculate anymore. It hurriedly spat a mouthful of poison towards the turrets, thinking, whatever, I'll first try to escape to a safe place to buy time, then wait for a chance to transform and leave. But before the poison could fly out, it was swallowed by a flame from Ye Hao. The demonic beast cursed. Damn it, he slowly persuaded. Don't rush. At this moment, the system announced, Crimson Flame, first stage transformation time is insufficient. Only 10 seconds remaining. Ye Hao stepped out from the flames, declaring like a warrior, this is my final move. It'll kill you quickly. Won't waste too much of your time. As soon as he said that, he gripped the sword tightly in his hand and powerfully unleashed the Scarlet Star's skill. Immediately after, Ye Hao stabbed the sword into the ground, and a powerful surge of energy instantly spread out from it. The ground suddenly cracked open, and fragments of spacetime fell down, as if to open another dimension. Seeing this scene, Shi Yuanjiding panicked and wondered to himself, is this a mental illusion attack? Then, realizing something, he cried out, no, I remember now. At this moment, the surrounding space changed. Only Ye Hao and the demon beast were here. It spoke with suspicion. This is Dimensional Rhapsody. Legend says that only the ultimate moves of the strongest kings can cause this kind of dimensional chaos. How could a mere human like you use this move? Just who are you? To its question, Ye Hao replied indifferently, I'm just a normal human student. Then he raised his hand, focused his energy, and said to the demon beast with a hint of generosity, you'd better worry about yourself. A bug groveling on the ground like you probably hasn't seen the stars in your entire life. I'll give you a chance to look up now. Pausing for a moment, Ye Hao added, your star of death. As he spoke, a massive circle appeared, inside of which was a black hole constantly absorbing energy. This was what was called the Abyssal Star. Ji Yuanjiding screamed in terror. A star of death? That's clearly a solar black hole. Ye Hao didn't bother to argue with it, because immediately afterward, a massive amount of energy poured directly onto Ji Yuanjiding from the black hole, killing it before it could even make a sound. Ji Yuanjiding's level 46 HP was instantly depleted. The notification quickly popped up. Achieved the Nuclear Blast God skill achievement. Once you have the first time, you will have countless times. Wishing peace for the world, his system also spoke up. Destroyed demon beast Ye Yuanjiding, the host receives 200,000 experience points and 30,000 currency. At this point, the Crimson Flame first stage form was also deactivated. Ye Hao finished reading the notification, his heart filled with interest. Bai Yi Chi Wei. Just hearing the name makes it sound powerful. Could it be the leader of this invasion? Maybe at least a level 70 to 80 boss? I need to quickly increase my strength, or it will be very difficult to deal with. Soon, these worries were pushed aside, and he stopped thinking about it. Let's see if the elite demon beast dropped anything good. As soon as he said that, the following appeared in space. Level 50 Magic Crystal, Gastric Acid Fluid, Zhen Jiding Faimei, Golden Wing, and Endocranial Resonance. As for Zhen Jiding Faimei, those were the meaty legs under the hard shell of the main Zerg, very tender and delicious when cooked. Speaking of Golden Wing, the wings of the race, although damaged, are still the best living processing material. Finally, there was Endocranial Resonance, a level 50 control skill book that could use language or sound to charm and control enemies. Ye Hao wasn't too excited about these items, he sighed. Besides the skill book, there's nothing good. It seems my luck isn't getting any better. At this moment, a strange notification suddenly rang out. Attention! Wei Zhidan is very interested in Zhen Jiding Faimei. Hearing this, Ye Hao brought his feet closer to Wei Zhidan and asked, is it the egg of the demonic tyrant dragon Condor from before? It hasn't had any reaction for so long, and now it's suddenly interested in the leg of this bug. What will happen if you put these two things together? Before he could even experiment, the egg excitedly stretched out its long tongue toward the bug's leg. Seeing it easily wrap around the leg, Ye Hao panicked and shouted, what do you want to do? Dan. But it had long lost its mind to listen to him, focusing only on chewing the leg ravenously. Seeing this, Ye Hao was startled. Damn it, it operates like that. As soon as the egg finished eating, the system sounded, Wei Zhidan feels very satisfied. Favorability value +1. Hoping the host continue to feed it. At this point, He seemed to understand that the problem was feeding it, like raising a pet. In the future, if he obtained any living materials, he would feed it. Suddenly, a male voice came. "Is the boss all right?" Immediately afterward was the gentle voice of a woman. "Ye Hao, are you hurt?" Ruan Tiantian ran over from a distance and hugged Ye Hao tightly, her face full of anxiety, saying, "Just now, in the blink of an eye, I couldn't see you or the elite demon beast. I was worried to death." Ye Hao was stunned for a moment and replied, "I'm fine, don't worry." Luo Feng then spoke. "I've told Ruan Tiantian several times. With the boss here, there will definitely be no problems." After everything returned to normal, Ye Hao happily encouraged them. "You both have worked hard this time." Luo Feng scratched his head embarrassedly. "It's nothing. If the boss hadn't pulled me up to level 15, I would have been slapped to death by the elite demon beast a long time ago." Contrary to the happy state of everyone at the moment, Tiantian spoke in silence, but the corners of her eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled slightly because of it. "Still many classmates encountered accidents. We are still too weak, cannot do anything." Ye Hao then rubbed Tiantian's head to comfort her. "This is inevitable. We were outnumbered. You did your best to keep the casualties within a reasonable range, so don't be sad." She responded softly with an MMM, but her expression remained unchanged. At this moment, the teachers and other students also came over to comfort them. One teacher spoke up. "If it weren't for the two of you, there would have been even more casualties. None of us would have survived." Another male classmate chimed in. "But more importantly, Ye Hao, I'm sorry for saying so many bad things about you before. I was wrong. From today on, you're my god." Many agreed with this statement. "That's right, Ye Hao. From today onward, my body and soul belong to you. Just as long as you don't mind that I'm a guy." "Over here," a girl said sadly. "But the academy was attacked. I don't know what the situation is with my family. The girl next to her was no better off. I can't contact my parents either. I don't know if they were." Before she could finish, Teacher Leah quickly reassured them. "Don't be too pessimistic, everyone." She turned back with eyes full of belief, encouraging the students. Although the safety level of District 9 isn't high, major corporations are taking turns doing the work of the security forces. They will definitely be able to stop the demonic beasts. Everyone must hold on and wait for rescue. Don't give up hope. Ye Hao also stepped forward to add more confidence to everyone. "I've cleared out the demonic beasts in the academy. It's very safe here, and the food in the canteen is enough to supply everyone for a week." Hearing this, the other students' spirits lifted and they replied, "Okay, we'll listen to you, classmate Ye Hao." Then he sat down next to the principal and asked worriedly, "Principal, are you all right?" Teacher Li looked at the man still unconscious before her and choked back tears as she replied, "Although he survived, he was poisoned by the pollen of an elite demonic beast. He's weak and unconscious right now, but he needs treatment quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't last long." Hearing this, Ye Hao said decisively, "Don't worry, Teacher Lei, I'll think of a way." After speaking, he began to plan his next actions. He thought to himself, the next 4 steps. 1. Use Mo Xi's ability to repair and upgrade the main gate. 2. Have Luo Feng and the others clean up the battlefield, collect loot, and most importantly, get supplies from the canteen. 3. Quickly go home to meet up with Yun Fei and my parents, and find an opportunity to go to the night market to find medicine for the principal. 4. Regarding the situation outside the academy, contact the rescue team. After coming up with ideas in his head, Ye Hao turned to tell the other two, Luo Feng, Ruan Tiantian, "You must listen carefully to what I'm about to say." The two of them replied in unison, "Okay?" Not long after, near the school gate, among the ruined scene, appeared someone who had died long ago. It turned out to be Teacher Ji Yu. His health bar was now at 0%. Seeing this, Ye Hao didn't feel a trace of pity, but only thought, he was killed before he could escape. He brought this upon himself. He walked through the gate towards the city engulfed in smoke and fire, contemplating in his heart, "In this era, without strength, you're like a fish on a chopping board. If I want to be a manipulator, my strength is not enough." At this moment, the system's communication sound suddenly rang. Ye Hao quickly opened it, and a familiar voice came through. "Brother!" He couldn't help but be surprised. Yun Fei. Very quickly, that emotion turned into worry. Ye Hao anxiously said, "Yun Fei, it's me. Where are you all? How are mom and dad? Are you in danger? But in response, he heard a voice with broken intonation. Brother, mom and dad, now, save, come here. Yunfei's voice disappeared, and only a notification sound rang out. Signal interference. Information interrupted. The worry in Ye Hao's heart increased rapidly. He ran home as fast as he could, shouting, Mom, Dad, Yunfei, Nana, you must hold on, wait for me. Very quickly, Ye Hao arrived. The high speed caused him to skid a distance before he could stop. Looking at the scene before him, Ye Hao's face quickly turned pale. This is impossible. The once vibrant apartment building was now a pile of ruins. Smoke and fire everywhere made everything look like the end of the world. Ye Hao said painfully, My nightmare has come true, family. Could it be that Yunfei and the others really? Saying this, he immediately denied it. No, it's impossible. Ye Hao clenched his fists. The intertwined hatred and worry caused him to reassure himself. If the apartment was really attacked by demonic beasts, Yunfei and the others would definitely not sit and wait for death. They would escape, it must be like that. At this moment, a scream rang out, attracting Ye Hao's attention. Save me! In the direction of the sound, a giant demonic beast was stretching its long tongue towards Xin Lu, level 18. But with only 15% health left, it arrogantly challenged. Scream, no matter how much you scream, no one will come to save you. Obediently become my experience points. Hearing this, she screamed in even more fear. Please don't. The demonic beast laughed maniacally, but its smile didn't last long before a beam of swordlight appeared and cut it in half. Ye Hao approached Xin Lu and asked, Judging by your clothes, are you part of the security team responsible for this area? She replied with difficulty. That's right, big brother. Can you help me with something? My leg is trapped by a rock. Without waiting for Xin Lu to finish, Ye Hao kicked the rock into pieces with one foot. The worry and anxiety made him quickly turn to ask Xin Lu, Do you know what happened to this apartment complex? What about the residents inside? Where did they go? Are they alive? Tell me quickly. She confusedly stopped Ye Hao's panic. Don't be so agitated. Sorry, I was a little agitated just now, because my family is also among the evacuated crowd. Do you know where the surviving residents will be evacuated to? Xin Lu had now stood up. She thought for a moment and replied. They were taken to the nearest underground shelter number 5. There are 2 guard teams there, but because of her physical condition, Xin Lu said while using a health potion, this area was previously attacked by level 20 demonic beasts. Fortunately, my team fought with all our might. In the end, most of the residents were rescued and evacuated. I was chased by this demonic beast because I stayed behind to provide support. Thanks to the timely use of healing items, her health bar had now recovered to 70%. Ye Hao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Xin Lu said, thinking, Thank goodness, if it's just a level 20 demonic beast, Yunfei and everyone else will definitely be fine. But Xin Lu's next words brought him back to a state of anxiety. She said, It's useless. Even the highest level team leader is only level 32, completely incapable of dealing with high-level demonic beasts. Ye Hao found it hard to believe and asked again, Is the Anbao team leader only level 32? Xin Lu, thinking of the Tiansang Corporation, said with emotion, Our group belongs to the Tiansang Corporation, you must have heard of it. Because it's all small residential apartments, the entire safe zone was built by the Tiansang Corporation. Her eyes were already filled with tears, and her voice choked up even more. This month, it just so happened that it was the Tiansang Corporation's turn to be in the 9th safe zone, but the corporation didn't send high-level members to participate in the security rotation, but sent us. They only thought of sending a few low-level people to deal with it, never expecting something like this to happen. Then Xin Lu approached Ye Hao, pleading pitifully, Brother, come with me. If you stay in the 9th zone, you'll be eaten by demonic beasts sooner or later. But I have a map of the 9th zone. There's a secret path leading to the 8th zone. My family is in the 8th zone. As long as I go back there, I'll be safe. You saved my life. I can't just sit and watch you walk to your death. But Ye Hao turned away coldly. No need, thank you for your kindness. But my family is still here. I can't abandon them, he said. But in his heart, he thought, want to desert. But this is normal. At this moment, a level 30 rampaging dust leopard with a full health bar suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Ye Hao was turning back to talk to Xin Lu, so he didn't notice its appearance. It was only when he saw the drastic change in her expression, and she stammered, Level 30 demonic beast, that he realized something was wrong. The demonic beast also spoke. I didn't expect there to be 2 humans here. How lucky. Ye Hao quickly turned to face the rampaging dust leopard. He wondered in his heart, when did this thing appear? It's too fast, I didn't even notice. But before he could recover, Ye Hao was pushed in front of the demonic beast by Qin Lu. In her heart, she thought in panic, I definitely can't beat a level 30 demonic beast using the person in front as a shield. Qin Lu ran away for her life without hesitation, her mind filled with the thought, I can't die yet, Mom is still waiting at home, how can I die here? I'm sorry, brother, it's cruel to push you out as bait, but I'm so sorry. But human calculations are no match for beastly instincts. The rampaging dust leopard actually ignored Ye Hao. It lunged towards Qin Lu and said, You humans really aren't good people, pushing others to their deaths to save yourselves. Today I'm going to eat you first. She was now in a state of panic, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded to Ye Hao for help. No, brother, save me. Even when the rampaging dust leopard had caught Qin Lu, he didn't move. It laughed gleefully. Save you? Wait until I devour you, he can't escape either. Immediately afterwards, a scream of agony rang out. Mom! At this moment, Ye Hao began to make his move. With just one fatal blow, he easily made the demonic beast fall. It cried out in pain, and then died. The system then announced, Received reward, 5,000 experience points. Qin Lu was seriously injured, her whole body covered in blood. She reached out towards Ye Hao, trying to say her last words, I'm sorry, Without waiting for Qin Lu to finish, he spoke, I don't blame you. Ye Hao looked at her with eyes that understood all the ugliness of humanity and said, In this era, there's nothing wrong with living for yourself, but you have to pay the price for your choices. And don't blame me. I can't heal your severed arteries. You're gonna die. Qin Lu used the last of her strength to give him a map. I don't blame you. I should be the one apologizing to you. This map might be useful to you. As she said this, her voice grew softer and softer. And in the end, she could only say one sentence. Please forgive me, and then passed away. Qin Lu's hand still clutched the map she had just given to Ye Hao. He gently closed her eyes, his heart heavy as he thought, You don't need my forgiveness. You're not at fault for your selfishness, but for your weakness. Because in these days, weakness is a sin. Ye Hao took the map from Qin Lu's hand and continued to think. This applies to both humans and demonic beasts. Only the strong can stand on top. And so, he unconsciously clenched the map in his hand, his heart filled with determination. I can only continue to grow stronger, to protect my family and friends, Ye Hao shouted with a firm will. Dad, Mom, Yunfei, Nana, wait for me. I'll come and pick you up immediately. At this time, the system's voice also rang out. The host has obtained a blood-stained map of the 9th safe zone. At the same time, not far away, a group of people were moving towards a shelter. Zhang Guoto's voice echoed in the space. Headquarters, this is Swordfish Team. We are escorting the people to area number 5. Everything is fine. After reporting, he couldn't help but curse, Damn these demonic beasts. Jian Guo, with a cigarette in his mouth, couldn't relieve his frustration. What bad luck. To run into a monster attacking the city, I should be off duty now, drinking and playing cards. Chen Ping, hearing him complain, smiled and said, Although the boss is fierce, he's always the most active when accepting a mission. He looked at Jiang Guo with his sharp eyes and said, I heard that some teams have already fled back to area number 8, but our team is still completing the mission seriously. Seeing Chen Ping speak so boldly, Jiang Guo grabbed him tightly and threatened fiercely, Did you hear something today? Tell me quickly. Chen Ping laughed bitterly. Nothing happened, boss. Am I your boss? Stop it. While the two were joking around, an urgent voice came from the radio. Qin Lu has lost contact. She took the initiative to stay behind earlier, but now she can't be contacted. The two shouted in unison in panic. What? Chen Ping looked at Jiang Guo with worry. Boss, did something happen to Qin Lu? Could she have been attacked by the demonic beasts? Hearing this, he hurriedly interrupted the ugly words. We have eliminated all the demonic beasts there. In the short term, there will be no danger there. Qin Lu is probably gone. Hearing this, he was even more surprised, and asked, Gone? Zhang Guo clenched his hands tightly, his face as if he was ready to punish Xifeng, and gritted his teeth. She is usually very shy and scared. I should have realized it from the moment she applied to join the team. Damn it, seeing that staying would only cause meaningless worry, Chen Ping asked for instructions. Boss, let me go find her. Even if Qin Lu did something wrong, It's still too dangerous to leave her alone. It wasn't that Jiang Guo hadn't thought of this solution, but Chen Ping's words were enough to make him ponder for a moment. In the end, Jiang Guo quietly turned around, as if making a decision, and said, "Just let her go. Right and wrong no longer exist in this era. There's nothing wrong with living for yourself. Since she actively chose to leave the team, she must take responsibility for her actions. We don't need to interfere." Chen Ping didn't accept it so easily. He took out a photo of himself and Xin Luo and looked at it. After a while, he said with difficulty, "I understand." Jiang Guo then shifted his attention to the Ye Yunfei's family. He couldn't help but wonder. It's strange. Among these civilians there is a family with a level 20 little girl. What's wrong? Over here, Yunfei is still trying to contact Ye Hao, but every time she gets a response, it's just the sound of broken machinery. She was extremely helpless. "No, I still can't contact my brother. Why does it keep happening like this?" At this moment, Nana appeared with a huge bag on her shoulder. She didn't feel heavy at all and quickly ran to Yunfei's side to reassure her. "Yunfei, don't worry. Master will definitely be all right." Ye Hao's mother felt guilty seeing the little girl working so hard. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault for handling too many things. If you feel tired, you can put it down." Nana smiled happily and replied, "Don't worry. This little weight is nothing at all." In her heart, she was angrily thinking, "What the hell is this planet doing? Is it broken? A bunch of low-level creatures suddenly started a big melee. If I'm not careful, I'll lose my life. I finally got reborn, and I still have to conquer this planet. I have to make everyone kneel at my feet. I absolutely can't die here." Soon after, the group arrived at a safe area, which was shelter number 5 in Zone 9. The condition for entry was special permission. The gatekeeper robot saw them and shouted, "Stop. Which team are you from?" Chen Ping stated straightforwardly, "We are Swordfish Squad, safety code XB36D, escorting civilians to the shelter." After a strict inspection process, a guard finally spoke up to confirm, "The safety code is indeed correct. Open the gate." The person on the other side quickly replied to the order, "Okay, opening." But right at this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and everything around swayed non-stop. Someone shouted, "Earthquake, what's going on?" Immediately afterward, a level 30 bloodthirsty centipede demon appeared. It let out a chilling hiss and smashed everything around it. The crowd below panicked and pointed their guns at it, shouting, "It's a Zerg!" The order was quickly issued, "Enemy attack, prepare for battle." But things didn't stop there. Huge figures appeared one after another in the sky, signaling a bloody event about to happen. Immediately afterward, a series of demonic beasts appeared. The Evil Man Bull level 25. The tough-horned wolf warrior level 18, and even the battle boar demon level 20. They roared excitedly. "A large amount of food has come to us. It wasn't a waste for us to lie in ambush here for so long." Over here, the commander's voice rang out. "The rear is under attack by a large number of demonic beasts. Begin suppressing with firepower," followed by screams of terror. The demonic beasts seized their favorite buffets, immediately rushing to bite and tear at the humans, eating and exclaiming, "So good! It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying slaughter. Today I'm gonna eat my fill." Screams of terror. "Run quickly! Don't come over here! Don't eat me! My meat isn't delicious!" also rang out everywhere, and the demonic beasts shamelessly replied, "Don't worry, I'm not picky." Jiang Guo sent a battle boar demon flying with a punch and cursed loudly. "Go to hell, you stinky pig!" It cried out in pain and fell to the ground. While fighting, he thought, "The Zerg are teaming up with demonic beasts. This isn't normal." Then Jiang Guo turned to the person behind him and said, "Chen Ping, go hold back the level 30 Zerg with me. Leave these demonic beasts to the other brothers," he replied. "Understood, boss." Then quickly ran to Jiang Guo's side. Looking at the centipede demon in front of him, he couldn't help but be skeptical. This isn't a coincidence. Someone must be directing them from behind. What exactly is their goal? But the situation didn't allow Jiang Guo to answer that question. He hurriedly divided the work. "I'll draw its aggro. You pay attention to my health bar." Chen Ping quickly grasped the idea and replied, "Understood." On this side, people were running away in chaos. The sound of footsteps and people calling out to each other echoed everywhere. Among them was the voice of Ye Hao's mother, husband, Fei Fei. She tried to call out while running, her voice becoming more and more panicked. "Nana, where is everyone?" A tough-horned wolf warrior chased after them relentlessly. At this moment, it was drooling with desire. "So much food, I'm dizzy." The sound of cries for help drowned out the sound of footsteps. At this moment, Ye Hao's mother suddenly tripped and fell. The demonic beast found gold, staring at her. "It must be you." Then it raised its claws, preparing to pounce on her, and said, "I'll start eating with someone who can't run like you." At this moment, Yunfei's voice rang out, "Don't you dare hurt my mother." Immediately afterward, the demonic beast's claws were pierced by several arrows before they could come down. She drew her bow towards it while urging, "Mom, Dad, run quickly, I'll hold it back." Her mother couldn't bear it and called out, "Yunfei!" But she was still focused on fighting, feeling uneasy in her heart. "Finally using the gear I bought from the black market. I wonder if I can hold out." Nian Zhaolangren pulled out the arrows from before, painfully tearing up as he said, "I didn't expect that you're only level 7, but your shots still hurt. But this little trick won't defeat me," Ye Yunfei asked without fear. "Is that so? 3 arrows aren't enough? Here she comes." She drew her bow. "Then how about a few more?" As soon as she finished speaking, a series of arrows tore through the air towards the monster, but it dodged them all, becoming even more arrogant. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have good weapons. Your level is not high enough. Even if the weapon is good, it's useless. We've researched you humans thoroughly." As if having run out of patience, the monster pounced towards the 3 of them, roaring, "Your family should all die!" Ye Yunfei still tried to protect her family. She stood in front of the 2 of them and shouted, "Mom, Dad, go quickly!" But they didn't move, replying instead, "No way, Yunfei, without you, what's the point of living?" Feeling that such an ending was inevitable, Ye Yunfei had no choice but to accept her fate, closing her eyes and awaiting death. In her heart, she thought her last words, "Sorry, brother, I couldn't protect Mom and Dad. Well, I'm too weak, sorry." Before Nian Zhaolangren's arms could even touch Ye Yunfei, they were severed by a streak of swordlight. Immediately after, not only the arms, but all the parts of its body that could be slashed were slashed. It cried out in pain. Nana appeared heroically before everyone's surprise. The scene just now was done by her. Ye Yunfei couldn't help but be curious. "Nana, you know how to fight? I thought you were just a housewife." Hearing this, Nana unhappily retorted in her heart, "You think I want to? It's because I can't control it myself. So troublesome?" The system notification rang. Gained 5,000 experience points. Level up by 1. The little girl felt the change inside her body and happily thought, "This feeling is, it seems, I've controlled this body a little more, so this is the law of this world. As long as I keep killing monsters, I can control this body." Realizing this, Nana flashed a strange smile. "This is great. Nothing is better than this easy and simple rule." Then, a murderous aura quickly filled her surroundings, and a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. Rushing towards the monster, she decided, "Let the massacre begin." The Ji man on this side was chasing the red t-shirt wearing boy, chasing him while disgustedly saying, "Red, what I hate most is red." The boy frantically ran away. "Help! Someone save me!" At that moment, the monster was cut into hundreds of pieces. Before it could understand what was happening, it had already gone to see King Yama. The system also sounded a notification. Gained a reward of 5,000 experience points. Nana happily cheered. The experience points had just arrived. But very quickly she had to ask herself. Still no level up. After pondering for a moment, Nana seemed to realize something and thought, "After I leveled up, the experience points have also become more, so this is the kind of mechanism." The red shirt boy from before was still staring blankly at the little girl. "A loli is this strong?" Zan Limoju was frightened by Nana's merciless, monster-killing appearance. He ran away while saying, "Niu bro, sorry. When Lao Zhu cultivates to level 30, I will definitely come back and gnaw this little one to pieces for you." Saying so, but in his heart he cowardly thought, "This little one can kill our 2 brothers in an instant, even stronger than humans. I don't want to die. Life is more important." The monster ran away frantically, unaware that a streak of swordlight was tearing through the air behind it. As soon as it noticed the abnormality, it shouted, "What? What sound is chasing me?" At this time, the system also sounded a notification. Gained a reward of 4,500 experience points. Hearing this, Nana said with a greedy face like someone tasting forbidden fruit for the first time. Level 30. Although raising it to be fat and then eating it is a great choice, I don't have the patience until then. On this side, Chen Ping focused on the Tianzu Mogong, while reminding Jiang Guo, "Don't look here and there, Captain," he sheepishly replied. "Sorry, I was looking at the battle situation over there." The level 30 Tianzu Mogong now only had 45% of its health left. Although it wasn't dead yet, its fighting spirit had diminished quite a bit. Jiang Guo, with 65% health, obediently let Chen Ping heal him, but he still couldn't hide his joy, saying, "I didn't expect the little loli to take care of all the monsters over there. It's really unexpected." Wang Jianguo, level 32 captain. Chen Ping quickly reminded, "Now is not the time to be happy. The life value of this insect has dropped by half. We must guard against its mutation." This kind of insect race all has the ability of morphological mutation. As soon as these words were spoken, the monster also completed its transformation, its entire body contracting into a giant louse. On the other hand, catching Chen Ping's words, it mocked, "You're quite familiar with it, aren't you? But humans who see this form of mine will die miserably. You're no exception." Jiang Guo entered a battle stance, retorting, "Damn it, your unlucky mouth really said it. But it's just turned into a ball, I can still resist it." Hearing this, Tian Zhu Mogong became even angrier. "A ball? Damn it, you understand a ball? This is my mutation form, you guys. Head up and suck 'em dry." Following his words, a series of Wugong Yuchong, centipede larvae, appeared. Level 15, level 18, level 20, level 25. There were enough of every level. Jiang Guo couldn't help but be stunned by this sight. When he regained his senses, he cursed. "This guy has been split into pieces, and there are so many of them." Immediately after, several centipede larvae climbed onto Jiang Guo's body. Seeing that his health was only 30% left, he couldn't help but be furious. "Damn it, they're sucking my blood." Chen Ping gracefully dodged the centipede larvae trying to cling onto him, and ran towards Jiang Guo. "Hold on, Captain, I'm coming to save you." In his heart, he couldn't help but resentfully complain, "Damn it, my props and magic power are all exhausted. I can only try to draw aggro. Hopefully the captain can take the opportunity to escape." Jiang Guo used all his strength to shout, "Don't come here to throw away your life, it's useless. Take the opportunity while I try to hold them off. Run away quickly." Although he said so, he was unwilling to die in his heart, only hesitatingly asking himself, "Is it really going to end here, Athui, Zhao Mei?" In the moment of near death, Jiang Guo remembered the scene of their wedding anniversary. It was a place outside the safe zone of the desolate village of the Wanderers. Zhao Mei happily encouraged, "Ah, do your best." Jiang Guo gave her a thumbs up. "Don't worry, Zhao Mei, Dad will definitely be selected." Waiting for Dad to join the Creation Sky Group security squad, our family will be able to move into the safe zone. But his final wish to live a life free of worry could no longer be fulfilled. Because not long after, under the drizzling rain, a little girl fell. That day, Jiang Guo hugged the corpses of his wife and child, crying out in despair. Now that he remembers, he cannot help but blame himself. We clearly made a promise, but Dad couldn't keep his word. That rainy night, all the sorrows once again surged in Jiang Guo's mind, making him start thinking of the savage beasts. These damned savage beasts. The more he thought, the more hatred welled up in Jiang Guo's heart, and he suddenly woke up to the realization. The savage beasts in this world haven't been completely eliminated. Seemingly using all his strength, Jiang Guo managed to knock all the infant centipedes off his body. Even with only 5% HP remaining, he refused to yield and roared, "How can I die here?" Right at this moment, a series of fiery red light beams appeared, instantly killing all the infants. Jiang Guo couldn't help but be astonished by this scene, but Nana's voice rang out, quickly pulling him back to reality. "You are still alive." The girl walked while clearing out the remaining infants, not hiding her thoughts at all. "What a pity! If it had been a second later, I could have swallowed even your experience points in one go." The death of all the infant centipedes forced the thousand-legged devil lord to show itself. Seeing Nana, it was immediately suspicious. "Who are you?" Not waiting for the girl's reply, the savage beast burst into a furious rage. "You instantly destroyed half of my body. It hurts so much. Damn it, I will tear you to shreds until nothing remains, so you can feel this agony." With that, it immediately activated its berserk fusion. Jiang Guo, who was now being supported by Chen Ping, saw the savage beast's appearance and urgently said, "Damn it, this type of insect has entered the berserk state. We can't fight it like this." But Nana coldly cut him off. "Shut up, you low-level life-form. Laws of nature are truly an insult to us." Then, the girl turned towards the thousand-legged devil lord, starting her fusion shift technique, not forgetting to speak to the two men. "Open your two chaotic, ignorant eyes and watch." Following Nana's hand, the weapon components gradually materialized. Very quickly, a divine cannon appeared. The girl authoritatively announced, What is the meaning of the supervoluntary ultimate form? This is the exclusive skill of the Queen Machine, mental control of the female divine attendant form. The thousand-legged devil lord began to panic. How can this be? How can a normal person? But Nana paid no mind to its words. She yelled out, "Die!" and fired all her firepower toward the savage beast. It screamed in pain, "You're not human!" A world-shattering explosion instantly occurred. The intense flash of the firepower completely engulfed the thousand-legged devil lord. Looking at the charred corpse of the savage beast, Nana cheerfully answered its earlier question. How can I be a low-level life form? At this moment, the system also announced, gained reward, 10,000 experience points, level up, current level 22, money 1,000, items obtained. Thousand-legged centipede leg, level 30 magic crystal. The girl suddenly lost her balance and collapsed, immediately shocked within her mind. What's going on? I have no strength left. I can't even make a sound. Nana fell, sprawled on the ground, just like that. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Nana, Captain Wang, is everyone okay? Yunfei and her parents quickly rushed over. Her mother lifted Nana and called out emotionally, Nana, are you all right? Why aren't you moving? Her father was calmer. Perhaps the earlier attack completely depleted her body's energy. Nana lay still, while in her mind she was silently dissatisfied. My consciousness is clearly still very alert, damn it. Even though I don't want to make contact with low-level life forms, I'll temporarily let you hold me for a bit. On this side, Yunfei gently spoke to the two men. Captain Wang, here are 2 recovery potions, please take the time to recover. Jiangguo sincerely replied. Thank you, girl. Before he even finished his treatment, he urgently said, aside from your shelter zone number 5, I guess the other shelter zones aren't safe anymore either. This sudden sneak attack by the savage beasts is extremely strange. They seem to know a lot about us humans. I suggest we immediately head to and transfer to safe zone number 8. Hearing this, Yunfei fell silent. But if we do that, we'll be far from my older brother. What if he can't find us? Let me contact him again. No sooner said than done, she quickly contacted Ye Hao. Big brother, can you hear me? The other side transmitted a sound. Yunfei! She joyfully exclaimed. We're connected! But the signal doesn't have much time left, so Yunfei immediately got straight to the point. Are you okay? Everyone is at shelter zone No. 5. Nana and the Anne rescue team saved everyone. Immediately head to safe zone No. 8 right now. But the only reply she got was a sound, Yunfei, followed by silence. She gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, the signal is lost. I wonder if Big Brother received my message just now. Understanding the situation, Jiangguo reassured her. Don't worry, if you want to send a message to your older brother, I have a way. Hearing these words, Yunfei emotionally turned back and asked, Really? He calmly said, It's very simple. Just leave it to me, and then let's get out of here. Not long after, Ye Hao stood in front of shelter zone No. 5. Looking at the savage beast corpses scattered everywhere, a sense of unease rose in his heart. There was a major battle here earlier. I wonder if Yunfei and everyone are safe. Suddenly, Ye Hao noticed something strange, unable to suppress his suspicion. On the far wall, he quickly moved towards it. Written there was the message, Big Brother. Meet at safe zone No. 8 SNMG 4715. He was stunned, realizing it was a message left by Yunfei. Then he looked down at the characters below and doubted. But what does this sequence of numbers mean? Ye Hao intently studied that peculiar sequence of numbers. He rummaged through his memories, thinking, This sequence, this method, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. I remember. Then, he snapped his fingers in delight. I've got it. This is the internal code for the security team. The security team held a science popularization seminar at the school before. Of course, I wouldn't miss that detail. Having grasped this information, Ye Hao began rummaging through the belongings left behind by the fallen soldiers. It's still disturbing their rest. He couldn't help feeling apologetic. Sorry, big brothers, he resolved. I have to see if there are any more communicators. A moment later, Ye Hao looked at the pile of communicators he'd found and said, Even though I've found so many, even with my engineer master skills, I can't get them to work. The system chimed in with a notification. Because the host's link level is insufficient, the communicators cannot be repaired, and therefore cannot be used normally. He then began to analyze the situation to consider the appropriate course of action. My Eye of Truth is still on cooldown. The range is also limited. I can't run to Safety Zone 8. The most important thing is to contact Yunfei and everyone else ASAP. Besides, is Safety Zone 8 even accepting civilians from Zone 9? Still unknown. The black market isn't far from here. They definitely have walkie-talkies from the Tianshang Corporation there. I have to get over there quickly. A while later, at the black market of Safety Zone 9, surrounded by quite a few corpses of demonic beasts, Ye Hao surveyed the area and muttered to himself, "The black market of Safety Zone 9? It looks like this place just went through a fierce battle too. Could it be that I'm running here for nothing?" Suddenly, from the opposite side, a series of gunshots fired simultaneously at him, accompanied by an angry voice. "Who dares barge into the black market at this time, seeking death?" Ye Hao lightly used his shield to block the entire attack, and a hint of joy rose in his heart. "Seeing you guys still so energetic puts my mind at ease." At this moment, a woman's voice rang out, "Stop! Ye Hao is with me." Immediately after, Si Yu opened the door and stepped out. "Sorry, Ye Hao. There was a major battle earlier. Some people are still on edge," he replied generously. "Don't worry about it, I'm fine." She approached, asking curiously, "But why did you run to the black market at this time?" Ye Hao answered honestly. "I actually have some things I want to ask Miss Si Yun to help with." She quickly agreed. "No problem. Come inside and we'll talk." Inside, everyone was happily drinking, and their levels were all above 30. Seeing this, Ye Hao couldn't help but be surprised. It's so chaotic outside. How can they still sit here and drink with peace of mind? Xing Yu explained. Now more than half of the people drinking here are relic hunters. The purpose they come here is for money, good wine, and beautiful women. As for the lives of ordinary people and demonic beasts, they simply don't care. Looking at their way of life, Ye Hao felt a little uncomfortable, thinking, they clearly have good strength and levels, yet all they do is sit here and get drunk. But I don't have the right to criticize their choices. Not long after, the two entered a private and luxurious room. At this time, he got to the main point. "Miss Si Yu, can you contact Mo Care from here?" Si Yu said indignantly. "The young mistress? Why are you asking about the young mistress as soon as you arrive?" Then, she gently took Ye Hao's arm and acted spoiled. "Can't you pay attention to me a little? I was scared to death." He awkwardly reminded her, "It's not the time for jokes. I really have something urgent." Then he secretly added in his heart, "Besides, I don't think you're scared at all, are you?" Si Yu quickly regained her arrogant demeanor. She sat down calmly on the chair and said, "Logically speaking, the young mistress probably hasn't left Zone 9 yet. I've always been trying to use the internal security network to contact her, but all the walkie-talkies are filled with static." Ye Hao was surprised to hear this. "Static? If you can't contact her either." He stroked his chin, thinking, and continued, "Then that proves my speculation. The walkie-talkie problems aren't accidental, but precisely interfered with. It seems like it experienced a special radio wave connection. Si Yu had never thought of this possibility, so she was surprised. Interference. By whom? Demonic beasts? They can't do that." Ye Hao thought for a moment and replied, "In short, something's wrong. I can't draw a conclusion yet. I have 3 things I want to ask Miss Si Yu to help with," Si Yu urged anxiously. "Just tell me what they are." Seeing her agreement, he began to list them. 1. Help me find the Tianshang Corporation security team's walkie-talkie. 2. A leg treatment potion for weakness. 3. The zero-gravity coat from the previous auction. If you could give me the money in advance. Saying this, Si Yu interrupted impatiently. "Why are you being so distant with me? Money easily hurts feelings. That coat was originally yours. As for the walkie-talkie and the potion, I'll immediately arrange for people to find them." Ye Hao could only reply awkwardly, "Thank you." Immediately after, the system chimed in with a notification. Si Yu wants to make a transaction with you, except, while he pressed the confirm button, he thought awkwardly. Talking about money hurts feelings, but talking about feelings is even more of a waste of money. Sometimes owing a favor can't be measured with money at all. At this point, a new notification appeared. "Accepted. Host has acquired the zero-gravity coat." At this moment, an unexpected voice came. "Big sis, everything you asked for has been found." Si Yu didn't think much and said, "Give it to Ye Hao. He took the walkie-talkie and replied, "Thank you, let me see how to operate it." After tinkering for a while, Ye Hao finally understood how it worked. Got it. Directly enter SNMG 471591105130. As soon as he entered it, a voice came. "Hello, are you Ye Yunfei's older brother?" He couldn't contain the joy in his heart and confirmed, "That's right, it's me. I finally made contact." The other side heard this and replied, "Wait a moment, I'll get Ye Yunfei to talk." Very quickly, a familiar voice rang out. "Brother, this is Yunfei." Ye Hao couldn't wait any longer, and hurriedly asked, "Yunfei, is everyone alright? Where are Mom and Dad? Are they okay?" She looked around at everyone and replied, "Everyone is fine. Earlier, the house was attacked by demonic beasts. Everyone was preparing to move to Shelter Zone 5, but they were ambushed by demonic beasts and insectoids. It was thanks to Nana and Captain Wang of the security team, the person who just spoke to you, who saved us." Looking at Nana, who was on her father's shoulder, Yunfei added, "But Nana's energy is depleted. She can't move." Finally, she summarized the current situation. "Now everyone is on the way back to Zone 8. It's safe for now. They're carefully avoiding demonic beasts along the way." After hearing this, Ye Hao had a general idea of everything and replied, "I see. The situation has been resolved." He thought to himself, "Nana really didn't disappoint me, but the problem now is how to deal with the fact that she can't move." At this moment, Du Yi appeared again and said, "Received, Master. There are many ways to replenish energy to a mecha, but combined with the current situation, the simplest and most brutal way is to use magic crystals that are higher than her level, directly replenish the energy." Hearing this, Ye Hao related to his younger sister Yunfei. Directly use a magic crystal above level 20 to replenish energy to Nana. Remember, you must let Nana recover her mobility. Her combat power is indispensable. Yunfei quickly replied, "It just so happens that I killed a Z level 30 before. I'll go check. I have to give the walkie-talkie back to Captain Wang." Seeing that she had understood his intentions, he said with satisfaction, "Alright." Ye Hao opened the plan map of Safe Zone No. 9 and pondered. "Captain Wang, according to my prediction, if everyone directly goes through the connecting bridge to Zone No. 8, it won't work, because there must be a large number of civilians taking refuge there, making it extremely unsafe. I'll send you the coordinates." Seeing the coordinates sent, Jing Guo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "These coordinates are..." His mind was filled with doubts. How does this kid know the secret coordinates of this passage? Isn't this the coordinates that Qing Lu often mentioned? After wandering around the black market for a while, Ye Hao had to cry silently. The insurance is for buying recovery items, but the prices are a bit exorbitant. These profiteers really know how to get rich. I'm completely broke. At this moment, a voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "Please, everyone." From the direction of the sound, a group of thugs were surrounding a girl. Miao Ya, with tears in her eyes, begged them, "My parents are still outside. Can you take me to see them?" "I will pay you handsomely," Shi Tian sneered mockingly. "Pay us handsomely? How could a hostess like you have any money?" The bald guy revealed his lustful face, stepping forward and saying, "But if you use your body to pay, I might reconsider." The guy named Jin Tian chimed in, "That's right, if you serve this master well, we might even agree." Miao Ya trembled, hugging herself, trying to avoid their dirty hands reaching for her. She screamed in despair. "Stop." Before those impudent hands could touch her, another arm blocked them. Ye Hao effortlessly made the bald guy cry in pain. He struggled and roared, "Let go, you're scratching my bones, damn it!" But Ye Hao didn't seem to hear him, turning to ask Miao Ya, "Beautiful, if you answer me 2 questions, I'll consider taking you for a ride. First, where is your home? Second, and most importantly," at this point, Ye Hao had "money grubber" written all over his face as he asked, "How much are you paying?" Miao Ya opened the map, pointing to a predetermined location, and said, "My home is at this location. Will that work?" Hearing this, Ye Hao thought to himself, "If it's that location, it's conveniently on the way to that coordinate point. There's no problem taking her along." After thinking, he started to negotiate. "The location isn't a problem, it's just the amount of money, can you?" But before he could finish, Miao Ya exclaimed, 10,000. She looked at Ye Hao with pleading eyes and said, "I'll give you a deposit of 1 million. If you can find my family, I'll give you another 1 million. This is all my savings." The group of thugs burst into laughter. The largest one mocked, "Seriously, is that much money real or fake?" Blindy also chimed in, "Where would a hostess like her get that much money? Is this a comedy?" One guy holding a glass of wine said contemptuously, "If I had known being a hostess was so lucrative, why would I bother being a relic hunter? Makes me want to try it." At this moment, Xin Yu appeared and whispered, into Ye Hao's ear. Her name is Miao Ya. Although she's only level 10, she has a special ability to sense energy waves around her, including people's emotions. Because of this, she's always popular with customers. Her sales of various wines are always ranked first. It's not strange that she has some savings. Hearing this, Ye Hao understood everything. So that's it. Not a bad ability. The previous lesson didn't scare those hunters. Xin Tian smiled lewdly, approaching Miao Ya. You have so much money, why didn't you say so earlier? It was all a misunderstanding. As long as you agree to give us the money, we two brothers will risk our lives to protect you. The bald guy with an equally perverted expression chimed in. That's right. We usually roam freely in the wilderness outside the safe zone. We're not afraid of any mutated beasts. She fearfully pointed at Ye Hao. But I already agreed with that, sir. The bald guy seemed triggered and shouted, That level 5 brat, I was just careless earlier. Now let's see if this fist of mine will blow your dog's head off. Then he charged towards Ye Hao, preparing to attack. Xin Tian confidently advised, Little sister, don't be fooled by this kind of guy's appearance. What's the use of being handsome in this era? Without ability, you'll just be eaten by mutated beasts outside. Just as the bald guy got close, Ye Hao gave him a kick that sent him flying straight to the ceiling, pinning him there. His HP instantly dropped to 15%, making him angrily curse, Damn it, that's unreal. Ye Hao, with a thick, murderous aura, spoke up, I can tolerate any kind of rubbish. But the thing I can't tolerate the most is taking a stance, he continued. Someone blocking my path to making money. Immediately after, Ye Hao's kick landed accurately on Shi Tian's face, causing his HP to drop to only 15% as well. If he didn't beg for mercy now, there wouldn't be another chance. Shi Tian hurriedly pleaded, Big brother, I was wrong. Witnessing this scene, Miao Ya had a different view of Ye Hao. Her eyes lit up with admiration. Oh my god, he's not only handsome but also strong. On the other side, Xin Yu also felt shocked and thought, It's only been a few days since I last saw him, and he can suppress a level 30 so easily. Ye Hao, you're truly a mysterious monster. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. After finishing up, he didn't linger, turning around and saying to Miao Ya, Let's go, I'm in a hurry, but let me tell you in advance, you have to listen to me on the way. Don't cause trouble, Miao Ya replied resolutely. Okay, I'll listen to your instructions. Before leaving, he asked with concern, Miss CQ, do you have any plans? In my opinion, if you continue to stay here, sooner or later you'll become like a bird in a cage. Why not come along? The surrounding hunters were stirred up by this. What? One pimple-faced guy angrily blocked Ye Hao's path and shouted, Have you guys heard that? This brat said we're damned bastards. Isn't he asking for death? A spiky-haired guy also chimed in provocatively, Damn it, say it again if you dare. At this moment, Siyu's voice rang out, Stop, who dares to touch him? That's showing disrespect to the Hanmo Corporation. Then she turned and grabbed Ye Hao's arm. Okay, I'll go with you. You're right, hiding here isn't the solution, and I have to find a way to contact the young miss. Miao Ya also seized the opportunity to grab his other arm and said, It's great that Sister Xinyu can come along. After everything was settled, the three of them headed straight out the door. None of the hunters behind them were willing to give up, one said jealously. That brat really got lucky, having two beauties with him. It's worth dying for. There was no shortage of disdainful remarks either. What's there to admire? He's just gonna die. He'll just take a few steps out the door and cry to come back and save his life. Not long after, in a desolate area that was almost completely in ruins, Siyu's voice came. You've been waiting a long time, Ye Hao. She struck a seductive pose and said, All changed, what do you think? Are you mesmerized by this big sister's cool appearance? Miao Ya, also in her battle gear, yelled with all her might, I'll follow everyone's orders. Ye Hao sighed. Alright, let's hurry. Anyway, Chief Bing Qi won't let me work with you guys. At this moment, strange lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky. They connected with each other, spreading everywhere. Siyu noticed and shouted, Everyone, look at the sky. What is that? Miao Ya observed and said, It doesn't look like ordinary lightning. From within the dense lightning, a gigantic claw gradually emerged. They couldn't help but panic and cry out, This is bad, the space is torn. But what exactly is that massive claw? As soon as those words were spoken, the claw struck a fatal blow down on an area not far away. Miao Ya was shocked, unable to believe her eyes. The attacked structure was the black market. Siyu also exclaimed in horror, Get out of here. As expected, that was the right call. But what do we do next if everything from that space comes out? At this point, her voice began to tremble. We'll all have nowhere left to run. Ye Hao calmly looked at the enormous creature with sharp claws looming in the sky and said, "This level of demonic beast? It's completely beyond the scope of demonic beasts." Like an old god, Xin Yu was surprised to hear that. Old gods? You mean the old gods that came to Earth when the world started to change? How is that possible? Ye Hao pondered and replied, "It's just my speculation. The folk materials inherited from that time were a mix of truth and falsehood." At this moment, Miao Ya suddenly clutched her head and cried out in pain. She collapsed in agony. Seeing this, Si Yu rushed over, her voice full of concern. "Miao Ya, what's wrong?" She trembled and replied, "I can feel a cold, evil energy spreading beneath the ground." Moreover, Miao Ya pointed towards the hovering energy and shouted, "It's converging in that direction." Ye Hao followed her hand, instantly feeling troubled. "In that direction? That's completely opposite to where I'm supposed to meet Yunfei." "What now?" His expression darkened, and he grit his teeth in resentment. Although he needed to quickly gather with Yunfei and the others, his instincts told him that the source of that evil power was definitely related to that old god. Absolutely can't ignore it. After a moment of deliberation, Ye Hao finally made a decision. "Si Yu, Miao Ya, I have to go to the source of that evil power to see what's going on. So you two have two choices. Either come with me, or I'll tell you the coordinates of safe zone number 9. Before he could finish, the two of them shouted in unison, "No need to choose," Si Yu said with determination. "I'll follow you. If that's really an old god in the sky, don't mention Zone 9. Even the entire area above and below Zone 3 won't be spared." Miao Ya also chimed in with fiery enthusiasm. "That's right, I'll follow you too. If we can't stop that huge disaster in the sky, my parents won't be safe either." Seeing their determined attitude, Ye Hao said with satisfaction, "That's good then, although it's safe to say that with our strength we can't stop it." He shouted with determination, "But we absolutely have to figure out what's related to all of this weirdness. Speed up and follow me." The other two immediately replied, "Okay." With that, the three of them dashed forward. Not long after, they approached the place where the energy was converging. Miao Ya clutched her head in pain, saying, "It's right ahead. The concentration of that evil power has reached its strongest point." Ye Hao was cautiously approaching the location when he heard movement ahead and stopped. "Wait, everyone, hide behind me. It sounds like there are other people over there." Ye Hao carefully observed, but what he saw shocked him, and he immediately thought of those people. Before Ye Hao was a strange scene. A fiery red crystal was floating in the air, and energy from all directions was pouring into it. Surrounding it were mages, with their faces covered, whispering strange incantations. Clearly, this was a magic array. Beneath the crystal, a towering pile of skulls was burning. The fire seemed to never go out. Ye Hao became increasingly disturbed as he looked, constantly asking himself, "What exactly are they doing?" After thinking for a while, Ye Hao finally understood the problem. Unable to suppress his anger, he cursed inwardly. "Damn it! This is a magic circle that's transferring energy to that spatial rift." Si Yu, looking at the 3 level 10 mages inside chanting and casting spells, wondered, "What are we waiting for? Their levels aren't high. Destroying the magic circle might stop the descent of the old god." No sooner said than done. She immediately rushed forward, using her dark flame randomly, launching energy straight towards the magic circle. Miao Ye also cooperated, using her light speed to provide support. Seeing this, Ye Hao could only helplessly say, "Wait, things aren't that simple." Soon, his words were proven true. The attacks were completely blocked by a barrier surrounding the magic circle. Caught off guard, the two couldn't help but get angry. "An energy shield, how's that possible?" "Damn it," Ye Hao said as if he knew it all along. A magic circle, as important as this, would definitely have defensive measures set up beforehand. As he spoke, he channeled his blazing flame dragon bullet skill, and dragon-head bullets immediately appeared. They madly rushed towards the magic circle, but they couldn't penetrate it either. Realizing that the problem was more difficult than he thought, Ye Hao began to analyze. "The issue now is, what level is this energy shield? After I change my attack talent, can it be broken?" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the sword in his hand high, aiming directly at the group of mages in front, and slashing down. The result once again disappointed Ye Hao. As expected, it couldn't be broken. This energy shield must be at least level 60. Although he had gained a lot of experience points before, the current situation has changed. Leveling up his attack power later might make it difficult to deal with the situation ahead. Inside the formation, the group of mages continued to chant. This made Ye Hao even more anxious, thinking that he had to accumulate experience points to open a new account, only then would he have a chance to win. Moreover, it's too bizarre now, we have such a large attack formation, but these tool people don't have any reaction at all. At this time, Xinyu and Miao Ya also came over. Xinyu spoke with concern, so even Ye Hao's attack has no effect. What should we do this time? Miao Ya was also quite flustered. Are we just going to stand by and watch? Should we wait until the appointed time for the people inside to come out? Hearing this, Ye Hao reassured them. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to solve it. Then he assigned the task to Duki Si. Duki Si, analyze if there are any loopholes in this energy shield that can be exploited. No problem, Master. Analyzing. Analysis complete. This small matter will be resolved in 0.01 seconds. Very quickly, a data table about the energy shield appeared with epic lines of text. Energy shield. Vertical position level 65. Manufacturing IQ unknown. All related information seems to have been erased. Based on the pattern remaining on the surface, it is a modification of the original symbol. As soon as he saw the original symbol, Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. This logo. Huang Zhang Corporation. How is it them? After that emotion passed, he held a blue crystal in his hand, inwardly calculating. This is similar to the small energy shield I obtained in the Black Lake Legion, both from Huang Zhang Corporation. If that's the case, I have a bold idea. Thinking of this, Ye Hao shouted loudly and launched the blue crystal towards the formation. Seeing it easily pass through the outer protective layer, he happily thought. As expected, products of the same type, from the same company, have a certain compatibility. Having grasped the key to the problem, Ye Hao turned to Deng Si and assigned the task. Deng Si, check my prop inventory, see if there are any props that can modify and fuse this type of energy shield. He quickly replied, Okay, checking. Immediately afterwards, it took out a turbocharger and said proudly. It only took 0.39 seconds to find it. It's this amplitude increasing turbocharger. Using this prop as actual material, it can upgrade the protective ability. Amplitude increasing turbocharger information level 65 is an engine modification part of cars and airplanes, can greatly upgrade the dynamic power, collected privately by the headmaster. The last sentence made Ye Hao's heart heavy, as if seeing his future punishment, he wondered. Collected privately by the headmaster. If I use it directly like this, will the headmaster blame me? Just when he hesitated, Dui Si cunningly encouraged. Master, don't hesitate. Preserve it for him. What's in your pocket is yours. As soon as it finished speaking, it immediately received several punches to the head, while Ye Hao said righteously, Sorry, headmaster. I'm just forced to. You'll understand, right? He quickly put that matter aside, placed the blue crystal and the amplitude increasing turbocharger close together, and ordered fuse. Immediately, a new item was born. The system also announced that the fusion was complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the new scholar-level prop, Field-Emitting Turbocharger. Field-Emitting Turbocharger information level 65. After undergoing modification, it has gained an even stronger reverse field force. Duration and durability have been greatly upgraded. Ye Hao excitedly looked at the new turbocharger with hope and shouted, Go! Reverse field turbine! His voice echoed throughout the space. The growth amplitude of the turbine was at full power, destroying evil from within. Hearing this, Xinyu couldn't help but be surprised. Was he trying to eliminate the existing field with his own field energy? Ye Hao, Miao Ya, witnessing the scene just now, couldn't help but admire him. Oh my god, how could he think of such a way? So smart. Ye Hao, on the other side, had heard everything they said, and quickly explained, No, fields at the same level still can't cancel each other out. My plan is to use the reverse field in a short time to confine the magic crystal energy inside, forming a short path. As soon as he finished speaking, energy cuts appeared on the protective layer. Seeing this, he cheered happily. Success! Immediately afterward, those energies successively struck inside, causing the mages' clothes to be torn and blood to flow all over their bodies. They screamed in pain, Oh my god, this is too miserable. The uncontrolled energy has been hit. At this time, fragments of the field began to appear. Ye Hao keenly noticed. Not good. The field is about to fail. Unexpectedly, it can only last for a moment. He quickly turned to the two girls and instructed, You two come closer to me. Hide behind me, quick. Not having grasped the current situation, and hearing Ye Hao say this, they were stunned. Very quickly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The energy that had been compressed for a long time burst out and spread everywhere powerfully. When the aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided, a huge pit appeared on the ground, and several mages were almost completely burned to ashes. Ye Hao at this time secretly blamed himself. Damn it. I completely underestimated the explosive power of the magic crystal. Recalling what he had done, he couldn't help but wonder, but I clearly changed my defensive talent. Why is it still so hard to breathe? So uncomfortable. At this time, Ye Hao looked up and was shocked to realize that Miao Ya had been sitting on his face since who knows when. She was also flustered when she realized this. Miao Ya said worriedly, "Ye Hao, are you okay?" He tried very hard to make a sound. "Quick! Get your butt off!" Siyu Yu was no better off. She fell sprawling on Ye Hao's legs and complained, "This explosive power is too strong." Just then, Miao Ya suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the sky, everyone," she announced excitedly. "The spatial rift is shrinking." Xin Yu, equally delighted, added, "You're right, that's great. Our efforts weren't in vain." Ye Hao, however, felt no sense of accomplishment. "I said, get off me already. Stop sitting on me while you're talking." A moment later, he approached the convulsing mages. Ye Hao was slightly surprised. To survive an explosion that close? Perfect timing. He placed his hand on one of their shoulders and interrogated, "Who are you? Tell me your purpose, and I might spare your life." The mage whimpered for a long time before finally uttering a single word, "Save." But quickly, the mage's attitude changed. He laughed like a madman and shouted, "Long live the Old World Advent Society!" As he spoke, energy surged from his body, and strange symbols began to appear on his skin. Seeing his condition, Ye Hao wanted to curse. Damn it, this guy's gonna... Immediately after, a loud explosion erupted, engulfing the surrounding space in smoke and fire. The two girls screamed in horror. Ye Hao silently contemplated the desolate scene before him, thinking, he just blew himself up without another word. "I can't believe this is a scorched earth policy, leaving no trace behind. That's vicious. Luckily, my defensive talent isn't weak either." Seeing that he was unharmed, the two girls felt relieved. "Ye Hao, it's good you're okay." He glanced at the remaining mage, contemplating, "There's still this guy. I have to keep him alive to get some answers." But that mage started laughing maniacally, just like the first one. He raised his hands to the sky and shouted reverently, "Long live the Old World Advent Society! Long live the Old World Advent Society!" Ye Hao quickly sensed danger. "Something's wrong," Miao Ya urgently warned. "This one's about to self-destruct too. Ye Hao, be careful," Xin Yu angrily complained. "Damn it, are they willing to die to protect their secrets? They've been completely brainwashed." Hearing this, he grasped the key point. Brainwashed. Immediately, the frantically laughing mage snapped out of it, ceasing his laughter altogether. "Done," Ye Hao said confidently. At that moment, the system announced that his mind control skill was triggering physical resonance in his brain. Duration, 60 seconds. Seeing the mage approach him subserviently, the two girls were astonished. "What's going on?" The mage prostrated himself before him and respectfully said, "Lofty new god, your humble servant listens attentively to your teachings." Hearing this, Ye Hao was puzzled. "New god, what the hell is that? I only mind-controlled you. I didn't tell you to flatter me." Ziyu, in disbelief, approached and asked, "Mind control? Since when did you learn this move?" Ye Hao humbly replied, "You're thinking too much, Miss Ziyu. I just learned this skill and haven't used it yet. Just taking him out to practice a bit." He coldly looked at the mage before him and ordered, "I'll give you 1 minute to explain the Old World Advent Society and your purpose clearly." He began to recall images of his cult, reverently replying, "Yes, great new god." The Old World Advent Society is a clandestine cult with many followers. The followers come from all walks of life, all professions, all social strata, including many upper-class and powerful figures. Although everyone's status and class are different, they all share the same goal, which is to welcome the return of the old gods. Only the descent of the old gods can end this apocalyptic world and lead humanity to a glorious new world. Hearing this, Ye Hao scoffed. "The old gods can end this apocalypse. How can you believe such nonsense? It's even more unbelievable than expecting me to end this apocalypse." As he said this, doubt crept into his mind. But why did the summoning of the old gods and the monster attack on the city happen at the same time? Are they related? Xingyu couldn't completely believe this story either. She suspiciously said, "In the human world, there are actually many cults that worship the old gods. But it's just for show. After all, no one has ever seen what the old gods look like, let alone summon them," Miao Ya questioned. "But can this old-world Advent society really summon the old gods?" Ye Hao maintained his cold demeanor as he looked at the mage. "So how did you successfully summon the old gods? And this formation, what is the origin of this giant red magic crystal and the tattoos on your body?" He cautiously looked at him and explained falteringly, "This pattern is a divine magic rune. Only those chosen by the gods are qualified to have it tattooed. As for the formation and the magic crystal, and the method for summoning the old gods, because my rank is not high enough, I really don't know the details." Hearing this, Ye Hao's expression changed drastically. He angrily growled. "You dare to hide something from me," the mage frantically said. No. The fear in his mind was so intense that he repeatedly kowtowed to apologize, and there was no sign of stopping even though his forehead was already bleeding. He hastily expressed his loyalty. "How dare I hide anything from you? Your existence is even greater than the old gods, and I am your most devoted and loyal servant. I would give my life for you. I would never dare to deceive you." This action successfully startled Ye Hao, and he muttered to himself, "Damn, this is too loyal, isn't it? No, I should say it's crazy." Only when the blood on the mage's forehead had stained a patch of ground red did Ye Hao speak to stop him. "Alright, last question. Does the Old World Advent Society have anything to do with this monster invasion?" He still didn't dare to look up at him, only respectfully bowing his head in response. "Of course it's related. The monster attack on the city was orchestrated by the Old World Advent Society because..." But as he said this, the mage started to go berserk again, energy continuously erupting from his body, accompanied by an eerie laugh and the words, "The descent of the old gods requires countless fresh blood. You are all sacrifices." As expected, the mage began to explode in the next second. Ye Hao shouted, "Be careful!" He quickly turned around, embraced the two girls, and created a protective barrier. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, shattering the surrounding rocks and engulfing the entire space in smoke and fire. Looking back at the scene, he felt annoyed. Damn it, a minute hasn't even passed yet. Why did this guy suddenly lose control again? Could it be that he knocked himself brain-dead from the frantic kowtowing, so he escaped my control? After he let go of them, Miao Ya said shyly, "Ye Hao, your strength is really strong, it hurts." Xingyu also put on an embarrassed expression and softly said, "Why is your strength so strong? I don't mind, you can be a little stronger." Ye Hao, hearing this, said in confusion, "Sorry? Are you two okay?" Miao Ya quickly replied, "We're fine, thank you." Xingyu leaned closer to him and whined, "Hey, why did you let go? I wanted to hug you a little longer." A moment later, Ye Hao walked over to observe the shattered fragments of the crystal. His mind was filled with a jumble of thoughts, exhausted, but the day had finally yielded some results. The former world warlords were indeed not simple. Not only did they plot for demonic beasts to attack the city, but they could also summon ancient gods. Their capabilities and ambitions were even stronger than those of corporations only concerned with making money. Will I be targeted for ruining their plans? What does it matter? Thinking this, Ye Hao carefully picked up a fragment of crystal, and the system immediately displayed information. Unknown demonic crystal. The attributes of this item are concealed. Requires an appraisal tool, beyond the prescribed level, to unlock the attributes. Hearing this, Ye Hao couldn't help but be surprised, and he spoke with suspicion. What? The attributes have been locked, and it still needs an appraisal tool? It seems they've used special security measures on the demonic crystal. Dui Si, can you appraise it? Dui Si appeared happily, and accepted the order. Of course, master. How could such a small matter trouble me? Very quickly it responded, "Result has been obtained. This is an ancient demonic crystal, created from refining blood, with the majority being human blood and a minority being demonic beast blood. It seems like they've killed quite a few people." How wicked! At this moment the system also sounded an announcement. "You have obtained the blood demonic crystal." Looking at it floating in front of him, Ye Hao began to ponder and asked himself, is this using fresh blood to offer sacrifices to the ancient gods? But besides human blood, there's also demonic beast blood, which is strange. It seems I've encountered a very big problem. As if discovering something, he glanced at the walkie-talkie at his feet with suspicion. The walkie-talkie is emitting static. Could it be that the walkie-talkie is being interfered with by this type of demonic crystal? At this moment, Miao Ya pointed upwards and shouted, "Quick! Look at the sky!" The sky was now dyed red by magical power, and lightning continued to appear. Miao Ya spoke of her discovery. Although the spatial rift has stopped growing, it hasn't disappeared. Ye Hao, hearing this, said with resignation, "It seems that destroying one magic circle can't completely stop the summoning ritual." Looking at the lightning in the sky appearing with increasing intensity, he couldn't help but ponder in his heart. So it's still continuing. If it continues, my family will be in danger. But if I give up like this, there's no guarantee the spatial rift won't continue to expand and the ancient gods won't descend. Ye Hao, thinking this, sighed with distress. Why does it always want to oppose me like this? Is there no other way? While he was lost in thought, a cat demon stealthily approached from behind. When it had successfully closed in, Ye Hao noticed this, causing him to curse uncomfortably. Damn it, it's that feeling again. A cat demon whose aura can't be sensed. As soon as the demonic beast saw Ye Hao's face, it froze and exclaimed in surprise. Very quickly it regained its composure and began to taunt. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Standing still like that isn't a good habit, Ye Hao." Before he could make a move, several sword strikes unexpectedly slashed out, tearing the cat demon apart. Ye Hao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be surprised. That voice is... While he was guessing, An Cheng appeared, winking playfully and saying, "Did I go too hard? Didn't scare you guys, did I?" The group immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Senior An Cheng." Miao Ya hurriedly ran to An Cheng, her voice filled with emotion. "An Cheng Gage, is that really you?" He then showed a caring expression and gently asked, "Are you all okay? It's very dangerous to be ambushed by demonic beasts from behind." Ye Hao, hearing this, secretly sneered in his heart. "The real danger is uncertain, appearing at this time. Aren't you afraid of arousing suspicion?" Thinking this, he stepped forward to start a conversation. "It seems you saved my life, thank you, Senior." As soon as these words were spoken, Xian Yu spoke up indignantly. "No need to be so modest, Ye Hao. It's just a cat demon. What could it do to you if it was An Cheng?" At this point, her voice was filled with killing intent. As a confidant of the Huangzhen Corporation, instead of staying put in the team, you frequently wander around District 9. Moreover, we just destroyed the magic circle, and you appeared. Hearing Siyu's words, Ye Hao secretly sighed to himself. Miss Siyu truly lives up to her reputation as a seasoned veteran. She already knows. Quick as lightning, she drew her gun and pointed it directly at An Cheng's head, then began to interrogate. "It's hard not to make people suspicious. What exactly do you want to do?" Miao Ya, seeing this, shouted in panic. "Sister Xinyu, what are you doing? An Cheng Gege has no ill intentions, I can feel it." An Cheng, however, didn't flinch at all. He only smiled wryly. "Sister Xinyu is as quick-witted as ever. Although my superiors have some conflicts, we aren't enemies. Can we put this down for now and talk slowly?" Ye Hao also stood up to mediate this awkward situation. "That's right. The powerful enemy is right in front of us. Let's put aside our past grievances. Let's deal with the troublesome matter at hand first. Moreover, with Senior An Cheng joining us, our combat power will increase, won't it?" Saying this, he had already begun to plan to extract information, and he smiled slyly, thinking, "Ha, you actively bumped into this yourself, Senior. You're definitely just an employee. First, I have to act nice to you. I don't believe you won't reveal the secrets on your person." Si Chu holstered her gun but still didn't give An Cheng a good look. She coldly glanced at An Cheng and said, "I'll give Ye Hao face, but that doesn't mean I don't suspect you. Be honest with me." An Cheng didn't take these words to heart and earnestly pleaded, "Spare me, Sister Si Chu." Ye Hao, seeing him trying so hard, said, "No need to mind it too much, Senior. Miss Siyu is just habitually cautious and isn't intentionally targeting you. It's just a misunderstanding." An Cheng, hearing this, scratched his head awkwardly. "Indeed, it's a misunderstanding. I originally stayed in District 9 because of some missions. Just now, I happened to be helping civilians evacuate nearby, and then I heard an explosion, so I came over to see what happened." These words successfully sparked a thought in Ye Hao's mind. The explanation is very reasonable. Then, he turned to the sky and explained to An Cheng. It's because we destroyed a summoning magic circle just now. But this situation, there are still other magic circles in existence. As soon as he heard this, he grasped the problem. So that's it. I had also noticed the strangeness in the sky before. Then what are we waiting for? At this point, Ye Hao put on a surprised face and said, "But to be honest, this is not an easy matter. Does Senior also want to participate?" Ancheng replied without hesitation. "Of course, District 9 is my hometown. It's filled with my beautiful memories. I can't bear to watch it be destroyed like this." He familiarly put his arm around Ye Hao's shoulder to share knowledge. The way to say it with high IQ, and the way to say it with low IQ. If we complete such a big thing in the combat team, we may be able to add points. Then it will be of great help to my promotion. He also chimed in, responding, "Really?" But in his heart, he was monitoring An Cheng's every move. For the time being, he could only conclude that his current performance didn't have any flaws at all. Miao Ya then spoke up with self-doubt. "Should we continue? I'm not afraid, but I just feel like I can't help at all, and I can only trouble everyone," Ye Hao hurriedly comforted. "That's not true. Before, thanks to your perception ability, we were able to find this hidden magic circle. Your ability is very important." Si Yu also stepped forward to embrace her, and said sincerely, "That's right. Your ability is much more useful than mine. Cheer up. Deal with the remaining magic circles, and then go find your parents." Hearing this, the self-doubt in Miao Ya's heart lessened by half. She said emotionally, Yeah, as long as everyone doesn't dislike me, I will also try my best to help everyone." Ye Hao, hearing these words, immediately retorted, "How could we dislike you? We can't be without each other, not even one person. Let's go. The fastest speed to resolve the remaining magic circle." The two girls quickly replied, "Okay, got it." Ancheng called out from behind, "Ye Hao, share the intel from before so I know what to expect and can prepare." He quickly agreed, "Okay, we'll talk as we go." With that, the four of them tore through the wind, heading forward. Before long, they arrived at another formation. Only 2 mages were performing the ritual here. Ye Hao spoke up. "First, we found the second magic array. Next, the question is how to break this protective barrier." Then, feigning modesty, he asked, "I haven't used that method a second time yet, Senior. Do you have any ideas?" Ding! At this point, his eyes sharpened, making sure to closely observe every expression on Ancheng's face before saying, "This magic array uses a protective installation, a product of your Huangzheng Corporation." He immediately revealed a surprised look. "Is that so? So you guys suspect the Huangzheng Corporation and this heretical sect are in cahoots?" Xin Yu, seeing Ancheng's overly dramatic attitude, couldn't help but mock, "Who knows? You're Huangzheng's confidant. You know more than we do. Explain yourself, or make up a story, whatever works." He continued to plead with a distressed expression. "Spare me, Sister Xin Yu. What confidant? I'm just an errand boy, but your suspicions are very reasonable. After all, the current situation is difficult to explain clearly." Seeing Xin Yu still looking at him with daggers in her eyes, he quickly added, "I can only say that the Huangzheng Corporation has never been picky about its business. It doesn't matter who they sell weapons to, as long as they can make money. So, with the current situation, it's really hard to say anything for sure." Ye Hao intervened at this moment. "That's right. I trust Senior 100%, but I advise you to take practical action to prove yourself. You don't want Sister Xin Yu to keep targeting you, right?" Ancheng scratched his head thoughtfully for a moment, then replied, "Understood. Destroying the magic array can prove my innocence. It's my fault for having a personality that always cares about injustices. Let's get to work." A second later, he tossed out a confidential overload generator and said, "Luckily, I brought this with me, otherwise I wouldn't be able to explain myself clearly." Ancheng rolled the generator toward the protective barrier. "Go, destroy this energy shield for me." As soon as the generator touched the protective barrier, its surface immediately cracked. Seeing this, Ye Hao praised without holding back. "That gadget of yours is amazing. It destroyed that energy shield so easily." Ancheng replied without any humility, "Of course it is, because small boat trust isn't something you can just overturn." As he spoke, he charged in to deal with those 2 mages. Seeing this, Miao Ya quickly asked, "Could it be that Ancheng killed them all?" Xin Yu observed for a moment before replying, "Just knocked them out. Honestly, why are you still holding back at a time like this?" Ancheng, having finished his attack, returned to his relaxed demeanor and began to explain. Although Huangzheng doesn't choose exclusive distributors, in order to avoid people using weapons to attack the things they produce, They sell weapon tools through back channels, and the tool I just used is for destroying protection barriers. At this point, he narrowed his eyes with sincerity and asked, I've revealed all my secret information like this. Do you all believe me now? Ye Hao swung his sword, slashing at the fiery red crystal floating in midair. Senior, you forgot the most important blood fiend crystal. He approached and said with a probing gaze, if we don't destroy the blood fiend crystal, we can't completely stop the space from being breached. An Cheng was stunned upon hearing this, his expression a mix of bewilderment and slight embarrassment. Is that so? I see. Why didn't you say so earlier? But Ye Hao patted him on the shoulder meaningfully. It's okay. What's there to worry about with Senior here? Such high work efficiency. Sister Xinyu won't have anything to say this time. Truly worthy of being a legend of the academy, the best of the best. Despite receiving the praise, An Cheng's face remained heavy as he humbly replied, You flatter me. After saying those words, he happily walked forward in his heart. Let's go. We should go to the next point. An Cheng showed no sign of moving. His expression darkened as he thought. That sword's speed just now was really fast. Even I couldn't react in time. Thinking of this, An Cheng unconsciously looked in the direction Ye Hao had gone, and wondered, if that sword was aimed at me, what did he want to convey? Ye Hao? It seems this junior of mine isn't as harmless as he appears on the surface. Not long after, at another magic array, the protective barrier and several mages had been defeated. An Cheng was very enthusiastic in charging forward. This is the last magic crystal. Everyone stay back a bit, let me chop it. Miao Ya couldn't help but cheer happily. Great! After destroying this, that big guy in the sky won't be able to come out. A strange feeling arose in his heart. Ye Hao unconsciously opened his mouth, his voice full of suspicion. I just feel like things are a bit strange. He focused on thinking. Everything was too smooth. Apart from the protection network, there wasn't even a second measure, and the Apocalypse Overlord Alliance wouldn't be that naive, would they? Suddenly, several mages who had been lying on the ground were lifted up into the air by an invisible force, while the energy from the Blood Fiend crystal became increasingly turbulent and violent. Everyone was shocked, and their faces changed. What's going on? At this moment, the mages were gradually being swallowed by the Blood Fiend crystal. They laughed strangely in unison, as if programmed, and shouted, The God is calling us. We will become one with the God. Great God? Their bodies were gradually changing, their mouths constantly shouting in joy, Power! We feel endless power! Seeing this bizarre scene, Ye Hao couldn't help but wonder, they've been merged by the magic crystal. He quickly raised his sword towards them and turned back to say to the others, Get yourselves together and prepare to fight. This is probably the Apocalypse Overlord Alliance's last trick. Attack. Before they could even prepare, a level 60 blood fiend crystal giant full of blood emerged. Seeing Ye Hao and the others, it showed disdain. Just a bunch of insignificant humans? You dare dream of stopping the descent of the god? Kill everyone who disrespects the god? All must die. The merged mages were still trying to say their last words. I am guilty. I cannot let the god descend. Please punish me. An Cheng quickly spoke up to command. Hide behind me. I'll draw aggro. Miao Ya, heal me. Ye Hao and Ziyu, please help. But Ye Hao seemed to have noticed something and said, Wait, the level gap is too big. This strategy. Before he could finish speaking, the giant charged at An Cheng and struck down with great force. Insignificant human, you dare to conspire to challenge the god's replacement. Arrogant. Seeing his HP drop to only 60%, he was completely shocked. Just one hit. Is this the terror of a rare level 60 elite? Very quickly, An Cheng was sent flying by the Blood Fiend Crystal Giant. It didn't forget to sneer. Too ordinary. Then it turned towards Ziyu, who was preparing to strike. Seeing the perilous situation, Miao Ya cried out in alarm. Sister Ziyu, be careful. Just as the attack was launched, Ye Hao rushed forward in time, embracing her and creating a defensive shield. While struggling to hold it up, he instructed, Don't just stand there dumbfounded. Hold your weapon firmly and pay attention to dodging. This guy's attack speed isn't that fast. Ziyu said apologetically. Sorry, Ye Hao, he thought with a headache. Although his attack speed isn't fast, his strength is too abnormal, not on the same level as the demonic beasts we encountered before at all. Under the giant's attack, the energy shield was continuously depleted, and the defensive layer gradually thinned. This made Ye Hao couldn't help but be stunned and think, my 10 layers of energy shield were broken in an instant, damn it! Very quickly, the defensive layer completely disappeared, and he could only barely withstand the attacks with his shield. causing his health bar to drop to 85%. Ye Hao gritted his teeth and thought, it broke through 10 layers of energy shield and still has such attacking power. The next second, both Ye Hao and Siyu in his arms were sent flying by the attack. He began to consider a different approach. I can't just keep defending against its attacks like this, or even my talent for defense won't be able to withstand more than a few moves. Ye Hao quickly regained his composure, and as he charged towards the Blood Fiend crystal, he was determined. I must turn defense into offense to have a chance of winning. Based on my experience of overcoming a 20-level difference, he quickly unleashed a fatal slash at the giant, thinking to himself, as long as I don't get hit, I'll have a chance to attack it to death. This shocking strike only managed to take away 5% of the giant's health, Ye Hao thought in surprise. So tough, a full-force attack with my attack talent only caused that much damage. Seeing that the chances of winning were not high, Siyu rushed forward to advise, retreat quickly, Ye Hao, this elite's defense is too abnormal, we can't break through it at all. The Blood Fiend crystal giant laughed contemptuously upon hearing this. Run, you won't receive forgiveness from the gods. With that, it swung its sword towards Ye Hao again. He dodged the attack while thinking, it must be the Blood Fiend crystal concealed on its body that gives it such high defense. At this moment, An Cheng threw a Blood Fiend crystal towards it. The middle head saw the crystal and immediately showed an attitude. What the hell is this? The head on the top was not worried at all. All tricks and schemes are nothing in front of the gods. The head on the right showed saintly praying. May the gods forgive these cunning and weak people. Immediately afterward, a force field barrier appeared. It was the level 55 arc field. With a shield value of 100%, he shouted. Everyone, run quickly. My level 55 arc field can trap it for a while. Leave it to me here. The giant growled in anger while struggling. It began to attack the barrier with a smug look on its face, the middle head saying contemptuously, trap me, are you kidding? The head on the right echoed, gods, please punish these arrogant and weak people. At this moment, Ye Hao's voice rang out. Your weapons are all broken. Are you planning to go barehanded? Take this. Receiving the sword? An Cheng couldn't help but be surprised. This sword is. Information about the sword quickly appeared. Lightning Wave Blade. Comes with a lightning attack effect and can be switched from a one-handed sword to a two-handed sword. Attack speed increased by 30%. Ye Hao explained. This is a sword I got from the leader of the Black Tiger mercenary group. Just take it and use it. Then he looked at An Cheng with a look of trust and said, this time, escaping is the best choice. More importantly, the senior won't be able to hold on for long either. While it's trapped, find its weakness, and devise a new strategy. That's the best course of action. Witnessing Ye Hao's series of actions and words, An Cheng couldn't help but admire him and think. Even with life and death imminent, he can still think so calmly. His actual combat experience is definitely more abundant than mine. Miao Ya once again held her head, enduring the throbbing pain, and said with a trembling voice, I think I've found its weakness. My head hurts so much. Ye Hao couldn't help but exclaim in joy. Well done, Miao Ya, you always bring me surprises. What is its weakness? She regained her composure and replied, I feel that the magic power in the boss's body seems to be circulating its demonic energy in its back. The Blood Fiend crystal giant immediately denied it, saying, nonsense, the body has no weaknesses. Ye Hao didn't pay attention to its words, and he carefully observed. If that's the case, there really is something there that looks like a beating heart. But the key question is, how can we smash such a hard Blood Fiend crystal? Remembering Duxi's ability, Ye Hao looked at it and asked silently, regarding the weakness, Duxi, what do you think? It didn't take long to answer. Master, comprehensive analysis. Only by using the previous Blood Fiend crystal to strengthen the weapon can we use the similar attributes to destroy the hardness. Hearing this, he seemed to understand something in his heart. Good idea. Let's experiment immediately. No sooner said than done. Ye Hao went to Xinyu and said, Miss Xinyu, can I borrow your gun for a moment? She handed over the gun but still asked curiously, what are you going to do with the gun? Take it, he replied seriously. I'll help you strengthen and modify the weapon a bit, Xinyu exclaimed in surprise. What? You even know that skill? Ye Hao used actions to answer, quickly placing the gun and the Blood Fiend crystal close together, and then using Blood Fiend crystal direct fusion enhancement. Very quickly, the Blood Fiend crystal transformed and surrounded the gun, and an upgrade appeared in front of everyone. It was called Bloodlusting Gale Chaser, long-range weapon, with a life-stealing attack effect, armor penetration effect, and an attack speed increase of 30%. Its series of attributes made Cu even more admiring and exclaim, "It has so many special effects, Ye Hao, you're really amazing." At the same time, the Blood Fiend Crystal Giant had shattered the barrier, and it declared happily, "The game is over, this barrier wasted so much of my time," he urged. "Quickly try out the effect." Cu clenched the gun in her hand and replied, "Leave it to me." Then she rushed forward like a brave warrior, continuously attacking every part of the giant's body, forcing it to use its sword to shield itself while roaring, "It hurts, damn it, how can this be?" It broke through my defense. A successful startup took away another 5% of its health. And Cheng stared blankly at the scene before him and said, "It's spasming. Is it effective?" "You can do it, Ye Hao." Although the situation had temporarily subsided, a look of worry still lingered on his face as he replied, "Although the damage isn't high, it can only be temporarily controlled at most. If we want to defeat it, we need a powerful weapon. But where can we find one at this time?" And Cheng said without hesitation, "I have one. Before, when going to the night market, the team bought some combat weapons, but what do you want to do?" As he finished speaking, the system issued a notification, "An Cheng wants to trade you power gauntlets. Do you accept?" Ye Hao couldn't help but be overjoyed. What? Is this a coincidence? On this side, the Blood Fiend Crystal Giant was still struggling with a series of attacks from Cu, and it began to rage. "I'm angry now. This little tickle is really annoying." Ye Hao also noticed this point. "Not good. The control effect is weakening. Senior, find a way to help me hold for 20 seconds. An Cheng Chen Chu shouted, "Leave it to me," and flew towards the giant. The system also sounded a notification. "The host has acquired the Power Gauntlet set." He seriously ordered, Wei Si. Find the item with the highest growth potential for the Power Gauntlet set in the shortest time. No sooner had he finished speaking than it replied, "Found it, master." The necessary information quickly appeared. Power Gauntlet Set. A close combat weapon, a traditional gauntlet set which wraps the entire arm and can greatly enhance attack power. Miniature Enhanced Rocket Thruster Modification Tool, used to accelerate the modification of airplanes or cars, can greatly enhance the rotation size. A private collection PS of the principal. Ye Hao somewhat hysterically exclaimed, "Mother, it's another disguise item. I can't believe the principal is into racing. You really can't judge a book by its cover. No time for small talk. Quickly fuse and enhance these 3 items now." Meanwhile, the Blood Chi Demon Core was frantically venting, continuously slashing down while complaining. "Annoying ants." An Cheng, while dodging the attacks, spoke with difficulty. "No good. My blood-sweeping speed can't keep up anymore. If this continues, isn't Ye Hao done yet?" His HP bar was only 10% remaining at this time. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Sorry for the wait." Immediately after, Ye Hao rushed forward with the speed of a jet engine. Like a furious storm, he tore open the body of the Blood Chi Demon Core Giant, taking both a piece of the Demon Core and half the sword in its hand. It panicked and screamed, "What the heck is this? My sword!" His expression turned cold as he said, "I've tolerated you for too long." Next, Ye Hao ground out each word. "It's time for my counterattack." With that, he focused all his energy. The right head of the giant was now shaking violently. "Oh God, please save me, I'm scared. Oh God, please save me, I'm scared." The middle head still refused to yield. "How did your attack suddenly become so strong? It can even smash my hard demon core." Ye Hao, bursting with aura, re-entered his offensive stance and replied, "Suddenly strong? Do you think I'd tell you the reason?" Having said that, he activated the engine and lunged with full force toward the Blood Chi Demon Core Giant, not forgetting to complain. "Other than experience points, you're useless to me, and I don't plan on getting any information from your mouth either." It stubbornly retorted, "Arrogant! I am the son of heaven, blessed by the old god. How can I be looked down upon by someone as lowly as you?" The more it spoke, the more confident it became in its abilities. "As long as I concentrate on defense, no one can destroy me." But Ye Hao was already close, delivering a fatal punch, not forgetting to remind, "Shut up." The powerful force from this blow sent the Blood Chi Demon Core flying far away. Quite a few demon cores scattered, and only now did it start to feel the danger, angrily cursing. "Damn it," he disdainfully said. "The old god's blessing is useless against me, the new god." Even more enraged, the giant launched a rain of demon cores toward Ye Hao. Insolent, you dare to despise the old god and call yourself the new god. You must accept the punishment of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Seeing its quick counterattack, everyone hurriedly yelled a reminder. Don't lose focus, Ye Hao. He was still stunned, unable to react in time, but not a single demon core could touch his body, because Cheng and Yu had rushed forward and blocked them. Cheng firmly shouted, "Leave the rescue to us, you focus on it." Ye Hao was deeply moved. Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yu spoke up. "Only you can destroy it now, don't waste your stamina on this small matter." Cheng nodded in agreement. "That's right. Abandon defense, and attack it with all your might, we're all counting on you." As if powered up, Ye Hao spoke with immense determination. Then, farewell. With that, he once again reached out his hand to focus his energy, resolutely saying, "I want to end this battle at the fastest speed, open maximum DPS." Cheng and Yu stopped all movement, stunned as they watched this magnificent sight. But just as Ye Hao lunged, what he punched was not the face of the blood chi demon core giant, but a solid protective barrier. He immediately froze, unable to believe what just happened, and hesitantly uttered, "This is?" A notification popped up. God's domain level 60, 95% energy value, currently recovering. Ye Hao was surprised to realize it was a magic shield. The right head of the blood chi demon core giant was chanting spells non-stop, while the middle head was leisurely provoking, "You might be able to use some tricks to break my stiff demon core, but you absolutely won't be able to break through my God's domain." The system immediately sounded, "Warning! Warning!" Ye Hao tried to attack the protective barrier, but it didn't change even slightly. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This is troublesome. As long as those two heads keep chanting, this magic shield will keep recharging. Damn it, why have I done so much already? The power is still not enough." The system continued to sound the warning. Warning, continuous overloading attacks will lead to an overload state. Immediately after, the system displayed, God's domain level 60, 50% energy value, currently recovering. Seeing his efforts, the blood chi demon core giant sneered, "It's useless. I have been blessed by the god. No one can break through my defense." As it finished speaking, Ye Hao was thrown back by the backlash from the protective barrier. He couldn't stop complaining in his heart. "Damn it, why didn't I aim for his left heart from the start?" A system notification rang in his ears. Host's attack has exceeded the attribute strength limit. Entering an overloaded state. Life force value is continuously decreasing. Remaining time, 30 seconds. Seeing him fall, the blood fiend magic crystal giant laughed gleefully. "I love seeing people suffer the most. What a king! Even the divine official praised my defense. How can you stupid mortals break through it? I'm right here. Let's see who dies first." The system continued to issue warnings. Due to the overloaded state, the host's health is continuously decreasing by a large amount. Ye Hao was healing himself while thinking, the divine official is his superior. This intel is not important anymore. What's important is to break through his defense, otherwise, forget about stopping the descent of the old gods. I'm afraid we'll all die here. He quickly made a decision. I must use absolute power to suppress the magic shield and his recovery speed. Thinking this, he instructed, Duki Si, check if I have any more strength-enhancing items. Quick, it replied sadly. Sorry, master, there really aren't any. Not even the most basic strength potion. Hearing this, Ye Hao suddenly remembered, Strength potion, that's right, they're still this way. He hurriedly turned to look at the others and asked, Does anyone have any strength potions? Lend me one. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Strength potion? Cheng replied apologetically. Sorry, I don't have any. I bought a lot of stuff before, but I didn't buy any strength potions, Miao Ya said sadly. I don't have any either. I only have spirit power potions. Do you need one? Only Xinyu was lost in thought. Seeing her silent and not answering, Ye Hao asked anxiously, Xiyun, do you have one? If you do, quickly give it to me. If it's about money, just record it as a debt. I'll pay you back later. She hurriedly threw a strength potion towards him, speaking with some annoyance. I told you, there's no need to talk about money between us. Just as Ye Hao successfully caught it, Xinyu hesitated and added, The reason I didn't want to give it to you is because of its side effects. He was surprised. Side effects. Regarding the item information, the Hercules Strength Elixir, after use, will increase strength attributes by 30% for 1 minute. After the effect wears off, it comes with 2 hours in a weakened state, which cannot be removed by any means. Ye Hao understood the reason after reading it, but he still couldn't help but be stunned. 2 hours in a weakened state, This is a side effect equivalent to a fatal blow. Xin Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Aren't you still gonna save your family? Once you fall into a weakened state, how can you—" But before she could finish speaking, Ye Hao had already unhesitatingly drunk the entire strength potion. Xin Yu widened her eyes and shouted, "Hey, did you hear what I said? Why didn't you hesitate at all?" He wiped his mouth and said with the spirit of a true man, "We'll worry about what happens later. If we can't even get through the difficult hurdle in front of us, what's the point of talking about later? Moreover, aren't you all still here, my family?" Just as he said this, Ye Hao felt a violent change in his body, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. He cried out in pain, causing even the blood-fiend magic crystal giant to be confused. What's going on? This kid suddenly, before it could figure out the doubts in its heart, it panicked, because Ye Hao suddenly rushed over, preparing to deliver a full-force blow again. He flickered in and out of sight around it, continuously launching attacks on the protective barrier, leaving it unable to counterattack. At this time, Ye Hao's health bar had risen to 21%, and he was still healing continuously. Xin Yu looked at him attacking madly with concern. His power is too strong. But this way of fighting without regard for the consequences, An Cheng spoke up to remind, "Miao Ya, you must keep an eye on Ye Hao's health bar." Miao Ya responded nervously, "But his health is dropping too fast. I'm about to lose track." On this side, the blood-fiend magic crystal giant was being affected by the continuous punches and couldn't do anything. But it wasn't willing to give in and began to calculate. The attacks of this kid are increasing exponentially. The shield's recovery is almost unable to keep up. But his life force value is not much either. As long as there is a precise opportunity, I can break his defense and give him a fatal blow. You win? Just as it was still thinking, the shield outside was shattered by Ye Hao. It cried out in panic, "Domain of the gods!" Without waiting for the giant to recover, he continued to attack it, causing countless magic crystal fragments to fall. It roared in pain. "How could this be? My heart is... Why, I clearly received the blessing of the gods." The intense energy from within the giant's body began to surge out. At the final moment it laughed gleefully. "Don't think that just because you defeated me you can stop the descent of the old gods. The old world Advent Society will never be destroyed. You've been targeted by us, you still have family and friends. They will all die miserably." Ye Hao controlled the energy in his hand and replied coldly, "Is that so?" Outside, everyone shouted in panic, "It's not good! He's going to self-destruct again!" Before it could carry out its plan, he clenched his hand tightly, and the giant shattered along with it. He said hatefully, "Then I will destroy the Old World Advent Society." It only managed to say one sentence, "You will completely die." After the giant's entire body had dissipated, Ye Hao collapsed tiredly and sighed. "I fell." Everyone cheered. "Ye Hao, you won. Well done." A system notification rang. Killed elite blood-fiend magic crystal giant. Gained 200,000 experience points. For 50,000 yuan, you have obtained the hardened demon core enhancement material and the level 60 God's Domain skill book. Call of the new God Demon Core summoning. What's coming is here. A sad announcement appears. Host has entered a weakened state. 2-hour countdown begins. Ye Hao lay motionless, thinking, "It's finally over. But what's next?" He used the last of his strength to try to sit up, secretly resolving in his heart, "I'll just have to rely on the three of them." But the feeling of entrusting one's life into the hands of others— Just then, a sword filled with killing intent was heading towards him. The moment Ye Hao sat up, the image that struck his eyes was An Cheng holding a sword, looking at him maliciously. He couldn't help but be surprised. An Cheng Sr., Si Yu, and Miao Ya quickly stood in front of Ye Hao. Si Yu angrily rebuked, "An Cheng, what do you want to do? Is the foxtail finally showing?" Miao Ya also firmly declared, "An Cheng, gauge. What's wrong with you? Ye Hao is our friend. You're not allowed to hurt him." His face darkened, and he said coldly, "Ye Hao." But in the next second, that sharp sword was plunged straight into the ground. An Cheng asked in confusion, "What are you guys doing?" He hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. "Sister Xin Yu, Miao Ya, don't aim your weapons at me. It's a misunderstanding." Seeing that the situation wasn't improving, he explained, "I just lost focus for a moment. You don't need to react like this." Si Yu, without any courtesy, pointed her gun straight at An Cheng and questioned, "Do you think you're smart, or do you think I'm stupid? You think I'd believe this nonsense? Didn't we just go through a life-or-death situation together?" He scratched his head awkwardly and then asked as if in a dilemma, "Why are you still suspecting me? I was just shocked by Ye Hao's strength. I definitely don't have any malicious intent. Moreover, At this point, An Cheng's voice deepened, speaking softly but like a warning to Xin Yu. If I really wanted to kill, do you think two beauties could stop me? Not waiting for her to react, he went to support Ye Hao. Let me carry you, you can't push yourself in a weakened state. He awkwardly refused. No need, senior, I can barely walk. Just help me with one arm. Just then, Miao Ya spoke up again with admiration. Ye Hao, you're really amazing. For a normal person in a weakened state, just being able to lie down consciously is considered the limit. You can still stand up and walk around, it's unbelievable. Meanwhile, Si Yu was still thoughtfully observing An Cheng's every move. Ye Hao leaned on him and replied modestly, Standard procedure, no need to be surprised. Miss Si Yu doesn't need to be so direct either. Senior An Cheng and us have become closer after surviving together, less suspicion, more trust. Hearing this relieving words, An Cheng also reassuringly went along with it. That's right, junior brother understands me after all. At this moment, Du Tu suddenly appeared, whispering in Ye Hao's ear. The aura on this guy is indeed full of black killing intent, but this killing intent isn't clear, so it can't be determined whether this killing intent is because of the previous boss or directed towards the host. Indeed, even saying that, Ye Haozio didn't completely trust him in his heart. He thought to himself, no matter what, the fact that Senior An Cheng is full of suspicious points is true, so on the surface, I'll just be friendly with him, but I still need him as a bodyguard. Then, as if seeing a barely acceptable future, he looked at An Cheng and thought, no matter what his purpose or secrets are, before he's exposed, we can still cooperate happily. He helped him sit down and suggested, let's rest for 5 minutes, then set off. How about that? Ye Hao easily agreed. That's a pretty good idea. At this moment, there were no longer any terrifying red lightning bolts in the sky, and the space was filled with a warm golden color, Miao Ya happily exclaimed. Look at the sky. The spatial rift has finally completely disappeared. Si Yu looked up and said with satisfaction. That's right, Miao Ya smiled and pointed at the sky, then said, Great, we finally succeeded in preventing the descent of the old god. The biggest threat has been eliminated. Si Yu also agreed. That's right, but the worry in Ye Hao's heart hadn't subsided, and he seriously instructed, don't be careless. Although the spatial rift has closed, the danger of many demonic beasts invading hasn't been eliminated. We must be vigilant at all times, because... Saying this, he seemed to exhaust all his strength, lying down on the stone slab and lamenting. My little life is in your hands, Miao Ya comforted. Try your best, Ye Hao. As soon as these words were spoken, he suddenly sat up, as if remembering something, and said, That's right, all the blood magic crystals have been destroyed. Maybe the walkie-talkies have been restored. Xin Yu understood the problem and quickly replied, I'll immediately try to contact the young mistress. Suddenly, the system rang out with a notification for Ye Hao. Mo Kisa requests to communicate with you. While he was listlessly wallowing, he sat up as if energized. I think there's no need. Your young mistress has already taken the initiative to contact me. Hearing what he said, Si Yu couldn't help but be surprised. What? In her heart, countless questions began to arise. After the walkie-talkie was restored, the first person the young mistress contacted was Ye Hao. In the young mistress's heart, is he that important? He began to speak to the young mistress. Yes, it's me. How's the situation on our side? Xin Yu was no longer very comfortable at this time. She also realized the strangeness of her own feelings. This feeling in her heart was very complicated. Am I being jealous or envious? On the other side, in a high-end apartment complex that looked very safe, Kiser's voice rang out. So that's how it is, I understand. She seriously replied to the other end of the line, Huang Zheng and Zhu Shi Jun Lin Hui. Interesting, I'm very safe now. I've contacted the corporation to find rescue. It'll just take some time. Everyone just stay where you are. I'll go there right away. But Ye Hao hurriedly interrupted. You don't need to come here. In order to improve efficiency, we're near the connecting bridge. Let's meet. In the secret passage of Zone 8, I'll send you the coordinates right away. Kelfer pondered for a moment before accepting. Coordinates received. Let's meet there then. Saying that, she felt extremely pleased inside. He even knows about this kind of secret passage. He's no ordinary guy, worthy of my good opinion. As if remembering something, Kerr hurriedly inquired about Ye Hao's condition. Is your weakened state really all right? Remember, you are a talent that the 4 young ladies have set their sights on. Don't get abandoned halfway because of some small matter. He replied with some embarrassment. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. An Cheng, who overheard their conversation, also noticed Ketsur's concern for Ye Hao, so he stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "I heard rumors before that you and the Mo family's eldest daughter have an unusual relationship. I thought it was a joke, but now I see it's true. Rumors are true. It's truly enviable." Ye Hao replied with the aloofness of an outsider, "Is that so?" An Cheng helped him up. Ye Hao took the opportunity to add, "But you're right, with a big miss like that backing me, I don't feel like working hard anymore." He couldn't help but be surprised by his frankness. "Really?" he replied, half jokingly, half seriously. "Yeah, I'm seriously considering it," Xinyu harumphed and mocked. The four of them talked as they walked forward. Soon after, in the number 9 safe zone connecting bridge, the bridge was packed with fleeing refugees, and the suffocating atmosphere made many people unable to bear it, and started shouting, "Hey, let us in and open the door! Why are you watching us die without helping?" The gatekeeper tried to appease. "Please don't be agitated, we're still waiting for orders from above." But no one listened to these words, they just wanted to find a place to vent their anger. "Waiting my ass! The demonic beasts are already chasing us! Open the door quickly!" On this side, in the secret passage heading to Zone 8, Zhang Guo nodded as he watched the chaotic scene unfolding on the bridge. As expected, that connecting bridge is no longer accessible. The screams of the civilians were so loud that they could be heard even here. Does that kid have the ability to predict things? Ye Hao's mother kept worrying about her son. "Why hasn't Halshir arrived yet? I'm so worried about him." Yunfei quickly comforted her. "Mom, don't worry, I just contacted him. He's coming right away. He's so capable, he'll definitely be fine." At this moment, Nana suddenly exclaimed, "It's Master, Ye Hao," and the other three quickly appeared, and he couldn't hide his joy as he called out, "Mom, Dad." Yunfei's mother was also very emotional. "How, where?" Yunfei rushed forward and hugged Ye Hao tightly, saying as if about to cry, "Brother, you're okay, that's great. I was so worried about you." He smiled and comforted. "Aren't I right here?" His father spoke up at this moment. "Our family can still be reunited. It's really a blessing in disguise." Ye Hao's mother looked him up and down and asked with heartache, "Hao, why do you look so haggard? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Afraid of making her worry, he quickly reassured, "Mom, I'm fine, just a little weak. I'll be fine after resting for a while." Nana's eyes were already brimming with tears. It's so great that the whole family can be reunited. Although Master said that, she was constantly criticizing in her heart. The emotions of low-level creatures are really disgusting. It's making this old woman want to vomit. Ye Hao went over and gently patted her head. "Nana has worked hard this time too. It's thanks to you that my whole family is safe and sound." She gave a professional smile and replied. For Master, Nana can do anything, but in her heart, some sinister thoughts were arising. "He's very weak now. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. But I may still not be able to act according to my true consciousness. I must find a way to break free from this restraint." At this moment, a charming voice suddenly rang out. "I'm very sorry for disturbing your family reunion." Kelshir appeared with 2 bodyguards in high spirits, continuing as she walked. "But now there's no time for you to wallow in happiness, because the boss leading this demonic beast invasion, the Bai Chiwei, has appeared." Seeing that everyone had turned their attention to her, Keeler began to analyze the current situation. Due to the appearance of the Bai Chiwei, the demonic beasts are very stable. It doesn't have a tendency to continue invading Zone 8, so if this continues, the entire Zone 9 will directly turn into a mirror world. Humans can no longer stay here, everyone must leave. Hearing this, Ye Hao couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. A mirror world? Does that mean they want to occupy this place as their nest, and then grow up in front of her? Such an obviously unreasonable behavior. What exactly did the demonic beasts want to do? Kesker thought for a moment and replied, "They're just a group of demonic beasts. Unreasonable behavior is abnormal. And what we should be concerned about is this boss reaching level 90. Ye Hao was immediately shocked and couldn't believe what he had just heard. Asking again, "Level 90, are you sure? A boss at this level is no joke?" Miao Ya hugged her mother tightly, saying with great concern, "Facing a level 90 boss, even a professional team would have a hard time winning," Xinyu cautiously inquired. "I don't want to doubt the young Mrs. judgment, but is the source of this information reliable? After all, this is hard to believe." Unexpectedly, Keeser affirmed without hesitation, "It's absolutely reliable. After all, I saw it with my own eyes." This answer was beyond imagination. Everyone was suspicious after hearing it. "What? You directly saw the boss?" The teacher spoke in agreement with everyone's guess, although it was only from a distance. Kiwa recalled the scene that day, when she saw the huge boss sitting imposingly on the roof of a tall building. If the two bodyguards on either side hadn't supported her, she might have staggered and fallen. But just when she thought everything was safe, it suddenly glanced at them, its gloomy and sharp eyes as if able to crush everything it set its sights on. Recalling that image still made Kier shudder, and she said sadly, "But I was almost directly killed by its gaze." At that time, the two bodyguards had timely created a shield to protect her. They shouted quickly, "Young miss, be careful. We've been discovered by it. While it hasn't attacked yet, let's retreat quickly." Escaping from that memory, Kara still said tremblingly, "It was clearly so far away, just a glance, but it almost took my life. Although I'm not even afraid of death, the terror that comes from deep within the soul is an obsession from beginning to end." Seeing that her condition was somewhat unstable, Ye Hao gently placed his hand on Kara's shoulder to comfort her. "You may have been hit by its debuff. There's no need to be afraid. It's already amazing to have survived its attack." Kara was silent, as if thinking about something, and then said emotionally, "Ye Hao." The two bodyguards generously gave him a chivalrous thumbs up. Upon seeing this action between the two of them, Ye Hao felt secretly embarrassed in his heart. Hey, have you guys misunderstood something?" Thinking that, he finally spoke up. "All right." Keller quickly regained the arrogant demeanor of a young lady and said, "I'm not a girl who needs to be comforted. Let's talk about business. First, I researched the structure with the Hanmo Corporation to contact the demonic beasts, confirming that this boss belongs to one of the 28 constellations." As soon as the words fell, Ye Hao questioned, 28 constellations? What kind of concept is this? "This is the first time I've heard of it." Kier thought of the image of the dragon, chasing 5 birds, and began to tell. "Since the oil era of Earth opened, all things in the world have mutated, and demonic beasts are no exception. Scholars have arranged the level of strength of demonic beasts according to a certain rule through many years of research and discovery, and this rule happens to be consistent with the azure dragon, black tortoise, vermilion bird, white tiger, 4 symbols, and 4 symbols 7 mansions, forming 28 constellations. To put it simply, there are a total of 28 boss monsters in this group of demonic beasts. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, because this news is not spread to the common people." According to Kier's description, the image of the Baiyi Chiwei gradually emerged. Baiyi Chiwei is the tail mansion, one of the 4 symbols of the Azure Dragon. In history, the Baiyi Chiwei has massacred dozens of low-level cities. Although some people organized extermination teams, they ultimately failed. Ye Hao understood some of the background after hearing this, but still had some doubts in his heart, so he asked, "That's because there were no benefits from major corporations before. Small-scale extermination teams would naturally die there. But with the current situation, if it is ignored, it will be affected sooner or later. Your major corporations can't sit idly by and do nothing." Keisha replied without hesitation. Of course, she continued to tell about the secrets of the corporations. The Hanmo Corporation has sent an elite team to establish a mirror dungeon strategy team, which will be here very soon. Moreover, according to reliable news, other large corporations are also assembling their team members to prepare for the first kill competition. Here, Kainichi's voice became especially low, glancing slightly at An Cheng's reaction as she said, "That includes your Huang Cheng," he replied with an embarrassed smile. "That's for sure. The big brothers and sisters up there value that first kill even more than their lives. Maybe they've already set off." After hearing everything, Ye Hao began to connect the dots. This battle is truly beyond my expectations. To make so many corporation teams risk their lives like this, could it be that this boss dropped something valuable? Like a low-level legendary equipment item. Seeing that he quickly grasped the key to the story, KNH, I happily replied, "You guessed right. Just like the level 28 Xingsu bosses, they all have their own territory, and only the first killer can get the key and open the territory's gate. Inside the territory are all kinds of rare resources they've collected. And this amount of resources is equivalent to 5 times that of a same-level instance. If converted into money," her eyes became meaningful as she declared, "at least 2 billion. Ye Hao's eyes lit up, practically printing money signs on his eyeballs as he thought, 2 billion. Even though I'm still in a weakened state, help me up and let's give it a try." Seeing his unpromising look, An Cheng stepped forward, patted his shoulder and asked, "What's up, any thoughts, Junior? That's a level 90 boss. Could it be you're hiding some tricks? Ye Hao turned his head with a not my problem look and replied, "Ah, how could that be?" Saying that, but in his heart, he had already begun to outline his plan. He seriously thought, "The level 90 boss's instance is far beyond my ability, unless I use experience points to directly unlock a completely new account. What if I unlock a powerful account? Whether it's worth it is another matter. At least there's a few % chance of success." At this time, I spoke up again, urging, "Alright, let's temporarily withdraw from Area 8 and plan from there. The remaining civilians will naturally be rescued after the team members kill the boss," Ye Hao happily replied. "Okay." Jianguo suddenly stepped forward and whispered to him, "Ye Hao, I have something to ask. The coordinates of this passage are only a secret within our security team. How did you know?" Hearing this question, his expression slightly darkened. "A female employee in the security team told me. It seems she's also from the same Tianshang corporation as you guys." Chen Ping rushed over, grabbed Ye Hao's shoulders, and frantically asked, "Is her name Qinlu? Where is she? Do you know how she is now?" Seeing him like this, Zhang Guo quickly spoke up to advise, "Calm down a bit." Faced with Chen Ping's eagerness, Ye Hao was also a little frightened, and after a long while he hesitantly said, "She." At this moment, a photo quietly fell out. It was a group photo of Chen Ping and Qinlu. He quickly noticed it, and couldn't help but be stunned. "This is," Ye Hao vaguely guessed. He thought to himself, "They are that kind of relationship." Then he said with difficulty, "She covered me so I could escape, and was killed by a demonic beast. Fu finally gave me these coordinates. She was a good person." Hearing this answer, Qin Ping went crazy. He couldn't believe what he had just heard, and kept repeating, "How could this be? Qinlu is dead, dead." Jianguo rushed up, trying to awaken Chen Ping. "Boy, control your emotions. At least she wasn't a deserter. Her sacrifice was valuable," he said despairingly. "But she's already dead. There's no value at all anymore." Ye Hao stood on the side and heard everything. His expression unconsciously turned colder as he thought, "He's right. In this era, the only standard of measurement is survival. Sorry, this is all I can help you with. I hope this well-intentioned lie can comfort you a little bit." At this moment, Yunfei was in the front, completely unaware of what was happening behind, and innocently pointed to the door in front and exclaimed, "There's light ahead! It seems Big Brother is almost at the exit." But as soon as she turned around, her eyes met a gloomy emptiness. Yunfei couldn't help but wonder, why is the atmosphere behind so heavy? At this moment, a malicious voice rang out, "Stop, right before the exit." Where the sound came from, a group of fierce people had blocked the road, each carrying complete weapons, the weakest being at least level 50. Among them, Lei Nuo 65 stepped out proudly, uttering threats. "I opened this mountain. I planted this tree. If you want to pass, hand over the money." Ye Hao quickly stood in front of Yunfei and Nana, his eyes full of suspicion. "Who are you? Why do you know about this secret passage?" In his heart, he was already extremely alert and thought, "My intuition tells me these people are very dangerous," Yunfei worriedly said. "Brother, their levels are really high. They're definitely not ordinary people. Be careful." Lei Nuo puffed on a cigar in his mouth and opened his mouth contemptuously. "Secret passage? How could such a small thing stump me? Anyway, I'm a relic hunter who's been through 100 battles. I heard that Area 9 was attacked by demonic beasts, so we ran over here to watch the fun, waiting for so long without waiting for any business." Then he pointed at NHI and said meaningfully, "As a result, we just arrived and found a big fish. Am I right, young Miss Mo family?" Hearing these words, she only coldly asked, "You know me?" Quick as a whip, KNH. I switched to a contemptuous state and said to him, "You actually dare to rob in broad daylight. It seems you're very confident. Wait." Here she seemed to suddenly remember something. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Which corporation's team are you from?" Lei Nuo laughed heartily and replied, "To be able to leave an impression on young Miss Mo family. This is truly my honor. Team is already in the past. Now I'm a free and unrestrained relic hunter. This time I entered the safe area because I wanted to replenish equipment. As a result, I encountered this, and conveniently made some money. So everyone." Here, he again pretended to be generous. "As long as you leave behind money and equipment items, I can let you pass. I'm a very principled person. I only want money. I don't kill. Come on, obediently cooperate, and you'll have a way out." Seeing Lei Nuo's arrogant and conceited expression, KNHI was too lazy to entangle. She spoke decisively. From the time I was born until now, many people have wanted to hit me, but their endings have never been good. Are you sure you want to continue? Lei Nuo didn't give an inch, and spoke with teasing intent. What a coincidence! From the time I was born until now, the things I've wanted to do have never failed, so of course I want to continue. KNHI, with an expression that said, "This is your choice," said slowly. Then, okay. After saying this, her two bodyguards suddenly appeared, punching straight towards him. Lei Nuo easily caught the two bodyguards' punches with both hands, which made his mouth even more arrogant. I've long heard that young Ms. Mo family has a pair of very strong twin bodyguards, but why did these two punches feel so weak? I don't need to hold back and I can still block them, but if this is all your strength— He suddenly lifted the two bodyguards up, speaking with disdain. You truly disappoint me. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Two level 60s joining forces are still easily suppressed by a level 65. Ye Hao's face turned gloomy, grinding his teeth as he thought. Even a level 65 shouldn't be able to take on the attacks of two level 60s with one hand, let alone suppress them instantly. Is this person really that strong? I know the strength of these two guards very well. There must be a reason for this. Sure enough, at this moment, the health bar of the two of them showed only 45%, but surrounding it was a disturbing debuff icon. Ye Hao quickly noticed this. He thought suspiciously. Wait a minute, could that debuff be left by a level 90 boss? Terrifying aura reduces all attributes by 40%, lasting for an hour. No wonder their skills are so much weaker than usual. This is a big problem. Over here, Lei Nuo, taking advantage of the situation, easily placed his hand on the heads of the pair of bodyguards, and cracks gradually spread with the tightening grip. He threatened, Miss Mo, I might crush their heads next, and their life and death are in my hands. You are a smart person. You understand how to weigh the pros and cons, right? But I still remind you, what is most valuable for a leader at this time? Talents, especially talents who are willing to go through life and death with you. Xingyu couldn't bear it any longer. She pointed her gun at him without hesitation. Damn it! Let them go! Ki Er quickly stopped her. Don't get excited, Xingyu. But before Xingyu could react to her words, a red dot appeared on her forehead, signaling that she was in the crosshairs, along with an arrogant voice. Don't move! A level 55 sharpshooter appeared, aiming straight at Xingyu's head, laughing and warning. If you want to live, you better listen to your master, otherwise I'll put a hole in your pretty face. Over here, a level 50 thug was using a dagger to hold Zhangguo hostage, his face full of contempt, saying, The big guy over there should also be obedient to me, unless you want your head to turn into a cactus. The chubby level 55, eating, said disdainfully, The rest of you should listen. After all, your levels are just low. If there's nothing else, what should I eat? The level 50 spiky-haired guy over here pretended to be scholarly and complained, Keep your movements down. Don't disturb me from reading the instructor's book. At this point, Ye Hao realized that the situation was even more tense than he thought. The aura and level of these guys were completely different from the relic hunters he met in the night market. Not only were their strengths very strong, but their coordination was also excellent. His weakened state only had 30 minutes left, but even if he recovered, he couldn't win without strong assistance. Most importantly, he cried inwardly, thinking of his empty wallet. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The 2 million I just got my hands on hasn't even warmed up yet, and it's already gone, damn it. At this moment, Ki Er coldly spoke up. Money is nothing to me. I have 80 million on me. I can give it all to you, release my subordinates, and as for the others, don't even dream about it. The total worth of those people isn't even a fraction of mine. Lei Nuo was only waiting for these words. He released the pair of bodyguards and said with a laugh, As expected of the young miss of the Han Mo Corporation, you're really generous, but I'm afraid you'll laugh at me. Saying this, he took off his hypocritical mask, declaring like a tyrant, Even gnats are meat. It's not easy to come to a safe zone. Of course I have to loot everything. After all, in this wilderness, besides strength, money is useless. Loot everything on these people. Don't leave anyone out. The surrounding subordinates immediately responded in unison. Yes. Without waiting for them to move, Ke spoke up to stop them. You don't need to waste your energy. Come and get it from me. Before she finished speaking, Ye Hao gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Ke blankly asked Ye Hao. He, with the appearance of a real man, replied, Thank you for protecting us. With the strength of our lineup now, we shouldn't provoke them, or we will receive unforeseen consequences. Saying this, he was crying in his heart. Although I'm the one who cherishes money the most, for the sake of the overall situation, I have to endure it. Lei Nuo on this side did not miss the opportunity to praise the beauty. I didn't expect a high and mighty young miss like you to stand up for these commoners. That's a bit surprising, a subordinate chimed in, mocking. But what's the use? Hand it over proactively? If you don't let me do it, you might suffer a lot, the sharpshooter immediately echoed. That's right. A moment later, the subordinate happily cheered. The boss has decided we're going to get rich this time. I didn't expect these people to look poor, but they're actually very rich. Lei Nuo couldn't stop smiling. Thank you for the hospitality this time. I will definitely keep my promise. Let's go, a subordinate happily reported. Boss, Wu Chen fell asleep reading again. He was still smiling like he had a good harvest. I really admire him. He falls asleep every time he reads. And he still reads so often. Over here, Ye Hao had fallen into contemplation after losing all his money. An Cheng, seeing his appearance, stepped forward to comfort him. Cheer up, Ye Hao. Money is just an external thing. The important thing is that you're still alive. Hearing this, some thoughts jumped out of his mind. I don't need your comfort. This is a physiological reaction. It has nothing to do with reason. At this moment, Ki Er's voice rang out again. Wait a minute. Her face had become more serious than ever, and she said through gritted teeth, I think I remember who he is. He's a subordinate of the Huangzheng Corporation, the Emperor team. Lei Nuo, who had turned to leave, turned his head back upon hearing this and said, Since Miss Mo has remembered, I won't hide it anymore. That's right, I am Grey Wolf Lei Nuo of the Emperor team. Ye Hao and An Cheng were shocked when they heard the 4 words, Grey Wolf Lei Nuo. A flash of anger even appeared in An Cheng's eyes. Lei Nuo acted as if nothing had happened, saying leisurely, All right. He turned around, carrying Wu Chen on his shoulder, and waved to the people behind him. My name has been told to you. If the Han Mo Corporation wants to take revenge in the future, just come and find me, Lei Nuo. I am always here in the wasteland, welcoming you at any time. But before he could take half a step, an angry voice came. Stop! At the same time, a blade of light slashed straight down, instantly depleting Feng Jing's health and killing him. The fire of anger in Lei Nuo's heart burst out. He roared madly. Feng Xing, who the hell is so bold as to ambush my little brother? An Cheng walked towards him like a devil. His voice was cold to the extreme. You are Grey Wolf Lei Nuo. I've been looking for you for 5 years. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lei Nuo angrily and confusedly shouted, Who the hell are you? What's with that bone blade on your hand? You're neither human nor ghost. I'll send you to hell. Ye Hao, witnessing a strange scene, couldn't help but wonder in surprise. Not only has his arm grown long like the bone blade of the Zerg, but he also killed a level 50 with 1 strike. He really is hiding his strength, senior. But what is going on with his appearance? Could it be what I think it is? Ignoring Lei Nuo's question, An Cheng spoke, his words filled with resentment. I didn't expect to meet you in this situation. It's really fate playing tricks on people, Grey Wolf. Lei Nuo, I've been looking for you for 5 years just for one thing. He was startled by his words. Damn, who are you? Do I know you? You dare to kill my brother instead of obediently kneeling on the ground. Lei Nuo was already furious. Without waiting for An Cheng to answer, he ordered his men, Kill him, then kill the others. I'll make sure you die with my brothers. Hearing this, the subordinates didn't hesitate to grab their guns and start shooting at An Cheng, yelling, Okay, boss, we'll tear you to shreds to avenge Feng Jing. An Cheng easily intercepted all the bullets they fired, coldly declaring, This is a feud between us. It has nothing to do with others. You're all gonna die sooner or later. Don't use others to threaten me. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat guy charged forward and rammed into him with a fatal blow. Damn it, stop being so cocky. You think you can kill the 4 of us by yourself? You're dreaming. An Cheng was knocked back, followed by a small explosion. Lei Nuo urged, Stop talking so much with him. I've had feuds with a lot of people in my life, but I don't remember having any feud with him. Kill him, the fat guy obediently replied. Yes, boss, still smarting from the head-on attack earlier. Unable to hold back his anger, he cursed. Damn it, daring to sneak attack me. Does he think he's lived too long? As the smoke cleared, An Cheng calmly walked out from the fire, without a single scratch on him, and began to question. An Ni, do you still remember this name? She used to be your subordinate. Lei Nuo looked at him resentfully. Damn it, this kid isn't hurt at all. How is that possible? Then he started to rummage through his memories about the name An Cheng mentioned. Ni, of course I remember. She was the main force of the Grey Wolf squad when I was still in the war team. But later, in a copy, she secretly pocketed the team's assets and then disappeared without a trace. She's a traitorous bitch of the team, and she also caused me to be kicked out of the Emperor War team, losing my bright future. Damn it, just talking about it makes me angry. Lei Nuso's words successfully fueled An Cheng's rage. He rushed forward with a chilling glare, just waiting to tear him apart. Shut up! My sister is definitely not that kind of person. But he showed no remorse, only saying casually, Sister, so you're her younger brother. No wonder you look so familiar. Finishing his sentence, Lei Nuo continued to order, The three of you, go together and kill him to pay the debt for his sister. Oh Chen, who had just woken up, hurriedly joined the formation. Leave it to me. I just woke up, so I'm full of energy. Don't be too confident, the sharpshooter warned. This kid has some strength. Follow my commands. Immediately afterward, a series of blade lights and bullets appeared continuously, and the two sides fought fiercely. As the dust obscuring the view gradually dissipated, An Cheng appeared in a different form. He growled in response. If there's a debt to be paid, it's by the person. At An Cheng's feet were already 3 cold corpses. He patiently said, Giving you one last chance. Lei Nuo didn't seem to pay attention to his words. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, and blurted out, What? My brothers who have gone through 100 battles with me died so easily? Who the hell are you? No, that form of yours isn't human at all. After thinking for a moment, he suspiciously asked. Another group of newly trained lackeys. An Cheng had run out of patience with him. He roared angrily, Where the hell is my sister? Lei Nuo didn't give in easily. He immediately used the light-infused enhancement form and growled, Damn it, don't think you're the only one who knows how to transform, Grey Wolf. Lei Nuo isn't just a name, light-infused enhancement form. You think we're afraid of you turning into a demon beast? I've killed more demon beasts in this wilderness than you've had milk. As soon as he finished speaking, An Cheng flew over, wanting to tear him apart. He frantically kept asking, Where the hell is my sister? Tell me, or die. Lei Nuo scornfully replied, Go to hell and ask yourself, monster. Immediately afterward, an earth-shattering explosion appeared. The destructive power spread to where Ye Hao's group was standing. Everyone quickly created a protective layer, and he instructed, Be careful, we can't let their fight affect us. Ye Hao was very troubled at this time. He bit his lip and thought, The impact is too strong. The level of this battle is much stronger than many times I used the blood-winning potion. Damn it, Senior, why did you reveal yourself so early? This time, if it's about appearances, we won't even be able to be friends anymore. On this side, the explosion gradually subsided, and the smoke was dissipating. An Cheng was still standing firm. Even though he had lost an arm, he still forced out each word. I'm asking you one last time. Where the hell is my sister? Lei Nuo was lying on the ground, shouting unwillingly, Why? Why do you suddenly have this power? His whole body was almost completely crippled, his limbs scattered in different places, and the resentment surged up because of it. Why would an old man like me, who has gone through 100 battles, die in the hands of a nobody like you? Is there any justice? Seeing that he didn't answer, An Cheng seemed to have run out of patience, stepped on his head, and said one word, Die? Hearing this, Lei Nuo panicked and shouted, I'll tell you, don't kill me, I know where your sister is. Afraid that he would be sent on his way if he spoke too slowly, he immediately said, She must be in the sunken abyss. At that time, I was possessed by a ghost, wanting to take the resources and equipment of the black copy, and then put the blame on her. But before I could do anything, she disappeared. It really has nothing to do with me. She can't get out of the sunken abyss by herself, so she must still be in it. After speaking, Lei Nuo fearfully begged for mercy, Please don't kill me. But before he could finish speaking, An Cheng's foot had crushed his head. Nana witnessed this scene, and couldn't help but evaluate in her heart. A level 65 life that has been transformed, lost to a low-level life. How embarrassing. Yunfei was still struggling to accept the reality. Before him, Senior An Cheng actually transformed. Only Ye Hao rushed forward to call out Senior. An Cheng spoke with great self-deprecation. Ye Hao, with my appearance, you're smart enough that I probably don't need to explain anymore, right? Ye Hao didn't answer, as if agreeing with his meaning. He asked, But why choose this path? Was there no other way? An Cheng replied wearily. Let me go. Can you not ask anymore? He looked away into the distance and said sadly, This world is very complicated. Everyone has their own secrets and wounds. Isn't it the same for you? It's just a pity that I don't have your kind of mysterious power. I can only make deals with them to gain power." Ye Hao began to feel worried, and he hurriedly asked, "Then what's the price? Is it related to the demon beast invasion this time?" An Cheng didn't hide anything, but his face was extremely sad. "Yes, it was me who did it. I helped them open that space rift. They gave me the power to help me get revenge. A fair exchange. Sometimes demon beasts are more trustworthy than humans." After hearing these words, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "What?" At this moment, An Cheng was already circulating energy to heal himself, and his lost arm had regrown. Just as he was about to fly away, Yunfei's voice rang out, "Stop." She angrily drew her bow towards An Cheng. "Why would you do this, An Cheng? Do you know how many people have lost their lives because of you? So many happy families have been torn apart because of you, and now you're just dusting yourself off and leaving as if nothing happened? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" An Cheng didn't dare to face everyone, only turning away and softly replying, "Sorry, I no longer have a conscience." Then, An Cheng flew up, leaving behind only a sorrowful sentence. "In my eyes, this whole world only has her as important." Yunfei became even angrier upon hearing this. At this time, Ye Hao reached out to stop her. "Let it go. Let him leave. We should be grateful that he didn't kill us all." Yunfei hesitated. "Brother." Then Ye Hao turned towards An Cheng and said, "Thank you, Senior, for not killing us. Before, when I was weakened, you hesitated whether or not to kill me. If you add this time, it's the second time already, right? But business is business. If you've chosen a different path, I absolutely won't go easy on you next time we meet." An Cheng was a little surprised upon hearing this. "Indeed, nothing can be hidden from you, Ye Hao. Yes, I really wanted to kill you before, because I admired your happy family and great abilities." Pausing for a moment, An Cheng added, "As for why I didn't take action, even I don't know clearly. Then I hope I won't regret this hesitation in the future." Watching An Cheng's figure fly away, Ye Hao thought to himself, "That's because you and I are the same kind of person, Senior." His gaze suddenly became as sharp as a knife, and he quietly pondered in his heart, "If I didn't have the king's account system, when my parents and Yunfei were in danger, I would have chosen the same as him in order to become stronger." Kara was just about to leave when she said, "Let's go. No matter what, this matter must be resolved. The commotion from the battle just now was too big. I'm afraid it will continue to happen." Suddenly, Ye Hao's voice rang out. "Wait a moment." He looked at her seriously and said, "There's still one extremely important thing that hasn't been done yet," Kafir asked in surprise. "Extremely important thing? What is it?" At this point, Ye Hao's expression became fierce. "Of course, it's taking back the money and equipment that they robbed." With that, he sat down and searched the bodies of those guys. Yunfei also had to praise, as expected of my brother. After finishing, Ye Hao worriedly thought, "This time, there was indeed good luck in the misfortune. If it wasn't for Senior An Cheng's outburst, I almost went bankrupt. Forget it, his matter can be calculated later. The immediate matter is more important. The Black Tiger mercenary group gave me a lot of harvest last time. I wonder this time." At this time, the system notification rang out. "You have obtained the money and equipment that belonged to you, and have also gained." The items appeared in succession. 12 million currency. Wild Outlaw, GT Installation Shield, Self-Destructing Robot, Illusion Assassin, Illusion Finisher, newanime, Ancient Star Fiber Level 65. Ye Hao burst into tears of joy after receiving the information. Damn. As expected of relic hunters of level 60, the level of the money and equipment are all very high. Another notification rang out. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the kill reward, 100,000 experience points." Ye Hao's eyes were sparkling at this moment, and he was happily thinking in his heart, "I've made a big profit this time, thank you, Working Senior." Everyone around also quickly received the results. Ziyu increased 3 levels, and Nana, who increased 5 levels, couldn't help but be surprised. "Even I increased a level," Yunfei exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my god, I leveled up 10 levels, am I dreaming?" Kahir, who increased 5 levels, turned to Yunfei and said, "The opponents are just average experts at level 60. It's not surprising to gain so much experience." At this point, Yunfei's expression suddenly turned somber. "But thinking that all of this is because of Senior An Cheng, I can't be happy, and I feel very complicated." Seeing that his younger sister was always concerned about this issue in her heart, Ye Hao gently stepped forward to comfort her. Don't think too much. Just care about yourself. At least we are still alive. If you still persist in justice in your heart, then you must become stronger, and don't care about other things, because the weak and the dead are not worthy of talking about justice." Yunfei's mood was no longer heavy after hearing this, and replied, "I know." Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Then, brother, what do you persist in your heart? What belief makes you want to become stronger?" Hearing this innocent question, Ye Hao gently rubbed Yunfei's head and scolded affectionately. "Silly girl." He looked at her with his loving eyes. "Isn't this obvious?" At this time, Kashire's voice rang out, urging everyone, "Let's go. Not far from here is the coordinates of the rescue team that we agreed upon in advance. Let's speed up." Ye Hao happily replied, "Okay." Not long after, in the 8th safe zone, outside the perimeter, a captain's voice echoed throughout the space. "Guard the main gate tightly for me. Refugees from Zone 9, don't let them in." As soon as this order was issued, a soldier spoke up in question. "But Captain, are we closing the door and watching them die? There are so many lives outside." The captain grabbed the soldier's collar without restraint and shouted, "This is an order from above. No one is allowed to violate it. If you are so righteous, how about I throw you out there? You go help the refugees kill the monsters." The soldier could only hesitantly reply after hearing this. Before the soldier could finish speaking, the captain ordered, "Aren't you going out to guard the city gate for me yet? If even one person gets in here, we're done for." The soldier quickly received the order. "Yes, Captain." Ye Hao stood aside and observed, completely taking in the scene just now. He thought to himself, "It seems that Zone 8 has no intention of opening the door." Looking at the chaotic scene on the bridge, a question arose in Ye Hao's mind, as it always did. Facing the demon beasts attacking the city, even pointing guns at their own kind, is this humanity or depravity? Seeing him lost in thought, Kara softly spoke. "I know what you're thinking, but some things are ingrained over many years. You can't just change them if you want to. You should learn to adapt now." Ye Hao nodded in agreement. I know Nana, on the other hand, had her own thoughts, wearing a displeased expression as she thought. Even at the most crucial moment of the race's survival, they can't forget internal strife. Humans really are a foolish species. At this moment, the sound of jet engines began to echo in the sky. Very quickly, 2 giant aircraft appeared overhead. Ye Hao was puzzled. Kara, as if she knew what they were, complained, "You finally arrived." The 2 aircraft quickly landed, much to the surprise of most people there. This is the aircraft belonging to the Hanmo Corporation's response team. Dozens of fully armed soldiers poured out of the aircraft. A commanding voice rang out, "Target secured. Commence the mission." The soldiers responded immediately, "Roger." They quickly formed a protective circle around Kara and her entourage, warning Ye Hao's group, "Irrelevant personnel, please step back or we will open fire immediately." Hearing them say this, Kara spoke up. "Wait," she explained with the authority of someone in power. "They are my guests. Take them with us." But the soldier replied resolutely, "Our mission is to ensure the safety of the eldest young lady, the guards, and the corporation's assets. All other personnel are not within the scope of our orders. We cannot comply." At this, Kelfer erupted in anger, shouting, "You dare disobey my orders!" The soldier remained unyielding. "Special circumstances. Please understand, miss. You men, escort the eldest young lady onto the plane." Another soldier respectfully replied, "Yes, miss, please follow us," and directed her towards the plane. In the next second, the soldier was knocked down by Keller's subordinates. Keller ordered without hesitation, "Get lost!" The soldier was stunned. "What? How dare you try to stop us?" Just as he was about to act, a strong voice rang out, "Don't be rude." Yin Huang appeared and then spoke meaningfully. "Eldest young lady, I've come to pick you up. Don't be so bossy, come with us." Seeing Yin Huang, Kara's mood worsened. "Yin Huang, I didn't expect you to be the first to come and get me. What? Are you planning to make a move on me here?" Hearing this, she lightly covered her mouth and laughed, replying, "Yin Huang wouldn't dare. The eldest young lady must have misunderstood. We should set off quickly. The chairman and young master are very worried about you." Kelher ignored her words. She still insisted, "I've already said, they are my guests. They must come with me." But Yin Huang quickly cut off her idea. She coldly replied, "Unfortunately, you no longer have the authority." Yin Huang began to announce arrogantly, "Not long ago, the chairman passed a resolution. In order to reduce the corporation's losses and protect the company's assets, he has reduced your authority to that of a normal director. Now you must obey all the team's arrangements." Keisha couldn't help but be stunned. What? Then, as if understanding something, she said in a low voice, "It's normal for them to do that." Ye Hao witnessed this scene and couldn't help but think, the chairman and the eldest young lady limiting authority, it's full of the resentment of a wealthy family. If that's the case. Unexpectedly, Keisha sadly said, "Sorry, Ye Hao, Unexpectedly, Ye Hao spoke up at this moment. This young lady just said that she must protect the company's assets. Then let me ask the eldest young lady, if I accept your previous invitation now and join Hanmo Corporation, would my family and I be considered the company's assets?" Kelfer exclaimed in surprise. What? Saying that? Was it because you had already planned it out? He thought to himself. Although I personally don't want to do this, for the long-term safety of my family, this is the only way. Hearing Ye Hao's decision, Yunfei couldn't help but worry. Brother, have you thought it through? He replied without hesitation. Of course, this is the result I have carefully considered. Keller was the happiest person here, she said with a smile. Very good. It seems that you have finally made up your mind. In her heart, she thought. Whether it's because of An Cheng's stimulation before or because of his family, as long as he joins me, it's the best outcome. Yunfei heard the confirmation from Ye Hao, but she didn't feel very good, she sadly thought. Although joining Hanmo Corporation is indeed the best choice for the current situation, with my brother's personality, he would definitely not make such a decision for himself. The more Yunfei thought, the heavier her heart became. He did this for the safety of me and our parents. In other words, Mom and Dad and I have become a burden for him, so he is willing to become someone else's pawn. At this time, Kekker spoke to reassure Ye Hao. Here, I also promise, joining the combat team, you are an important asset of Hanmo Corporation. You and your family will receive the protection of the corporation. From now on, you don't need to worry about anything. Just focus on becoming stronger and being effective for the corporation. That's right. At this point, her voice turned cold, and she glanced at Yin Huang. The board of directors wouldn't try to seize the authority to recruit talents for my combat team, would they? She laughed. That's not true. It's just that, Yin Huang somewhat disdainfully said bluntly. The eldest young lady must be letting this kid join that combat team, right? Even if his level isn't really level 6 like it says on the board, but looking at his pathetic and weak appearance, how high can his true level really be? With that, her tone turned high and mighty as she said, I advise you to think carefully. Otherwise, if you force a piece of trash into the team based on your power, it will make things difficult for the team and the captain, and it will also affect your reputation in the corporation. Hearing her words, Kata Ni felt extremely uncomfortable and quickly retorted, Ye Hao is not trash. He speaks with his strength, not with your stinky mouths. Besides, I don't need you to worry about my reputation. In her heart, she was plotting deviously. You wouldn't even dream of how terrifying Ye Hao's growth rate is. In a short time, he nearly lost his life to a level 18 demon beast. But he has grown to the point where he can handle a rare elite of level 60. His potential is immeasurable. But that's good. The more you underestimate Ye Hao, the more beneficial it is for me. Without waiting for Yin Huang's response, Kan Yin directly announced, Then I now declare that, starting from today, Yin Hao, you are a member of our Mogong team. Hearing this, Yin Hao couldn't help but ask in surprise, Mogong team. Yin Huang also stepped forward to congratulate him, full of sarcasm. Congratulations, kid. How many people in this world have the ability to rack their brains and still can't get into the Mogong team, yet you can get in through the back door? At this point, her voice lowered. But don't be happy too soon. After you get in, you'll find out. She lowered her voice and warned Ye Hao, everything here is based on strength. Those without strength in the Mogong team can only live a life worse than death. He ignored Yin Huang's vicious words and simply asked, Wait a minute, are you even listening to me? Yes, Hao calmly reminded everyone. From beginning to end, did I say I was joining the Mogong team? I said I would join the Hanmo Corporation. Both Yin Huang and Kan Ni were stunned in unison. What did you say? Ye Hao continued with his confident demeanor. Eldest miss, you know I'm someone who loves freedom and doesn't like restrictive management rules, right? If the eldest miss trusts me so much, why not let me join the Hanmo Corporation and lead the establishment of a new team? The more Yin Huang listened, the more shocked she became, to the point of exclaiming in surprise, What? Abandon the top-tier resources of the Morrigan team and want to start from scratch? Then she laughed gleefully, beginning to mock Ye Hao. I thought you were just a leech, but I was wrong. You're not just a leech, you're also sweetly stupid. The more she spoke, the more unrestrained she became, her words becoming increasingly dismissive. Could it be that the eldest miss has taken a fancy to your clownish abilities? It seems you really don't know anything. Under the Hanmo Corporation, there are indeed many smaller teams, but their resources and status are not comparable to the Morgong team. Choosing this difficult path is like slapping the eldest miss in the face. But Ye Hao remained calm, unaffected by those exaggerated words, and continued, "Resources or status are fine. As long as strength is there, it's not a problem. The problem lies in, if I can't work based on my own thinking and style, even the Morgong team isn't worth it to me." Hearing this, Ying Huang felt that he didn't know his own limits, and smiled sarcastically at Kan Ni, eldest miss. "To be honest, I've never met anyone so arrogant in my entire life, I must say. Congratulations, you've picked up a strange talent. At least there will be no shortage of fun later on, right?" After playing around for a while, she turned and walked towards the aircraft, not forgetting to instruct. "You're called Ye Hao, right? If you're so confident, then the eldest miss's safety is entrusted to you. I have to go to the front lines to gather with my teammates. I have high expectations for your performance later on." Hearing this, Ye Hao softly replied, "Rest assured." His face was full of confidence. "I guarantee I will absolutely not let Senior down." At this time, Kan Ni finally broke free from her pensive expression and asked, "Ye Hao, were you serious just now?" He replied without hesitation, "Of course, and I've already thought of the name for the team." Thinking of the image of the members standing valiantly in battle, Ye Hao confidently announced, "The King's team." After saying that, he smacked his lips and praised himself. "This name is not bad. It has a feeling of imposing arrogance." Hearing this, Kawaii Ni felt troubled and sighed. "I advise you to think carefully. Although starting a team is very simple, developing it is more complicated than you imagine." At this point, Kaini Ni seriously analyzed for him. First, the most basic things when starting a team are funding and members. These two things directly determine the basic development of the team. Speaking of this, her voice revealed worry. Among them, resource allocation includes missions, team points, and instance qualifications. New teams generally can't get these allocation rights. They can only pick up the leftovers from other teams. In the end, you will also face challenges from the suppression of other teams. Even within the same corporation, no team will overlook the rise of a newcomer. Recalling the bloodthirstiness of the other teams, Long Kan Ni became even more worried and said, "They will definitely think of all sorts of ways to cause trouble. You can't guard against the despicable methods," she earnestly advised Ye Hao. "Moreover, the biggest problem is that once you enter the corporation's system, my authority internally can't help you. You'll have to rely on yourself." He forced a smile, but showed no signs of discouragement, and said, "So that's how it is. If you say it like that, the road ahead is a bit dangerous." Kan Ni could no longer remain calm, and shouted at him, "Then why did you refuse to join the Mogong team?" Ye Hao gently placed his hand on her shoulder, his eyes filled with belief, and said, "Don't you understand the purpose of me doing this?" Kan Ni was stunned after hearing this. "Purpose? What purpose?" He looked directly at her without hesitation and said, "One reason I did this is because I don't want to be bound, and the other reason is all for you." Then Ye Hao turned and analyzed. From the situation just now, it can be seen that your position in the Hanmo Corporation doesn't seem to be highly regarded. Like that woman just now, she doesn't see you as anything at all. Your rights are still very low. It's very clear that your brothers and sisters or others have begun to launch an offensive against you. With his steadfast determination, Ye Hao declared, "Under such circumstances, even if you force me into the Mogong team, it will be difficult for you. If that's the case, let's establish a new team, and this King's team will all be your exclusive power, becoming your strongest backing." Kaini's cheeks quickly turned red, and she was deeply moved. "To think that it would all belong to my exclusive power, so you've thought so far ahead, Ye Hao." But his next words brought her back to reality. He happily said, "Of course, there are conditions." Ye Hao's eyes revealed a clear desire for material things as he negotiated. "That is, the distribution of benefits of the team is decided by me, and it belongs to my own benefits. Not a single part can be missing." At this time, the system rang out with a notification. The host's weakened state has expired. Removing the state, Ye Hao was overjoyed to hear this, and shouted with glee, "This crippling status is finally gone." Then he turned away, stretching wearily as he said, "Then my family is for the eldest miss to take care of. I have some things to do." Seeing his appearance, Kaka Ni worriedly shouted, "It wasn't easy to get to District 8. Where do you still want to go? What could be so important? Ye Hao immediately replied, as if he had already considered it. Of course I'm going to see how professional teams fight world bosses. How could I miss this rare opportunity? At this time, Ye Hao's mother stepped forward and expressed her feelings. That's too dangerous, Hao heir. Don't do anything rash. The father also worriedly reminded. Although I support any decision you make, that's a level 90 boss. Think carefully. Ye Yunfei also stepped forward, a little uneasy, and said to him, Brother, I understand how you feel, but it wasn't easy for our family to reunite, Ye Hao confidently stated, as if he had already thought everything through. I know you're all worried about me, but rest assured, I won't be foolish enough to put myself in danger. Seeing his fearless demeanor, Qinru reminded him, I know what you're thinking, but let me tell you, the power of this level 90 Bai Yi Chi Wei far exceeds your imagination. Moreover, you'll also have to face the other members of the team surrounding the boss outside. If they turn against you, it might be even more dangerous than the boss itself. After all, human hearts are more terrifying than beasts. Hearing this, Ye Hao quickly reassured everyone. Don't worry, I know what to do. I'll stay outside and won't go into the team. He said this, but in his heart he was thinking, but if there's an opportunity, I definitely won't let it pass. Seeing Ye Hao affectionately patting Ye Yunfei's head, Miao Ya couldn't help but feel admiration. Ye Hao is not only strong but also has a spirit of adventure. No wonder the Mo family's young miss took a liking to him. It would be great to join the Han Mo Corporation. Compared to him, I'm too useless. Even though I came to District 8, what should I do next? Thinking of this, her heart suddenly sank. The worry in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She didn't know anyone here, and everything was starting from scratch. How could she provide her parents with a stable life? Just as she was sadly pondering, Ye Hao's voice rang out. That's right, Miao Ya. He slowly approached, asking with utmost sincerity, Would you like to join my team? Your parents can receive the protection of the Han Mo Corporation. You're a trustworthy person, so I sincerely invite you to join. Do you agree? Miao Ya couldn't believe what she was hearing, and hesitated. Ye Hao, I. Then, summoning all her courage, she embraced him tightly and replied, I agree, but can I really? Ye Yunfei, seeing this scene, flared up and shouted, Hey, what do you think you are doing? Let go of my brother now. Ye Hao also felt awkward in this situation. He thought to himself, why does this sound so strange? But he quickly regained his composure and turned to ask Kisser, No problem, right, young miss? She saw the scene just now, and her face darkened, but she still said coldly, The team is yours, and the choice of members is entirely your responsibility. I have no opinion. Seeing that Miao Ya still showed no signs of releasing Ye Hao, Ye Yunfei kept yelling from the side, Are you listening? Hey! On the other hand, Miao Ya pretended not to hear. With tears in her eyes, she said gratefully to him, Thank you, Ye Hao. I will definitely keep making myself stronger and become a qualified member of your team. In her heart, she had already made a decision. From now on, she would only follow his orders. No matter what he asked her to do, she would agree to do it. After talking with Miao Ya, he continued to turn to Jian Guo and Chen Ping and asked, What are your plans for the future? Jian Guo replied without hesitation, Our homes and companies are in District 8. We'll just go back and report, no need to worry. Hearing this answer, Ye Hao couldn't help but rejoice. That's great. If that's the case, everyone has stable arrangements. I can also feel at ease to make a big splash. The world boss of level 90 is truly exciting. Seeing his appearance, Jiang Guo had some thoughts in his heart. Facing this level difference, he doesn't feel fear but is excited. This kid is not simple, but there's also a contradiction. He said that Xin Lu died to save him. This statement is very suspicious. What is the real situation? Ye Hao's mother was still very worried and carefully instructed. Hao heir, remember not to force yourself. Ye Hao's father gave him absolute trust. You've grown up and become stronger, I believe in your judgment. But remember that survival is the most important thing, he grinned, and said decisively, Mom and Dad, I know. Then, Ye Hao went over and patted Nana's head. Nana, you have to be good too. When I'm not here, Mom and Dad will need you to protect them. The girl smiled gently and replied, Understood, Master. She said this, but in her heart she was thinking, Hurry up and get lost. Once you die, this old lady will be free? After giving all the instructions, Ye Hao said, Then I'll go now. At this moment, Kara suddenly shouted, Wait, Ye Hao, Let me send you the coordinates of the boss and transfer some supplies to you. This way, the risk will be reduced a bit. Ziyu also spoke up. I'll also give you my props. You must come back alive. Soon, his system rang with a notification. Mo Kekulir has sent you a trade request. Ziyu has sent you a trade request. Looking at these lines of text, Ye Hao was surprised and hesitant. The next second, a series of items appeared. Level 40 Ancient Magic Crystal. 5-year Mysterious Lightstone with a blinding effect. Phantom Demon Smoke for escaping. Goblin Trap with 3 fake medicine artillery and 2 stuns. Looking at this pile of items, Ye Hao's eyes shone brightly. They were all super practical PvP props. Thank you, beauties. Keller tried to remind him again. Remember, you have to come back alive for me. Got it? He immediately replied, okay, and ran off. Not long after, in Safe Zone 9, the scenery was still the same, but it was a bit desolate. Ye Hao stood on the roof of a building, looking down. Even observation required some preparation. If he was affected, it would be a great loss. So he entered the spatial system. Soon, his 2 king accounts were in front of him. At this time, he spoke. System, is there a way to unlock 100% of the powerful accounts? The system quickly replied. There is no 100% way, but there are 2 ways to increase the probability. It began to offer different directions. First, use 300,000 experience points to continuously unlock basic kings. As long as the number is large, there will be a way to unlock a more powerful account. Ye Hao couldn't help but be skeptical after hearing this. Why does it sound like there are traps everywhere? The system continued. Second, use 1 million experience points to directly unlock a special king account. This type of king account will 100% bring about uniqueness to yourself. Hearing this, Ye Hao was extremely stunned. 1 million experience points. A special king account, there's such an account. After thinking about it, he spoke. With my personality, I would definitely choose the special king account, but 1 million experience points sounds a bit too much. After hesitating for a while, Ye Hao finally decided not to care anymore. He would first refine the experience points of these ancient magic crystals, and then think about it. Immediately, the system rang with a notification. The host has successfully converted the level 65 ancient magic crystal and the level 410 ancient magic crystal, totaling 180,000 experience points, adding the accumulated experience points from the previous battles. The host's current total experience points are 720,000. Looking at the constantly increasing numbers, Ye Hao felt very happy in his heart. There are 720,000 more. It seems that the previous battles were not in vain. Moreover, the ancient magic crystals, when added together, are also very rewarding. I have to put it on the list to sweep in the future. At this moment, a new notification popped up. Luo Feng is requesting information from you. As soon as the connection was established, Luo Feng said with joy, "That's great, boss! The information has finally been restored." Ye Hao's voice came from the other end. "Luo Feng, are you guys okay over there? What's the situation?" Dian, sitting next to the still unconscious headmaster, replied, "Ye Hao, we're fine. We're doing everything you asked." Luo Feng paused for a moment, then continued. Yes, we're temporarily safe here. Before, according to what you said, Dian and I went to gather food, enough to last for a week, but the headmaster is still unconscious and weak." Hearing this, Ye Hao immediately reassured, "Don't worry, I've already made a potion to restore weakness. I'll be right over there." Then he began to remind them, mentioning the seriousness of the situation, that there would soon be a battle in District 9, where the consortium's teams would fight the boss. The scale would probably affect the entire area. Everyone might be safe underground, but they couldn't let their guard down. Hearing this, Luo Feng was immediately stunned and asked, "A boss battle? Could it be that you're going too, boss?" "Damn it, I really want to go, but my strength doesn't allow it." Ye Hao quickly dismissed the idea. He said, "Don't talk about this stuff for now. I'll be over there immediately, then we'll talk more." Luo Feng agreed without hesitation and said, "Hanging up now." After finishing the call, Ye Hao began to calculate what he would do in the coming time. He thought to himself, "Next, I'll split into 3 paths. 1. First take the medicine to the headmaster, then leave immediately. 2. Quickly kill small monsters in District 9 to accumulate experience points. I must get back before the boss battle and unlock the limited edition king account. 3. Go to the boss battle area to scout like crazy." Suddenly, at this moment, a lot of missiles suddenly flew past. Seeing their scale, Ye Hao couldn't help but be surprised. These were missiles from some consortium team which were usually very rare in District 9. Seeing them fly in a set direction, Ye Hao seemed to understand the reason. It seems that the teams have gathered here, but I guess the boss battle won't start yet. After all, there's only one boss. The harmony ratio between the teams is 0. Shouldn't they negotiate or have some internal strife first? This is also my time to accumulate experience points. At this point, his face revealed determination, and he said with great firmness, "My only wish now is that there are enough remaining beasts in District 9 so that I can accumulate 1 million experience points." "I'm coming, you beasts. I hope you don't disappoint me." While running forward, Ye Hao speculated that if the professional teams took action, the crisis this time would probably be resolved soon. But the specific time would still depend on their efficiency. Thinking of this, he naturally felt more at ease, and thought that staying in the academy was indeed the best arrangement. I've brought the recovery medicine back to the academy, so my worries have been completely resolved. Not long after, Ye Hao was at the school. He looked directly at the headmaster who had just woken up in front of him and asked with concern, "Headmaster, do you feel better?" The headmaster patted his forehead to regain his composure and replied, "I'm fine now. Luckily you brought the medicine. You saved my life again." Ye Hao wasn't excited by this thanks, but instead put on a apologetic expression and finally hesitated to speak. "Headmaster, there's something I want to tell you. Before, because things happened so suddenly, I took all the props I had hidden in the academy's room, and I also used some items in the previous battle, including your personal belongings. Please don't blame me." Before he finished speaking, the headmaster's voice rang out, shaking the space. "What did you say?" Just as Ye Hao thought he was about to face a rage from the headmaster, he said in a proud tone, "Blame you? I'm thanking you. As long as it's for dealing with monsters, don't mention my personal belongings. You can use the school's resources as you please. It's just a pity that an old man like me is useless. Otherwise I would have joined you in battle to kill the enemy." Before he could finish speaking, he was forced to stop because of a sudden cough. Seeing this, Teacher Lai hurried up to support him, not forgetting to remind him, "Headmaster, you've only just recovered. Don't get excited." Ye Hao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what he said. Although the headmaster was old, his passion was still like it was years ago. He just shouldn't speak so loudly, scaring him. There wasn't much time for idle chat because danger was still everywhere. Ye Hao didn't linger for long and hurried away. As he sped off, he thought, "I've finished dealing with the school's affairs. It's time for me to go monster hunting, but from the road out of the school to here, I've only seen a few monsters. What's going on?" As soon as this thought ended, a group of monsters appeared in front of him, from level 30 Bloodthirsty Wolf to level 35 Hell Single Eye. There were even Warhammer Bulls. When the Bloodthirsty Wolf saw Ye Hao, it laughed contemptuously and said, "Fresh human." Seeing that he was silent and didn't say anything, it became even more aggressive. "I thought the humans here had all run away, but there's still a fool who came to our door. That's really lucky." The Hell Single Eye had already started moving its hands and feet, looking at Ye Hao as if he were a delicious snack, and replied, "That's right. Lord Redtail told us to stand here and not even allow us to go out to kill monsters. It's so boring." The Warhammer Bull heard this and immediately reminded, "Do you want to die? Is the Lord letting you complain like that? Since there's a toy delivered to our door, let's just play with it as much as we want." Ye Hao didn't seem to take their words to heart. He looked around and said regretfully, "Is that all? Where are your other companions? It's not easy to meet someone alive like me. Why don't you quickly call all your companions out here?" His words successfully provoked the Warhammer Bull. It angrily swung a hammer at Ye Hao, muttering non-stop, "A level 6 trash dares to be so arrogant. We don't need anyone else. You alone aren't enough to fill my teeth." Seeing it make a move, the two behind it excitedly shouted, "Damn it, Bullhead! Don't get excited! If your hammer smashes him, what else can we play with?" But that hammer didn't even touch Ye Hao. He easily used his shield to completely block this hammer. After finishing, he didn't forget to mock, "That's right, why are you so excited? I'm not wearing anything red." At this point, Ye Hao suddenly counterattacked. He raised his hand and slashed across the monster's body and said with contempt, "Besides, it's the same with you. This little bit of experience points isn't enough to fill my teeth either." The Warhammer Bull only had time to cry out in pain before falling down. The system immediately displayed a notification. Experience points, plus 4,000. The monsters behind witnessed the whole scene just now and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "No way! Bullhead was killed." The Bloodthirsty Wolf also roared angrily, This kid must be hiding his strength. Charge at him!" Unexpectedly, Ye Hao turned around and ran away, not forgetting to leave a teasing sentence for the monsters: "I'm not fighting anymore, bye-bye." The Hell Single Eye was furious when he heard this and shouted, "Damn it, you're already here, and still trying to escape. Chase him." On the road Ye Hao ran past, there was a cat demon leaning against a tree. Resting, its mouth was still sighing, "I can't eat anymore. Humans are really delicious." But the speed at which he ran past made it startled and shout, "Damn it! What just flew past? What's going on?" The monsters had caught up by now, overhearing Meow Yao's words and shouting, "What are you standing there for, dumb cat?" after him. At this moment, the one-eyed green monster confidently exclaimed, "Wolf prick! Why are you running so fast? This kid is mine, don't you dare steal him." Meow Yao finally snapped out of it and asked, "Where's the human? I've been dreaming about catching one." Soon, it joined the ranks of those chasing after Ye Hao. A cacophony of shouts echoed along the path they traversed. "Don't run! Damn it, he's mine!" Ye Hao taunted, provoking them relentlessly. "Come and get me, come on!" The monsters grew even angrier, roaring, "Get back here, you little punk! Damn it, how is he so fast?" Unable to catch him, they resorted to a semblance of generosity and negotiated. "Stop right there, I promise I'll swallow you gently, okay?" Ye Hao ignored their pleas. After running for a while, he glanced back and counted, 1, 2, 3, about 30 of them. All the monsters in this area are here. Then, Ye Hao abruptly stopped, thinking to himself, "This is the perfect spot to strike." Seeing him halt, the monsters gasped for breath. The one-eyed green monster, though panting, still managed to sneer. "Finally, you little punk couldn't run anymore." The bloodthirsty wolf general, equally out of breath, added, "Then just obediently accept your death." As soon as he finished speaking, a sturdy protective barrier materialized around them. They stood dumbfounded, asking, "What is this?" A smarter one quickly grasped the situation. "We're trapped. We can't get out." At the same time, a system notification appeared. Device activated. Defensive barrier formed. Duration 360 seconds. Countdown initiated. The one-eyed green monster, seeing the scene before him, couldn't help but laugh, taunting Ye Hao, "Damn it, did you run so fast that your brain is oxygen deprived? You've trapped yourself in here with us." Ignoring its mockery, Ye Hao coldly replied, "Want to die together? Maybe I do." At this point, Ye Hao suddenly turned around, but quickly, two massive guns materialized before the monsters. Ye Hao said with disdain, "Who's going to die isn't certain yet." Item information appeared. Illusory Unfeeling Frenzy. A combination of Illusory Slaughterer and Illusory Finisher. Modified and upgraded. Special effect, precise aiming, duration 1 minute, cooldown 3 hours. Not giving the monsters time to understand, the two guns began firing relentlessly, leaving them with no escape, only able to endure the pain of each bullet. The bloodthirsty wolf general quickly turned and shouted, "Run!" A monster with a head full of thorns angrily roared, "Run my ass, he's just one person. Use blood armor to block the bullets. The rest of you, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, countless self-destructing robots appeared around them. Seeing these yellow creatures crawling across the ground, they once again wondered, what the hell are these? The so-called self-destructing robots were machines that automatically sought out enemies, and upon getting close would immediately explode, causing massive damage. Predictably, in the next second, dozens of explosions erupted one after another. The monsters were thus reduced to ashes. The system continuously displayed experience points. Ye Hao, standing within the protective shield, exclaimed in admiration, "Indeed, explosions are an art." Who said that again? A moment later, the system finally announced, "Battle concluded." Accumulated 120,000 experience points. The surroundings were filled with craters left by the explosions. The corpses of the monsters were scattered everywhere. Ye Hao looked around at his spoils of war and said cheerfully, "Defeating a group of monsters nets me 120,000 express. If I keep this up, I'll gather enough soon. But this area is devoid of monsters now. If I want to keep farming, I'll have to venture deeper into the boss area, which will be even more complicated." Then, as he began to clean up, he said, "I'll deal with that later. I have to clean up the battlefield first. The battle was too big. If other teams discover it, I'll suffer losses." As soon as everything was clean, the system announced, "You have obtained 860,000 currency. Strengthen as many materials as possible with magic crystals." Holding a fragment of the extraterrestrial meteorite in his hand, Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise, "What? Even small monsters can drop legendary quality items? 1/5? That means there are still 4 fragments left. If I put them together, it'll be complete." Examining the fragment closely, he began to wonder, what's engraved on it? I've never seen this pattern before. Could it be extraterrestrial writing? More importantly, even if I collect them all, who can understand these characters? How can I extract the information on it? Suddenly, a stern voice echoed out. Following the direction of the voice, Lei Tu, the team leader, stood amidst a group of fully equipped soldiers. He looked in Ye Hao's direction and demanded, "What happened here? Why is it such a mess?" Not waiting for a response, Lei Tu speculated, "All this was done by you, kid." To get an accurate answer, he added with a threat, "If you want to keep your little life, tell me the truth." It should be known that the reason Lei Tunka was so confident was that he belonged to the 4th squad under the creation team of the Tiansheng Corporation. Ye Hao raised his hands, indicating he meant no harm, and said, "Captain, don't shoot. I'm just a harmless, well-behaved student." Lei Tue was surprised and repeated, "Student." Not easily believing his words, he turned and ordered a soldier, "Check his identity information." The soldier quickly replied, "Yes, sir." After pointing the device at Ye Hao's head to scan him, the soldier finally announced the results. "Captain, identity confirmed. This kid is indeed just a normal student." Despite saying that, he was also confused. "What's with this scene? It's too strange," Lei Tu, upon receiving this answer, also asked doubtfully, "That's strange then. Who killed all these monsters? And I missed out on so much equipment and experience. Damn it." In his heart, he still assumed Ye Hao was the culprit, and began to impatiently order, "Speak! What exactly did you do here, you level 6 scrub student?" Lei Tu's eyes darkened. He brought the Liai Qing broadsword close to Ye Hao's neck and asked, "What did you see before? Who killed these demonic beasts? Tell me the truth, don't hide anything." Or else, Ye Hao was a little surprised by his action, slightly tilting his head to avoid the blade, then replied, "Captain, spare me. My academy was attacked by demonic beasts. I was lucky enough to escape, and then I lost contact with everyone. I just kept running. Until I got here. I don't know what's going on here either." Hearing this, Lei Tu's eyes still flashed with a hint of judgment. Facing all this, you would normally know to dodge, but you didn't. It seems you really are a student who has lived a pampered life, slow to react, and basically doesn't understand danger and death. Then he looked at Ye Hao with a meaningful gaze. "But you're quite lucky, kid, to have survived until now. Alright, don't get in the way of my mission anymore. Now is the most crucial moment to start a war with the Mogong squad. If you don't want to die, get the hell away from me." Ye Hao quickly grasped the key point. The Mogong squad? Ye Hao changed his attitude instantly, becoming excited and asking, "Is that the top-ranked squad on the list every year? I heard each of their team members is extremely strong, and no dungeon can stump them. Is this battle the same?" Saying that, he started calculating the benefits from this squad in his mind. They want to start a war with the Mogong squad. This is indeed a very valuable piece of information. Keep acting. Keep setting the trap. But that last sentence provoked Lei Tu, and he roared in anger, "Damn it, let me tell you, no matter how brilliant the Mogong squad was before, they must die today, and our creation squad will replace them to become the strongest new squad." Moreover, remembering the image of the masked girl with the alluring golden hair, he revealed a vulgar expression, and continued, "I heard that Yin Huang is here too. She's an extremely exquisite treasure. Although she's a difficult level to deal with, once their squad is dead, I will definitely slowly savor this taste." Hearing the intention in Lei Tu's words, Ye Hao began to sigh in his heart. "Damn. Let me give you a piece of advice. This woman's strength is too profound. You'll only be helpless." Quickly brushing that thought aside, he began to probe. "But the Mogong squad is so powerful, can you guys really do it? Do you have any plans?" Lei Tu replied without thinking, "That's right, the plan is." He seemed to remember something and shouted loudly, "You think I'll tell you? What does a brat who hasn't even grown all his hair know about this?" "Get lost." Ye Hao put on a pitiful expression again, saying, "I'm just a student, so please tell me everything you know. I hope you know what's good for you." But Lei Tu was not so easy to talk to. He angrily roared, Damn your mother, I already gave you a chance to live, and now you dare to talk to me so arrogantly. Go die. With that, he chopped off Ye Hao's head without hesitation. But just as everything was severed, it turned into a puppet card, with Lei Tu's slash clearly visible on it. Seeing it, he couldn't help but be stunned. This is. Before he could recover, he took a clean chop from behind. Ye Hao said coldly, "This is because you made the first move. Don't blame me for taking your experience value." This attack successfully took away 70% of Lei Tu's health. But this did not satisfy Ye Hao. It only reinforced his guess. As expected, I can't finish him off. With my current link level, I can't finish off someone above level 50. Without an advantage, I have to change my strategy. Otherwise, fighting 1 against 5 will be disadvantageous for me. Lei Tuka now understood the whole situation. He turned to look at Ye Hao and cursed. "Damn it, you bastard, so you're so strong. You've been pretending to be stupid all along, deceiving all of us." Then he shouted, "Ranged sniper fire." As soon as he said this, the soldiers following him began to shoot continuously at Ye Hao. Lei Tu also seized the opportunity to rush forward, not forgetting to warn, "I will dismember you, and then feed your corpse to the demonic beasts." On this side, Ye Hao had created a solid shield for himself, but this did not reassure him, and he couldn't help but think, "These guys. Levels are not low, and it won't last long. After all, it's 1 against 5. I have to divide the battle lines and then break them all." At this time, Lei Tu had closed in on Ye Hao, wielding 2 broadswords in both hands as he rushed forward and shouted, "Die, you ignorant fool who dares to challenge our squad alone!" Ye Hao easily dodged and replied, "I'm not that stupid." Immediately, 2 gun fortresses stood tall, aiming directly at Lei Tu and firing. Ye Hao confidently added, "Who doesn't have some firepower to back them up?" Lei Tu was already angry and even more furious. "Damn, there are fortresses too." At this time, the system warned, "Attention! The special effect of the unlimited explosives is cooling down. Please pay attention to the remaining explosives and weapons." Lei Tu created a shield to block the bullets from the fortress, and while resisting with all his might, he calculated, "This special firepower is aimed at suppressing me. I have no choice but to protect myself. Leave this guy to you first. I'll find a way to destroy these 2 fortresses." Hearing this, the soldiers immediately replied, "Yes," and rushed to surround Ye Hao, a lightning bolt flashing, connecting them all together. Seeing their levels changing continuously, Ye Hao couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? This lightning bolt is making them level up very quickly. Then quickly recovering his spirit, he declared, "Want to block my way everywhere? Not so easy." Thinking this, Ye Hao launched a fatal blow directly at them, but, unexpectedly, this blow did not hit anyone. This made him a little surprised, and he thought, "Didn't hit, amazing speed." Before he could recover, those figures had closed in on Ye Hao one after another. At this moment, the disadvantage completely leaned towards Ye Hao. He was completely trapped in the encirclement of the soldiers. His health was also reduced to 40% because of this. Just then, a large explosion suddenly appeared, tearing the ground and echoing throughout the surrounding space. Ye Hao quickly escaped the encirclement without the slightest carelessness and thought, "Worthy of being a professional squad, excellent coordination." But immediately after, he used explosive flame hell, forcing the others to quickly disperse, and a pillar of energy pierced straight into the sky because of this. At this time, Ye Hao finally had time to rethink the situation. These 4 beautiful women whose faces I can't see are probably of the lightning attribute speed type. I can't keep up with them at all. I'm at a disadvantage in PvP, facing special attributes. Moreover, I'm facing 4 of them at once. I feel like they're much stronger than the captain. What's going on? Is this my illusion? Thinking that, he immediately turned to Duki 2 and ordered, "Duki 2, immediately check if there are any fast speed equipment or props in my space." As soon as he finished speaking, it replied, "Checking. Found it. There are 2 fast speed equipment and props. Level 45, Thunderstorm Electric Armor. This armor belonged to the former leader of the Black Tiger mercenary group, and can greatly increase speed attributes." Thinking of the image of the subtly enhanced props, it continued, "Enhance the Makun Heart Prop. Naturally, it's the principal's personal item, capable of absorbing electrical energy and enhancing speed. But will the master definitely use it? Because this Makun Heart is the last prop with substantial upgrade effects." Hearing this, Ye Hao couldn't help but sigh sadly. "Did I use up all the personal items I got? Forget it. As long as I eliminate this squad, I'll definitely gather enough 1 million experience points." There's also hope to unlock an account with powerful strength, but in the end, he still had to make a decision related to his survival. Let's do this. Merge. Quickly, Ye Hao entered a fusion enhancement state. Immediately, a powerful force erupted, forming a massive vortex that prevented the soldiers from approaching even slightly. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What's going on? That brat?" Just as they were still trying to figure out what was happening, Ye Hao appeared heroically in the Makun Thunder battle armor. As he walked, he forcefully declared, "Originally, a guy shouldn't compete on speed with others. But if you ladies want to pursue a sense of speed, then I'll play along to the end." Regarding the item's properties, the Makun Thunder battle armor has absorption and damage attributes, and it can quickly increase speed. When attacked, it will cause the attacker to fall into a state of 25% paralysis. But those soldiers wouldn't give in. They enthusiastically fired continuously at Ye Hao, not forgetting to mock, "So what if you changed your armor? We have the advantage in quantity, speed, and level. There's no way you can turn the tables, let alone after we've undergone lightning-enhanced bullets and shooting. You'll be a beehive." Hearing these contemptuous words, Ye Hao didn't pay them any mind. He advanced like a bolt of lightning, appearing and disappearing, making it impossible for them to predict his position and fire. As he charged forward, he confidently said, "That's not certain. If you enhance lightning, I can too." Finishing his words, female team member number 1 took a full blow from Ye Hao, reducing her health bar to only 40%. She only managed to let out a painful cry before falling to the ground without hesitation. Witnessing this scene caused the remaining soldiers to exclaim in surprise and doubt, "How did this kid's speed suddenly become so strong?" Someone in the group who seemed the calmest quickly spoke to reassure, "Don't panic. If it's long-range shooting, it's useless. Use close combat to take him down." Immediately afterward, a series of attacks were launched. All of them were after images, but Ye Hao easily retreated, dodging all of them. He coldly said, "Apart from my younger sister, this is the first time I've bullied other women. If the force still isn't enough," then he kicked continuously at the female team members. He also appeared apologetic and said, "Please forgive me." Finishing his words, those soldiers shattered and flew everywhere. At this time, Ye Hao suspiciously said, "Hey, why does every attack bring the effect of clothes exploding? The Makun Thunder is worthy of being an old driver." Suddenly, the surrounding fragments of clothing began to link together. He couldn't help but pause in surprise and wonder, "This is..." Immediately afterward, an explosion appeared, in which a mocking laughter faintly echoed. Quickly, the female team members who had just been defeated quickly recovered, completely restoring their original appearance, and began to laugh at Ye Hao. "Even if your speed is fast enough, you're still no match for us, who are more numerous than you. Consider this level 50 lightning attribute hand cannon thunderstorm flash as your send-off." Hearing this, he chuckled coldly and wondered, "Lightning attribute?" Quickly, an unexpected scene appeared. Those lightning bolts were simply absorbed into Ye Hao's armor. He replied with joy, "No wonder my whole body is full of energy, so you guys are helping me charge? May I ask for more? Can you do a few more? I can still handle it." The group of soldiers then began to panic. "Something's wrong with this kid. His armor can absorb lightning attacks and turn wounds into buffs." Someone couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, what's his background anyway? Why does he have such a special armor?" But Ye Hao had already begun to concentrate his energy. He was gradually losing patience and said, "If you don't have any, it's my turn to use my trump card." Immediately afterward, a series of thunderous punches were launched. He appeared and disappeared, making it impossible for the soldiers to react or counterattack. They could only desperately scream in pain. Their clothes were also completely shattered, leaving nothing behind. After everything was dealt with, the system finally announced, "Target has only 10% health remaining. Lost consciousness. Decided to exit the battle state. Host gained 80,000 experience points." Hearing this, Ye Hao felt a little satisfied and thought, "As long as I get the experience points, I don't have any deep hatred with them anymore. There's no need to pursue them to the end." Looking around, he wondered in surprise, "But did their captain run away? My 2 fortresses can't restrict him for such a long time. If he were to counterattack, it would have started already." Leituk was hiding in a hidden corner, still trying to avoid the attacks from the 2 gun turrets. He thought desperately, "I didn't expect them to be able to fire continuously for so long. It's been too long. Are these bullets infinite?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 gun turrets stopped, as if they had heard his thoughts. Seeing this, Leituk couldn't help but think in surprise. The firing stopped. Could it be that that kid is finally dead? Convinced of this, he quickly poked his head out and scolded, Damn it, what are you doing? Does it take so long to deal with a nobody like that? Hurry up and help me heal." But seeing that only Ye Hao was unharmed, and the rest of the female soldiers had already fallen to the ground, he couldn't stand still any longer. "Huh, you guys?" Seeing that he had finally shown his face, Ye Hao coldly sneered. "If I hadn't stopped attacking, were you planning to hide in there for the rest of your life?" Lei Tua couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and cursed, "Damn, you're still alive." Unable to do anything to Ye Hao, he turned to kick a soldier next to him and lashed out, "You bunch of trash, you can't even handle a kid. Don't lie there pretending to be dead. Get up for me, or you'll know what's coming when we get back." Seeing Lei Tu's behavior, Ye Hao became even colder. As a captain, instead of defeating the enemy and setting an example for his team members, he's hiding behind like a dog. Instead of feeling ashamed, he angrily shouted, "Team members! No, they're my slaves!" As soon as he said those words, the soldiers on the ground were once again controlled by that lightning, and strange phenomena began to appear. Before they could figure out why, they were tortured by that energy one after another, and could only cry out in pain as they were manipulated. Seeing this scene, Ye Hao couldn't help but be stunned. "What's going on?" Lei Tu's mocking voice replied. "A kid who still smells of milk like you is only fit to be a slave fighting for me." Let's continue with round 2. As soon as he finished speaking, the female soldiers, like puppets, rushed to attack Ye Hao. He realized in shock that this was wrong. It was a control skill that disrupted the central nervous system through some kind of trick. Although they were attacking him frantically, the soldiers began to cry out in pain and bleed incessantly. Ye Hao quickly noticed this and thought to himself, "They're in pain." Anger suddenly surged, and he couldn't help but curse, "You scumbag! You're being so cruel to your own team members. You don't deserve to be a captain." Facing Ye Hao's contemptuous words, Lei Tu remained shamelessly replied, "This world doesn't care if you're despicable or not. Winning is everything. Although the lives of a few bitches aren't worth your life, they're just trash anyway. I can always find replacements later." Hearing his words, Ye Hao's expression became serious. "I agree with what you said earlier, but there are many ways to win. For example, as soon as he finished speaking, one of Lei Tu's arms was quickly cut off by him. Ye Hao didn't even turn to look at him, but coldly said, "Like this." He didn't have time to defend himself, and could only cry out in pain, "My arm, my right arm." But it was too late to salvage anything. Lei Tu's arm fell to the ground, just like that. Helpless, he could only scream in pain. The female warriors on this side successfully escaped Lei Tu's control, and fell down one after another like powerless puppets. Only now did he feel a deadly danger, and he hurriedly knelt down and begged, "Don't kill me. You care so much about these women, you must be very interested in them, right? I can give you all 4 of these women. Although they're all useless trash, their skills in bed are top-notch." But Ye Hao didn't pay any attention to these words. He quickly gave him a kick in the face, not forgetting to warn him, "Shut up." Very quickly, Lei Tu's face was completely under Ye Hao's feet. He coldly said, "I don't need this." At this point, he still tried to salvage the situation. "It hurts. Then what do you want? I can give you anything." He quickly seized the opportunity, still maintaining a cold attitude, and asked, "Tell me your plan. How are you and Huang Zhang planning to deal with the Mogong battle team? Tell me in detail." Lei Tu had no other choice, and hurriedly said, I'll talk. We and Huang Zhang's Dihuang battle team are secretly colluding, preparing to launch a surprise attack from behind when the Mogong battle team is focused on fighting the boss." Hearing his words, Ye Hao still coldly asked, "Is that all?" By this point, his patience was almost exhausted, and without hesitation, he prepared to give Lei Tu another kick. "There's still a lot you haven't said, right? Even a 3-year-old could come up with this kind of low-level tactic. Is the Mogong battle team not prepared?" Knowing that he couldn't hide anything anymore, he exclaimed in panic, Don't. There are more details." In his mind, he began to imagine the images of the elite monsters, and began to tell the story. According to the investigation of the Joint Reconnaissance Team, the fixed boss occupies the central square in Area Number 9, and there are many elite monsters around the area, but fortunately, the distance between the boss and the elite monsters is quite far. The aggro is separate, so the task of our Chuangxi battle team this time is to lure away those elite monsters in the outer area so that the Mogong battle team won't be affected by these monsters and can focus on fighting the boss. Hearing this, Ye Hao's mood turned somewhat somber. "Wait a minute, your Tianchuan group is also a large company. Why do you have to do odd jobs for the Han Mo group? What is your relationship exactly?" Lei Tu gritted his teeth and replied sullenly, On the surface, our Tianchuan group is indeed a large company, but 80% of our business comes from the Han Mo group, so, in reality, we're just their lackey. Recalling his usual humiliating experiences, he bitterly recounted, "We are always ordered around by Han Mo to do tiresome tasks, but in the end, all the benefits are taken by Han Mo, and we don't get a single share." Hearing this, Ye Hao understood the situation somewhat. "So, you harbor resentment, and are planning to use your helper status to collude with Huang Zheng, and set a trap for Han Mo?" I too immediately agreed. "That's right. Once the Mogong squad gets about 10% of the boss's HP, we'll lure the elite monsters in, then collectively force a retreat from the battle so the elite monsters' aggro falls on Mogong. Then we wait for most of Mogong to be killed." At this point, he revealed a vile expression and continued, "We'll join forces with Di Huang to kill the remaining boss and elite monsters. That way, we can seize the resources, then frame everything on Huang Zheng. This way, we can get abundant resources and also cause Han Mo to suffer a significant loss, killing two birds with one stone." Ye Hao pondered for a moment before offering his opinion. "This plan doesn't seem bad, but its weakness is that it's too idealistic. How can you be sure that the Mogong squad won't have any precautions against you?" But Lei Tu didn't think there was anything wrong with the plan. He confidently replied, "Of course we're sure. When it comes to the strength of the Mogong squad's 5 main ace players, no one can compare. But they have a fatal flaw, which is that they are too arrogant." Ye Hao nodded in understanding. "So that's it." Seeing that the time was ripe, Lei Tu hurriedly knelt down and begged, "See, I've told you so many secrets. Can I leave now?" He replied without hesitation, "In theory you can, but too bad." Hearing this, he couldn't help but raise his head in surprise. But Ye Hao only gave a cold, sinister smile and said leisurely, "You see, not long ago I just joined the Han Mo group." At this point, he completely revealed his killing intent. "Although I'm not very close to the Mogong squad, I can't just sit idly by and watch the group's interests be harmed." Hearing this, Lei Tu was stunned and then angrily shouted, "What, damn it, you're playing me!" He quickly didn't have the chance to curse anymore, because immediately afterward, a powerful energy ruthlessly struck him. After finishing, Ye Hao said leisurely, "I'm not playing you. From the beginning, I didn't plan to spare scum like you. If you didn't have some value to exploit, you wouldn't have been able to live for a few more minutes." Then he turned to look at the female soldiers sprawled on the ground. "As for you guys, it shouldn't be a problem to leave you like this, right?" After observing the surroundings for a while, Ye Hao said reassuringly, "Although they're in a coma, there are no monsters around. The Tianchuan group will probably come to rescue them." At this moment, the system suddenly announced, "Congratulations to the host for winning a reward of 50,000 experience points, 800,000 coins, a level 50 lightning attribute magic crystal, and the passive skill hormone development." As for hormone development, it's a passive skill that can permanently enhance the attraction to the opposite sex, and has a certain probability of stimulating hormones in the opposite and same sex nearby, causing the user to go crazy for a short time. Reading this item information made Ye Hao a little stunned. Damn, what kind of skill is this? The description is very suitable for a scumbag. No wonder this guy can make those female team members listen to him so obediently. Next, successive announcements appeared one after another. Achievement gained, I want to hit 5 yuan, hoping to hit him soon. 1 versus 5 team PvP wins, reward beyond regulations. 50,000 experience points. 1 million experience points have been accumulated. Achievement gained, experience enough until the new year, a little distance from the small goal. After reading this series of information, Ye Hao felt very satisfied. Finally, 1 million experience points are in hand, so what are you waiting for? Immediately enter the system space. Then he turned to ask Du Yi, is there any way or item to actively upgrade luck? It searched for a while and replied, "Sorry, master, there is no such item, but I can analyze your current state of luck. Please wait a moment." Very quickly, it switched to a proud state and announced, "Based on current statistics, master's luck is the strongest SSR level. Completely unnecessary external help. It will be done immediately. Please believe me." Hearing this, Ye Hao laughed heartily and said, "Strength has been unlocked, luck has also been unlocked. Isn't that the chosen one?" Dunyi also took the opportunity to flatter its master. "That's for sure. Master's qualities are definitely beyond the dimensional plane. It's the first time I've met someone like you, master." Hearing this, he unceremoniously punched Dunyi a few times, and then pointed to break the chains on the king card in front of him. and said again, "Okay, then I believe in my luck." Unlocking the new full-featured king account, a notification quickly popped up. Unlocking the new full-featured king account. From the card, two streams of golden and black energy intertwined, and the system also continuously emitted distorted sounds. The black energy became more and more abundant, seemingly able to swallow the entire space. Ye Hao was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "System, what's going on? What is this black substance?" But in response, he still heard unclear signals. Dunyi hid behind him in fear and said hesitantly, "It's not good. I detected a large, powerful, and unknown evil energy wave. This kind of feeling, I'm scared," Ye Hao kept asking. "System, what's going on? Could this account have a virus?" Suddenly, at this moment, those dark energies attached to him one after another. He was stunned and realized the abnormality. I can't move anymore. The number of evil values has exceeded the value of my calculations. A strange notification sounded. All attributes decreased by 99%, unable to act, prolonging the value of life lost. Ye Hao's system gradually stabilized at this time. It made crackling sounds. "In the process of emergency repair, please wait a moment, host." The dark energy has spread to his face. "My HP is only at 6% now." While struggling to resist, Ye Hao replied, "How can I not be scared? Hurry up, I'm about to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's normal sound rang out. "System repair complete. Restored to normal. Your HP is rapidly increasing." Ye Hao looked at the dark energy in front of him and said, "The power of this darkness is decreasing very quickly." At this moment, a fit of coughing struck, causing him to clutch his throat and try to relieve it. Seeing this, Dusi couldn't help but worry. "Master, are you all right?" "I'm sorry, Master. It's all my fault for being useless." Ye Hao suppressed the discomfort in his body and replied, "I'm fine, but what about the lucky omen you mentioned? Why did it backfire so soon?" Dusi replied in confusion. "I don't know either. The data doesn't lie." Hearing this, he didn't pursue it further, but focused on the problem at hand and said, "Another account wants the enemy's life. Let me see where this account comes from." Seeing that he wasn't being blamed, Dusi quickly chimed in angrily, "That's right. Who on earth is making Master suffer like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, a piece of lucky news popped up unexpectedly. "Congratulations, host. Unlock the first comprehensive, special king account, Dark Shadow Monarch." Immediately afterward, the towering image of this account appeared. Like a king covered in a blazing red color, yet extremely heroic. Information about the Dark Shadow Monarch. This is a name that makes the world tremble. It is the symbol of power of the fallen blood race. From the deep will of ancient times, it has destroyed tens of thousands of worlds. The constellations in its hands are always dark. It was not until the Star Sage summoned the powerful that they finally destroyed the Dark Shadow Monarch's physical body. "I have always been waiting for your appearance. Let me see." At this moment, a question suddenly appeared. "Do you have the qualifications to become the next Dark Shadow Monarch?" Such a large amount of information immediately stunned Ye Hao, and he blurted out, "Damn it, my first special king account is a supervillain." A line of text appeared above the king account at this moment. "Fusion ratio." Ye Hao read it and asked with some doubt, "Fusion ratio? What is this?" Quickly, the system answered him. "The Dark Shadow Monarch account belongs to the special king account. It's time to upgrade the account's strength. You don't need experience points, instead upgrade through increasing the fusion ratio." After hearing this, Ye Hao couldn't help but ponder. "So, I don't need experience points, but how could there be such a good thing? The conditions for upgrading the fusion ratio must be even more stringent than using experience points." Seeing this, Dusi next to him agreed, "That's right, this system is very cunning." Hearing this, the system startled and coughed a few times, regained its composure, and said, "If you want to increase the fusion ratio, you must log into the account to create a private world and complete special events and related tasks." After speaking, red energy lines appeared in front of Ye Hao, and they gathered to form an extremely mysterious portal. He went from surprise to shock. "What? Log in to the account to create a private world? This is the legendary transmigration, but why do I have a feeling that going in there will be a dead end?" Hearing him say this, the system said with some dissatisfaction, "The host must be reminded that only when the fusion ratio is higher than 30% can the host barely control the account autonomously. Otherwise, uncontrollable dangers will occur. While that energy stream continued to surge, the system hurriedly warned. Forced use may result in the host's consciousness being destroyed by the private world. The host must pay attention to safety. Oh crap! Ye Hao wanted to cry after hearing this, and he sighed. Just unlocking it is like risking my life. I can't even use it now. Forced use will even cause the end of the world. No wonder it's a supervillain account. Is this Dark Shadow Monarch a demon? This is too perverted. Doesn't that mean my 15 million experience points were wasted? Just as his mood was sinking to the bottom, the system opened up another path. Actually, there is a way to forcibly use the account in a dangerous situation. It's just that the host may find this method unacceptable. Ye Hao, as if he had grabbed a lifeline, asked happily, "What way? Tell me quickly." The system quickly replied, "That way is to consume money and experience points to prevent side effects. Moreover, this consumption is extremely large." Seeing that it seemed feasible, he hurriedly asked for a more detailed explanation of how to consume, but the system's next words made him fall into the abyss again. Method 1. Consuming 10 million can maintain a normal state for 10 seconds. Method 2. Consume 500,000 experience points and extend the time. Ye Hao couldn't help but swear. FCK. Hearing this, the system warned. The host's language is too agitated. These words not only failed to soothe Ye Hao, but also made him so angry that he threw the scale on the ground. "Are you kidding me, goddammit? I worked so hard to find so much money and experience points, and now I have to spend it all." Ducey also hummed in dissatisfaction. "I told you this system is very cunning." In the end, it was still Ye Hao who surrendered. "Forget it, it's better than nothing. I have no experience points, and only 3 million left. What can I do with these 3 seconds? I refuse the 3 seconds. Maybe I can exchange some money with the materials I got before, but I don't know if it's enough. More importantly, who can I find to exchange with?" Ducey asked in surprise. 3 seconds? But at this moment, Ye Hao was no longer in the mood to pay attention to its curiosity, he said, with enthusiasm. "But the more stringent the conditions for using the account's power, the stronger it will be. Maybe just 10 seconds can change everything. The remaining monsters in area number the 9th of may not be enough for 500,000 experience points. For now, I have to quickly collect 10 million before the boss battle starts." His spirit was high, but after he finished speaking, he fell into contemplation again and complained, "Thinking about it is really a headache. When did I become a gold farmer?" Not long after, in the ruined city area, some high-rise buildings were still intact, but most of everything was almost completely destroyed, Ye Hao thought as he walked through the rubble. "It's quite close to the boss's area now. I shouldn't get too close yet. Hunt monsters nearby. Hopefully there will be some stragglers." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw the scene in front of him. Many monsters had died, lying scattered across a large area. Looking at them, Ye Hao felt a little regretful, and a trace of doubt sprouted in his heart. This pile of monster corpses? Could it be that someone came one step ahead of me and destroyed them? Damn it, I'm one step too late. Just then, a hand unexpectedly landed on Ye Hao's shoulder, accompanied by a man's voice. "Hey, buddy!" Startled, he quickly stepped back, inwardly blaming himself for being too careless, not noticing someone approaching. Ye Hao looked at the man before him, his eyes full of scrutiny as he asked, "Who are you?" After speaking, he secretly assessed the other man. How is this guy so huge, yet walks without a sound? Seeing Ye Hao's state, Xiao Ji, level 50, quickly said with a smile, "Don't be so tense, relax bro. Are you here to watch the excitement too?" Ye Hao didn't let his guard down, only coldly asking, "I'm here to watch the excitement too. What do you mean? This guy is probably about my age, and already level 50. Xiao Ji winked at him while continuing to eat, replying, "Looking at the way you are, you don't seem like a member of a battle squad, nor a relic hunter, so what else could you be here for other than to watch the excitement? Otherwise, with our levels, we'd just be appetizers for the boss." Hearing this, Ye Hao didn't hide anything and replied, "It was indeed the case. What about you? Are you here alone too?" Xiao Ji hesitated after hearing that. "Well, not exactly." He began to introduce himself. "I'm a relic hunter from the Horizon Squad. I heard that a level 90 boss appeared in Area 9. My boss brought us here to watch the excitement, and maybe seize the opportunity to get something amidst the chaos." Hearing this, Ye Hao's gaze subtly sharpened, and calculations began to form in his mind. "So, relic hunters, they probably have a lot of money on them. If I robbed him clean, I might be able to shorten my 10 million goal, but this guy seems pretty straightforward. Would doing that be too much?" Just as he thought this, Xiaoji approached and affectionately put his arm around his shoulder. "I'm saying, how about we go together, okay?" Ye Hao asked suspiciously. "Go to your squad?" He replied without hesitation. "That's right. It's very chaotic here right now. It's not safe to be alone, and since we're here to watch the excitement anyway, it's better to have fun with everyone." Seeing Xiaoji's attitude, Ye Hao couldn't help but feel a few doubts. Why is this guy acting so friendly? Is there some conspiracy? But he didn't attack me from behind just now. Could he really be a good person? A relic hunter branch isn't in the plan of the Celestial Dawn Squad. Maybe this is my chance to earn some money. After thinking, he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Then thank you, I'm really scared running around here alone. It's much more reassuring to have someone level 50 like you here." Xiaoji still had a smile on his face as he replied, "Leave it to me. With me here, those beasts won't be able to hurt you." As soon as he finished speaking, a notification quickly arrived. "Kong Xiaoji has invited you to join the nitpicking squad." Afraid that Ye Hao wouldn't notice, Xiaoji carefully reminded him, "I've invited you to join the squad. Accept it. This is our newly formed squad." Ye Hao quickly replied, "Okay." In his heart, he was thinking, "I like the name of this squad." Looking at the squad member information panel, they were all level 50 or above, the highest being 60. Ye Hao's hand paused slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, turning to Xiaoji and saying, "They're all high-level big shots, aren't they? I really have somewhere to rely on this time." He replied as if he saw through everything. "Don't be so humble, bro. On the surface you're only level 6, but your real level is definitely not that." At this point, Xiaoji didn't hide his thoughts, and spoke directly. "Still, you city folks, you know how to play, and deliberately hide your level. Unlike us relic hunters, in the wilderness, the more exaggerated our level the better, so as to avoid a lot of trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, a level 40 tremor worm emerged from the ground next to the two. It growled with excitement. "After making so much noise, I finally smelled meat." But before it could say a second sentence, its neck was grabbed by Xiaoji's hand. His eyes became fierce, and every word he uttered sent shivers down one's spine. "Humans are talking. It's not up to insects like you to interrupt." With that, Xiaoji lightly slammed the tremor worm to the ground. This blow successfully drained the blood from the monster. Ye Hao, who was standing to the side, was stunned. Damn, so strong. After finishing, Xiaoji dusted off his hands as if it were an everyday occurrence, and turned to smile at him. "Are you alright, bro? This insect suddenly ran out and scared the hell out of me. Its experience value isn't much at all. What a buzzkill." Ye Hao replied awkwardly, "I'm fine." In his heart, he was secretly amazed. Who's scaring who? He looks so gentle, but he's so ruthless when he attacks. You really shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Xiaoji once again put his arm around Ye Hao's shoulder and walked forward. "Let's go, I'll tell you about the glorious history of our team. I guarantee it will open your eyes." Ye Hao quickly agreed. Okay. On the surface he agreed. But his thoughts complained. What a chatterbox. This walk is going to be tiring. Not long after, the two arrived at their destination. Xiaoji cheerfully said, "We're here. This is our gathering place." Hearing this, Ye Hao was a little surprised. Isn't this the central area of Area 9? Looking around, unable to resist his curiosity, he asked, "So many people are gathered here. Could they all be here to watch the excitement?" Xiaoji seemed to have expected this, replying without hesitation, "That's right. After the news spread about the wilderness, mercenary groups and relic hunters have all come here to gather." Then he winked at Ye Hao and said, "This is the safest point closest to the boss fight. Going 500 meters ahead will attract the attention of small monsters. So the majority of mercenaries and hunters consider this place the nearest base." Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. "I see." Before long, Xiaoji called out to a group of people who were resting. "Boss, I'm back." Qingyun, level 60, saw him and Ye Hao and spoke curiously. "Xiaoji is back. This is He Shuai, level 48, and Zheng Cheng, level 50. Hearing this, they couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Ye Hao. Xiaoji pointed at him and began to introduce. "His name is Ye Hao. I accidentally met him on the way. We hit it off. And since he was also here to watch the excitement, I brought him along. He was also very friendly, enthusiastically saying, 'Hello, big brothers, please take care of me.'" Zheng Cheng observed Ye Hao and said meaningfully, "Level 6, that's not your real strength, is it? After all, people of this level are either seeking refuge or dead. They wouldn't have the leisure to wander around and be picked up by our fatty." He Shuai ran up very enthusiastically and put his arm around Ye Hao. You must be good at fighting to have survived until now, right? What level are you really? Hearing this, Ye Hao had no choice but to hesitantly reply, "Ah, I should say it was luck." He hesitated a bit, then asked, "Is it okay to protect myself?" Ye Hao replied bluntly. "Sure, even if I'm just here for the show, I don't want anyone bothering me." Hearing that, Ye Hao couldn't help but think, this guy is straightforward but doesn't seem to have bad intentions. Xiao Ji then put his arm around Ye Hao's shoulder, assuring him, "Don't worry, Ye brother is definitely not a problem. I felt he was a talent the first time we met, plus, he has an aura that I really like." As soon as he said that, Ye Hao thought nervously, "What? My aura of a king has been discovered?" Qing Yun, beaming with joy, slowly spoke up. "Looks like Xiaoji's outgoing personality has brought you a lot of trouble, hasn't it?" Ye Hao humbly replied, "Not at all. I've received a lot of care." Hearing this, Qing Yun continued, "Can you answer me a question? Why did you agree to join a team you're not familiar with? The consequences of doing so are usually only one. A knowledgeable person wouldn't do something stupid. So what is your purpose? Seeking protection or strategic support?" Before Ye Hao could answer, Xiao Ji quickly interjected, "Captain, I took the initiative to invite Ye Hao to join." Qing Yun cut him off. "All right, Xiao Ji, I want to hear his answer." Without any hesitation, Ye Hao replied, "If I were to say..." Ye Hao paused to prepare them mentally, then slowly said, "My goal is to kill bosses, steal equipment, and crush all professional teams." As expected, the group exclaimed in unison. What, Xiao Ji was the most stunned? "Are you serious, Ye Hao?" Ye Hao looked puzzled. "Hey, that's way too arrogant. Isn't there something wrong with your brain?" Only Qing Yun fell into contemplation after hearing this. The state quickly disappeared. He laughed loudly, commenting interestingly. Seeing Qing Yun like that, the others couldn't help but wonder, "Boss, are you stupid?" But he ignored them. His face still full of smiles, he walked over and patted Ye Hao's shoulder. "That's a big ambition. Good, kid, I like you. Young people should be a little arrogant, and when dreaming, dream bigger." Hearing Qing Yun say that, Ye Hao retorted inwardly, "Dreaming? I'm serious." He, Shuai, standing on the side, sighed as he watched the two. "The captain's starting again," Zhang Cheng also complained. "This guy can't control his emotions whenever he sees young people full of ambition and drive. He's almost 35, acting like a kid." Qing Yun, unaware that he had just been talked about by the two, happily reached out to Ye Hao. "Now I officially welcome you to join the Horizon Squad, temporarily named the Nitpicking Squad." Ye Hao politely extended his hand, saying, "Thank you." Qing Yun's actions gave Ye Hao a different perspective. He thought to himself, "The people in this squad are completely different from the mercenaries and hunters I've met before. This is what a squad should feel like." Just as their hands firmly clasped, a disgusted voice came. "What are you doing so noisy?" Ma Huang, level 63, appeared from who knows where. He taunted as he walked. "Isn't this Lan Qing Yun? You always like to associate with low-level trash, huh? Even garbage level 6 dares to be pulled into the team. I think you, Horizon, should change your name. Call it the Cripple Station, helping each other along." Hearing his words, He Shuai flared up. "What's it to you, want to fight?" Xiao Ji, also eager to jump in, said, "Count me in." Only Zheng Cheng calmly spoke, "You two, don't get excited. Let the boss handle this." Qing Yun ignored Ma Huang's insults, quickly setting a boundary. "Ma Huang, Horizon's recruitment is not for your BlackRock horse gang to comment on. I don't have time to argue with you. If you have something to say, wait until after the boss battle. We'll settle it in the wilderness." These words unconsciously angered Ma Huang, who was so furious that his forehead veins bulged. "Who do you think you are? Dare to talk to me like that? I've wanted to settle the score between us for a long time. Come on, let's settle it here and now." Fearing that Ye Hao didn't understand the situation, Xiao Ji explained. "The BlackRock Horse Gang is our rival, a group of multi-team players. They usually compete with us for resources in the ruins. I didn't expect them to come and join the fun." Ye Hao nodded. "I see." A touch of admiration gradually appeared in Ye Hao's heart as he thought. Even though the opponents have the advantage in levels and numbers, Horizon's momentum and strength are not inferior, especially their captain, Lan Qing Yun. One of the BlackRock Horse Gang members, seeing that they didn't respond, immediately shouted, "Brothers, cheer up! Today, let's crush Horizon!" The people behind him cheered, "All right, kill them all!" Suddenly, a loud engine noise came from the sky, forcing them to look up. Ying Huang descended from the airship. Seeing this, the BlackRock Horse Gang members began to panic. "That's the airship of the Mogong battle team. "Look quickly," someone shouted. "It's Yin Huang, the great beauty of the Mogong battle team." Without a word, Yin Huang dove down at an unimaginable speed. As soon as she landed, the Blackrock Horse Gang members around her were thrown off their feet. They cried out in panic. The impact is so strong. As expected of Yin Huang, Ye Hao, standing on the side watching the chaotic scene, praised, "Hey, Miss Yin Huang, I give that entrance a 99. Hearing this, she walked up to Yin Hao. "Oh, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon," Yin Hao replied meaningfully. "I can only say it's fate," Yin Huang smiled. "You're bold, daring to come to the front lines to watch the show, or is it—" She began to get touchy, wrapping her arms around Ye Hao's neck, pressing her whole body against him as she whispered, "Did you come here specifically to find me?" Ye Hao replied teasingly. "You saw through me." The Blackrock Horse Gang members, still struggling from the aftershocks, were furious at this sweet scene. "Who is this kid? What's his relationship with Miss Yin Huang?" Someone directly declared, "Damn it, I'm so jealous, don't stop me, I'm gonna kill him." Ye Hao gently placed his hand on the waist of the person hugging him. "You're so naughty, Miss Yin Huang. Giving me such a big gift as soon as you arrive. How can I thank you?" The others were so angry that their eyes nearly popped out as they shouted, "What? This kid actually dares to touch Miss Yin Huang's waist. I don't think he'll survive the next second." Seeing Ye Hao hugging Yin Huang's waist and walking forward slowly, the Blackrock Horse Gang members broke into an uproar. This kid really has guts bigger than the sky, daring to flirt with Yin Huang? Someone scoffed. "Wait and see the show." Based on past experience, those who dare to flirt with Yin Huang have graves with weeds that are a meter tall now. Hearing that, she turned to him and said, "You're quite brave. Those who dare to do that to me never end well." Ye Hao was slightly surprised and asked, "Really?" But a second later, Yin Huang completely leaned into his arms, gently caressing his solid chest muscles as she spoke meaningfully. "Knowing it's a pit and still jumping in, I really don't know if I should say you're too confident in your strength or just a complete idiot." Without hesitation, Ye Hao replied, "That's not important. Isn't it what you want? Get close to me and draw the aggro for me. I was just testing the waters with Miss Yin Huang to see how it goes. Considering Mo De Xiaoji's face, you can forgive me, right? Please don't kill me." Hearing this, Yin Huang smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect you to be so interesting. No wonder Da Xiaoji values you so much. I'm also getting a little interested in you." At this moment, a hurried voice came. Team leader Yun Xiao, level 80, along with several soldiers, quickly approached, their faces serious. "There's not much time left. The battle squad is in position, ready for action at any time." Hearing that, Yin Huang quickly returned to her serious state and gave instructions. "Inform everyone, no unauthorized actions until you receive my orders." Yun Xiao respectfully replied, "Yes." Realizing she couldn't linger, she turned to him and reminded him, "Ye Hao, I'm putting this on your tab, I'll see you next time." "Think about how you should atone," he replied confidently. "Rest assured, I will definitely satisfy Miss Yin Huang." At this moment, Yun Xiao walked over, looking at Ye Hao with sharp eyes, and asked, "Your name is Ye Hao?" He surprisingly replied, "Yes, why?" With a fierce expression, he said through gritted teeth, "I'll be watching you." As soon as he finished speaking, Dookie C hurriedly warned. It anxiously reported, measuring a skyrocketing amount of murderous aura, "Master, this guy wants to kill you 10,000 times over." Hearing this, Ye Hao thought awkwardly, "This big brother misunderstood. That's why they say beauty brings trouble. I've stirred up more trouble." Dookie Sai now wore a sinister expression. "Master, why don't you tell everyone about the Genesis Battle Squad's conspiracy?" Hearing that, he explained, "The time isn't right. I'm not familiar with them yet. If I tell them now, they won't believe me and might even think I'm an idiot. I have to wait for the crucial moment to reveal it. That's how to get the biggest benefit." Hearing that, it praised him as always. Deep schemes, as expected of the master. Over here, the He Yanma gang members were even more furious when they saw Yin Huang leave without doing anything to Yin Hao, but they couldn't do anything about it and could only curse. Damn it, Yin Huang just left like that, and he clearly offended her like that and still survived. Someone began to doubt themselves. Am I seeing things? What's with this guy? Just this one thing, and he can brag about it for the rest of his life. Someone began to fantasize. If I had known it would end like this, I would have tried it too. At this moment, He Shuai and Xiao Ji suddenly approached. Patting Ye Hao on the shoulder, Xiao Ji said excitedly, "I'm so jealous of you, brother. Is Miss Yin Huang's waist soft? Does she smell good?" Xiaoji was also full of praise. "Bravo, brother! You're the first person to survive." After flirting with Yin Huang, Ye Hao really didn't know how to respond, but Xiaoji didn't wait for him to speak, quickly grabbing Ye Hao's hand and saying with a dazed look, "Quick, give me your hand so I can see if Wang Wen's fragrance is still there." With that, he took several sniffs. Seeing this action, Ye Hao immediately reacted, "Damn it, you perverted fatty, let go, get lost." Qing Yun looked at him with an admiring gaze. "This kid is really interesting," Zheng Cheng reminded. "This Ye Hao is not simple. He must be related to the Mogong battle squad." Over here, he was still raging at Xiaoji. "Let go of my hand now," he said with dissatisfaction. "I don't want to." Seeing the two of them arguing, Qing Yun thought for a moment and then spoke. "This level 6 kid is definitely not ordinary. We actually provoked him." Zheng Cheng didn't deny it, feeling a little worried in his heart. "So what do we do now?" At this moment, Ye Hao had resolved Xiaoji and turned to challenge the Hei Yanma gang members. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to fight earlier? Keep going?" Hearing that, the group panicked, and they all turned around and ran away as if they had agreed beforehand. Ma Huang was still determined to leave behind a face-saving remark. "Bastard, I didn't come here to fight a monster like you. I'll spare you today. I still need to conserve my strength to fight those demonic beasts. Don't let me see you again." But in his heart, he was thinking, "I'm not a member of the Mogong battle squad. Who knows what kind of relationship you guys have? Running is the best policy." Hearing this, He Shuai couldn't help but despise. "Don't steal my lines. Next time I see you, I'll kill all of you." Xiaoji also chimed in to mock. "All you're good at is saying meaningless words. If you have the guts, don't run away. Come in front of me." Qing Yun had arrived beside Ye Hao at this time, hesitating for a moment, finally speaking. "I don't want to interfere in your personal affairs." He looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "But your actions were great. How did you do it?" Ye Hao casually replied. "It's normal. Don't be so surprised." But Qing Yun quickly exposed his modesty. "Is it normal to flirt with a trump card of a top-tier battle squad? Who exactly are you?" Ye Hao pondered for a moment and replied, "Didn't I say it before?" Ye Hao introduced himself again. "I'm just an ordinary student who was lucky enough to meet some people in the battle squad and learn some ways to make money." The other two couldn't help but be surprised when they heard that fast ways to make money, like grabbing Xiaoji and He Shuai, who had already grabbed him tightly. Xiaoji was determined to squeeze Ye Hao dry. "Brother, you have this skill. So versatile." He Shuai also chimed in. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Tell me quickly, tell me a little bit." Seeing Ye Hao in a situation where he couldn't answer, Qing Yun quickly helped him out. "Calm down, don't embarrass Ye Hao. Ye Hao, don't be surprised. Relic hunters like us are very sensitive to the word making money. Can you explain more clearly what you mean by making money?" But very quickly, Ye Hao spoke. "It's okay. Although I haven't been in contact with you for long, I have a very good impression of everyone. I'm willing to share ways to make money with everyone, but with a condition." Hearing that, Qing Yun asked curiously, "What condition?" He calmly replied, "That is, how much money are you willing to invest in this way of making money?" These words successfully stunned them. "What?" Zheng Cheng pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Negotiating money? Frankly speaking, this is just a low-level scam, but what you did just now was to make everyone believe that this is not a scam, that this is indeed a way to make money. Normal people wouldn't actively reveal it like that." By now, his eyes had sharpened. "If he took the initiative to reveal it and let us join forces, this matter must involve a risk that he couldn't handle alone. Combined with what he said earlier, kid, is your profession stealing bosses from other teams?" Hearing this, Ye Hao couldn't help but feel pleased and said, "Accurate analysis. I enjoy dealing with smart people." Hearing this, the others were once again stunned. "What? This is fundamentally impossible," he slowly persuaded. "You can't just look at the surface. It's to highlight this way of making money, and with this way of making money, anything is possible." Qing Yun was gradually swayed by him and hesitantly asked, "So Ye Hao, how much investment do you need, and how much will you get back?" As if he had prepared the answer in advance, he immediately replied, "At least 10 million, no limit. The more you invest, the more you get back. To understand better, let me continue analyzing." He Shuai, hearing this, immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, 10 million? Just say you want to rob us, I'll come and spar with you." Xiaoji also questioned, "Ye Hao, brother, are you kidding? That's not a number you can just casually pull out." Only Tang Cheng chuckled softly and commented, "Interesting." Qing Yun fell into thought again. Seeing everyone's disbelief, Ye Hao affirmed, "I'm serious, not joking. Investment is like this. The higher the risk, the greater the return. At this moment, Qing Yun seriously said, 1. You have to tell us the details of that crucial money-making method so we can assess whether it's worth investing in. 2. If we invest this money, how much profit can we get? After he finished speaking, the others were immediately stunned. Boss, are you serious? Ye Hao replied without hesitation. I can't reveal the specific details for the first question yet, but when we confirm the partnership, I'll tell you everything at the appropriate time. As for the second question, I can answer definitively after it's done what everyone can receive. At this point, his tone became higher as he declared, at least 100 million. These words immediately stunned Qing Yun and Tang Cheng. Xiao Ji and He Shuai were also surprised. 100 million. But very quickly, the two couldn't stop laughing. He Shuai laughed until his stomach hurt, before he could barely ask, are you talking in your sleep? Xiao Ji also tried to hold back his laughter. Brother, I don't want to laugh, but seriously, that's too much. Do you even know how much 100 million? Ye Hao was so annoyed by their attitude, he quickly turned to face them and questioned, what's so funny? Can't you guys try to imagine it a little? Tang Cheng then spoke. So, according to your imagination, first we overthrow the two major teams, Creation and Ink Guild, and then we defeat the level 90 boss. We can get 100 million. Even with my wildest imagination, I can't imagine something like that. He Shuai also felt that this made sense, and quickly turned to ask Xiao Ji, I'm telling you, how did you, fatty, pick up this weirdo? Qing Yun gently sat down, afraid that the situation would become tense, and preemptively said, don't mind them. Then he began to explain. They're not intentionally mocking you. It's just that for a newcomer like you to say such unbelievable things. At this point, Qing Yun became more serious and recounted, and without you even needing to say it, not long ago, we encountered an accident that caused us to lose most of our valuable assets. Therefore, even if we trust you, we can't come up with such a large sum of money. Ye Hao replied without hesitation. It's okay, business can't be compared to righteousness. I'm also very happy to get to know everyone. After all, in this era, there aren't many people as genuine as you guys. Then he opened the system screen, and as he operated it, he said, then I don't want to delay everyone's time, I'll withdraw from the team first. Before his finger could press it, Qing Yun's voice rang out, wait, Ye Hao. He looked at him with a determined expression and said, I haven't finished yet. Although we don't have that much money, I know who does, and we can borrow from them together. Hearing this, Ye Hao was somewhat dubious. Borrow, you mean? Not long after, at the He Yanma gang's location, a fierce battle with monster beasts was taking place. They were launching a full-scale attack on the monster beasts, firing guns and ammunition continuously. A soldier, seeing that the situation was not good, quickly spoke up, asking Ma Huang, Boss, isn't fighting two elite monsters at the same time too much? Our health is dropping like an elevator. But he arrogantly replied, afraid of what? If we really can't hold them off, drag them to the creation team. They're nearby. In reality, the two level 50 AI Hao Zhang Lang and Tai Chi Tong Ya were only at 10% health. Ma Huang's voice rang out. It's going to crit the healer. Smash it into the spirit pillar for me. A little more, and we'll win. The soldier who received the order quickly replied, Roger. They were focused on fighting, not paying attention to this side. A self-destructing robot was slowly approaching. Immediately after, a rapid, heavy sound was transmitted, attracting Ma Huang's attention. He immediately looked around vigilantly and wondered, what's that sound? But as soon as he turned his head, what caught his eye was the image of two level 50 monsters rushing over aggressively. Jinlong, no way. Ma Huang then cursed, damn it, who the heck released aggro? The subordinates quickly denied it. No, how could we make such a low-level mistake? Only then did they notice the self-destructing robot constantly moving around. This must be the one playing tricks. One of them angrily yelled, disappeared, and quickly raised his foot, preparing to kick it. The guy next to him hurriedly stopped him. Damn it, wait! But it was too late. Just as that kick touched the self-destructing robot, a earth-shattering explosion occurred. They only managed to cry out once, before quickly being blown to smithereens. The survivors were in a state of panic, questioning the cause of the incident. What happened? Who detonated the bomb? Ma Huang, seeing the scene before him, said worriedly, quickly recover. Otherwise, before them now, stood 4 level 50 demonic beasts in all their imposing glory. Everyone who saw this scene exclaimed in shock. 4 elite monsters gathered in one place. Very quickly, the group of demonic beasts couldn't wait any longer. and prepared to charge to attack them. Someone cried out in despair, "Damn it, we're dead for sure." But just as Shen Qingduren's dagger was about to strike them, it was blocked by a protective barrier. The Black Rock Horse Gang were all stunned. "Is this an energy shield?" Ma Huang praised. "Who activated the energy shield? Smart, well done." One of his subordinates quickly replied, "It wasn't us, Captain. Our squad doesn't buy this expensive, wasteful stuff." At this moment, a teasing voice suddenly came from behind. "It hasn't been long, but I really miss the Black Rock Horse Gang guys." Seeing Ye Hao's group walking over, Ma Huang's eyes widened. "It's you guys," he calmly replied. "Looks like you guys are in a very dangerous situation. It's just right that I used an energy shield to protect you." At this point, his voice was full of warning. "But how long this energy shield can last depends on your sincerity." Ma Huang looked at Ye Hao, who was leisurely standing outside the protective layer, and asked, "Kid, what do you mean?" He replied without hesitation, "In short, your lives are in my hands. Want to live? It's easy, just hand over the money." The surrounding subordinates were furious when they heard this. "You guys are shameless, taking advantage of a fire to loot." One of them couldn't contain his anger and cursed, "You say give, but how can we give? Give my ass." Seeing Ye Hao turn around, preparing to leave, Ma Huang could no longer hold back and hurriedly pleaded, "Save our squad, and I'll give you 3 million. Qing Yun couldn't help but sneer. 3 million? Is that for begging? Last time, you used tricks to snatch our resource point 69, which was worth more than that, at least 6 million, if you want to live." These words successfully shocked the Black Rock Horse Gang. Ma Huang angrily shouted, "What? 6 million? Even if I die here, killed by demonic beasts, I won't pay 6 million. His anger grew more and more, causing him to bring up old grudges. "Speaking of that resource point 69, you can only blame the traitor on your team. We were just taking advantage of him. When the fatty meat comes to your mouth, would you not eat it? If it were you, you would do the same." Xiao Ji, hearing this, couldn't help but grit his teeth, wanting to argue with him. "What? It's clear that you guys colluded with each other a long time ago." Bull. Before he could finish his sentence, he was stopped by Ye Hao. "All right, we didn't come here to argue, and we don't need to know the grudges from before. I just want to remind you that the energy of the shield is running out. The hatred of the demonic beasts is currently focused on you guys, and there's not much time left." At this time, the demonic beasts had gradually broken through the protective layer, easily letting one hand in to grab the people inside. Very quickly, one person was grabbed and screamed in horror, "Help! Boss, save me!" Another person, seeing the urgent situation, urged, quickly agreed to their demands. "As long as we live to fight another day, money can be earned back sooner or later." After hesitating for a while, Ma Huang finally made up his mind and shouted, "Okay, 6 million it is, I'll give it to you, quickly save us." But Ye Hao calmly said, "Too late, I changed my mind. Now it's 12 million. He was stunned when he heard this. "What?" Ma Huang wished he could beat him to death and said angrily, "This guy is deliberately raising the price, a swindler trying to loot our assets." Ye Hao didn't avoid it at all, directly admitting, "That's right, I am a swindler trying to loot your assets. Did you only just realize that now?" The demonic beast's arms reached in more and more. The subordinates cried for help continuously. "Boss, hurry up." Ma Huang finally gritted his teeth and agreed. "Okay, 12 million, but I can only give you 6 million first, and I'll give you the rest after you save us." Just when he thought things would be settled, Ye Hao threw a bucket of cold water on him. 15 million. From now on, every time you object, it's an additional 3 million. Hearing this, Ma Huang didn't dare to argue anymore and immediately replied, "I understand." Immediately after that, a notification appeared on Ye Hao's system. "Ma Huang has made a transaction of 15 million with you. Do you accept?" He operated to accept while speaking. "Alright, you guys are very lucky to meet someone like me. If it were someone else, they would just wait for you guys to be killed and then rob you of your money." On the other side, Ma Huang looked at Ye Hao's smug look, and a sinister thought flashed in his mind. This kid is still merciful. No matter what relationship he has with Yin Huang of the Mogong battle team, if you don't kill me, I'll kill you later. He didn't know Ma Huang's calculations, and cheerfully said to his teammates, "The money is in hand, brothers. Let's get started." As soon as he finished speaking, the other four quickly moved into battle positions. Qing Yun shouted loudly, "Let's go!" The other three immediately replied, "Alright," rushing towards the demonic beasts like the wind. Just like that, a series of top-level moves were unleashed one after another. from the heavy sword dragon coil to the giant shield fierce charge, as well as the thorns binding and finally the meteor arrow rain. One of the subordinates resentfully said, "These elite demonic beasts were originally ours." Ma Huang quickly brushed it off. "Don't worry, listen to my orders." Xiao Ji, after taking down the demonic beasts, relaxed and said, "Subduing Ye Hao. These elite monsters, with just a little blood left, really couldn't withstand a single blow." But the words were barely out when large bullets came rolling towards him. Xiao Ji stared intently, then exclaimed in disbelief, "Damn it, those are—" The words smoke grenades were cut short by an explosion. The surrounding space was instantly leveled. Ma Huang, extremely pleased with the explosion's result, couldn't resist taunting, "If I were you guys who got the money, I'd leave right away. Who would be stupid enough to save their enemies, healers, speed up the healing, then kill them all? Let them understand that in this era, only the ruthless can survive to the end." But Ye Hao emerged unscathed from the smoke and dust, asking him meaningfully, "Really?" Before he could understand, He Shuai and Qing Yun unexpectedly ambushed them from behind. Qing Yun warned, "Don't move," He Shuai quickly added. "Unless you want your head to turn into a cactus, you better be honest with me." But Ma Huang wasn't so easily defeated. He held up a potion and said, "Even if you can control our healing, we still have the advantage in numbers. Brothers, use your last recovery potions. Even if we only recover 30%, we can still kill them all." As soon as he finished, Ye Hao's slightly mocking voice echoed, "Advantage in numbers!" Immediately after, 2 turret guns appeared, firing continuously at them, catching them off guard, leaving them no choice but to accept their fate and bid farewell to the world. Not stopping there, his voice continued. 8. Zhang Cheng and Xiao Ji also focused on fighting, while Ye Hao calmly counted down. 6. At this moment, self-destructing robots slowly attached themselves to the legs of each member of the BlackRock gang, shocking them. Before they could react, each one exploded with the self-destructing robots. He had counted down to 4. Just as he counted to 3, Ye Hao swung his hand, delivering a fatal blow to a nearby subordinate, then leisurely asked, "Now, do you still think you have the advantage in numbers?" Ma Huang was trembling, barely standing on his last bit of willpower. He stammered, You were prepared all along." Ye Hao didn't answer his question, but instead said leisurely, "Ma Huang, you got one thing wrong. In this era, only the strong can survive to the end." Hearing this, Ma Huang subconsciously stepped back, panicking, thinking something was wrong. Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. "I'm not going to die here." But the moment he turned to flee, Xiao Ji quickly noticed. "Trying to escape, leaving your brothers behind to run alone. Are you even a leader?" The reply was a ruthless statement. "Screw it, brothers are just sacrifices." Ma Huang reaffirmed, "As long as I'm alive, I can find other brothers. Everyone in this era must fight to survive. Forget that damn brotherhood crap, it's worthless." As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp blade pointed directly at him. Qing Yun said arrogantly, "Think you can escape? Even if I agree, your brothers won't." On the side, a subordinate with He Shuai's gun pointed at his head, happened to hear Ma Huang's words, and immediately roared in anger. "How can you abandon us, leader? You said we would live or die together, share the blessings, but it was all a lie." Realizing he had no way out, Ma Huang knelt down in despair. "I never thought I, Ma Huang, would be reduced to this. Just kill me." But Ye Hao walked over, interrupting his thoughts. "Killing you would be a waste. After all, a gang of over 10 members like yours must be worth more than 15 million. Where's the money? Hand it over." Unexpectedly hearing this, Ma Huang was stunned and shouted, Are you a devil? I don't have any money." But Qing Yun didn't give him a chance to refuse, pressing the blade directly against his head, warning, "Still being stubborn? You BlackRock gang relies on Deng Shimeng's power, constantly robbing and oppressing your peers, stabbing them in the back. There's no way you only earned 15 million. Meeting Ye Hao today is something you brought upon yourselves. It's called the wicked will be punished by the wicked." Ye Hao on the side couldn't help but feel helpless hearing this. "I'm a messenger of justice. How did I become a wicked person?" Then he walked over and sat opposite Ma Huang, negotiating. "Being a leader, carrying so much money with you is too dangerous. If I were you, I would definitely find a safe place to hide it. Honestly, tell me the location and I might spare you." These words successfully frightened him. Ma Huang couldn't believe his ears and asked, "How do you know? Are you tricking me? So you were setting me up from the beginning, you greedy, shameless bastard." Ye Hao acted innocent and replied, "I was just guessing." "So you really did hide the money," Xiao Ji praised him approvingly. Brother, well done, Ma Huang roared like a madman. I did hide the money, and I hid a lot of it, but I won't tell you. Just kill me or whatever, you won't get a penny from me. Just when things seemed hopeless, the subordinate with He Shuai's gun pointed at his head spoke up, I know where it's hidden, I'll take you there. Ma Huang didn't believe it, and angrily asked, You reek of BS, how could you know? He coldly replied, Shut up. Earlier when you went to pee, I accidentally saw you acting suspiciously, so I curiously followed you. The place you hid the money is in that dilapidated factory. Hearing this, he flew into a rage, quickly raising his sword and lunging towards Stinky. Damn it, I'll kill you! But Xiaoji blocked this attack with his shield, and he didn't forget to taunt, Why are you so angry? This led Ye Hao, with his sword over his shoulder, to calmly affirm, What his underling said is true, it seems. I have to add another piece of advice. In this era, besides being patient and a peerless powerhouse, you also have to remember to bring your brain. Ma Kuang was so angry he choked, only able to utter one word, You. At this moment, Qing Yun suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, can you leave Ye Hao to me? I want to personally end the grudge between him and me, he replied without hesitation. Be my guest. Qing Yun hurried forward and coldly said to Ma Huang, Although we still have many unresolved grudges, I just want to know one thing. Where is Huazi? He replied, impatiently. Who knows where that traitor of your team is? Why ask me? That guy has been complaining to me for a long time that he's tired of playing the Brotherhood game with you guys. Then Ma Huang laughed like a maniac and declared, He just wanted to make money, which is why I instigated him to plot against you guys. Even though I don't value Brotherhood, at least it made them rich. But what about you guys? You talk about Brotherhood, but you're pathetically poor. Did you ever think about how they felt? Lan Qingyun, you are a useless piece of trash. As soon as he finished speaking, Qingyun's patience reached its limit. Without a word, he brought down his blade on the detestable man before him. The slash passed, creating a massive gash on the ground that extended all the way to the wall behind. Seeing this scene, Ye Hao couldn't help but exclaim, What powerful strength! Although he's also level 60, he feels even more formidable than Mo Da Xiaoji's level 60 bodyguard. At this moment, the system displayed a notification, PvP Victory. The Fix the Roof Then Go team has gained 100,000 experience points, evenly distributed among each team member, gaining 2 million. Next was a series of notifications about items received. First was level 50 magic crystals, quantity 20, and also a broken wolf fang mace. It's a good weapon, but it's damaged. It can be used as enhancement material. Also obtained was a durable underwear. This is the kind of clothes that weary traveler likes to wear. Desert mercenaries like them. Improving resistance to wind and earth attributes. The last two items were a level 60 micro beast capture device and a glowing night pearl. The so-called micro beast capture device has the ability to accurately capture medium and large beasts, 80% success rate. As for the glowing night pearl, they are glittering pearls in the dark that can be sold for a good price. After fully receiving the information, Qingyun went over and said apologetically, You must be laughing at me, Ye Hao. Perhaps Ma Huang is right. If you can't lead your brothers to have the best days, then even if you're right, they're just empty words. But the other three were overjoyed and gathered around him. He Shuai happily said, What is Lao Dan saying? Don't let that dead guy affect you. You have your principles. And it is these principles that attracted us to follow you. Xiaoji also nodded in agreement. That's right. If you were the cruel and heartless type, I would look down on you. Qingyun couldn't help but relax hearing these words. These guys. Only Zheng Cheng still maintained a serious expression. Don't say such nauseating words anymore. In short, cheer up quickly. I don't want to entrust my little life to a Lao Dao who is down in the dumps. Seeing them living together so harmoniously, Ye Hao couldn't help but feel admiration in his heart, thinking, This team is ideal, just what I like. Team members trusting and bonding with each other, this is how it should be. Then he turned and reminded, Alright, let's go. Don't you need money? Follow me. Everyone will earn a fortune. The others, seeing that he was about to leave, quickly spoke up. That's right, Brother Ye Hao is our lucky star. I really have a good eye. Wait for us. The five of them followed Stinky to the place where the money was stored. As they walked, Ye Hao asked, Do you relic hunters usually have the habit of hiding things? Qing Yun affirmed. That's right. After all, our profession is high risk. Who knows what problems might happen on the road, so we usually don't carry a lot of money. but usually hide it in caves in the wilderness. Hiding it in a safe zone like Ma Huang is very rare. Hearing this, Stinky spoke up to clear his name. Captain? Actually, Ma Huang never hid anything. After all, there are so many of us. Ordinary relic teams don't pose any threat to us. This time, he was probably afraid of conflict with professional teams, so he temporarily found a place to hide it. Ye Hao nodded in agreement. I see. Before long, the group stood in front of a large warehouse. Stinky excitedly said, We're here! The front is where Ma Huang hid the money. Everyone felt excited and urged, What are we waiting for? Hurry up! Suddenly, Ye Hao spoke up. Everyone, wait a moment, Xiaoji asked in surprise. What's wrong? He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and said, Shh, keep it down. There's movement ahead. Indeed, there was a faint sound of frantic digging in the air. Going deeper, a treasure-seeking Bima appeared before them. Happily digging for treasure, it was also wearing a heavy bag of gold. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. That is, Ye Hao wondered. The book mentions Bima, but is this treasure-seeking Bima anything special? Xiaoji's eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed excitedly, Damn it, we're rich, brothers, we're rich! He, Shuai, and Zheng Cheng behind him immediately covered his mouth and reminded, You idiot, keep it down. If it runs away, we won't earn a penny. Qing Yun, next to Ye Hao, suggested, Treasure-seeking Bima are a very rare type of Bima, but one with such a high level is even rarer. They seek money and jewels, so wherever they appear, there is a large amount of treasure, he explained further, meaning that the money Ma Huang hid here had attracted the treasure-seeking Bima. Looking at the way it was carrying the heavy bag inside, Ye Hao explained, Do you see the bag it's carrying? That bag is a dimensional bag. The money and jewels it collects are all inside. It's a bottomless bag. In the meantime, Dabao Bima was happily singing, Goob, G-O-B, Iskag. Ye Hao continued, If we deal with it, we can get all the treasures in that bag, which is why I said we're rich. Qing Yun replied, That's right, but that's only a small part. He recounted, The most important thing is that it is said that if you kill the treasure-seeking Bima, there is a chance of dropping a teleportation key to their lair. It is said that there are piles of treasures in their lair. Ye Hao glanced at Qing Yun and asked, So profitable, but it must not be easy to deal with. What do you plan to do? He initiated, It's indeed difficult to deal with. Not in terms of killing it, but in catching it. At the slightest disturbance, it will use its fastest speed to escape. In a short amount of time, if we don't catch and kill it, it will summon the gate and run back to its lair. The group was currently hiding behind a large rock. Qing Yun reminded everyone, So, success or failure depends on whether or not we can catch it. Another person agreed. That's right, but it's very difficult to catch. Many years ago when I was a newbie, I followed a 10-person squad. In the wilderness, we encountered a level 25 Dao treasure secret devil. Despite our encirclement, it still managed to escape. Its speed and agility were far beyond what we imagined. Ye Hao asserted, There's no need to worry about that. I'm very good at catching things. If you all trust me, then do as I say. Xiaoji happily grabbed his arm and replied, Of course we trust you. Ye Hao is our lucky charm. We'll listen to everything you say. Ma Huang, hearing everyone talking, became extremely anxious. He asked, Hey, I'm not participating anymore. Can I leave? Xiaoji impatiently waved his hand and ordered, Get lost, but don't make any noise. Ma Huang was overjoyed, running away as fast as he could, not forgetting to turn back and say, Thank you, Xiaoji. Hearing this, angrily cursed, Damn it, doesn't he understand human language? I told him not to make any noise. He, Shuai, and Zheng Cheng then had to do their job, which was to tightly shut his mouth. Xiaoji couldn't even cry, constantly struggling. Ye Hao spoke to calm everyone down. All right, everyone listen carefully. Our plan is as follows. On the other side, the great treasure secret devil was happily picking up gold and silver, putting them in the backpack behind it, muttering, The treasures are all mine, no one can have them. Suddenly, it noticed a noise behind it and stopped. Ye Hao's group stood around, surrounding the great treasure secret devil. He smiled wickedly. Haven't provoked it yet. The loot is pretty good, huh? How about sharing some? The great treasure secret devil quickly ran away, then turned its head back to look at the group mockingly. Hearing it make strange noises, Ye Hao irritably ordered, Wait, what is it saying? Translate it. Du Si Yan, true to the context of the sentence, said, Stupid fools, come and catch me if you can. This guy is too despicable. Ye Hao helplessly muttered, I think I used to say that too. He quickly pulled out his sword and said, Sorry, I'm only interested in your money, the great treasure secret devil mischievously replied. Catch me first. Ye Hao blankly watched it run under his feet, and he helplessly exclaimed, Too fast. Xiaoji quickly ran to the gate, using his shield to block it securely, and announced, With me here, you won't be able to get through. The great treasure secret devil quickly jumped up and flew over his head. It mocked. Rely on you, Xiaoji. Angrily watched it run past and cursed, Damn it, are you kidding me? Behind the great treasure secret devil, He Shuai and Zhang Cheng quickly ran after it. They shouted, Stop! Try my 3 arrows. Thorn chain. The great treasure secret devil, on the contrary, was very relaxed, running and jumping like a dancer, again looking down on Ye Hao's group, useless. Suddenly, the thorn chain came around its feet, causing the great treasure secret devil to be startled and turn its head back to look at it, blankly asking, What? He Shuai happily praised. Well done, Four Eyes, Zhang Cheng anxiously shouted. Shut up, do you want to die? But just when they thought the great treasure secret devil would surrender, it quickly pulled out a knife from somewhere and decisively cut the thorn chain, causing Zhang Cheng to exclaim, Being able to cut my magic thorns, that knife is not simple. Then, the great treasure secret devil chuckled and continued to run excitedly, ignoring the group that was in chaos behind it. Ye Hao's group then caught up with it. He Shuai, looking at the shield held by the great treasure secret devil, confirmed, Quick, that protective cage can't trap it for long, kill it quickly. Zhang Cheng accepted the order. Got it. It chuckled again, not afraid at all, and stomped on the knife it was holding, breaking it. Xiaoji quickly stood in front of the great treasure secret devil and he reminded, Raise your hands and surrender, you can't escape. He Shuai also stood next to him and he excitedly said, Let's see, with us surrounding you like this, where can you run to? The great treasure secret devil still smiled as if nothing had happened, then formed a cross with its 2 hands. From a swirling white smoke, the great treasure secret devil appeared in multiple identical copies, carrying weapons and with fierce momentum. Ye Hao was shocked to see this scene and exclaimed, Damn it, why is this move so familiar? Did it learn it from comics? The great treasure secret devil then split into a dozen identical clones, and one of them ordered, Run! Ye Hao's group quickly realized their intentions, and he came up with a plan. Let's split up and chase them. We absolutely can't let them escape. Try to chase them in one direction. Everyone agreed. Got it. Zhang Cheng observed every step of the great treasure secret devil and judged. Its speed has become slower, Qingyun also speculated. It must be that the clones have dispersed its magic power. There's a chance to catch up. He was incredibly excited, running and saying that I need to speed up. Meanwhile, He Shuai, charging ahead, was chasing Dabao Bima with the eyes of a hunter. For 30 seconds, the critical hit rate, and movement speed increased significantly, but he was also taken aback by Xiaoji's speed. He Shuai was startled and cursed. Damn, fatty, how are you so fast? Xiaoji smiled, using the Han Di Chong Lang technique and showing off. Although I'm fat, I'm very agile. Behold the ultimate skill I've diligently trained, pouring magic power into the cardboard to move at the fastest speed, capable of destroying all obstacles in the way. He Shuai exclaimed helplessly. What are you doing with the lives of warriors? Tang Cheng, watching the conversation of the 2 clowns before him, was deeply distressed. He complained, Seriously, you're all so noisy. When will you guys ever grow up a little? Tang Cheng leisurely sat on the magic carpet. A baby, enjoying a fragrant cup of hot tea, he mocked the people in front. Can't you be a little polite like me? The magic carpet, a baby, can fly at high speed and stably, lasting for 2 hours, and can provide all kinds of drinks, cold water, snacks. All items have added gravity magic, please don't worry. Xiaoji and He Shuai, seeing Tang Cheng so relaxed, felt extremely shocked, and their pride hurt. They shouted in unison, Referee, we're reporting someone for cheating. At this moment, Qingyun approached. He used his strength, stomping his foot heavily on the ground, causing it to crack. Qingyun happily praised, Good, you're all very spirited. As a captain, I can't fall behind either. I have to show some skill. Then, he used force to bounce high, which is called the extraordinary power technique. Afterwards, a blazing stream of electricity ran along the road. This is called unmatched aura. Jumping into the air, slashing a fierce blow, the farther the distance, the higher the jumping momentum, the greater the wound. The name changed to Lan Xingyun, because he felt that calling it that would be very cool. But when Xingyun looked at the black clouds that had been created without Dabao Bima inside, he exclaimed in bewilderment, Damn, this is a fake. On the other side, He Shuai's group also reported, Our boss on this side is also fake. Xingyun quickly realized. He announced to the remaining teammates, Ye Hao, the real body is on your side. At this time, Ye Hao was still calmly facing Dabao Bima. He received Qingyun's signal and replied, okay. At this time, Dabao Bima, facing Ye Hao, also confidently asserted that this guy was the lowest level and the easiest to deal with. Qingyun's group looked at the space behind Ye Hao and said worriedly, "It's not good. It's opened the teleportation portal. Hao, you must stop it. You can't let it escape back to its lair." Dabao Bima then ignored Ye Hao standing there, scornfully ran past him, and mocked, "Stupid humans, still dreaming of catching this master, keep dreaming." Qingyun, seeing this scene, was extremely angry and anxiously shouted, "Damn it, Ye Hao, what are you doing? Why aren't you stopping it?" He calmly reassured, "Don't rush." Suddenly, Dabao Bima, where it was going, stopped because it had seen something suspicious. Dabao Bima tilted its head and looked back, wondering, "What's that?" Then it ran over and hugged the notebook tightly to its chest, causing Qingyun to ask in bewilderment, "Why did it suddenly change direction? What's placed on the ground over there?" Dabao Bima on this side was extremely happy. It flipped open the notebook, looking at every page, muttering happily, "This girl is so hot." This is called an 18+ adult magazine, successfully attracting the attention of the Bima. When it was intently reading the magazine and constantly murmuring so good, sophisticated level 60 beast capture devices had appeared around Dabao Bima. The trap is effective, specializing in trapping and imprisoning monster beasts for 180 seconds. Ye Hao calmly walked up to it, and he said, "Even the treasure-seeking Bima ultimately belongs to the Bima race. The lust in its DNA will never change, so I set a trap for you to come to." As I guessed. It was startled and looked at Ye Hao, dropping the book. Dabao Bima angrily roared, "You dare to play me? I'll kill you all." Qingyun came over and praised, "Well done, only you, Ye Hao." Xiaoji also stepped forward, excitedly exclaiming, "I told you you wouldn't stand there waiting for it to run. You're really good." Ye Hao, on the contrary, was surprisingly calm. He crossed his arms and reminded everyone, "Now is not the time to relax. Its dagger is very strange. The trap's durability won't last long. We have to deal with it quickly." Qingyun stepped forward to volunteer. "Leave it to me. This type just hurt me. I'm so angry." Tang Cheng stepped forward to shield everyone. He explained seriously, "Everyone, step back. Although Dabao Bima's defense is not high, even if it is a level 65 elite monster, the captain used his strength to chop and solve it. Don't get too close or you'll be affected," Ye Hao seriously replied. "Okay." Then, a lightning bolt shot straight down from the sky towards Dabao Bima. The surrounding space seemed to freeze for a moment. It was struck by lightning. Its face filled with panic as it screamed in agony. After the Grand Treasure Secret Demon was completely finished off, the system issued a commendation. Killed an elite Treasure Secret Demon, earning the team 200,000 experience points. The player who killed Lan Xingyun will receive an additional 5,000 experience points beyond the standard amount, and 40 million in currency. 2 level 60 rare demon cores. Rare level 60 gemstone, a mysterious sword set from the water spirit, enhancing attack speed, evasion rate, special effects. Attacks have a 20% chance to provoke, with equipment that has a special failure property, lasting 10 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown. Ye Hao's group, upon receiving the rewards, exclaimed with joy, "Holy crap, 40 million! We're rich!" He even got a lucky ring, an exciting effect, and the key to the Grand Treasure Secret Demon's lair. They were so happy they found it hard to believe, asking each other, "Is there really a key? I can't believe my eyes. Am I dreaming?" The group then cheered for Ye Hao, and Zheng Cheng chimed in, "Huge haul! Following Boss Ye is definitely the way to make money," Xiaoji agreed, laughing heartily. "That's for sure." Just as Ye Hao was being celebrated, a huge noise suddenly erupted, stunning everyone. Xiaoji hesitated. "That sound," Qingyun guessed. "It's the roar of a boss. Looks like that side has opened up." Hearing this, everyone felt incredibly annoyed. Damn it, why now? Ye Hao then regained his composure, a little disappointed. "What do we do this time? Should we go steal the boss first, or look for clues to the secret demon's lair?" What a headache. Qingyun, from behind, offered a suggestion. "No need to worry about that. I heard that the secret demon's lair instance is a very special existence, because time inside the lair passes more slowly than in the real world. meaning 1 second inside the lair is equivalent to about 1 minute outside, but the exact ratio is unknown. Ye Hao seemed to understand, replying, "Another mechanism like that? Then what's there to hesitate about?" Afterward, Ye Hao held the key he had just been granted and ordered the opening of the instance's large door. The system acknowledged the command, concealing the secret demon's lair instance's unknown level. Before stepping through the door into the new space, he cautiously asked, "Do you know any detailed information about this type of instance, like the level of the beasts or anything to pay attention to?" Qing Yun answered, "Regarding this type of instance, besides the time mechanism I mentioned earlier, there's also the news that the beasts inside the instance have randomized levels." Hearing this, Ye Hao calculated. "Randomized? Then we'll just have to play it by ear." He announced to everyone in the group, "Ahead is an unknown area. A powerful enemy awaits us. Everyone, get your spirits up. Don't be careless." Xiaoji couldn't hide his excitement, saying, "Relic hunters, we seek the unknown. The adventurer inside me is already stirring." He Shuai was also very relaxed, affirming, "I can't wait." Zheng Cheng pushed up his glasses and pondered, "What exactly will be inside? Even I'm a little eager." Looking at his subordinates, all of whom were so determined, their will soaring to the heavens, Qing Yun was half pleased and half helpless. Afterward, the group steadily advanced together. Qing Yun announced, "Brothers, let's explore." Ye Hao, taking the lead, ordered everyone, "Let's go." With those words, the group quickly entered a new space. Powerful rays of light shone into an infinite vortex, carrying them toward even more difficult challenges. After stepping into the new space, the system announced the concealment of the level 35 secret demon's lair instance. Xiaoji, hearing this, said a little sadly, "What? Only level 35? That's a bit disappointing." Qing Yun reminded everyone very cautiously, "Don't be careless. Even if it's only level 35, everything is still unknown, so we must be careful." Ye Hao's group stood on a rocky outcrop, looking down below, and he said, "Don't be disappointed. Look at what's down there." Xiaoji looked down and exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, there's a pile of gold down there. We're rich this time." He, Shuai, next to him, responded helplessly, "You idiot, is gold all you see? The important thing is those treasure secret domains." Zheng Cheng also pointed out seriously, "That's right. There are 15 treasure secret domains down there, and all of them are rare elites. And importantly, the level isn't high," meaning Xiaoji couldn't wait any longer. He hastily jumped down and said to everyone, "What are we waiting for? Let's take them down quickly. Leave the aggro to me. You guys go all out, don't worry." Seeing this, He Shuai shouted anxiously, "DMN it. Can't you calm down a little?" Just as he finished speaking, the system announced, "Divine protection, increasing magic and physical resistance, lasting 5 minutes." Afterward, Xiaoji, holding his shield, jumped to the ground with a thud. The loud noise startled the great treasure secret demons, and they scattered in fear. They shouted to each other, "An intruder!" Xiaoji roared angrily, "Come at me, you bastards!" After his emotions got out of control, it was a collective rage. Everyone there was trash. He challenged all the surrounding targets, instantly causing hatred to increase rapidly. The horde of great treasure secret demons didn't feel any fear. They charged forward with determination. "We'll skin him alive and devour his fatty flesh." Xiaoji then unleashed his move. Grand skill. Let's watch the meteor shower. Together, this caused the great treasure secret demons to get electrocuted, freezing them in place as they screamed. Following up, Qing Yun unleashed her move, Whirlwind Assault, and then Zheng Cheng continued with Healing Wind, protecting their precious lives. Seeing everyone eagerly showing off their skills, Ye Hao felt helpless, blurting out in a daze, "What are these chaotic move names? Everyone, pay attention. Don't let your attacks damage the central altar." After that, Ye Hao also used his pets to attack the great treasure secret demons. He commanded them, "Go! This time, I'll also use full firepower, leaving the secret demons no chance." Then, a group of great treasure secret demons was trapped inside a magic circle. Utterly bewildered, one of them said to their comrade, "Run quickly." The terrified comrade questioned, "What is this? We're being swallowed." Ye Hao, the master of the circle, stepped inside and declared, "Want to escape? Dream on, you fools." Bursts of energy exploded violently, shining brightly amidst the smoke and flying rubble, accompanied by the shrill screams of the great treasure secret demons echoing in the space. Seeing this, Zheng Cheng cheerfully said, "You were telling us to be careful. Look at the smoky mess you've made, Ye Hao. coughing, complained, "Dude, your firepower is way too excessive." Ye Hao stood by, arms crossed, confidently boasting, "Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss any secret demons, but it's all over now." Seeing the great treasure secret demons writhing on the ground after being hit by Ye Hao's attack, his group happily exclaimed, "Let's go experience the joy of looting? So much stuff? This is a huge profit? Awesome, quick, let's see what dropped." After they picked up the loot, system notifications kept ringing non-stop. Gained 75,000 experience points. Earned 85 million coins. Level 30 Demon Crystals X50. Level 40 Rare Gems. Secret Demon Leather 15 sets. Tunneling Tools 10. Item Information. Guardian's Battlefront. Once used to block all shield strikes from the frontline commander. Possesses excellent defensive capabilities. Reduces the duration of control effects. And cannot be knocked back. Next was the Fallen Demon Tree Spear. Made from dried branches of the World Tree. Emitting an eerie aura. Permanently a dark attribute weapon. Do not underestimate its defensive power. Attacks have a chance to inflict curse effects. Item information. Dragon Emblem Greatsword. A massive greatsword carved with dragons. Extremely high damage. Said to contain the soul of a dragon. Permanently a holy attribute weapon. The higher the level, the higher the attack power. Attacks have a chance to trigger Dragon's Might. Dragon's Might is an infinite super armor, immune to all elemental magic damage, lasts for 30 seconds. Elemental Holy Codex records all elemental magic books from the origin. The final inscription is already blurred. Can barely make out an engraved word. Effect nullifies attribute weaknesses. When magic attacks trigger magic. Elemental Divine Arrow. Elemental Divine Arrow casts successive Fire Arrow technique, Ice Arrow technique, Lightning Strike technique, Earth Shatter technique. After everyone received a new item with unfathomable power, Qing Yun held hers and exclaimed happily, "Each of us got new equipment of epic grade. Their luck is insane." Xiao Ji also excitedly said, "This shield feels so reliable, I feel so safe with it." Ye Hao held the weapon tightly in his hand and marveled, "This crossbow is so cool, I really like it." Zheng Cheng flipped through the book and confirmed, "This is indeed good equipment, but why do I feel a little uneasy and scared of it?" Ye Hao was happy seeing everyone so happy, he thought to himself. Although none of the equipment is useful to me, just these millions are enough for a big harvest. Moreover, their new equipment will upgrade their combat power, which is very important for the next battle, Ye Hao reminded them. "Alright, everyone calm down a bit, this is just an appetizer." He pointed to the glittering golden chest peeking out from inside the mountain of gold and announced to his brothers, "The main event hasn't started yet. That big prize up there is the attractive thing." Item information. Unknown box. Level unknown. Conditions to open unknown. Xiao Ji's eyes lit up when he looked at the golden chest. He happily exclaimed, "Holy crap, an unknown level chest. Could it be a big gift prepared for us?" Ye Hao quickly volunteered, Let me do it! Opening boxes like that is my specialty." Ye Hao calmly stepped forward to stop him. "Wait, don't be rash, everyone. Think back a moment. The way the secret demons were kneeling and dancing before this box just now. Was it a little strange?" Xiao Ji stroked his chin and agreed. "Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. They were reverently worshipping it, this box." Zheng Cheng adjusted his glasses and said, "The usual objects of reverent worship are things with spiritual power. Unless this box." Qing Yun knelt on one knee, holding up an unconscious great treasure secret demon, and said, "Whether this box has spiritual power or not, in this desolate place, opening the box must follow a fixed procedure." Ye Hao asked in confusion, "What specifically does this fixed procedure entail?" Qing Yun quickly threw the great treasure secret demon into the box and explained, "It means absolutely never casually approach an unopened box. You must ensure that this box isn't a trap before approaching and opening it." As soon as the demon entered, the chest opened up, revealing a lustful dream demon with huge tentacles covered in thorns all around. It constricted the body of the great treasure secret demon, shocking the group. "Damn it, this chest is a mimic from Dark Souls." After subduing its prey, the lustful dream demon retreated and curled up inside the chest, and the chest closed as if there had been no feeding. Ye Hao's group was utterly stunned by this scene. They told each other, "I've heard of this kind of box before, but this one is not only a rare elite, but its level is also 90. Doesn't that mean this monster box is as powerful as a boss outside, since they're all level 90? Qing Yun spoke up, reminding, Guess we have to give up, our levels are too far apart. Besides, we've already made a lot on this trip with Ye Hao. Being greedy might just mean we won't live to spend. Xiaoji felt extremely frustrated and uncomfortable. He punched the ground hard to vent his anger and said, "Damn it! The meat was right in front of my mouth and I couldn't eat it, so annoying. But there's nothing we can do." Qingyun put his hand on Xiaoji's shoulder and asked, "Ye Hao, what's your opinion?" Xiaoji, standing behind, also agreed. "That's right, Ye Hao, we'll listen to you." Ye Hao hesitated. "My opinion is..." He scratched his head shyly and said, "How about we split the money we earned earlier first?" His words shocked everyone. Qingyun then snapped out of it. He happily explained, "Okay, that's good too. Let's split the money first and then decide. At least we'll be at peace once it's in our pockets." Then Qingyun, understanding the feelings of the three behind him, asked directly, "This time, under Ye Hao's leadership and outstanding abilities, we earned a total of 140 million. So I suggest Ye Hao gets half, which is 70 million. Does anyone have any objections?" Xiaoji raised his hand and replied, "I agree." There were absolutely no objections. He Shuai also raised his hand and said, "I agree too. Without Ye Hao, we probably wouldn't have earned a single cent on this trip." Zheng Cheng also had no objections. He affirmed that Ye Hao's ability was the greatest, and his contribution was naturally the greatest. This 70 million was well-deserved. Ye Hao, on the other hand, was very calm. He stopped, took a breath, and thought. Faced with the allure of money, instead of trying to deal with me and monopolize it, they're sharing half of the income with me. As expected, I didn't misjudge them. This team is worth trusting, and we can cooperate more in the future. Qingyun then opened the system panel and said, "All right, let's decide on that then. We'll split the remaining half. I'll keep it for now. After all, we've all gotten new weapons, so we don't need to spend a lot of money for the time being." Xiaoji's group agreed. "That's right, this amount is enough for us to use for a long time." After that, Ye Hao's system notified him, reminding him that the account had received 70 million. After the money was settled fairly, without offending anyone, Qingyun sheathed his sword and announced, "All right, let's go." The group agreed. "Okay." Xiaoji asked curiously, "Brother, can you now tell us the details of how you made the money? I'm not being greedy, I just want to consider the risks." Ye Hao, who was standing with his back to them, frowned upon hearing this question, not knowing what to answer appropriately. Seeing that Ye Hao didn't move, Xiaoji took the initiative to call out, "Let's go, don't think about that box anymore. This isn't a level we can reach yet. Stop dreaming." Zheng Cheng also suspected his next actions and stopped him. "Ye Hao, that box can indeed earn a lot of money, but we can't withstand the great risk. I feel like we've used up all our luck. We should give up trying." He Shuai agreed. "That's right, what's it called again? Better safe than sorry." Ye Hao still stood in place, confidently asserting, "I understand the principles, but giving up on a big treasure like this isn't my style." Qingyun recognized the logic in his words. He turned around and asked, startled, "Ye Hao, could it be that you still have a trump card?" As soon as he finished speaking, their systems simultaneously notified that Ye Hao had left the team. They were stunned and didn't understand what was happening. "Ye Hao, what are you doing?" Ye Hao tilted his head to look at everyone and seriously reminded, "It's best if you all leave here now, because an uncontrollable situation is about to appear." Xiaoji was worried and tried to persuade him. "Kid, calm down for me. I can't just watch you go to your death." He Shuai, standing next to him, mediated. "Don't say any more, Xiaoji. If Ye Hao has made such a decision, he must have something he's confident in. We can't compare him with our standards." Qingyun also spoke up. "But we can't just leave him. We just need to stay away a bit to avoid causing more trouble for Ye Hao. Moreover, in case an emergency occurs later, the four of us will definitely do our best to save Ye Hao from the instance." Everyone agreed. Okay, after seeing the group united, hiding behind the boulder, waiting to rescue him, Ye Hao felt extremely happy. He smiled to himself. Indeed, a team worth trusting, but an unexpected emergency won't happen.